As the first heir of a top-tier family, Grandpa is the supreme powerhouse of the human race. Grandma was a stunningly beautiful saint. My younger brothers and sisters have all stepped into the divine realm. Only you lie slumped in a wheelchair all day. Even eating requires maids to feed him bite by bite. The entire clan sees you as a disgrace. Only you know the truth, it's purely because you're too lazy to walk. The painful lessons from being a corporate drone in my past life. Determined to slack off for the rest of your life. Even the system can't do anything about you. Top-tier pyrokinetic awakening opportunity. Treated like trash and completely ignored by you. Until my 17th birthday. Father finally couldn't take it anymore. Go to Shangnan number 1 high school tomorrow. Let you experience the hardships of ordinary people. You pouted, too lazy to argue. Just lying around in a different place anyway. Blue Star, Human Federation, Jiangnan Province. The first supernatural ability high school of Shangnan City. Principal's office. Principal Du. Has everything been settled for my younger brother's school enrollment? Mr. Lee, rest assured, everything has been taken care of. That's good. I'll leave my younger brother in your hands. If he makes any mistake, I'll hold you accountable. You can rest assured, Mr. Lee. Ensures no unexpected occurrences. The school's security personnel have been expanded to 300 by me. On call 24/7. Sensing the opponent's fierce momentum, Principal Du Dehua nodded incessantly. The red-haired man nodded. Next year, you'll be transferred to Qinglong Academy to teach. Thank you, Mr. Lee. But all of this is under the premise of ensuring my younger brother's safety. Of course. At this moment, class 3 of the first grade. The homeroom teacher walked into the classroom with 2 people. One of them was sitting in a wheelchair, wearing an eye mask, though his eyes were unclear. Yet it's not hard to see. He possesses a strikingly handsome appearance. Another pushed a wheelchair, his face handsome and refined. Equally young, with an indifferent expression. His movements while pushing the wheelchair were very careful. You don't need to look to know. A companion or bodyguard type figure. The moment the person entered the classroom, it sparked a wave of chatter among the classmates. Are they the 2 new transfer students? This is just too cool, isn't it? I don't know how talented they are. But getting into our school is another matter. The talent should be considered quite good. After all, our school is the number 1 high school in Shangnan City. I heard they got in through connections. They didn't even take the talent test. So disgusting. I can't stand people who get by on connections. Aren't you the same? Although I got the job through connections, but at least I tested my talents, alright? You can pull strings to get into our school without taking the test. He must be a disciple from a prominent family. Such people can live comfortably even without talent. Although, however, why did he come in sitting in a wheelchair? Is he disabled? So pitiful, despite being so handsome. But the guy pushing the wheelchair is really handsome too. Many young women turned their gaze toward the young man pushing the wheelchair. Her eyes were filled with infatuation. Although his looks were a bit inferior to the one in the wheelchair, but it's still quite a sight to behold. What's the big deal? I'm handsome too, a male student said enviously. The girls gave him a disdainful glance and remained silent. Silence is the bridge of Cambridge tonight. Alright, everyone, stop arguing and let's get down to business. The homeroom teacher knocked on the table and said, these 2 students are the new transfer students at our school. Starting today, you're officially a member of class 3. Everyone applauds in welcome. Warm applause erupted. The young man in the wheelchair seemed to be awakened by the noise, shifted slightly and then fell back asleep. He was actually already awake. The reason he didn't remove the blindfold. Just because I'm lazy. Too lazy to move, even too lazy to stand up. Lilan can stand up, he's not disabled. He sat in the wheelchair. Simply because I'm too lazy to walk. Lilan is 17 years old and a time traveler. 17 years ago, he transmigrated into this high martial world where spiritual energy was reviving. Became the human alliance of Blue Star. A young master from the Li family of the Yen Emperor's lineage. His grandfather is the Flame Emperor, one of the current strongest beings among the human race. The father is the head of the Yen Emperor's Li family. He has 3 older brothers and 2 older sisters above him, so he was showered with love from the moment he was born. No matter what you do, there's always a crowd of people around doing the same. He couldn't even bathe himself if he wanted to. Over time, he developed this lazy temperament. His family had no choice but to accept it. But I let him be. After all, the Li family had vast wealth and influence. Keeping one idle person is still within our means. As for him coming here to study, simply to experience life, this is what his father said, saying it would broaden his horizons, make several friends at the same time, and to make him understand the current plight of the human race, cherish the hard-won life. He's living a good life. It doesn't mean everyone is doing well. Since the spiritual energy resurgence 3,000 years ago, the other world and Blue Star merged. All races rose to power, yet humanity remained in a disadvantaged position. If it weren't for the occasional emergence of a few powerful individuals like his grandfather, to shed blood and sacrifice one's life for humanity, The human race might have long vanished into the river of history. As Li Lan's father put it, he can just be a loser, but you can't be an idiot. But he didn't care about any of that. He unconditionally complied with his father's arrangements, because he couldn't be bothered to argue with his father. Every extra word he says is like strenuous exercise. Please introduce yourselves. The homeroom teacher's voice rang out. Su Xian removed the blindfold for Li Lan. Li Lan gazed at the entire class with a pair of lifeless, fish-like eyes, not even bothering to move an eye. So you weren't sleeping after all. The homeroom teacher thought to herself with a sigh, then smiled and said, let's begin. Su Xian stepped onto the podium, and her cool voice rang out. Hello everyone, my name is Su Xian. I am young master Li Lan's study companion. Intermediate level early stage fire elemental mage, S-rank supernatural talent. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire class erupted in a wave of gasps. It's actually S-rank. That's absolutely terrifying. Our school only has 2 S-rank students, and both are in class 1. The key lies in his supernatural abilities and cultivation. It turned out to be mid-stage initial level. This is way more impressive than those 2 from class 1. You're missing the point. The point is not about such a genius figure. Is it really just to be that so-called young master Li Lan's study companion? Is Li Lan the disabled person sitting in the wheelchair? Keep your voice down, he's right ahead and can hear us. I wonder what this Li Lan's identity is. There was actually such a terrifying study companion. Everyone looked at Li Lan with hopeful eyes, waiting for his self-introduction. I remember the principal didn't tell me that this rich kid was disabled. The homeroom teacher looked at him with an expectant expression and said, it's your turn, Li Lan. Li Lan didn't even bother to glance at them, closed his eyes, and fell asleep quietly. Class teacher. The entire class. Su Xian silently helped him put his eye mask back on and looked at the homeroom teacher. Sorry, teacher, my young master is tired and needs to rest. Let me do it. He has been sitting in a wheelchair the whole time, hasn't he even said a word? How tired could he be? The homeroom teacher nodded, and Su Xian walked back up to the front of the class. Good afternoon, everyone. This is my young master, Li Lan. Please take care of him in the future. After saying that, Su Xian stepped down from the podium, leaving the homeroom teacher completely baffled. That's it? That's all? Alright, Su Xian and Li Lan, since you've introduced yourselves, please return to your seats. Your seats are in this row, the last and second to last seats. Do you need any help? The homeroom teacher looked worriedly at Li Lan's wheelchair. Su Xian shook his head and said, no need, teacher. My young master is a healthy person. The homeroom teacher. The entire class. They silently glanced at Li Lan's wheelchair. Do you even believe what you're saying? Su Xian pushed Li Lan to the last row, and then a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. They only saw Su Xian seeming to whisper something in Li Lan's ear. Li Lan stood up from the wheelchair, sat back down at his seat, and fell asleep again. A medical miracle. The students looked at Li Lan with eager eyes, wanting to see what he would do next. However, for the next hour, Li Lan remained completely asleep on the desk, not even blinking once. A bird landed on him, but he didn't even bother to shoo it away. In the end, it was Su Xian who helped shoo it away. What kind of lazy person is this? However, the way he slept was truly handsome. Countless girls in the class gazed at him with adoring eyes, thinking he was a prince. At the same time, the other students were also curious about Su Xian. What had he said to Li Lan just now that made such a lazy person get up from his wheelchair and sit back down at his desk? Actually, what Su Xian had said was, Master, you don't want me to push your wheelchair around the entire school, do you? 2 hours passed. Li Lan didn't move. 3 hours passed. Li Lan still hadn't moved. 4 hours passed. Li Lan still hadn't moved. 5 hours passed, and Li Lan finally moved. However, he was forced to move by Su Xian. Su Xian forcibly pulled Li Lan off the desk and fed him one mouthful at a time. After finishing his meal, Li Lan fell asleep again. The countless students in the class couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. That's not at all elegant. But the way he eats is so cool. Class monitor, can you stop being so love-struck? You're so ugly, you don't understand. That evening, Li Lan was carried into the dormitory building by Su Xian. All the other rooms were 6-person dorms, but theirs was a 2-person room. Actually, they had both originally been assigned single rooms, but Su Xian had asked the school to change it to a double room so he could take better care of Li Lan. Su Xian placed him on the bed. Li Lan seemed to have been woken up and asked, is it morning already? He rubbed his sleepy eyes. It was already evening. Su Xian said, Master, it's time to sleep. Do you need some water? Li Lan didn't say anything, but Su Xian could tell exactly what his young master wanted from his lifeless eyes. He took a bottle of water, inserted a straw, and placed it near Li Lan's mouth. After drinking the water, Li Lan fell asleep again. However, although he had lain down, he was actually wide awake. He simply didn't feel like opening his eyes. After closing his eyes for 4 hours, Li Lan suddenly heard a mechanical beep. Ding, host has successfully crossed over. The strongest talent system has been obtained. Please select your talent. The system has arrived? Never mind, I'm too lazy to care. Let it be. Lilan didn't even bother to move his eyebrows. System. An hour later, the mechanical voice sounded again. Detected that the host has not selected a talent. The strongest talent system has departed. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the strongest villain system. Do you wish to become the strongest villain across all worlds? Lilan still ignored it. System. Another hour passed, and the mechanical sound rang out once more. The strongest villain system has departed. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the kill enemies to become a god system. Lilan still ignored him. The kill enemies to become a god system has left. This repeated itself 4 or 5 times before dawn broke. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ultimate lazy person's assistant system. Would you like to bind it? Ding, since the host is too lazy to bind, the system has automatically bound itself. The lazy person's assistant system is now awakening the host's special abilities. Please select the direction for ability awakening. Ding, since the host is too lazy to choose, the system has automatically selected for you. Selection successful, Elemental Series. Ding, due to the lack of gold elements in the host's body, the gold element ability awakening has failed. Ding, fire element has been detected within the host's body. Fire element ability awakening successful, innate talent rank, SSS. Ding, ability awakening successful. Please begin cultivating your ability. Ding, due to the host's laziness, the system has automatically activated the lazy autoplay mode for the host. Your fire elemental ability is angry at your laziness and is automatically training. Fire elemental energy plus 10. Your fire elemental ability is furious at your laziness and is automatically training. Fire elemental energy plus 10. Several hours later. Your sorcerer's cultivation has reached low tier mid stage. The fire elemental ability is exhausted and has ceased cultivation. Hearing the voice, Lilan rarely showed a mocking smile. Already tired? You're no good either. The fire element is angry and says, what qualifies you to mock me? Continue training. Fire element energy plus 8. The fire element feels angry and says, what qualifies you to mock me? Continue training. Fire element energy plus 8. After about 10 minutes, the alarm clock rang. Suxian finished helping Lilan with his morning routine, placed him in a wheelchair, and pushed him into the classroom. Lilan suddenly heard a system notification sound. The fire element is exhausted and has collapsed. Training has automatically stopped. Useless. Lilan didn't pay attention and lay on the desk to take a nap. And so, a week passed. Chapter 2, Mid-Advanced Stage, Military Training begins. The fire element gets so excited it faints. Waking up in a good mood, the fire element began automatic cultivation. Fire element energy plus 10. Your sorcerer's cultivation has reached mid-stage late. The fire element feels a bit tired and has stopped cultivation. This isn't good enough? What a waste. Lilan thought to himself. However, this time the fire element didn't fall for his provocation. After finishing cultivation, it fell into a deep sleep and didn't surface again. Suxian helped Lilan with his morning routine as usual. Suddenly, Suxian froze and shoved the toothbrush into Lilan's nostril. Lilan felt furious, but he was too lazy to speak, not even bothering to roll his eyes. His eyes remained lifeless. I'm sorry, young master. I didn't mean to, Suxian apologized hurriedly. But today, you seem a bit different from usual. While brushing Lilan's teeth just now, he actually sensed a fiercely explosive flame-like energy emanating from within him. Although it only appeared for a moment before disappearing quickly, he managed to detect it with his keen senses. What's so different? It's just that you're a little stronger than me. Lilan didn't bother to respond, instead giving him a dismissive look that said, you're finished. Lilan had no intention of revealing the matter of his awakened talent on his own. It wasn't that he wanted to play the fool or show off. Mainly because being a genius was just too exhausting. It's not just tiring. For example, his older brother gets up at 5 in the morning and goes to bed at midnight every day. Besides training, he also had to deal with challenges from geniuses from all over the world every day to defend the Li family's status and showcase their strength. He also has to give speeches at universities from time to time, motivating students and serving as a role model for the younger generation. Such a life is unbearable for him. He still prefers this life, sitting in a wheelchair every day, with someone attending to his every need. Young master? Suxian said, but Lilan didn't respond. But the next moment, he saw a ball of flames rushing toward him. He instinctively raised his hand to block it, but the flames engulfed his hand. He grabbed the flames and extinguished them. He didn't bother to speak, glancing at Suxian, who was staring at him in horror. At that moment, Lilan realized he had been tricked. Master, when? Suxian exclaimed in shock. Master, why didn't you tell us about your supernatural abilities? If you had, the clan leader wouldn't have sent you here to study. Li Lan remained silent, staring at him intently. He too stared silently at Li Lan. Silence was the theme of the night. After a moment, Li Lan spoke softly, "Lazy speaks." "What?" Su Xian nearly fell to the ground. "But master, your innate ability should be very strong, right? If you reveal it, you could attend the best schools and enjoy the best cultivation resources. Are you really willing to spend your entire life as an ordinary person? An ordinary person? Are you talking about me?" Li Lan glanced at the clothes he was wearing, which were worth tens of thousands of dollars, then looked at Su Xian with a look of disdain. Su Xian finally realized that his young master wasn't ordinary at all. He dressed better than him, ate better than him, used better things than him, and even his supernatural cultivation was better than his. The S-class genius Su Xian was deeply shaken, but he couldn't help but say, "Young master, don't you want to become stronger? Like your older brothers?" "No." Li Lan spoke his second sentence of the day. Su Xian. He knew he couldn't persuade Li Lan. He could only sigh helplessly and hoist Li Lan onto his shoulders. They walked down the dormitory building and pushed the wheelchair toward the classroom. The classroom was as usual, noisy and bustling with familiar faces. But Li Lan didn't recognize a single one of them, because he was too lazy to get to know them, let alone remember their names. All he wanted was to lie on the desk and sleep. If only he could have a Coke. If he had asked, Su Xian would have gone to buy it. But he was too lazy to say it. Speaking was no different from intense physical exercise for him. "Oh, my left butt cheek itches." "Never mind, forget it, itchy or not. The fire element is extremely angry at your lazy behavior and has begun training. Fire element energy plus 10. The fire element despises your lazy behavior and begins training. Fire element energy plus 10. The fire elemental deems you a worthless slacker and begins training. Fire elemental energy plus 10. A few hours later, the fire element feels exhausted and stops training. Useless. Li Lan sneered. The fire element is furious at your mockery. Continue training. Fire element energy plus 7. The fire element is already very tired, but to prove he is stronger than you, he keeps training relentlessly. Fire element energy plus 10. The fire element has fainted from exhaustion and stops training. Li Lan. Even training can make you faint, you're truly useless. The fire element is so enraged it's coughing up blood. Please stop mocking it, host. Li Lan. I'm just telling the truth. This was a history class, and the teacher was lecturing at a rapid fire pace. If she spotted any students daydreaming, she'd throw a chalk at them, almost never missing. Li Lan was no exception. Fortunately, sitting in front of him was Su Xian. Due to his towering height and imposing build, the chalk almost hit him, acting like a natural human shield. Suddenly realizing that Su Xian wasn't so bad after all. Actually, when choosing a study partner earlier, Li Lan had picked all girls. But his sister thought choosing girls might not be good for his health, so she switched to boys, which is how Su Xian ended up being his study partner. Now it seems that boys have their own advantages too. Plus, Su Xian is very thoughtful. Aside from having a door handle below, he is almost indistinguishable from a girl. 3,000 years ago, the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived, and various races began to rise. Soon after, the fusion of different realms began. Through our relentless efforts, we finally established a complete system of supernatural abilities. Now, humanity has given birth to many great beings like the Wood Emperor and the Flame Emperor. They are our heroes, and we should admire them and strive to be like them. As more and more foreign realms merge with Blue Star, the current Blue Star has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the Blue Star of 3,000 years ago. Within the foreign realms, there are not only countless mysterious races but also innumerable ruins. These ruins come in various types: single type, repetitive type, and more complex types. The teacher will explain these in detail later. According to reliable estimates, these repetitive ruins may have been used by an unknown advanced civilization for training purposes. They can be strong or weak, simple or dangerous, and can be repeatedly refreshed and reused. You will also enter them in the future. Alright, let's turn to page 2 of the textbook. We will now discuss the two races surrounding the Human Federation, the Wind Shadow Tribe and the Barbarian Spirit Tribe. Class ended quickly. Cheers filled the classroom. Su Xian quietly approached the trash bin behind Li Lan and brushed the chalk dust off his clothes. Master, look, I can't get it off. Su Xian pointed to his colorful white clothes. Li Lan wanted to comfort him, but thought better of it. Just comfort him in your heart, why bother saying it out loud? That's tiring. Before long, the homeroom teacher stormed into the classroom. The students immediately fell silent. Class hadn't even started yet. But since the homeroom teacher is here, it's class time regardless. The students immediately returned to their seats obediently. Li Lan was still lying on the desk asleep. This was already the 4th period. The left side of his butt was itching again. Never mind, just ignore it and keep sleeping. The fire element has finished resting and is deeply disappointed in your laziness. It has begun training, increasing fire element energy by +10. The homeroom teacher tapped the desk and smiled. Students, I have some news for you. Starting tomorrow, we'll be having military training. After a moment of silence, the classroom erupted in cries of despair. The class monitor, Lu Yuya, said, military training? That's not elegant at all. Mr. Lee, can I take a day off? If we have military training, my fair skin will get sunburned. The homeroom teacher smiled at him and said, what do you think? Lu Yuya shivered. I guess, it's okay? Lu Yuya, get out of the classroom and stand outside right now. Just say no if you mean no. You're not elegant at all, Mr. Teacher, Lu Yuya complained. She sprayed some sunscreen on herself and walked out of the classroom in small steps. Lilan glanced at him and noticed that under his school uniform, he was actually wearing a suit. This was truly elegant. A girl sat next to class monitor Wang Shishir and asked, Class monitor, what are you looking at? Of course I'm looking at Lilan, Wang Shishir said dreamily. Even his disapproving glances are so handsome. The girl? Class president, may I speak frankly? You two have no chance. Does that matter? Wang Shishir said, if someone is handsome, even if they're not in a romantic relationship, just watching them quietly is a pleasure. A boy couldn't help but say, Class monitor, what's so great about him? He's just a lazy bum. Besides, military training is coming up. I wonder if he'll still be able to be so lazy then. If you don't look at him, are you going to look at yourself? Fine. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire class turned their gaze toward him. He came from a wealthy family, had no particular talents, and was very lazy, but his looks were so striking that he could easily make a living just by his appearance. Never mind, let's not talk about that. Silence reigned like the quiet of Cambridge on a summer evening. The boy realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly slunk back to his seat. However, his words served as a wake-up call for the rest of the class. Military training is coming up. What will Lilan do? Does he plan to keep being lazy like this? That's impossible, right? Not only would he be punished by the school for avoiding military training, but the drill sergeant was also quite violent. The show is about to begin, someone chuckled. Lu Yuya was also laughing outside. Lilan being forced to do military training must look very ungraceful. Wang Shishir remained starstruck. Lilan sweating during military training must look so handsome. Military training? What a hassle. Lilan thought to himself, but he didn't feel annoyed because he was too lazy to be annoyed. The fire element is delighted by your misfortune, excitedly beginning its cultivation. Fire element energy +10. The fire element is laughing at your misfortune, happily beginning its cultivation. Fire element energy +10. Lilan flicked his eyelids and looked at Su Xian sitting in front of him. Su Xian sighed helplessly. I'm sorry, young master. Your older brother said you must participate in military training. This world is impossible to live in. The fire element is extremely delighted by your situation and becomes so excited that it faints, automatically ending its cultivation. Chapter 3, Young Master, you don't want the clan leader to find out about your talent, do you? The embryonic form of divine abilities all because I'm lazy. On the first day of military training, Lilan stayed in bed. No matter how much Su Xian tried to drag him out of bed, he refused to get up, though he had always been like this before. But at least before, Lilan would open his eyes briefly. In frustration, Su Xian had no choice but to drag Lilan off the bed and brush his teeth and wash his face. Looking at Su Xian in the mirror brushing his teeth carefully and at his own expressionless face, Lilan was thinking about how to avoid military training. A moment later. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm so tired. The fire element laughed heartily, happily beginning its cultivation automatically. Fire element energy +15. The fire element is delighted by your misfortune and begins training earnestly. Fire element energy +20. Lilan. He thinks this fire element might be crazy. The fire element is extremely dissatisfied with your evaluation and begins to trainly. Fire element energy +30. The fire element is tired and stops training. Your fire elementalist's cultivation has been upgraded to early high tier. Is that it? Lilan sarcastically mocked again. The fire element says, listen to me, thank you. Mind your own business. Lilan. It seems like it's gotten smarter. The fire element proudly glances at you and closes the communication channel. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Su Xian was about to hoist Lilan onto his shoulders. When he heard Lilan say, Su Xian, is there any way to avoid military training? Master, your older brother. Don't mention my older brother. I'm asking you. The young master had actually spoken so much today, and Su Xian was taken aback before sighing helplessly. Master, the military training is being recorded on video to be sent to the clan leader. Can you just endure today, and I'll figure out a way for the rest of the days? A moment of silence followed. Just as Su Xian thought he had been refused, Lilan nodded. All right. Su Xian was overjoyed. Then, young master, it's settled. Su Xian was known for his aloofness in the family, but now he didn't seem so aloof at all. He was acting like a child, startled and excited. Li Lan gave him a disdainful look and nodded again. If Su Xian knew what his young master was thinking, he would surely protest vehemently. He used to be aloof, and he still was, but his aloofness had no effect on Li Lan whatsoever. He felt that spending time with Li Lan was more exhausting than cultivation. If it weren't for his father telling him, those who achieve great things must endure hardships and toil, he probably wouldn't have been able to keep going. Master, should you come up yourself, or shall I help you? Su Xian bent down and patted his own shoulder. I'll just walk on my own. Li Lan was speechless. Do I really look like someone who is this lazy? The two walked out of the dormitory side by side. Everyone in the entire dormitory building was stunned. It had only been 8 days since the start of the semester, and Li Lan was actually walking on his own. What big event happened today? I checked the calendar, and it doesn't say anything. You must have seen it wrong. Go check again. So he wasn't disabled after all. Touching the Human Federation, Li Lan can finally walk on his own. Is that the transfer student from your class? I always thought he was disabled. Me too. Lu Yuya brushed her teeth in disbelief and said, Yuya, this is simply too elegant. The dorm supervisor stared at Li Lan with wide eyes, feeling as though he had witnessed a miracle. Is it really that exaggerated? Li Lan felt speechless at their reactions. He was just walking, after all. When they arrived at the classroom, the students of Class 3 also looked surprised. Some started checking the news. Some started checking the calendar. They thought today was some kind of holiday or that something big had happened. Li Lan looks so cool when he walks, said Wang Shishir, the class monitor, still gazing adoringly at him. Her slender figure couldn't help but bounce up and down, her curves swaying seductively. Her best friend looked at her helplessly. This woman is beyond hope. Lu Yuya took off her school uniform and carefully adjusted the suit underneath. Today, I'm also very elegant. These people, really, is it worth it? Li Lan felt like he wasn't here to go to school, but to check into a mental hospital. It's really that bad. Su Xian felt the same way. He had been taking care of Li Lan for 3 years, and this was the first time he had seen her say so much or walk so far. The classmates watched Li Lan sit down at her desk. Just as they thought Li Lan was about to do something extraordinary, he once again laid his head on the desk and fell asleep. My nose is so itchy. Never mind, I've walked so much today, I'm exhausted. I'll just go to sleep. The fire element is deeply disappointed in your behavior. Automatic cultivation has begun. Fire element energy plus 10. After finishing the breakfast Su Xian fed him, the instructors arrived. The homeroom teacher told everyone to line up and go down to greet them, but Li Lazy didn't feel like moving. Young master, you don't want the clan leader to find out about your talent, do you? Su Xian thought for a moment before speaking. He felt he had already begun to understand Li Lan's mindset. The moment those words left his mouth, it was like turning a switch. Li Lan shot him a glance and said, push my wheelchair over here. Su Xian said, young master, you forgot? The wheelchair is still in the dormitory. Why don't I carry you down instead? Li Lan nodded, alright. Having been carried for so long was uncomfortable, and Li Lan groaned in discomfort. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Su Xian quickly picked Li Lan up in a princess carry. Thus, under the watchful eyes of everyone, an odd couple appeared. Countless people looked on with strange expressions. Lu Yuya exclaimed loudly, to do such a thing in public is truly unrefined. Class monitor Wang Shishir felt her heart break. I feel like I've been dumped. Her best friend couldn't help but say, could it be that he's just being lazy? Wang Shishir perked up and said, it must be. He's so handsome. Even when he's being hugged by someone else, he still looks so cool. Best friend. I'm exhausted. This is over. The surrounding voices reached Li Lan's ears, making him feel a bit ashamed. But he didn't really care. After all, what bad intentions could he possibly have? He was just lazy. Fire element curses you, lazy bum, I don't have a master like you. Start working hard in training, fire element energy plus 20. Fire element hears others talking and deducts a 3-bedroom apartment for you. Start ignoring the outside world and focus solely on cultivation. Fire element energy plus 60. Fire element successfully comprehends the rudiments of a divine ability, flaming explosion. I didn't expect to master the rudimentary form of a divine ability, but it's just average. Li Lan was quite disappointed. Ability cultivation is divided into low, medium, and high tiers, followed by divine ability users, great divine ability users, and land immortals. Mastering the divine ability prototype means entering the path of divine ability practitioners, belonging to the elite of the human race. However, while the divine ability prototype is rare, it's nothing special to Li Lan. After all, supernatural beings in the Li family were a dime a dozen, and his older siblings were all great supernatural beings. As for his grandfather, the Yen Emperor, he was even more terrifying, one of the most powerful land immortals of his time. However, if Li Lan were placed in the top-tier special ability high school in Shangnan City, he would be considered quite outstanding. After all, the strongest psychic in the school, the principal, only possesses the power of a psychic. As for many of the teachers, they weren't even as strong as Li Lan. Hearing your evaluation, the fire element feels deeply hurt, starts wailing and crying, turns grief into strength, and trains even harder. Fire element plus 30. Did I speak too harshly? Li Lan scratched his nose, wanting to comfort him, but he was too lazy to bother. A few minutes later, because the fire element was too noisy, Li Lan sighed helplessly. You don't need to belittle yourself. Though you're pretty useless, being able to form the rudiments of divine abilities in just over a week is already quite impressive. The fire element cried even harder, turning its sorrow into strength as it continued to train. Fire element plus 35. Li Lan. Sigh, I tried to comfort him, but he wouldn't listen. Forget it, time to sleep. Li Lan fell into a deep sleep. Su Xian held him tightly, listening to the principal's speech, the head instructor's speech, and the instructor's speech, until military training officially began. When Li Lan woke up, he saw the instructor in charge of his class. She was a female instructor, dressed in a sharp military uniform, with a tan complexion, and looked very poised. She looked at Li Lan, who was being held by Su Xian, furrowed her brows, and said, "Why is there a disabled person in your class? Didn't your homeroom teacher tell you that disabled students don't need to participate in military training? Come here, student. Let me carry him. You focus on your training." The instructor kindly took Li Lan from Su Xian's arms. Su Xian tried to take him back, but was immediately glared at by Li Lan. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand. Many students in the class couldn't help but laugh out loud. The beautiful drill instructor holding Li Lan shouted loudly, "What are you laughing at? This is military training. Helping the disabled is a fine virtue of our dragon nation. What's so funny about that?" However, her scolding didn't have the desired effect. Many people laughed even harder. Just as she was about to scold them, a student couldn't help but step forward and say, "Report, instructor. Actually, Li Lan isn't disabled." "Who is Li Lan?" The student pointed to Li Lan, who was sleeping soundly in her arms. The female instructor was startled, and Li Lan fell out of her arms. Fortunately, Su Xian rushed forward and caught her. Li Lan was also woken up by the commotion. The beautiful drill sergeant, both embarrassed and angry, glared at Su Xian, "Put him down." Su Xian obediently did as she said. The instructor glared at Li Lan angrily and said, "Why did you lie to me?" Li Lan didn't want to speak, but he still said, "Instructor, I never said I was disabled. You're the one who wanted to carry me. Then why do you need someone to carry you at your age?" "Because I'm lazy." You. The instructor was furious and shouted, "Go run 30 laps." Li Lan didn't move, staring at him with his signature dead fish eyes. The instructor shouted, "Why aren't you running? Big breasts, no brain?" Li Lan looked at her with the same adoring gaze as if she were a cute little thing and said, "Because I'm lazy." The drill sergeant stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Su Xian couldn't help but step forward and said, "Instructor, I'm the one who carried him. Why don't I run instead?" "All right." The drill sergeant was so angry he laughed, shouting, "Since you want to run, you'll run double the distance, 60 laps, not a single one less." Su Xian didn't say much, immediately running to the track and starting to run. The drill sergeant looked at Li Lan and said, "Stand over there and count how many laps he runs." But Li Lan seemed not to hear her and remained standing in place. "Why aren't you moving?" "Because I'm lazy," Li Lan said weakly. The instructor covered her heart, feeling like she had encountered the strongest opponent of her life. Chapter 4, Because I'm Lazy, Winning the Battle, Li Lan Goes Missing. Military training can strengthen one's willpower, cultivate a strong determination to endure hardships and work diligently. It also helps you develop a strong sense of collectivism. Look at your classmates all participating in military training. You're the only one who doesn't want to. Do you think that's acceptable? What's there to be ashamed of? Li Lan said without any fighting spirit, "Actually, I really want to do military training too." "Then why aren't you doing it?" "Because I'm lazy." The entire class burst into laughter. The beautiful drill instructor was so angry she felt a sharp pain in her liver. She snapped, "You don't have to do military training, but only if you can beat me in a fight." "That's it?" Li Lan's dead fish eyes disappeared, and his gaze cleared. "Of course, no problem." This drill instructor looked like she was just a high-ranking sorcerer. He was also a high-ranking sorcerer, though only at the initial stage. However, he had already grasped the rudiments of divine abilities. If he tried harder, he should still be able to defeat her. His father had insisted he participate in military training, but if the instructor personally said he could skip it, his father probably wouldn't have anything to say about it. "Are you serious?" The instructor looked at the lazy teenager in front of him. To be honest, after perking up, he actually looked pretty good. "Of course." Li Lan nodded. "I'm a high-ranking sorcerer." "Are you sure?" This time, Li Lan didn't say anything, he just stared at her silently. The drill sergeant dared not ask him why he wasn't speaking. She was now terrified he might say those 5 words, because I'm lazy. You overconfident youngster. Since you want to try, don't blame me for being ruthless. Let us make it clear beforehand, if I win, you must obey my every command during the next month of military training. Lilan didn't even bother to nod this time. Do you know where there is an open area? Lilan pointed to the area behind the classroom building. The two walked over. Watching the two walk away, the students from class 3 on the playground looked at each other in confusion. What are they doing? I don't know. I think I heard Lilan challenge the instructor. I think I heard that too. The students seemed to have heard the funniest joke ever. That is impossible. You must have heard wrong. Lilan is so lazy he probably doesn't even bother to awaken his abilities. The students who had just spoken felt wrong. They were telling the truth. Behind the classroom building, weeds grew wild, and there was no one around. The beautiful drill sergeant frowned slightly as she looked at Lilan and said, "You can still join the military training now." Lilan sighed, feeling exhausted, and said, "Let's begin." "Alright, don't say I didn't warn you." The instructor gave a playful shout and swept her leg out horizontally. However, she seemed to be afraid of hurting Lilan, so her movements were relatively gentle. Lilan stretched lazily, his movements indeed peculiar. He took a step back, easily dodging her attack. Although Lilan was lazy, he was far from useless. As a member of the Li family, one of the top noble families in the Human Federation, he had been exposed to countless martial arts experts from a young age, and had naturally picked up many combat techniques. I didn't expect you to know martial arts? Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. The instructor was slightly surprised but quickly regained his composure. He took a step forward and swung a powerful punch at Lilan. As she swung, a gust of wind swirled around her hands, sweeping up the fallen leaves on the ground. It seemed she was a wind attribute psionic. Lilan's hands burst into flames, and he easily caught her fist, deflecting her attack. A high-ranking sorcerer? How is that possible? You're so young, the instructor exclaimed, wide-eyed. Lilan smiled rarely. Instructor, talking so much during a fight isn't a good habit. The instructor's expression changed. Watch out. She adopted an odd posture with both hands, and immediately, numerous leaves were blown up from the ground, transforming into a swarm of flying knives that rushed toward Lilan. Psionic attack? Lilan gathered his focus, and the flames on his hands burned even brighter. Just as the flying leaves were about to hit his face, Lilan swung his fist forward. Flame burst. The flames erupted. Boom! All the flying leaves were instantly incinerated, reduced to ashes. What? The embryonic form of a divine technique? Just as the instructor was stunned, Lilan, taking advantage of the ash shrouding the sky, had somehow appeared beside her. Placing his fist beside her head, he spoke lazily, "Instructor, you lost. You can't go back on your word. I actually lost." The instructor snapped back to reality, her expression dejected. She looked at Lilan in shock. "Who are you? How did you awaken the embryonic form of a divine ability?" Lilan didn't feel like talking. He brushed the dust off his body and strolled leisurely toward the class formation. The beautiful instructor took off her hat, tidied her hair, and returned to the class line. For the next month, Lilan will be exempt from military training. She glanced at the other students in the class and said. The students were puzzled but didn't say much. After all, Lilan had connections that reached the heavens, and even his studies were accompanied by a dedicated tutor. Getting out of military training was no big deal. Besides, Lilan was always so lazy, clearly in poor health, probably suffering from kidney deficiency or something. Not participating in military training was perfectly normal for him. As for the possibility that Lilan had beaten the drill instructor to avoid military training, they didn't even consider that. In their eyes, Lilan was just an ordinary person with no talent. Where would he get the strength to beat the drill sergeant? This is assuming he has no background. The drill instructor looked at Lilan and said, "From now on, you don't have to participate in military training, but you must stay within the military training area. This entire playground." Lilan didn't say anything because he had already fallen asleep while standing. The fire element is angry at your laziness and begins automatic cultivation, fire element energy plus 15. He was even snoring. Instructor. The entire class. When Su Xian returned, he was surprised to learn that Lilan didn't have to participate in military training anymore. He straightened Lilan's body, took a few videos from behind that were somewhat standard, and then joined the military training as well. At that moment, in a luxurious villa within a grand estate in Longjing, a middle-aged man with red hair opened his phone. The video playing on the phone showed Lilan standing, though only his back was visible. After watching the video, he burst into laughter. "Little lazy, this kid finally isn't lazy anymore. But why can we only see his back? His posture also looks a bit odd, like he's asleep? No, that's impossible. It's Lilan's first day of military training. She's not used to it yet, so it's normal for her posture to be a bit off." Lilan's father comforted himself in this way. Standing for so long made Li Lan feel uncomfortable. He fell asleep and eventually just lay down on the ground. But he still felt uncomfortable. He began rolling around in place, rolling from one side to the other, then back again. Until he rolled into a narrow, dry ditch and couldn't roll any further, he finally settled down. The cramped, confined space gave him a sense of security. Sleeping here is really nice, Li Lan mumbled incoherently before snoring again. The fire element is ashamed of your behavior and begins intense training, increasing fire element energy by +50. Time passed quickly. 5 hours later, it was noon. Su Xin went to the cafeteria to get his meal. Just as he was about to feed Li Lan, he was surprised to find that Li Lan had disappeared. Su Xin was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, quickly putting down his lunchbox and searching everywhere. After searching for a while, he couldn't find anyone. He wasn't on the playground, not in the classroom, not even in the dormitory. This is bad. Could the young master have been kidnapped by foreign cultivators? A terrifying thought arose in Su Xian's mind. If the foreign tribe kidnapped the young master and threatened the Li family would try to retrieve him, sparking a racial war. No, I must stop this war. Su Xian hurriedly found the homeroom teacher, who then found the principal. The principal was shocked upon hearing about Li Lan's disappearance. It's over, it's over. Once the Li family finds out about this, they'll definitely kill him. No, there is still time to fix this. The principal looked at Su Xian and asked, how long has Li Lan been missing? I just finished getting my meal and came back, and the young master was already gone. Get food? The principal thought carefully. Normally, no outsiders come into the school. Only when preparing meals do the cooks return to the school from outside. Someone must have taken advantage of this opportunity to sneak into the school and abduct Li Xiao. That's exactly what happened. He quickly called the security office and said, now, immediately. Seal off all exits of the school. No one is allowed to leave. Do whatever it takes to find Li Lazy. Immediately, a massive search operation involving thousands of students began. Li Lan. Li Lan, where are you? Master, master. Li Lan. By evening, Li Lan still hadn't been found. The entire school had been searched, and even the area outside the school grounds had been checked. But not even a trace of Li Lan could be found. The principal had lost all color in his face. It's over, everything is over. He took out his phone, opened the notes app, and typed out his suicide note, word for word. Su Xian sat on the ground expressionless, feeling a hollow emptiness in his heart. Li Lan's instructor was sobbing uncontrollably, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. If I had kept an eye on Li Lan, this never would have happened. The fire element is growing weary, and its cultivation speed is slowing down. Fire element energy +15. The fire element is deeply disappointed in your behavior of sleeping in the sewer, which has distracted it from its cultivation. Fire element energy +10. The fire element is very tired today and has stopped cultivation. Divine ability prototype, Inferno Blast, gradually perfected by the fire element. Current progress, minor achievement. Li Lan wanted to stretch, but found he couldn't move his arms or legs. He opened his eyes and found himself lying in a small rainwater ditch, with the sky already nearing dusk. Fortunately, the ditch was relatively clean. Li Lan brushed the dust off his body and stood up from the ditch. His stomach growled with hunger. Where is Su Xian? Why hasn't he come to feed me yet? Li Lan complained. Following the route in his mind, he walked out of the playground. He saw Su Xian sitting in a small corner. Like an abandoned little animal, his eyes were red, his hands clutching his legs, staring at him in disbelief. Not far from Su Xian was the school gate. At that moment, the school gate was crowded with people, teachers from various classes, homeroom teachers, instructors, and even the principal were all standing there. Their expressions were gloomy, and some even looked terrified, as if something major had happened. However, Li Lan didn't bother with them and hurried toward Su Xian. Chapter 5, Master, where did you go? Ability upgrade. Argument. Unknown danger. Su Xian, what's wrong? Master, where did you go? Su Xian quickly stood up, hugged Li Lan, and asked, Master, are you hurt? He examined Li Lan from head to toe, confirming that she was only dirty, and sighed in relief. Did you cry? Li Lan was startled and looked at him in disbelief. Who cried? It was just the wind blowing sand into my eyes. Su Xian said unhappily. His expression quickly turned cold again. Why didn't you die? If you had, I could have returned to the clan to train. You were worried about me? Get out of here. The principal saw Li Lan and burst into tears with joy. He rushed forward and hugged Li Lan, saying, Li Lan, you're okay? I was already preparing to write my will. Li Lan pushed him away with disgust. All the students broke into smiles. After the incident was resolved, Li Lan returned to his previous life. When he had nothing to do, he would sleep in his wheelchair. After waking up and eating the meal fed to him by Su Xian, he would continue sleeping. However, after this incident, Su Xian and the principal kept a closer eye on him, even assigning a security guard to follow him everywhere. Every time Li Lan woke up and saw a face outside the window, he was startled. To make matters worse, the security guard had a blank expression and looked like a gangster boss. Note: refer to the kindergarten principal from Crayon Shinchan. But eventually, he gradually got used to it. Time flew by quickly. A month later, military training ended, and the students rushed to the school gate to see off the instructors. Countless students were in tears, and some even wrote handwritten letters, asking the instructors to open them once they returned to the base. Li Lan, of course, joined the crowd bidding farewell. Sitting in his wheelchair, he waved goodbye to the beautiful female drill instructor from his class. The female drill instructor was initially very happy. But upon seeing Li Lan, her heart began to ache again, and she forced a smile. After seeing the instructors off, classes officially began. Meanwhile, Li Lan continued to sleep. The fire element is furious at your laziness and has begun automatic cultivation. Fire element energy plus 15. The fire element is deeply disgusted by your laziness and begins automatic cultivation. Fire element energy plus 15. Knowing that its master is a good for nothing, the fire element trains even more diligently. Fire element energy plus 35. The fire elemental grows tired and stops training. Your fire elemental sorcerer's cultivation has been upgraded to mid-high tier. It's been over a month and you're only at the mid-stage? Fire element, you're really getting worse with age. Li Lan rubbed his eyes and continued sleeping. Fire element. Another half-month passed. The principal gathered all the students in the auditorium to announce something. Li Lan sat in his wheelchair, pushed by Su Xian, and as soon as he entered the auditorium, he heard the principal's loud voice. Students, our academic year has come to an end. I have gathered you here today to share some news with you. Yesterday, I submitted an application to the military on behalf of everyone to enter the secret realm, and the military has approved it. The moment those words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Wow, it's the secret realm. I've never seen a secret realm before. I'm so excited. But isn't the secret realm very dangerous? Won't we die in there? A mix of surprise, excitement, and fear filled the air. Hearing the students' concerns, the principal smiled and said, "Students, there's no need to be afraid. The secret realm you're going to is just a low-level one. There's no real danger. With just a little bit of sorcereress cultivation, you can easily pass through the secret realm. If you're lucky, you might even get a reward." Hearing this, the students exclaimed joyfully, "That's great." However, many others looked at Li Lan with concern. But upon seeing Su Xian behind Li Lan, they all relaxed simultaneously. Su Xian's sorcerer's cultivation was now on par with that of a teacher. With him around, Li Lan wouldn't be in any danger. Class monitor Wang Shishir stepped forward, patted Su Xian on the shoulder, and said, "Su Xian, I'm entrusting my idol to you." My idol? Su Xian glanced at Li Lan and nodded. When did I become your idol? Li Lan fluttered his eyelids and continued sleeping. The fire element is ashamed of your laziness and has begun automatic cultivation. Fire element energy plus 15. The principal continued speaking in the auditorium. Students, joining us on this journey into the secret realm are students from 2nd Middle School. You must strive to achieve a good ranking in the secret realm and not disgrace the school. By the way, this secret realm trial is a closed trial, lasting 3 days. We'll depart in the evening. You all return to your dormitories now and prepare your luggage. The secret realm is divided into 5 levels, ranging from 1 star to 5 star. All realms below these 5 levels are considered low-tier secret realms. All realms above these 5 levels are considered 5-star secret realms. 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star secret realms correspond to low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier ability users. However, even low-tier spellcasters aren't guaranteed 100% safety in a 1-star secret realm after all. Exploring a secret realm means facing death. Labeling it as a 1-star secret realm is merely to indicate that it is relatively safe and unlikely to result in a high death rate. As for 4 and 5-star secret realms, these are the domains of divine beings. Some 5-star secret realms are so dangerous that even land-based divine beings have a high chance of perishing within them. For example, the White Bone Throne secret realm located in the Great Canyon to the west of Damning Lake outside the Human Federation. 7 or 8 years ago, Li Lan's grandfather, the Flame Emperor, nearly perished there. Fortunately, with the aid of a treasure, he managed to break through the secret realm's barriers and escape. Any secret realm represents danger. Therefore, all secret realms within the Human Federation, except for a few controlled by major factions, are under the control of the military. To enter, one must submit an application and obtain approval before gaining access. For example, the Emu Demon Spirit secret realm that Li Lan's school is heading to today is managed by the military of Shangnan City. In the evening, Su Xian pushed Li Lan onto a bus and headed toward the military base. On the bus, the principal distributed a document to each student, detailing all the information about the secret realm. Secret realm name, Emu Yaoling. Secret realm level, unranked. Secret Realm Description: Ultra Low Risk Secret Realm. Beginner's Clearance Method: stay inside for 3 full days. After 3 days, you will be automatically teleported out of the Secret Realm and declared the winner. Winners will receive Secret Realm Energy Gifts, which enhance supernatural abilities. Intermediate Clear Method: defeat 300 Grasswood Spirits to automatically win. Victors receive Grasswood Essence. What attribute supernatural ability users can consume it to enhance their supernatural ability cultivation by a certain amount. Users of other attributes may apply to the military to exchange it for corresponding essences, such as Heat Essence, etc. Advanced Clearance Method: climb the Emu Giant Tree and defeat 3 Emu Demon Spirits along the way. The victor will obtain Emu Essence. Note: sorcerers with cultivation levels below the mid-low stage are not recommended to attempt this. Top Tier Method: climb to the peak of the Emu Giant Tree and defeat the Emu Demon King. The victor will obtain Emu Essence. Note: sorcerers with cultivation levels below late stage low tier are not recommended to attempt this. Young Master, will you join me in defeating the Emu Demon King? Su Xian held the documents and looked at Li Lan. Li Lan was sleeping with his eyes closed. Though he didn't speak, every pore on his face screamed refusal. Su Xian. He knew it was pointless to say anything. Getting his young master to obey orders and go with him to the Secret Realm was already an extremely difficult task. As for going with him to hunt down the Emu Demon King, that was nothing short of a pipe dream. Young Master, wait here. When I hunt down the Emu Demon King, you can watch from the sidelines. Li Lan flicked his eyelids, indicating his agreement. Upon arriving at the military base, the students from Class 1 disembarked from the vehicles under the guidance of their teachers. To everyone's surprise, the person greeting them was none other than the drill instructor from last month's military training. Instructor! Instructor! Instructor Liu, we've missed you so much. Li Lan was drawn by the commotion and saw the beautiful drill instructor smiling and waving at him. The female drill sergeant covered her chest, recalling the fear she had felt a month ago when Li Lan had dominated her. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby. Everyone looked over and saw 2 groups of people arguing and fighting. What do you think you are, second middle school? How dare you bully us from first middle school? Who bullied you? It was this kid who spat at us first. Where's the evidence? Do you have any proof that we spat? You guys from second high school are really shameless. Who is shameless? I think you guys from first high school are the shameless ones. You have the best educational resources, yet you only beat us by a hair in every competition. Wait in the Secret Realm. I'll beat you to a pulp. Who is going to beat who? Let me tell you, our second middle school has 2 mid-level sorcerers. Fortunately, the instructors arrived in time to stop the commotion. What are you doing? You've already forgotten what I taught you last month? Daring to fight in the military zone? All of you. Immediately. Now. Go to the playground and run 50 laps. After finishing the laps, the troublemakers from second middle school glared at the students from first middle school, just as they noticed Li Lan, who was watching from the sidelines. One of them couldn't resist mocking. How does first middle school have a cripple? Are you guys from a school for the disabled? Li Lan didn't bother to respond. But the next second, Su Xian appeared in front of him and landed a hard punch on his face. The second middle school student flew into a rage and was about to retaliate. Su Xian landed another punch, sending sparks flying and making the student's nose bleed. You! What are you doing? A teacher rushed over and shouted at them. The man from second middle school cried out to the instructor, "Instructor, he hit me." The instructor looked at Su Xian and asked, "Did you hit him?" Su Xian nodded coldly and said, "He insulted my young master first?" Young master? The instructor glanced at Li Lan, frowned at the second middle school student, and said, "How dare you insult a disabled person? Didn't your teachers teach you how to behave in school?" The student from second middle school knew he was in the wrong and lowered his head, preparing to be scolded. Su Xian couldn't help but say, "My young master isn't disabled." Then why is he in a wheelchair? Because he's lazy, Su Xian said, struggling to find the words. After dinner, the students were led by the instructors into the secret realm one after another. The secret realm resembled a green black hole, appearing out of nowhere between heaven and earth, surrounded by green mystical particles, with a deep emerald green interior. When they circled around to the back of the secret realm, they couldn't see it at all. It could only be seen from the front. A squad of soldiers armed with guns stood at attention around the secret realm, all possessing the strength of mid-tier sorcerers. "Let's go in," said the instructor leading the group. Glancing at Li Lan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, one of the instructors furrowed his brows and turned to a middle-aged man in military attire standing beside him. "Captain. It's fine, don't worry about him. The secret realm is secure enough even a disabled person could enter without issue, let alone a healthy individual." The middle-aged man, referred to as Captain, held a document in his hand, speaking casually, but his mind was filled with shock. This lazy-looking teenager was actually from the Yen Di clan, the Li family. And he was the direct descendant of the Li family. That's strange. How could the Lee family let him attend first middle school? With the Lee family's power, sending him to one of the 5 great academies would be a piece of cake. Captain, what's wrong? Nothing. The captain quickly put away the documents in his hand. In the Emu demon spirit secret realm, a crack appeared, and countless students emerged through it into the secret realm. At the same time, on the other side of the secret realm, a black crack appeared out of thin air. 4 mysterious figures with strange skull tattoos on their faces, wearing red robes, and sporting black skull rings on their thumbs also appeared in the secret realm. Just as the master predicted before his death, by harnessing the power of the Holy Grail and exploiting the spatial fluctuations inherent in the secret realm's opening, we were able to force our way into this lowly secret realm. Enough talk. Let's act quickly. Now that the sacred site has been destroyed by the authorities, we need more new blood to revive the divine cult. Let this secret realm go completely mad. Only those who survive to the end will be worthy of becoming the seeds of our divine cult. Chapter 6, Wood Element, Spark of Hope, Black Coffin. Li-Lan felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, followed by a sudden clarity. He looked around and realized he had arrived in a completely new world. The world was a sea of green, overgrown with weeds and lush vegetation. Behind them lay an endless darkness. Li-Lan reached out to touch it but found he couldn't enter the darkness. This must be the spatial barrier mentioned in the book. Only with the aid of artifacts or overwhelming martial prowess could one force their way through it. Looking ahead, he saw a gigantic tree reaching toward the sky at the center of the world. The lower half of the tree was shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see what lay within. The upper part of the tree was covered in massive branches, each of which had a huge vine swaying from it, as if they were alive. If Li-Lan is correct, those should be the Emu demon spirits mentioned in the documents. Killing 3 of them should allow us to pass the trial. As for what to do after killing 3 of them, whether to leave or stay, the choice was entirely up to him. Regardless, Li-Lan closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Master, are you really not coming with me? Su Xin asked. Li-Lan laughed lazily. What? Do you want to carry me up the tree? I can't climb a tree even if I carry you. Su Xin sighed and said, then be careful, young master. I'll be back soon. Don't worry, your young master is much more skilled than you. Li-Lan waved his hand, watched Su Xin leave reluctantly, and then fell asleep peacefully. You cripple, we meet again. A few minutes later, Li-Lan heard a sharp laugh ringing in his ears. Li-Lan didn't even bother to open his eyes and asked, who's there? You won't even acknowledge me? Just now at the base, your friend beat me up pretty badly. So you're here to take revenge? Of course. Then you can leave. As Li-Lan finished speaking, flames erupted beneath the man's feet, burning his clothes and hair to ashes. A high-ranking sorcerer? How could first middle school have such talent? The teenager from class 2 turned pale, disregarding his dignity, and fled in panic. Li-Lan could hear the screams of several girls. Looks like I'll have to take better care of the ladies next time, Li-Lan muttered under his breath. Moments later, the screams continued. Li-Lan realized something was wrong, opened his eyes, and saw a group of people running toward them. Behind them were countless vine-like monsters. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the plant spirits described in the documents. However, the plant spirits in the documents were green, resembling natural spirits. These plant spirits, however, were a withered yellow, resembling dried leaves, no, more like withered vines. A student was wrapped by a plant spirit, which immediately devoured him. The roots of the vines pierced his flesh, leaving him bloodied and mangled. Help, help me, he shouted loudly. But the people around him were too busy fleeing for their lives to notice him. Seeing such a terrifying scene for the first time, Li-Lan felt a surge of fear in his heart. But the heroic blood in his veins was boiling, and without hesitation, he rushed forward. He grabbed the plant spirit, channeled fire elements, and burned it to ashes. A faint green essence entered his body, and Li-Lan felt his body receive a very slight enhancement. This must be what they call the essence of plants. Ding! Detected wood elemental energy within the host's body. The wood elemental ability has joyfully awakened. The spirits of the plants and trees surged forward fiercely, but Li-Lan ignored the system and struck out with a punch. Flame burst. Boom! Raging flames engulfed the area, releasing a massive surge of intense heat. 5 or 6 plant spirits were instantly incinerated, becoming fuel for the flame explosion, glowing and radiating heat. The remaining plant spirits, sensing the scorching heat, scattered in all directions and fled toward the massive wooden tree. Are you okay, classmate? Li-Lan helped the student on the ground to his feet, only to find him motionless. Classmate, are you okay? Li-Lan placed his hand on the student's chest and found that his heart had stopped beating. He was dead. Damn it! Li-Lan angrily grabbed his hair, blaming himself for acting too late. Lu Xian! Lu Xian, are you okay? Seeing the danger recede, the students who had fled earlier returned cautiously. Upon seeing the body on the ground, their faces turned pale. Lu Xian, he's dead. Hello, my name is Wang Qiu from 2nd Middle School. Thank you for helping us drive away those monsters earlier. A young boy extended his hand to Li-Lan in apology. His face was pale, and cold sweat was beading on his forehead clearly. The sense of danger from earlier had not yet faded. Lilan gripped his hand and said, "Lilan, first middle school. Do you know what happened inside?" Lilan asked. "Lilan, there's no genius named Lilan at first middle school, is there?" Wang Qiu shook his head and said, "We had just entered the misty area when those monsters attacked us." Others chimed in. "Are these things plant spirits?" They look different from the plant spirits described in the school documents. "Damn it! The school said there was no danger to life. I want to go home. Mom, what should we do? We have to stay here for 3 more days. I'll die here." As they spoke, some began to cry. A heavy mood weighed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. "Lilan, what are you going to do?" Everyone turned their gaze toward him. In their eyes, Lilan was now their only hope. Though they didn't know each other, they felt a strong sense of security being here. "I plan to go to the misty area. What about you?" Su Xian was also in the mist, and even though he was lazy, he had to go in and take a look. Wait. Many hesitated. After the recent escape, they now harbored deep apprehension toward the mist-shrouded area. Wang Qiu stepped forward, his expression serious. "Lazy brother, I'll go with you. My sister is still inside, I must go save her." Lilan nodded and looked at the others. "I'll go too." "We're going too." I'll wait here for you. The mist-shrouded area is too dangerous." "Me too." Some stepped forward, while others stepped back. Lilan had no objections to their choices. After seeing that there were roughly 4 people who intended to enter the misty area with him, he immediately said, "There's no time to waste. Let's go." "All right. Wait a moment, follow me closely, and pay close attention to your surroundings. Report any unusual activity immediately." Lilan recalled the content of the extracurricular reading material, what to do when encountering danger in a secret realm, and spoke accordingly. Everyone nodded seriously and then entered the mist together. Rustling. Soon, plant spirits attacked. Lilan used fire elements to easily dispose of 3 of them, while the remaining 2 were killed by the 5 people behind him. Seeing how hard you're working, the fire elemental marveled at the potential of the younger generation, thinking they don't even bother to train properly anymore. Fire elemental energy +1. Seeing their master display such power, the wood elementals are happily cultivating wood element energy +3. 2 useless fools. Lilan picked up 5 sticks from the ground, wrapped the vines of the dead plant spirits around them, and set them ablaze, creating a large torch. "Take these torches. The plant spirits fear fire, and this should be more than enough to deal with them." "All right, thank you," the others said gratefully. Just then, Wang Qiu suddenly threw the wooden stick upward, and a plant spirit fell directly from above. "Impressive perception." "That's impressive, brother," Lilan praised. Wang Qiu picked up the torch, scratched his nose sheepishly, and said, "No, it's just my perception ability helping out." "Perception ability, a mental attribute ability." Lilan said, "Perception ability is a very powerful ability, especially in this kind of environment." Wang Qiu smiled, revealing his small fangs. Just then, several more plant spirits charged toward them. Lilan swiftly took them all down with a single move. "Great! Someone's come to save us. Is anyone there?" "We're here." "Is anyone here?" Cries for help echoed from all around. Lilan shouted loudly, "All students from first middle school and second middle school, gather around me. Gather around me." Those behind him, fearing others couldn't see them, raised their torches high to guide the way forward. More and more people gathered, and upon seeing Lilan, they were overjoyed. Among them were even some of Lilan's classmates. "Lilan, it's really you. Have you seen Su Xian?" Lilan asked. "We don't know. We were following the class monitor, but we got separated from them as soon as we entered the mist. Then we encountered these mutated plant spirits, and many of our classmates were killed by them," a girl said, her face filled with fear. "Has Su Xian already climbed the tree?" Lilan looked up at the towering tree. "I hope he's okay." He was already exhausted. He had been in this world for over a decade and had never felt this tired before. But he couldn't sleep yet. Lilan forced himself to stay alert and continued deeper into the forest to save more classmates. Rescuing people was such a hassle, and he really didn't want to do it. But his grandfather had once said, "Even if the human race is weak, our Li family will risk our lives to protect them." The power, status, and honor of the Li family were all bestowed by the human race. Therefore, as a member of the Li family, he must protect this honor. He could be lazy, but now was not the time to be lazy. As he went deeper, more and more plant spirits died at his hands. Until they reached the base of the massive emu tree, Lilan simply ordered his men to pile all the slain plant spirits together and set them ablaze. Sparks flew, and the flames grew increasingly intense, reaching several meters in height. Not only did it drive away the attacking plant spirits, but even the mist swirling in the air began to dissipate. "Great! The mist is retreating," many people exclaimed joyfully. Lilan looked up at the giant tree, just as he was about to climb it to search for Su Xian. A dark figure suddenly darted straight down from the tree. It was a mysterious figure dressed in a red robe. He landed steadily in front of Lilan, revealing a face that looked like that of a corpse. There were no eyeballs, only two empty sockets. Inside, maggots were wriggling. His vocal cords seemed to have been gnawed by rats, and his voice was hoarse as he spoke. "You little brat, how dare you ruin my plans for the black coffin? Then you shall be the first to be turned into a seed." Chapter 7, Displaying Divine Powers, Slaying the Emu Demon Spirit, and the Trail of Su-Xin. Evil aura emanated from the mysterious figure, causing Lilan to tense up as if facing a formidable enemy. The surrounding students turned pale, and some grabbed their weapons, ready to fight alongside Lilan. "Lilan, we're here to help you. Lilan, let us fight together. You've helped us so much along the way, it's time for us to repay you." Lilan hurriedly shouted, "Quick, find a place to hide. He's at least a high-ranking sorcerer, and he might have even grasped the rudiments of divine abilities." From the energy fluctuations emanating from this mysterious figure, it was clear that he was a high-ranking sorcerer. As for why Lilan said he might possess the embryonic form of a divine ability, it was because he had detected a similar aura on the mysterious man. To be precise, it was similar to the aura of the divine ability Flame Explosion that he possessed. There was no other high-ranking sorcerer present besides him. If he were to face such a formidable opponent, it wouldn't take long before he was the only one left alive. Such a meaningless sacrifice should be avoided if possible. "What?" The students let out a startled cry and dropped their weapons, fleeing in panic. A chilling laugh emanated from the mysterious figure, who then extended a claw toward Lilan. "Boy, I didn't expect you to have such good taste. But unfortunately, you guessed wrong. What I possess isn't the embryonic form of a divine ability, it's a genuine divine ability." Purple flames of evil burned on his withered hands, emitting a nauseating energy wave. "Aren't divine ability users forbidden from entering the secret realm?" Lilan had no time to think, channeling all his fire elemental energy into a punch, colliding with the mysterious figure's purple flames. Flame burst. Boom! "You're a mid-tier fire elementalist." The mysterious figure was taken aback, struck by Lilan's inferno blast, and flew backward. Lilan was also stunned. A self-proclaimed master of true divine abilities, and that's all he's got? If the mysterious figure had heard his inner thoughts, he would have burst into tears. He was indeed a true master of divine abilities, but the strength of this body he inhabited had only just reached the high-tier level. He had believed that with the body of a high-tier early-stage sorcerer, he could gain an absolute advantage in this insignificant secret realm. Little did he know he had stumbled upon Lilan, this freak. Lilan approached him and found that he was already dead. To be precise, he had been dead for a long time. This wasn't the appearance of someone who had just died. His entire body was covered in maggots, emitting a nauseating stench. Lilan had originally wanted to examine the corpse, but now he didn't even want to look at it. He poked the body with a wooden stick, confirming there was nothing of value on it, before using his fire elemental ability to burn it to ashes. "Lilan, you killed a high-ranking sorcerer?" Seeing the mysterious figure killed, Wang Qiu stepped forward in shock and exclaimed. He had just thought that he and the others would all die at the hands of this mysterious figure. The other students also looked shocked. Most of them were merely low-level sorcerers. High-ranking sorcerers were like legends in their eyes. But now this big shot had been killed so easily by someone of his own age. They knew Lilan was powerful, but they never expected him to be this powerful. Lilan shrugged indifferently. "A high-ranking sorcerer isn't anything special, and besides, I'm also a high-ranking sorcerer." "You're also a high-ranking sorcerer." The students stared in disbelief. Although they had already suspected that Lilan was a high-ranking sorcerer, hearing him say it himself still came as a shock. What does it mean to have a high-ranking sorcerer of the same age as them? It was like a sparrow's nest suddenly had a phoenix appear. It made them all pale in comparison, including those who had once considered themselves talented geniuses. "Lilan, have you already grasped the rudiments of divine abilities?" Wang Qiu asked eagerly. Lilan nodded. "Can you teach me?" Wang Qiu's eyes sparkled, and the other students also looked at him expectantly. Lilan scratched his head and said helplessly, "I don't know how to teach you. I just woke up and figured it out on my own." "Is it that hard to grasp?" "Maybe, probably, a bit difficult, I guess." Many students felt like crying. They were starting to doubt whether their natural talent was really that poor. Sure enough, the emu demon spirit has also mutated. After defeating the mysterious figure, Lilan began climbing the giant tree. After easily dispatching an emu demon spirit, he looked solemn. "I hope Su-Xin is okay." He really wanted to sleep, but he couldn't. As he continued climbing upward, Lilan heard a faint, intermittent cry. "Woo woo! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! You're not even elegant! Let me out! Let me leave this place! Heaven, I don't want to die! I want to continue being elegant." That familiar voice. Could it be Lu Yuya? Lilan followed the crying sounds, jumping over a massive tree trunk, circling around, and spotted a medium-sized tree hollow in the center of the tree. Inside the hollow, a young man in a suit was trembling uncontrollably. This isn't elegant at all. I'm going to complain to the Education Bureau and the Military Discipline Committee. This isn't elegant at all. Sure enough, it was Lu Yuya. Lilan couldn't help but laugh, patted his shoulder, and said, "Class monitor, did you see the class president and Su Xin?" Lu Yuya was startled, overjoyed, and cried out, "Lilan, how did you get here?" "I'm here to save you." "Save us?" Lilan briefly explained the situation, leaving Lu Yuya utterly shocked. "I never expected you to be a high-ranking sorcerer. You've been hiding your true abilities well. I can go with you to save the class monitor and the others, but you must protect me. By the way, you mustn't tell anyone about what happened earlier." Lu Yuya wiped away her tears and brushed the dust off her suit. Finally, she even pulled out a bottle of hair gel and a mirror from her bag and started fiddling with them. Lilan nodded, unable to suppress a smile. The two climbed upward and soon encountered the class monitor Wang Shishir, who was also hiding in a tree hollow. However, there was also a emu demon spirit beside her. After defeating the emu demon spirit, the two successfully rescued Wang Shishir. Upon learning of Lilan's strength, Wang Shishir nearly threw herself at him, exclaiming, "My idol! Have you seen Su Xin? Su Gu?" Wang Shishir shook her head and said, "But I saw him when I was climbing the tree earlier. He should be higher up now. What a useless thing, climbing so high." Lilan said, "I'm going to find Su Xin now. Are you coming with me?" Wang Shishir smiled broadly and nodded eagerly, "My idol, I'm willing, I'm willing." Lilan. Lu Yuya mocked, "Class monitor, you're not being very elegant." What greeted him was Wang Shishir's powerful dunk. Wang Shishir withdrew her fist and smiled, "Is that elegant now?" "Elegant, elegant, very elegant. Start climbing the tree." The two nodded. A few minutes later, a emu demon spirit was easily defeated by Lilan, and a strand of emu essence merged into Lilan's body. At the same time, he received a message from the secret realm. "You have successfully defeated 3 emu demon spirits and completed the trial. Do you wish to leave the secret realm?" Lilan decisively chose to refuse and continued climbing upward. Soon after, he encountered 2 more people, a man and a woman, both at the mid-stage of the intermediate realm. However, Lilan had never seen them before. They must be from the second academy. They were engaged in a fierce battle with 4 emu demon spirits, holding their own. "Are those 2 the genius mid-level sorcerers from the second academy?" Lu Yuya exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Shishir shrugged indifferently, "What's so impressive about that? Lilan is 100 times stronger than them." "You're right," Lu Yuya nodded in agreement. "Let us go help them," Lilan said. "And ask if they've seen Su Xin. We haven't seen any of the geniuses from class 1 of first middle school either." "All right." The 3 of them unleashed their abilities and charged forward together. Lilan's was fire, Wang Shishir's was wind, and Lu Yuya's was ice. Each had their own unique ability. However, with Lilan present, they had no room to maneuver. They only saw Lilan swing his fist, and instantly, a roaring inferno erupted. Flame burst. 4 emu demon spirits were instantly beaten to the brink of death and then easily subdued by the 2 from second middle school. The 2 from second middle school looked at Lilan in astonishment. The girl smiled and said, "You're a nascent divine ability user? Are you from first middle school?" Lilan nodded. Lu Yuya said enviously, "Lilan, you were so ungraceful just now. I didn't even get to move, and you already burned them all to death." Wang Shishir looked down on him and said, "You're just saying that. You wouldn't have been able to beat them either." She turned to the 2 from second middle school and said, "Hello, we're from first middle school. I'm Wang Shishir, this is Lu Yuya, and as for this guy, he's my idol, Lilan." Her eyes sparkled with little stars. Swooning. Lu Yuya looked at her with disdain, took out a mirror, and styled her hair to look like Lilan's. "Hello, we're from second middle school," the girl from second middle school said with a smile. "My name is Wang Miao, and this is my classmate, Su Hu." "Are you Wang Qiu's sister?" Lilan asked. "Do you know my brother?" Wang Miao hurriedly asked, "Is he okay?" "He's fine, but he's looking for you right now." "That's good," Wang Miao sighed in relief. "Do you want to come down with us? It's really dangerous up here." Lilan thought for a moment and said, "Can you take the 2 of them down? I have something to do." "Handsome guy, I'm not going down. I want to go with you to save Su Xin." Wang Shishir hurriedly said. "Leaving your friends behind to escape isn't very elegant." Lilan sighed helplessly, "Following me won't help. The higher we go, the more dangerous it gets. I might not be able to protect you. So you weren't worried about us, you just think I'm too weak." A faint sadness flashed across Wang Shishir's face, but Lilan's words made sense. She thought for a moment and said, "Handsome guy, just make sure you stay safe." Lilan nodded and looked at Wang Miao, saying, "By the way, have you seen someone who's a bit taller than me, with a face like a statue, wearing a watch, and around my age? His cultivation level is roughly early mid-tier." Wang Miao thought for a moment and said, "I think I've seen him. He moves very quickly." Although his cultivation is lower than ours, his strength is stronger than ours. He should be up ahead now. She remembered him clearly, so she recalled him quickly. Thanks, Lilan said, continuing to climb up. Be careful, handsome. Wang Shishir shouted. Wang Miao looked at Suhu and said, Suhu, let's go down. But Suhu seemed not to have heard her, standing motionless since earlier. Suhu, what's wrong? Wang Miao asked worriedly, tapping his shoulder. He suddenly collapsed to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. Wang Shishir and Lu Yuya stepped back in fear, while Wang Miao hurriedly helped him up. Suhu, what's wrong? Alright, let us go down, Suhu said, his voice clear and crisp. Suhu, what happened just now? I just touched you and you fell down. Wang Miao looked at him in confusion. Suhu looked dazed and asked, did I just fall down? Then do you know who helped us just now? What do you mean? Suhu said, we just finished killing the emu demon spirit, and you said we should go down. Suhu suddenly looked at Wang Shishir and the others in surprise, who are you? When did you arrive? Chapter 8, Blood Moon Holy Grail, Secret Realm Core, Rescue arrives. At that moment, outside the secret realm, within the military base, the captain in charge of guarding the base received an urgent secret letter from higher-ups. After reading the contents of the letter, his face darkened, and he rushed out shouting loudly. Immediately assemble a team and prepare to forcefully break into the secret realm to bring the students out. Why, Captain? Someone asked in confusion. Breaking into the secret realm will come at an extremely high cost. The captain shouted angrily, stop wasting time. Get moving. I just received orders from higher-ups. They said that remnants of the Black Coffin faction have invaded several minor secret realms and are slaughtering students inside. I suspect that there are also Black Coffin members inside the Emu secret realm. What? The officers grew anxious, organizing troops and mobilizing various weapons to rush toward the secret realm. Damn it, the young master of the Li family is also inside. If anything happens to him, my career is over. And this young master seems to be just an ordinary person. Heaven forbid anything happens to him. The captain's hands were ablaze with thunder as he struck the gates of the secret realm with a palm strike. But the secret realm remained completely still, not even a single crack appeared. Captain, what should we do? An officer asked anxiously. The captain thought for a moment and said, call the principal of First Middle School and have him notify Li Lan's parents to come here immediately. Captain, calling the parents in this situation will only make things more complicated. But this Li Lan is from the Li family of the Yen Emperor. What? The Li family of the Yen Emperor? The officer was stunned, then quickly made the call. After killing several emu demon spirits, Li Lan finally reached the top floor. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Severe contaminated energy detected within the host's body. The system has automatically purged it. What severe contaminated energy? Li Lan had no time to think further by then, he had already climbed to the very top of the giant tree. A familiar figure stood there, engaged in a fierce battle with two mysterious individuals dressed identically to those encountered earlier. Su Xian's body swayed unsteadily, his eyes dazed, his clothes in tatters, covered in blood and dust. He swung a large sword blazing with blue flames. It was precisely because of this sword that Su Xian could barely hold his own against the three mysterious figures. The blue flame blood blade was a weapon brought back from a 5-star secret realm by a great master of the Li family. It could obtain immense power by burning blood, making it extremely dangerous and not to be used lightly. Later, Su Xian became Li Lan's attendant, and the sword was bestowed upon him. Once the blue flame blood blade is used, it will inevitably cause severe aftereffects. Li Lan's heart sank, and he rushed forward immediately. You too, let him go. Another pesky brat. The mysterious figure glared at Li Lan, his voice hoarse. With Li Lan's arrival, the situation turned around instantly. A few minutes later, Li Lan punched one of them to pieces, and the other fled in panic. Li Lan didn't bother with him and hurriedly helped Su Xian, who was beside him, saying, Su Xian, are you okay? Master, don't worry about me. Hurry to the base of the emu giant tree. Quickly, Su Xian said weakly. What do you mean? They're members of a cult, followers of the Black Coffin. They've been using the Blood Moon Holy Grail to corrupt the secret realm, but it hasn't been completely corrupted yet. The Blood Moon Holy Grail is currently at the base of the emu giant tree. Master, you must stop them, or many people will die. How do you know that? Su Xian gave a weak, mocking laugh. Those two idiots told me. They said I'd soon be one of them. Li Lan carried Su Xian on his back and rushed toward the base of the emu giant tree, leaping from branch to branch at top speed. Along the way, countless emu demon spirits attacked Li Lan, but he easily disposed of them all. Unfortunately, Su Xian couldn't see how formidable he was, because he was asleep. It used to be me sleeping on you, never thought I'd end up being the one being slept on. Li Lan continued jumping downward. After about 10 minutes, he landed safely on the ground. Li Lan, you're back? Li Lan, are you okay? Handsome guy, what happened to Su Xian? Li Lan, what happened to Su Xian? He's covered in blood and not at all elegant. Students nearby gathered around. Li Lan handed Su Xian, who was on his back, to Wang Shishir and the others, saying, "Take care of him for me." Wang Shishir and the others agreed. Li Lan walked to the tree and punched the trunk with all his strength. Fiery explosion. Fiery explosion. Flaming explosion. After landing a dozen punches, the massive tree trunk finally had a hole punched through it by Li Lan. Looking inside the hole, he discovered that it was hollow. A large green energy sphere floated at the center of the tree hollow, continuously transmitting wood attribute elemental energy to the surrounding tree walls. This must be the core of this secret realm. However, it was now contaminated. A holy grail filled with blood was placed below it. The evil blood energy within the grail was constantly being absorbed by the energy sphere, which then transmitted it to the surrounding tree walls. This is likely the reason for the mutation of the plant spirits and the emu demon spirits. Their power originates from the core of the secret realm. Once the core is corrupted, they naturally undergo mutations. Li Lan hurriedly crawled into the tree hollow and kicked the holy grail over with his foot. Just as he was about to crush it, the holy grail suddenly flew out on its own. Li Lan tried to chase after it but found himself unable to move. He looked behind him and saw that the secret realm's core was emitting an extremely powerful suction force, holding him firmly in place. What's going on? Li Lan was startled, and the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What element? Delicious food detected. I want to eat it. Immediately afterward, he felt a powerful suction force within his body, pulling the secret realm's core back toward him. Then it vanished into his body. What element? Devouring top tier wood attributed spiritual object, currently digesting. What element? Energy plus 500. What element? Devouring top tier would attribute spiritual object, currently digesting. What element? Energy plus 500. What element? Devouring top tier would attributed spiritual beings, currently digesting. What element? Energy plus 500. Digestion complete. The wood element is happily going to sleep. Your wood element sorcerer's cultivation has been upgraded to early high tier. Already at the high tier stage? That's really impressive, Li Lan exclaimed. Hearing you praise the wood element, the fire element felt wronged and started crying, beginning to train furiously. Fire element energy plus 15. What a fool! After losing the barrier of the secret realm's core, Li Lan hurried out to chase after the Holy Grail. But as soon as he emerged from the tree hollow, two red-robed mysterious figures appeared before everyone. And the Holy Grail filled with blood was in his hands. One of the mysterious figures he recognized, it was the one he had driven away earlier while he was in the tree. As for the other one, Li Lan looked at him with furrowed brows. This person gave him a very bad feeling. This man was extremely dangerous. His strength far surpassed that of all the mysterious figures Li Lan had encountered before, combined. Seeing the two mysterious figures, all the students cowered behind Li Lan in fear. Su Xian struggled to straighten his body and picked up the blue flame blood blade. I never expected such a genius like you to be in this small secret realm, the mysterious man said with a smile, looking at Li Lan. Would you like to join my black coffin? If you agree, I can promise you the position of priest. High priest, didn't you promise earlier that as long as I completed this mission, the position of sacrificial priest would be mine? The black-clad man who had been driven away by Li Lan earlier asked. That was a lie. I said the same thing to the other two. The two others he referred to were likely the two who had been killed by Li Lan earlier. High priest, how could you deceive me? The mysterious man exclaimed in disbelief. I have been so loyal to my master. The mysterious man said, considering your loyalty, you shall serve my master instead. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious man suddenly collapsed to the ground and died in a bizarre manner. Even a great sorcerer couldn't take a life with just a few words. How did he manage to do that? Looking at the corpse on the ground, Li Lan felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly recalled the horrifying sight of the mysterious man he had killed earlier. He suddenly realized. If that's the case, there's only one possibility. These mysterious individuals might all be puppets controlled by someone else. And this mysterious person had just killed the master behind this puppet, so the puppet now appeared to be dead. Even killing one of their own, this black coffin is truly ruthless. What do you think? I am a branch of the Psionic Society. If you join us, you may one day join the Psionic Society. The Psychic Society is one of the most powerful cult organizations in the Human Federation, with members not only from humanity but also from other races. Is the Psionic Society as powerful as the Li family? Li Lan asked. The mysterious figure paused, unsure why Li Lan was asking that question, but he replied, the leader of the Spirit Energy Society is a powerhouse on par with the Li family's Yen Di. If that's the case, then the descendants of the Li family's Yen Di must be high-ranking members of the Spirit Energy Society, right? The mysterious man nodded in agreement. Li Lan smiled, then do you know who I am? Who are you? The mysterious man asked, following his lead. The Yen Di of the Li family. Li Lan dragged out his words with a laugh, that's my grandfather. That's not a very funny joke, the mysterious man said solemnly. The next moment, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the secret realm's space. A young man with red hair and golden armor flew out of the crack. Little Lazy, I've come to save you. Face the justice of the law, you evil creatures. It's indeed the third brother. Among his two older brothers and one older sister, only the third brother was the most over the top. Upon hearing these lines, Li Lan kicked out a 3-bedroom apartment. Li Qin? The mysterious man glanced at the golden-haired man and his expression changed drastically. I never expected you to actually be from the Li family. Third brother, catch him. And the Holy Grail in his hands. All right. The golden-clad man shouted loudly. He swung a punch. Justice will be served. Flaming dragon in the sky. A massive flame erupted from his hands, resembling a dragon, and he charged toward the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure was instantly reduced to ashes. Li Lan hurried forward to grab the Holy Grail, but it seemed to have a mind of its own, darting into a spatial fissure and vanishing without a trace. It's the Blood Moon Holy Grail. The golden-haired man landed, gazing at the vanished Holy Grail with a solemn expression. However, he quickly turned his worried gaze toward Li Lan and asked, Little Lan, are you okay? Third brother, I'm fine. Li Lan shook his head and said, but can you save Su Xin? I feel like he can't hold on much longer. Li Qin, seeing this, quickly pulled out a golden vial of medicine from his pocket and fed it to Su Xin. A few seconds later, Su Xin's injuries began to heal at a visible speed. Xiaolan, how did you manage to survive so long in the secret realm? Li Qin asked curiously. That puppet wasn't ordinary. Its strength was roughly at the peak of a high-tier sorcerer, and that was after being suppressed. I think he must have other accomplices. This is all thanks to Li Lazy. A student rushed forward excitedly. Without Li Lan, we might have already died. That's right, that's right. Thanks to Li Lan. Li Lan is so powerful, one punch takes out a little monster. The people around them nodded in agreement, their faces glowing with the joy of having narrowly escaped death. Li Qin was taken aback. Chapter 9, Cultivation revealed, leaving the secret realm, and performing a great deed. Little Lazy, your cultivation. Li Qin couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Li Lazy. He was astonished to discover that his younger brother had silently cultivated himself to the rank of a high-tier sorcerer and had even grasped the rudiments of a divine ability. This was far more promising than when he was a child. Li Lan blushed and scratched his head with a smile. I just found cultivating supernatural abilities pretty fun. I did it while sleeping, and that's how it happened. The fire element expresses strong contempt for what was said. Begins cultivation, fire element energy plus 50. The wood element says, Master, you have no shame, but I really like you. Begins cultivation, wood element energy plus 50. It seems like we've gained another useless one. Li Lan maintains a smile on his face. You look like you deserve a beating right now, do you know that? Li Qin suppressed the urge to beat up the foolish Udo, nodded, and said, Not bad. You're truly the younger brother of the Golden Saint. What a cheesy title. Li Lan couldn't help but roll his eyes. By the way, third brother, what was that Blood Moon Holy Grail you mentioned earlier? Golden Saint Li Qin's expression suddenly darkened and said, The Blood Moon Holy Grail is an extremely powerful sacred relic and also a holy artifact of the Spirit Energy Society. It is divided into a Sun Cup and a Mother Cup. There are 10 subcups in total, 5 at the Spirit Energy Society's headquarters, and the remaining 5 are held by the 5 branches of the Spirit Energy Society. The one you saw earlier was the Blood Moon Holy Grail subcup inside the black coffin. The Blood Moon Holy Grail subcup possesses extremely powerful seduction and corruption powers. The plant spirits and emu demon spirits you saw in the secret realm today were evil spirits and demon spirits created after being corrupted by the Holy Grail. As for seduction, at this point, Li Qin furrowed his brows. Seduction is a very common method the Spirit Energy Society uses to develop loyal followers. They implant the sacred blood of the Blood Moon Holy Grail into a person's body, gradually corrupting it until you become a plaything of the Holy Grail's owner. Once you betray them, they can activate the holy blood within you, causing your entire body to be corroded and killed. In the early stages of the holy blood implantation, people exhibit symptoms such as forgetfulness, sluggish reactions, and a vacant gaze. In the middle stages, the skin begins to turn red. By the late stages, your life is completely under the control of the Holy Grail's owner. Dazed eyes? Recalling the first time he found Su Xin, Li Lan's entire body tensed up. Has Su Xin been infected? Just as he was about to ask how to remove the holy blood from his body, a clear female voice suddenly rang out from beside him. May I ask, Senior, if someone has been implanted with holy blood, how can it be removed? The speaker was Wang Chou's younger sister, Wang Miao, whom Li Lan had only met a few times before. Li Qin hummed thoughtfully, and the two listened expectantly. There are 2 methods. The first is to obtain the Mother Cup of the Blood Moon Holy Grail and return the holy blood to it. The second is to take medication that purifies the blood. However, such medications are extremely expensive and cannot eradicate the holy blood, they can only prevent it from spreading. Li Qin said, of course, if one could obtain that powerful elixir even a great sage could not match, it might be possible to eradicate it completely. Li Lan asked lazily. By the way, if someone is found to have been preliminarily contaminated by the holy blood, how will the authorities handle it? Imprisonment or execution? Wang Miao's face paled, and she quietly left. Why are you asking that? Li Qin asked seriously. Little lazy, you haven't been contaminated by the Holy Grail, have you? Of course not, Li Lan hurriedly replied. Li Qin reached out and felt Li Lan's meridians. After confirming that Li Lan was truly unharmed, he finally relaxed slightly. Li Lan felt an overwhelming sense of heaviness in his heart. It seems that the severely polluted energy that was purified by the system not long ago was the holy blood. But when did it enter my body? Could it have been absorbed along with the plant essences and Inwood essences I had absorbed? If that's the case, why are the people I saved earlier unharmed? Could it be that this substance needs to be absorbed in a certain quantity before it forms complete holy blood? The Emu Demon King was probably killed by Su Xin, and the Emu essence was likely absorbed by him as well. In that case, Su Xin must also have had holy blood implanted into his body. Once we go out, the military will likely conduct physical examinations on everyone. At that point, Su Xin will definitely be taken away by military personnel. No, I must take him out of there first. If Su Xin is taken away by the military, it will be disastrous. Li Lan doesn't believe that the military would have the money to buy those expensive purification drugs for Su Xin. Since it's not for treatment, there's only one possibility. Execution. Su Xin is his friend, his brother, and has been with him for so long. He couldn't bear to watch him die. As for the matter of the holy blood, he had already thought of a solution. It's just money, and Li Lan is the last person who lacks it. Li Lan pleaded with his third brother, I'm tired. Can you take me and Su Xin away first? Li Qin frowned and said, no, the military will conduct a check on you all shortly, you can't leave yet. Sure enough, there would be a physical examination. Li Lan pleaded desperately, but I just want to leave first. Third brother. I really want to sleep. I've never been this tired in my life. Golden Saint Li Qin hesitated for a moment but shook his head and said, no, rules are rules. Is that what you said? Li Lan looked at him slyly and said, I'll tell second sister later. Last summer, the Sailor Moon underwear she just bought was stolen by you. How do you know that? Li Qin's face turned pale. Because I was hiding in second sister's closet sleeping. Li Lan sighed helplessly, looking at him deeply. Third brother, I never thought you were this kind of person. I'm sorry, little lazy. I'll take both of you out right now. Please don't tell second sister about this. Otherwise, that tiger of a woman will beat me to death. Li Qin picked up both of them and left. Before leaving, Li Lan asked for Wang Miao's contact information. From Wang Miao's words earlier, it was clear that someone else around her had also been affected by the holy blood. So he wanted to keep an eye on her situation. Li Qin shattered the spatial barrier with a punch, forcing his way through the spatial fissure, and the three of them emerged into the outside world. Military personnel rushed over. Mr. Li Qin, good to see you. Mr. Li Qin. Mr. Li Qin, we can't thank you enough for this. No, this is what a righteous son should do. Li Qin waved his hand dismissively, then hurriedly left the military base with Li Lan and Su Xin. Wait, Mr. Li Qin. You can't take those two with you. Seeing Li Lan and Su Xin, an officer shouted loudly. But it was too late. Li Qin had already disappeared into the crowd, jumping and skipping away with them. What should we do? Those two haven't undergone their physical examinations yet. The officer turned to the company commander with a troubled expression and asked, should I go after them? If you can beat that golden saint, then go after them. The company commander rolled his eyes and walked away. The officer scratched his head in frustration but eventually decided to pretend nothing had happened. Soon, as the secret passageway opened, the students inside began to emerge. The principals of the two schools roughly counted the number of students. As they counted, both of them burst into tears. The losses were devastating. Combined, the two schools had lost over 300 students. These were all precious human lives. Every student in the school was the pride of their parents. Every student was the apple of their parents' eyes. Now they have all died here for nothing. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought them to this place. Du Dehua, the principal of First Middle School, cried out loudly. He knelt down before the students. He bowed his head in repentance. He slapped himself hard across the face. Students, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I'm the one who let you down. I failed to protect you. I'm sorry to your parents. I'm a good for nothing. Military personnel quickly helped the two principals to their feet and gave them calming medication. The company commander was surprised and said, I didn't expect only 300 to die. Principal Du angrily demanded, isn't 300 enough? The company commander hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that the casualties this time were actually much fewer than I had anticipated. According to the orders from above, the incident today had already occurred in other parts of Jiangnan province not long ago. The casualties in each secret realm were approximately 800 people. 800 people. The two principals were startled. That was an extremely terrifying number. At that moment, a soldier stepped forward and shouted, "Reporting to the captain, the situation has been clarified. According to the students, it was a man named Li Lan who saved them in the secret realm." "Li Lan? Are you certain that is his name?" an officer said in disbelief. They envisioned the handsome young man in the wheelchair. But while he was handsome, wasn't he just an ordinary person? The soldier nodded and shouted, "That's definitely his name." According to the students, this Li Lan is a high-ranking fire elementalist and has even mastered the rudiments of divine abilities. It was thanks to his leadership that most of them managed to survive in the mist. High-ranking mage. The embryonic form of a divine ability. As the two bombs were thrown, everyone present was completely stunned. The captain looked at the principal of First Middle School. The principal of First Middle School shook his head hurriedly, indicating that he knew nothing about it. "I understand. Return to your unit." After the soldier left, the company commander took a deep breath. No wonder it's the Li family of the Yin Emperor, they truly have hidden talents. I never expected this Li Lan to be a true dragon as well. A high-ranking sorcerer at such a young age. It seems our dragon nation will soon have another great master. The Li family has deceived everyone. Such a true dragon, and they dared to claim he was a worthless? The words of these great clans can't be trusted at all. "Captain, should we send Li Lan a banner of honor?" an officer asked. The captain thought for a moment and shook his head. "No need. The Li family sent Li Lan to attend a middle school, they probably don't want him to be disturbed. If it weren't for this incident, Li Lan might have remained hidden forever. Since the Li family wants him to stay low-key, we shouldn't disturb him." "Understood." The officer nodded. At that moment, in the boys' dormitory of Shangnan City's first special ability middle school, Su Xian shouted, "Master, I've been infected with the holy blood and could turn into a black coffin puppet at any moment. For your safety, I must turn myself in." Li Lan angrily overturned the dinner Su Xian had prepared, scattering it all over the floor. "Su Xian, if you dare to step out of this dormitory door today, I'll disown you as my brother." Chapter 10, Yi Mujintian, Spending a Fortune, Martial Arts Tournament. "But master, if I stay by your side, you'll be in danger," Su Xian said helplessly, picking up the bowls and chopsticks from the ground. "I've already told you, as long as you keep suppressing the holy blood, you'll be fine." "Master, the price we're paying is too high. I'm not worth it." "Whether it's worth it or not is up to me." Li Lan looked at him seriously and said, "Besides, it's just money. I have plenty of it." "Young master." Su Xian remained silent for a moment, sighed, and finally walked out of the dormitory door. Li Lan's face immediately fell. Go, go, go. Once you're gone, you don't have to come back." The air was deathly silent. Several minutes later, Su Xian actually didn't come back. That good for nothing, he really left for good? Forget it, why should I care? I'll just go back to sleep. Li Lan lay on the bed, closed his eyes, but found himself unable to sleep, his mood unusually irritable. Thud. 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 Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Could it be Su Xian returning? Li Lan felt a surge of joy, but still put on an angry expression and said, "Didn't you leave? Why are you back?" Now that Su Xian had returned, Li Lan's anger subsided by half. Having spent 17 years at the Li household, due to his laziness, he had never made any friends. Su Xian was one of them. Now this guy just left without a word. If he said he wasn't angry, he must be lying. The door was slowly pushed open, and a slender figure walked in. It wasn't Su Xian. Li Lan furrowed his brows and asked, "Who are you?" The god-man introduced himself, "Mr. Li Lan, I am Wang Kai. Since you've gotten involved with the Black Coffin, Mr. Li Qin sent me to protect you. I don't need your protection right now. The person who just left the dormitory building, you should recognize him, right?" "You mean Mr. Su Xian?" the slender man asked. Su Xian's mother is a member of the Li family, so he is also considered part of the Li family. He naturally recognizes him. Li Lan nodded and said, "I order you to bring him back immediately." "But..." The god-man hesitated. "Mr. Li Qin said you're very likely to be attacked by the Black Coffin recently, so he told me to stay by your side at all times." "I'll go myself," Li Lan said. Just as he was about to step out the door, he was stopped by the god-man. "What are you doing?" "Master Li Lan, if you go out alone, you're highly likely to be targeted by the Black Coffin people. Let me go instead. Stay in the dormitory and don't leave the circle I drew." The god-man brought his index and middle fingers together, and a thread of black flame rose from his fingertips. He pointed at the ground, and a large black-red circle appeared. Li Lan noticed the black ring on his hand and thought it must be the power granted by the ring. "What is this?" "It's a barrier ring. It can create a barrier. If you stay within this circle and are in danger, the barrier will protect you, and I'll know immediately." Li Lan nodded and stepped into the circle. A black barrier force surged up instantly, enveloping him. The gaunt man relaxed and hurried out the door, chasing after Su Xin. Sitting inside the barrier, Li Lan had nothing to do, so he simply lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Wood element successfully absorbed the wood energy from the core of the wood element, mastering the divine ability, wood banishment. The wood element has obtained the divine ability, but currently lacks sufficient elemental energy to advance to the divine ability user rank. It is currently striving to cultivate, with wood element energy plus 50. The wood element saw you sleeping and looked down on you, beginning to train furiously. Wood element energy plus 60? The fire element, influenced by the wood element, also casts a look of contempt at you. Fire element energy plus 60. At this moment, in a cave on the outskirts of Xiangnan City, a 7-year-old boy coughs up a mouthful of bright red blood. He wears a skull pendant around his neck. Before him stands a massive furnace. The furnace blazes fiercely in the pitch-black cave. Visible to the naked eye, the fuel burning inside was nothing but the bodies of children. High Priest, are you all right? Seeing the boy coughing up blood, a beautiful woman with snake tattoos on her body approached him with concern. The boy's mouth emitted a tender yet angry voice. He buried his head in her weapon and burst into tears. That damned Li Qin, that damned middle schooler. He even burned the last thread of my divine soul that was trapped inside the puppet. The great sorcerer, the golden saint warrior Li Qin? We entered a low-tier secret realm, didn't we? How could he possibly be here? The woman stroked the boy's head, her voice filled with confusion. I underestimated him. I didn't expect the young master of the Li family to be in the secret realm either. He must have gone to save the young master of the Li family. The boy said, looking up at the sky. A crack appeared in the space above his head, and with a crack, the Blood Moon Holy Grail landed steadily in his hand. The young master of the Yen Emperor Li family. Li Lan? The beautiful woman furrowed her brows. How could he be inside there? The boy shook his head and suddenly burst into laughter. I don't know. But the Li family really knows how to hide their secrets. They announced that their young master was yet he possesses the strength of a high-tier sorcerer. If it weren't for him, my plan wouldn't have failed this time. High-ranking sorcerer. The beautiful woman was surprised and said, but he ruined our divine sex plan. Should I send one of our top divine warriors to kill him? The boy shook his head and said, no need. Li Qin isn't that foolish. After bringing Li Lan out of the secret realm, he would have definitely sent someone to protect him. The boy thought for a moment and continued, however, it's still worth investigating. Li Lan is a fire element sorcerer, so send a water element follower with low-tier supernatural abilities. If Li Lan really has a powerful guardian, we'll only lose a low-tier supernatural being at most. After this incident, the Li family will definitely launch a large-scale purge of the remnants of my Black Coffin faction. Most of these low-tier divine power users will likely be wiped out. Rather than dying in vain, it's better to contribute our own strength to our master before we die. Alright, I'll go handle it immediately. Wait, let me feel it first. The boy looked at the beautiful woman's black stockings with lust. After the woman left, the boy sat up straight again. A faint gleam flashed in his eyes. The seed of the god has been planted. Half a year from now, the National Martial Arts Tournament will begin, and the era of my Black Coffin will once again arrive. At that time, my Black Coffin will finally rise again. The Spirit Energy Association? Just wait a few more years, and it'll be the little Black Coffin. In the dormitory, Li Lan, who was sound asleep, was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Li Lan picked up the phone and saw it was his grandfather calling. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and answered, Grandpa, what's the matter? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Came a hearty laugh from the other end. Li Lan laughed lazily, you're such a busy old man. You're such a child. By the way, your third brother told me that you've already become a high-ranking fire elementalist? That's true, Li Lan said helplessly. Grandpa, you're not planning to bring me back to the Li family, are you? You're such a child. Isn't it good to come home? Alright, but I don't want to go back yet. Li Lan said, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait a moment, you child, why the rush? The voice on the other end hurriedly said, wait a moment, grandfather will send you some cultivation resources. Remember to cultivate diligently. In half a year, it will be the National Martial Arts Tournament. You must bring back a decent result for me. And... Alright. Li Lan hurriedly said, cutting him off. You're such a kid. You said it yourself. By the way, do you have enough money? Enough. Li Lan thought about the billions of pocket money in his bank account and the holy blood on Su Xian's body, then hurriedly said, but you can send me some more if you want. Alright, Grandpa will transfer it to you right away. By the way, the Li family has already handled the matter of the Black Coffin. You can focus on your training. Those rats in the sewers are truly impossible to eradicate. Thank you, Grandfather. Li Lan rarely spoke so sweetly. After hanging up the phone, his phone immediately received a transfer from the World Bank. A whopping 50 million yuan. Grandpa sure is generous, Li Lan remarked, then checked the prices of blood purification agents online. The cheaper ones were 10 million yuan per dose, the mid-range ones 80 million yuan per dose, and the better ones 200 million yuan per dose. That doesn't seem too expensive after all. He placed an order for 10 doses at 200 million yuan each. They're expected to arrive tomorrow. After finishing his purchase, he went back to sleep. Your fire element is automatically cultivating. Fire element energy plus 35. Your wood element is currently auto-training. Wood element energy plus 20? After another few dozen minutes, the fire element within Li Lan began to stir. It seemed to sense an aura that made it feel extremely uncomfortable. There was a water elementalist nearby. Li Lan slowly opened his eyes and looked out the window. There, an old man dressed as a sanitation worker was climbing up the window of the dormitory building. A water elementalist. Li Yan asked, "Who are you?" Clearly, he was not pleased that someone had disturbed his sleep. "The one who came to take your life." "A mere fire elementalist, yet you dare to maintain such a calm expression in my presence? You deserve to die." The sanitation worker broke through the window. A massive water ball slammed into the barrier, trapping everything inside. There's actually a barrier. Who said I only have fire elemental magic? Li Lan slowly stood up, with shimmering green light swirling around his hands. Mu Jin Tian. Instantly, a massive vine burst through the ground, growing wildly and completely enveloping the sanitation worker. This is impossible. You're a member of the Li family, how could you possibly possess the embryonic form of a wood attribute divine technique? No, this isn't a rudimentary form, it's a genuine divine ability. You don't even have the strength of a divine ability user. How did you comprehend a divine ability? The high priest has betrayed me. The sanitation worker struggled violently within the vines. Li Lan slowly stepped out of the barrier, scratching his messy hair. You sure talk a lot. With that, he punched through the vines, igniting a blazing inferno that crashed down on the sanitation worker's head. Bang! The head was instantly shattered. Blood gushed out, splattering Li Lan's face. Li Lan nonchalantly went to the bathroom to wash his face. Then he returned to the barrier and continued sleeping. At that moment, outside the school, in a narrow alley, a gaunt man froze in place. Su Xian, who was bound tightly to his shoulder, looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Master Li Lan is in danger. What? Hurry back. Damn it, it's all my fault. I know, don't make a scene. The slender man's lower body was enveloped in black mist, and his speed increased by several times as he rushed toward the school at an incredible pace. Upon reaching the dormitory building, Su Xian saw his dormitory in complete disarray and sank into despair. Is the young master okay? It's all my fault. If I hadn't left, you wouldn't have come looking for me, and the young master wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Wang Kai's expression was also grim as he frowned and said, let's go back and check first. The barrier ring was given to me by young Master Li Qin, it probably won't be broken that quickly. Chapter 11, Body Tempering Technique, Divine Ability Mastered, Consequences at One's Own Risk. As soon as the two returned to the dormitory, they saw a bloodied corpse lying on the ground. Young Master Li Lan. Young Master. Su Xian's body trembled as he broke free from the restraints binding him and rushed to the corpse, kneeling beside it. Master, I'm sorry. He sobbed for a moment before realizing that this didn't seem to be Li Lan. The fabric of Li Lan's clothes was nowhere near this corpse. Could the young master still be alive? He hurriedly searched through the surrounding clutter and finally found Li Lan behind a large cardboard box. At that moment, Li Lan was lying quietly in a circle, asleep. He was even snoring, though the sound was faint. Thank goodness, the young master isn't dead. Su Xian smiled. If this isn't young Master Li Lan, then who is it? Wang Kai knelt beside the body, pulled back his clothes, and saw a black skull on his chest. What is this? The person from the black coffin, Wang Kai said. Judging by the appearance, he must be a supernatural being. A supernatural being. Su Xian exclaimed in disbelief. Are you saying the young master killed a supernatural being? Wang Kai nodded. Su Xian sucked in a sharp breath. He had thought Li Lan was just an intermediate-level sorcerer like him. After the battle in the secret realm, he had assumed the young master was a high-tier sorcerer. But now, it seems the young master is even more mysterious than he had imagined. At such a young age, he was able to slay a divine being without relying on external forces. Even among the current generation of young sorcerers, Li Lan's achievements would rank among the top. Wang Kai sighed, Su Xian, you need to step up your game too. There's only half a year left until the National Martial Arts Tournament. If you win a place, you'll not only receive official rewards but also family rewards. Su Xian nodded seriously, I will. However, the sacred blood within his body. Thinking about it, I opened the mobile app store, browsed for a while, and ended up splurging on a few ordinary blood purifying potions. As for the future, well, we'll figure it out later. By the way, Wang Go, will you be living with us from now on? Su Xian turned to look at Wang Kai and said, if that's the case, we'll need to add another bed to the dorm. But first, we need to fix the dorm up. He glanced at the floor with a large hole in it. The ceiling with the fan hanging down. And the windows were nowhere to be found. Windows? No need, Wang Kai said. Besides my fire attribute ability, I also have a dark attribute ability. I'll hide in the shadows to protect you. As for the dorm, I'll call someone to fix it. Wang Kai made a call, and the repairman arrived shortly afterward. That evening, all the students returned to school, and Li Lan also woke up from her sleep. The first thing she saw was Su Xin. I told you, if you left, don't come back. Master. Su Xin said awkwardly, I was wrong. What good does it do now that you know you're wrong? I've already found a new tutor, and he'll be here tomorrow. Li Lan said, stretching lazily, and continued sleeping. Master, I really know I was wrong. Su Xin said this with great embarrassment. If you know you're wrong, then go buy me a wheelchair. I left mine in the secret realm and didn't bring it out. All right. Knowing that the young master had granted him permission to stay, Su Xin exclaimed with joy. A few hours later, Su Xin returned to the dormitory pushing a wheelchair and carrying a box. Master, your package. It seems to be from the family. So fast? Su Xin placed the box on Li Lan's bed. Li Lan opened it, and intense energy surged out. It was filled to the brim with fire elemental energy stones. So many. Li Lan reached into the box, and the energy stones immediately vanished. Fire element has consumed a large amount of fire attributed energy stones and is currently training diligently. Fire element energy plus 100. Fire element has consumed a large amount of fire attributed energy stones and is currently training diligently. Fire element energy plus 100. Fire element has consumed a large amount of fire attributed energy stones and is currently training diligently. Fire element energy plus 100. All energy stones have been fully digested. Your fire elemental sorcerer's cultivation level has been upgraded to late advanced stage. Already late stage? Well, that makes sense. After devouring so many energy stones worth over 1 billion, even a pig should be in the late stage. Li Lan looked at the bottom of the box. After the energy stones disappeared, a thin little notebook appeared before his eyes. It's the body tempering technique? Li Lan was slightly surprised. Ability users not only need sufficient ability cultivation but also a strong physique, otherwise, they're easily at a disadvantage in combat. Therefore, many ability cultivators, in addition to cultivating their abilities, would also carve out time to specifically train their physiques. This body tempering technique was the specific cultivation method his Li family used to strengthen their physiques. It was obtained by his grandfather when he was young from a secret realm. Besides the body tempering technique, there was also a dragon tiger body tempering technique. However, the latter is only suitable for those with extraordinary supernatural abilities, and is not suitable for someone like him, who is still a novice. It seems my grandfather really wants me to participate in the martial arts tournament, Li Lan sighed. He opened the body tempering technique. A voice from the system in his mind sounded. Detected 17 errors in the body tempering technique being cultivated by the host. The system has automatically corrected them. The body tempering technique is delighted to have a new master and is diligently cultivating. Your physical prowess plus 10. The body tempering manual is delighted to have a new master and is diligently cultivating. Your physical prowess has increased by 10. The body tempering manual is delighted to have a new master and is diligently cultivating. Your physical prowess has increased by 10. I didn't expect there to be so many errors in the body tempering technique. Feeling his body growing stronger step by step, Li Lan was greatly surprised. However, he had no intention of telling his family. Because even if he did, those old-fashioned elders wouldn't believe him. The next day, the potions arrived. Li Lan handed the potions to Su Xin, who simply said thank you before remaining silent for the entire day. Li Lan knew he must be feeling complicated inside, so he didn't disturb him. That evening, he saw that Wang Miao had sent him a message. Li Lan, about the matter you mentioned to me in the secret realm last time, I looked into it upon returning. Su Hu disappeared after leaving the secret realm. The next day, his parents came to the school to process his withdrawal. Today, I went to his home to find him, but discovered that his entire family had moved away. Do you know what happened? Li Lan chatted with her for a few minutes before sighing. Su Hu had indeed been taken away. It seems his choice yesterday was the right one. If he hadn't taken Su Xin with him at the time, he might have seen Su Xin's withdrawal papers today. Half a year later. There was only 1 month left before the National Martial Arts Tournament began. In all provinces of Manhwa, preparations had begun to compile lists, calling on cities to select talented individuals to send to the provincial capital for the competition. After a month of selection, the participants would head to Longjing for the competition. Your fire element is currently training hard. Fire element energy plus 60. Your wood element is actively training. Wood element energy plus 70. Your thunder element is currently training diligently. Thunder element energy plus 60. Your body forging technique is being cultivated diligently. Your physical prowess has increased by 10. The fire element is tired and has entered hibernation. Your fire element cultivation has been upgraded to mid-stage divine ability user. The wood element is exhausted and has begun to sleep deeply. Your wood element cultivation has been upgraded to early divine master. The lightning element sees that the others have stopped cultivating and also ceases its cultivation. Your lightning element cultivation has been upgraded to divine power user, early stage. In the dormitory, in a dream, Leland fluttered his eyelids in surprise. After an unknown amount of time, a familiar voice broke his dream. Young master, wake up. Young master. What's the matter? Leland stretched lazily and looked indifferently at Su Xin, who was shaking him awake. Su Xin said, Young master, the principal wants you to come over. He said he plans to send the two of us, along with 2 senior students, to the provincial capital to participate in the National Martial Arts Competition selection trials. The eligibility requirements for the selection tournament stipulated that participants must be high-tier spellcasters. As for the type of ability, there were no specific requirements. After half a year of training, Su Xin had already become a late-stage fire element high-level sorcerer, fully meeting the participation requirements. Oh, Leland replied indifferently, then said, I'm not going. He then continued lying on the bed to sleep. Young master. Su Xin pulled him off the bed again and said, the clan leader has also said that you must participate. Leland's face twisted into a mocking smile, so he still remembers his son after all. Master, your grandfather also said you must attend. Otherwise, he'll come from Longjing to Xiangnan City tomorrow and say. What will he say? He'll say he'll beat your butt with a bamboo whip. Leland's body stiffened, and he sat up on the bed, saying, then push me there. All right. Principal's office. Leland, Su Xin, Huang Xiaotian, Zhang Yuanqi, whether the school can secure funding from the Education Bureau this year depends on you. The principal spoke earnestly, this martial arts competition is of the utmost importance. As long as you secure a ranking, even if you can't qualify for the Longjing competition in the end, you'll still receive incredibly generous conditions. Did you all hear that? We heard you, principal. You can count on us. Even if I can't make it into the top 10, I'll definitely make it into the top 20. No problem, principal. Understood, principal. The 3 replied in unison. Only Leland remained silent. They looked at Leland and saw that, at some point, he had already fallen asleep in his wheelchair. Although they were already accustomed to his state, the principal's lips twitched slightly. Su Xin, once Leland wakes up, make sure to tell him about this. No problem. Su Xin nodded. As they left the principal's office, Huang Xiaotian leaned close to Su Xin's ear and whispered. You two are representing the school in the competition. There are a lot of seniors who aren't happy about it. Be careful when you return to the dormitory later. Su Xin was taken aback, looked at him, and nodded. All right, thanks. I'll be careful. See you tomorrow. Huang Xiaotian made a gesture he thought was cool and smiled. Who would be so bored as to take a dislike to us? Su Xin pushed Li Xin back to the dormitory. As they passed an empty dorm room, 3 or 4 tall young men walked out. Su Xin furrowed his brows and asked, Who are you? What do you want? We're just here to see how talented the geniuses who can represent the school in the competition really are. A man dressed in a one-piece costume sneered. Half a year ago, after the incident in the secret realm, the school had covered it up and given each student hush money. Although Leland's performance in the secret realm was still being talked about at school. However, the upperclassmen, who rarely ventured out, knew little about Leland. At least he's better than you so-called geniuses. Leland had woken up at some point. He looked at the 5 people in front of him and said coldly, I'll count to 3. If you don't move out of the way, the consequences are on you. 3, 2. Chapter 12, Flaming Vortex, Improving Combat Techniques, Linglong Jade Feet. Ha ha ha, kid, are you sure you're talking to us? Just call yourself Leland? I've heard of your reputation. Today, I'd like to see for myself just how powerful you are. You're just a cripple in a wheelchair. What qualifies you to speak to us? They couldn't help but laugh. One of them whispered, I heard this Leland has some connections. Is it really wise for us to do this? A young man with green-dyed hair beside him said, What is there to be afraid of? I, Chui Mingho, have never been afraid of anyone. If he can represent the school in the competition, it's only because of his status and background. I'm the first one to disagree. Hao Gu is right, I don't agree either. Me neither. 1. Just as Leland was about to act, Su Xin stopped him. Master, let me handle this. Otherwise, we'll have to pay again. What do you mean? Are you saying I only know how to tear things apart? Leland said indifferently, then you go ahead. The 5 men turned their gaze towards Su Xin. With just you alone, you dare challenge us? Su Xin's expression remained cold as he said, dealing with the likes of you, I'm more than enough. You're asking for death. With Hao Gu here, you still dare to talk big? What a joke. Golden, water, and fire elements surged from their hands, indicating they were all elemental ability users. Chui Mingho said, "You don't need to move. I'll handle this alone." Chui Mingho narrowed his eyes. "You must be Su Xin. Today, I'll see just how powerful this cold-hearted, high, and mighty junior is." He ignited a blaze beneath his feet and swept toward Su Xin. Su Xin remained silent as flames erupted from his palms, forming a massive vortex. In an instant, it engulfed everyone present. Lilan flickered his fingers, and a massive vine shot out of the ground, shielding the four who hadn't moved. A few seconds later, the vines dispersed, and Su Xin had already returned to Lilan's side. Chui Mingho, however, was burned beyond recognition, lying on the ground in terror. "How go? Are you okay? Brother Hao, Brother Hao." Chui Mingho's henchmen rushed forward to help him up. One of them looked at Lilan with a complicated expression and asked, "Why did you protect us just now?" If it hadn't been for Lilan, he knew what their fate would have been probably no different from Chui Mingho's current state on the ground. Lilan didn't answer their question but turned to Su Xian and said, "Not bad, but you need to improve your control over your abilities. If you hurt anyone outside the arena next time, that won't be good." "I understand, young master." Su Xian nodded. "Let's go." "All right." Su Xian pushed Lilan toward the dormitory. Chui Mingho and the others watched their departing figures in silence. "How good? Should we still try to take the competition qualification from them? Take it back? If we do, I'll die." Chui Mingho slowly stood up and shouted in the direction Lilan had left, "Your strength is impressive, I admit defeat. I, Chui Mingho, swear here that from today onward, no upperclassman will ever bother you again. Let's go." Chui Mingho looked at his subordinates. "Yes." Once they had left, the students who had been hiding in the dormitory to watch the fight dared to step out. "I knew Su Xian was strong, but I never expected him to be this strong." Chui Mingho was ranked in the top 5 among the upperclassmen, yet he was defeated in a single move by Su Xian. If Su Xian is this strong, then Lilan must be even stronger. I don't think so. Not necessarily. Lilan is at least as strong as Su Xian. I often see Lilan guiding Su Xian in the wasteland behind the school. Would a master be weaker than his disciple? Anyone who says Su Xian is stronger than Lilan must be from the middle grades. Lilan already had the strength of a high-tier sorcerer half a year ago. By now, he's probably already achieved the level of a divine-tier powerhouse. That's stronger than the teacher. The teacher? He has nothing. Lazy young master, you're my god. The selection competition will take place in 10 days, and participants must arrive a day in advance. The official organizers will arrange special transportation to take them to the provincial capital. Therefore, the next 9 days are free time for them. The school arranged these 9 days as a holiday to help them relax, saying it was to ease their minds and reduce any psychological pressure. Half a year ago, Lilan bought an apartment in the city center to live in during vacations to better settle into life in Shangnan City. His lightning element was also awakened at that time, thanks to a chance opportunity where he stumbled upon a lightning element treasure in his secret realm. Su Xian pushed Lilan as they walked through the neighborhood where the house was located. Lilan asked, "Is your holy blood okay?" "It's fine. The potion the young master gave me is suppressing it, and it hasn't caused any trouble in the past 6 months." Half a year ago, Su Xian had signed a contract with Lilan, agreeing to work for him for 30 years after graduation to repay the costs of the potions. Lilan had initially refused, but under Su Xian's firm insistence, he eventually agreed. As they opened the door, a young girl dressed in pink with 2 ponytails suddenly appeared before them. She had a pair of bright, piercing eyes, skin as smooth as jade, and not a single pore visible. She was sucking on a lollipop shaped like a cigarette. "Li Nini, why are you here again?" Lilan lay in his wheelchair, looking at her with a headache. "Do you think I want to come here? This place is so small and run down." Li Nini, still sucking on her lollipop, looked up and down at Lilan with disdain. "Grandpa sent me here to see if you've entered the national martial arts competition." She continued, "Brother, why are you still so lazy? You can't even be bothered to walk." She was Lilan's cousin, the daughter of Lilan's father's younger brother. "Mind your own business," Lilan said disdainfully. "If you didn't want to come, you could have stayed outside." "Brother, I've already come. Are you really going to kick me out?" Li Nini bit her lollipop, puckered her lips, and acted cute. It must be said that she was quite cute when she didn't speak, like a neighbor's little sister. But the moment she opened her mouth, her image was ruined. Of course, it was only ruined in Lilan's eyes. In others' eyes, Li Nini had always been a cute young girl. "If you want to leave, go ahead. It's none of my business. Get out of the way, pretty girl. Su Xian, let's go inside." Back in the room, Lilan immediately flopped onto the bed and fell asleep. Li Nini looked at Su Xian and said, "Xian Gu, your brother is so lazy, aren't you going to do anything about it?" "You know how he is," Su Xian laughed. "He has always been like this. But this is too lazy. I've never seen anyone this lazy in my entire life." Li Nini exclaimed loudly. He leaped up and landed directly on Li Lanyan's waist. Li Nini, are you trying to kill me? Li Lan yelped in pain and scolded her. Brother, I'm sorry. Please don't scold me, okay? Li Nini buried her head in Li Lan's back, rubbing against him, and instantly switched to a pleading tone. Li Lan snorted coldly, his anger subsiding by half, and pushed her away. Get out of here, you little brat. Go play somewhere else. I'm going to sleep. As evening fell, Li Lan got out of bed to draw water. Glancing around the room, he noticed that Li Nini was nowhere to be seen. Su Xian was practicing his supernatural abilities in his own room. Upon returning from drawing water, he noticed a book on the living room table. Did Li Nini bring her homework? She never reads, does she? Li Lan remembered that Li Nian had never liked studying since she was a child and had always loved fighting. In 7th grade, she was suspended for a semester because of fighting. Strangely enough, she was obsessed with wearing pink clothes, which seemed to confirm the saying, the pinker you dress, the harder you hit. He took a closer look and realized it wasn't homework at all, but a notebook filled with notes on how to fight. It detailed all the techniques and dirty tricks she had discovered during her fights. Li Lan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Flipping to the cover, he saw several large characters written their master Li Nini's fighting notes. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Detected 137 errors in the unknown fighting techniques manual being viewed by the host. The system has automatically corrected them. So many errors? Li Lan was taken aback. If that's the case, I'll help him fix them. Li Lan picked up a pen but didn't make any changes directly in Li Nini's notebook. Instead, he took out a new notebook and wrote everything in it. Half an hour later, Li Lan rubbed his eyes. Finally finished. Time to go back to sleep. A few hours later, Li Nini returned from outside and saw that her notebook had been tampered with, causing her to fly into a rage. How dare someone touch this lady's things? She stormed over to the desk, picked up the notebook, and after confirming that no one had touched her precious notes, she finally relaxed. Huh, what's this? Li Nini picked up the notebook next to her and flipped through a few pages. She suddenly had an epiphany, amazed beyond belief. She was completely captivated. So that's how it's done. This can actually be done here? That's amazing. Why didn't I think of this method earlier? That's so clever. 666. A few hours later, she put down her notebook and suddenly remembered. Who wrote this? She examined the handwriting on the notebook and realized it was from her lazy cousin. This can't be. My lazy cousin? How could he be a martial arts master? Could it be that he was just pretending to be lazy all along? Maybe he is actually more dedicated than anyone else behind the scenes? It must be. It must be. Otherwise, Grandpa wouldn't have asked me to check if he participated in the National Martial Arts Competition preliminaries. Even Grandpa believes in my cousin's abilities? Cousin, you've really been hiding your true self all this time. No way, my cousin is so skilled, I can't let him get away with it. My cousin is mine. Li Nini clenched her fists and said. She arrived at Li Lan's room and kicked the door with all her might. Unfortunately, the door didn't open, but it was kicked out of its hinges. Li Lan didn't wake up, so Li Nini kept kicking. While kicking, she shouted loudly, Cousin, don't sleep. Cousin. Cousin, I want to apprentice under you. Get up quickly. Cousin, can you hear me? Su Xian, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, was startled by the scene. He had already heard that Li Nini from the Li family was a violent maniac, capable of kicking in an iron door. Now it seemed that the rumors were indeed true. Xian Gu, you're just in time. Do you have a key? Help me open the door. There's actually a doorknob there. Just turn it. Su Xian pointed to the doorknob on the door. Li Nini turned the door handle, and with a click, the door opened. She turned bright red and said, I'm so sorry. I was too excited. I forgot there was a door handle. I'll pay for the door. In her embarrassment, she had twisted the door handle off. It's okay, your cousin has plenty of money. It seems the other rumor was also true. Li Nini wasn't just a violent person, her mind was filled with nothing but muscles. Actually, I don't want to pay either, Li Nini said with a sweet smile, walking into Li Lan's room. For a moment, Su Xian felt a strange illusion. Li Nini wasn't a violent person at all, she was just a strong, obedient younger sister. I must be crazy to think that. Su Xian shook his head and returned to his room to continue his training. Li Lan, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, as if something was sitting on him. His nose also felt like it was being stepped on. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of white-stockinged feet, delicate and dainty like jade. Chapter 13, The Pink Witch, headed to the provincial capital, Li family's eldest brother. Li Nini, have you lost your mind? Li Lan shouted, quickly take your stinky feet off me. Li Nini laughed, brother, you're so heartless. So many people want to see my feet but can't. She touched her own feet, which were smooth as silk, like the finest white jade. Li Lan ignored her and simply pushed her under the bed. He continued sleeping soundly. Li Nini climbed up from the ground with a pout and said, brother, you're so heartless. Is that notebook on my desk yours? Li Lan softly murmured, Li Mini laughed, brother, you really are hiding your true self. All these years, I always thought you were a good for nothing. Li Lan ignored her. Li Mini continued, brother, take me as your disciple. I'll definitely master your martial arts and spread it far and wide. Then I'll open a martial arts school, command thousands of disciples, and go kick the doors of the foreign tribes. As she spoke, her eyes lit up. Listening to her chatter in his ear, Li Lan felt his head buzzing. He regretted writing those things. Brother, are you listening? I am. What do you think of my plan? Not great. Going to challenge the barbarian tribes? Those savages from the barbarian spirit clan could kick you into a pulp with a single blow. In the vicinity of the Human Federation, there were two races, the Wind Shadow Tribe and the Barbarian Spirit Tribe. The Wind Shadow Tribe is peaceful and unassuming. Since their habitat merged with Blue Star, they have lived quietly within their own territory. They only interact with the outside world during trade exchanges. However, the Barbarian Spirit Tribe is different. They are naturally brutal and possess immense strength. Since the revival of spiritual energy 3,000 years ago, they have constantly sought to annex human territory, leading to countless wars between the Human Federation and them. Despite this, the human race has lost a significant amount of territory to them, which has been forcibly incorporated into their domain. The people living on those lands have all become their prey. If you don't want to take it, just don't. Why curse me? Li Nini said angrily, puffing out her cheeks. Brother, come out and play with me. I want to buy something, but I've spent all my money. No way. Brother, please go with me. No way. Are you sure you don't want to go? Really? Li Nini suddenly laughed, if you really don't want to go, then let us play a game. Li Lan had a bad feeling and quickly sat up on the bed. Alright, but you have to push me. Of course, no problem. Li Nini laughed. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Li Lan closed his eyes instinctively. Sure enough, the next second, he experienced what it felt like to fly. Li Nini pushed him along the road at breakneck speed. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go shopping. Go, go, go. Pretty girl, go, go, go. What normally took half an hour was completed in just 5 minutes by her. Li Nini pushed Li Lan into a high-end doll store. The store clerk immediately smiled upon seeing Li Nini. Li Nini selected a pink dinosaur doll. After scanning the product code, the clerk enthusiastically looked at Li Lan and said, Sir, your total is 140,320 yuan. I'll round it down to 140,000 yuan. Li Lan, who was reaching into his pocket for his bank card, froze and asked, how much is that? Although he was wealthy, he wasn't a sucker. A doll costing 140,000 yuan? That was clearly a ripoff. The store clerk was taken aback and asked, didn't the lady tell you? What did she say? She came to the store today and damaged one of our top-of-the-line redwood cabinets, 3 mirrors, and a limited-edition ceramic doll. We can provide receipts and invoices for all of these items. The clerk finished speaking and pointed to an empty space nearby, which must have been the accident site. So it was all planned out in advance. No wonder all the money was gone. Li Lan sighed and swiped his card to pay. The same routine repeated itself several times. By the time Li Lan was being pushed along the way home, he calculated that he had spent over 80,000 yuan today. Li Nini, sucking on a lollipop and humming a tune, was bouncing along with a pile of stuff on her back. It was clear she was having a great time. Well, it doesn't matter. She'll be leaving in a few days anyway. I'll just have to endure it a little longer. Just then, Li Lan suddenly noticed someone following him. There were about 3 of them, all psychics, with strength roughly at the mid-low level. Their gaze wasn't on Li Lan, but on Li Nini behind him, with an evil expression. Li Lan furrowed his brows. It seemed that the old ancestor's saying, a hero uses martial arts to break the rules, did indeed hold some truth. Since he wasn't afraid of them, Li Lan didn't immediately stop them. Instead, he wanted to see when they would come out on their own. As they passed through a dark alley, they couldn't resist stepping forward. Little sister, hello. Li Nini frowned at them and asked, what do you want? What else could we want? Of course we want to play games with you. Play games? Really? Li Nini asked innocently, can my brother join too? The leader glanced at Li Lan beside him and laughed, it's possible, but your brother might not be able to join us. After all, this game doesn't allow disabled people. One of the men behind him leered at Li Lan and said, big brother, I think letting him join isn't a bad idea. Look at how soft and delicate his skin is. Li Lan's expression froze. Li Nini quickly pushed him away and said innocently, it's such a pity that I can't play with my brother. I'll push him away myself. Wait for me, okay? Alright. The men laughed happily. Li Lan was pushed out of the alley by Li Niannian, who then skipped back alone. Li Lan wasn't very worried about her, because he knew that even if all those men combined, they wouldn't be a match for Li Nini alone. After all, Li Nini was a mid to late stage power type ability awakener. Plus, she had been trained in the Li family since childhood, so even some high-tier spellcasters might not be able to overpower her. I hope nothing serious happens, or else we'll be in trouble again. Li Lan sat quietly in his wheelchair, waiting for her to return. As he had expected, the next moment, the alley was filled with the sound of agonizing screams. And Li Nini's innocent laughter. Miss, spare my life. No, my life. It hurts. It hurts. Run away. This woman is a devil. Run away. Don't run. Let us play together. You said you wanted to play games with me, didn't you? A lying brother isn't a good brother. A few minutes later, 3 naked men were dragged out of the alley by Li Nini. Their lower bodies were already a mess of blood and flesh. Their faces were bruised and swollen. Their bodies were covered in red, blue, and purple bruises. What do you want to do now? Of course, we're going to keep playing games with them. Li Nini showed her little fangs and said, Brother, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Li Lan watched as Li Mian dragged the 3 men up to a traffic light, then threw them off the top, tying one end of the rope to the traffic light. The 3 men swung back and forth in mid-air, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Li Nini happily returned to Li Lan's side and said, Brother, let's go. That's ruthless. Li Lan nodded. The 3 men's screams echoed from behind. A crowd rushed to gather below them, some chatting, while others pulled out their phones to take photos or record short videos to post on social media. Back home, Li Lan could finally sleep soundly. The fire element began its diligent training again, fire element energy plus 30. The wood element was drowsy but began training anyway. Wood element energy plus 10? The lightning element is full of energy and trains with vigor, lightning element energy plus 25. Su Xin continued his training. As for Li Nini, she went straight to practice martial arts as soon as she got home. Fortunately, Li Lan bought a large enough house, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to withstand her constant activity. 8 days later, there were only 2 days left until the selection tournament began. Li Lan received a notice from the school early in the morning, instructing them to go to the school. They said there was something they needed to discuss with them. When they arrived at school, the principal had them fill out several forms, which were likely liability waivers and other related documents. They also explained the specific details of the competition. Like ordinary competitions, the selection round would be conducted in a one-on-one format. No weapons, potions, or other auxiliary items were allowed during the competition. Winners would advance to the next round. If they lost in the final rounds, they could participate in the elimination round and return to the competition. That's the gist of it. Is there anything else I need to clarify? Principal Du said seriously. The 4 shook their heads, indicating they understood. Since that's the case, I won't say anything else. You can stay at the school tonight or go home. Tomorrow at noon, there will be someone sent to pick you up and take you to the provincial capital. Of course, you can go on your own if you prefer, but please inform the school in advance to avoid any concerns. All right. The 3 of them spoke in unison. The 4 looked at Li Lan. As expected, he had fallen asleep again. As the 4 of them left the principal's office, a familiar figure appeared before them. It was Cui Mingho. Su Xin furrowed his brows. Cui Mingho hurriedly explained, Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble. The principal asked me to serve as your guide for this competition. Guide? Su Xin was puzzled, not understanding why a competition needed a guide. Huang Xiaotian laughed. Cui Mingho studied all the top competitors in the province to prepare for the selection competition. But in the end, the principal didn't let him participate and chose you instead. He was so angry he almost jumped off the 4th floor. No wonder he was so angry back then. Su Xin nodded. You, Huang Xiaotian, you sure have a big mouth. Cui Mingho glared at Huang Xiaotian and turned to the others, saying, The principal has already told you everything. He asked me to be your guide, mainly to explain the participants of this competition to you. I'll start with the most popular ones. There are 5 top contenders in this competition. They are Leishou Duanzidao, Dulang Wu Tianxi, Yan Gongzi Jinming, Shui Sanhua Su Waniwa, and Ngen Wu Liqui. The first 4 are all from the provincial capital, while the last one, Wu Liuqi, comes from Yiyang City, which is adjacent to Shangnan City. Moreover, 2 years ago, he was taken in as a direct disciple by Tongmen's Ghost Moon Elder. His abilities include dark elements and night vision, and his strength is already at the level of a divine ability user, though the exact number of divine abilities he possesses is unknown. Leishou is the direct descendant of the Lei family, a prominent clan in the provincial capital with a special affinity for lightning. By the time Li Lan returned home, it was already noon. He had planned to enjoy a good sleep and wait for the competition to begin. However, as soon as he arrived home, he received a call from his older brother. Hey, older brother, aren't you at the military zone? How come you have time to call me? A deep, magnetic voice came from the other end. I just suddenly felt like calling you. Is that okay? Of course you can. Call whenever you want. Li Lan deliberately yawned loudly, indicating that he was going to sleep. But his older brother seemed to ignore him and said, You should still be in Shangnan, right? I hear you've changed a lot lately. Even grandfather has been praising you. I'm currently in the provincial capital of Jiangnan province and will be heading to the border to join the battle in 2 days. Come over here now so we can meet up. I'd like to see how strong you've become. Chapter 14, Xingyang Young Emperor. The competition is about to begin, pre-match chaos, and a strange man in a suit. Li Lan hung up his older brother's call and immediately called for a private jet to fly to the provincial capital. The plane landed slowly on the helipad of the 5-star hotel where his older brother was staying. Su Xian pushed Li Lan off the plane. A waiter approached them with utmost respect. Good evening, distinguished guests. Do you have a reservation? We don't have a reservation. My young master is here to find someone, Su Xian replied. During the long flight, Li Lan had already fallen asleep. May I ask who your young master is looking for? I'll check if there are any notes, the attendant said with a smile, unlike the rude service scene in those cheesy TV dramas where they mock customers who aren't spending money. Li Qingyang. The gentleman is in the presidential suite. Please follow me. Upon hearing the name, the staff member bowed respectfully and hurriedly led the way. The attendant led the two to a grand, ornate door and knocked gently. Mr. Li, your guest has arrived. Come in. A magnetic and powerful voice came from inside. Although the voice was soft, the two heard it clearly. The waiter carefully pushed open the door, allowing Su Xian to push Li Lan inside. What greeted their eyes was a spacious reception room filled with various expensive paintings. A young man was sitting at the table, engrossed in reading a copy of The Art of War by Sun Tzu. He had red hair tied in a short ponytail, a well-proportioned build, and muscles that exuded masculine beauty. His waistline was smooth, and his abdominal muscles were defined like carvings, making him utterly irresistible to women. He resembled an emperor ruling over the world, exuding a majestic aura even as he sat there quietly. He is Li Qingyang, the eldest son of the Li family. 7 years ago, during a war against the Manling tribe, he sacrificed his life to slay 3 of their great sorcerers, saving hundreds of thousands of civilians and earning fame in a single battle. As the eldest grandson of the Flame Emperor, he is also reverently referred to as the Young Emperor. The eldest son. Su Xian exclaimed excitedly, as if he had seen his idol. Li Qingyang nodded and glanced at Li Lan in the wheelchair, furrowing his brows slightly. Still so lazy. Should I wake the young master? No need. Let him sleep. Li Qingyang said, sit down and tell me what's happened over the past half year. Li Lan woke up and heard his older brother talking to Su Xian. He's usually so lazy, then he secretly practices alone. Why would he do that? I don't know either. Li Lan. What does secretly practicing alone mean? He's never even practiced before. It's all those abilities practicing on their own. Little lazy, you're awake? Come on, let us have a few rounds. Li Qingyang put down his book and looked at Li Lan. Li Lan nodded, rubbing his sleepy eyes. The two entered a spacious training room. In the era of spiritual energy revival, a training room was standard equipment for a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. I'll hold back my strength. Just attack me with all your might. All right. Li Lan's fists ignited with flames as he used the martial arts techniques he had learned to attack his older brother. However, Li Qingyang seemed to anticipate his attack, shifting his feet slightly to the side and dodging the blow. Too slow. Little lazy, speed is essential in battle. Li Qingyang looked like a stern elder, yet also like an invincible general, imparting wisdom to his younger brother or subordinates. Got it, big brother. Li Lan shouted, this time choosing not to engage in close combat. Instead, he gathered fiery energy into his fist and swung it through the air. The flames erupted, forming a fierce giant tiger that charged forward. Not bad, you've improved. But it's still not enough. Li Qingyang leaped into the air, dodging the tiger's attack, and said, a soldier must adapt to changing circumstances and use strategy to achieve victory. Can you just speak plainly? Li Lan quickly processed the meaning of those words in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed several bags of lime piled in the corner of the training room. Got it. He quickly swung his fist again to block his older brother's gaze. Then he sprinted toward the bags of lime. He remembered his older brother's position. He grabbed a bag of lime and threw it into the air, shattering it. A cloud of lime filled the air, instantly blinding both of them. Li Lan felt a burning pain in his eyes, but he had no time to think about it. He quickly ran to the position he had just memorized, lit a fire, swung his fist, and struck with all his might. In an instant, all the lime in the training room vanished. Li Qingyang gripped Li Lan's fist with his right hand and said with satisfaction, it seems you've made significant progress recently. However, your combat techniques are still too rough and need more practice. No wonder he's the older brother, he even knows that. His combat techniques were derived from Li Mimi's notes, but the techniques in those notes were too sparse, and he hadn't learned much from them. Therefore, in his older brother's eyes, these combat techniques were naturally considered raw. I understand, big brother. Alright, it's getting late. I just received word that we need to leave. Li Qingyang looked at Li Lan and said, Little Lan, I'll wait for you on the battlefield. Li Lan nodded. Big brother, stay safe. After Li Qingyang left, Li Lan collapsed exhausted onto the sofa. I'm so tired. If only I could stay here forever. He closed his eyes. He didn't know how long it had been when Su Xian woke him up and fed him. The next day, he rested all day. On the third day, the two of them received a call from the principal. They were told that they had arrived and were to go to the provincial stadium to participate in the competition. When the two arrived at the stadium, it was already packed with people. However, most of them were spectators. Li Lan, over here. They heard someone calling them and looked over to see Cui Mingho waving at them. Su Xian pushed Li Lan toward him. Cui Mingho handed each of them a list and said, Su Xian, your opponent is Du from the Mingda Supernatural Elite class. Li Lan, your opponent is a bit tricky Fan Long from class 1 of Jiangnan First High School, a strength-type psychic. He recently defeated a divine psychic with the strength of a high-ranking sorcerer. Su Xian took the list, glanced at Li Lan, who was already asleep, and took Li Lan's copy as well. I've said all this, and you've already fallen asleep. Cui Mingho's mouth twitched. At that moment, amidst the crowd, a pair of eyes suddenly locked onto Li Lan. Zhuang, what's wrong? The person next to the gaze's owner asked. The man called Zhuang glared at Li Lan with a malicious expression and said, Brother, a few days ago, I was beaten by that person's sister. Are you asking me to avenge you? The young man frowned. He was one of the participants in this competition, named Chu Wu. That's right. Brother, I just happened to glance at his sister on the street, and she immediately beat me up, calling me a disgusting loser. After beating me, she stripped me naked and hung me from a traffic light. Chu Zhuang said angrily. But the competition is about to start. The disciplinary committee will have something to say about private fights. What are you afraid of? They're not participants. Today, I followed you to the provincial capital and kept an eye on the participants from our city. I'm sure those two aren't among them. They're probably just here to watch the match. Alright then. Chu Wu sighed helplessly, glancing at the other person beside him. Huang Lian, go help my brother handle this matter. Hurry up, we'll enter the arena together later. Got it, Xiao Gu. Huang Lian nodded. Let's go, Xiao Zhuangzi. Alright, Huang. Wait a minute, you're going to beat that cripple to a pulp. He really pissed me off the other day. I've never been so humiliated in my entire life. Su Xian pushed Li Lan along the street when they were suddenly stopped by someone. Hey, buddy, can I borrow a light? Huang Lian held a pack of Fuyang Wang cigarettes and scrutinized the two men. This didn't look good. Su Xian said in a low voice, sorry, we don't smoke, and we don't have a lighter. He was about to leave when Huang Lian grabbed the wheelchair. You don't have a lighter, but the guy in the wheelchair must have one, right? Let go. Su Xian said firmly, I'll say it again, let go of your hands. What did you say? I said let go of your hands. Su Xian repeated. Dare to insult me? I'll beat you to death. Huang Lian swung a punch at Su Xian. In an instant, flames erupted from Su Xian's body, forming a whirlpool that swept Huang Lian into its center. A few seconds later, Huang Lian sat on the ground, his face filled with terror. You. What are you doing? What are you doing? At that moment, security personnel rushed over from the surrounding area and shouted, private fights are prohibited in the competition area. Don't you know that? Sir, it was them who started it first. The people around here can vouch for me, Su Xian said. The people around nodded in agreement. Some even took the time to briefly recount what had just happened. The staff checked the IDs of the few people involved, then looked at Huang Lian sitting on the ground and said angrily, great, the attacker is a participant. Come with us. Su Xian looked at Li Lan, who had woken up at some point. Master, let's go. Alright, Li Lan replied. Glancing at Chu Zhuang, who was bruised and swollen, he whispered, it's important to know one's place. Master, do you know him? I don't know him. Su Xian pushed Li Lan through the crowd. Young master. Chu Zhuang stood frozen in disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his body. What is his status? A contestant and such a strong one at that actually called him master. Have I gotten myself into trouble with some big shot? He wanted to slap himself twice. Suddenly, a large hand slapped him across the face. Who dares to hit me? Chu Zhuang angrily looked over and realized it was his older brother. You little brat, didn't you say he wasn't a contestant? I didn't know. Get out of here right now. You good for nothing troublemaker. Chu Wu shouted angrily. Xiao Zhuang fled in panic. At that moment, a young man in a white suit approached Chu Wu and asked, what is going on? Xiao Wu's face lit up with a smile and said, Master, why did you come? My younger brother just caused trouble, so I came to discipline him. The man in the white suit said, the competition is about to begin. Since you didn't go, I came to check on you. Let's go now, Chu Wu said with an admiring expression. His master had risen to prominence like a star from another world just 6 months ago, rising from an intermediate-level sorcerer to a divine being in just half a year. To him, his master was a god-like figure. If it weren't for his master's instructions to keep a low profile, he would have already been bragging about his master's achievements to everyone. The man in the white suit replied, glancing at Li Lan's departing figure with surprise. Master, what's wrong? The man in the suit didn't respond to his question. Instead, he looked at Li Lan, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Li Lan, interesting. Chapter 15, the match begins, the White Reaper, Su Xian in danger. The sports field was packed with people, with spectators filling the outer perimeter. The inner circle was occupied by the participants of the competition, their coaches, or rather their parents, and their entourage. At the center of the stadium stood 10 massive platforms, each surrounded by staff maintaining order. Bright lights shone down on each platform. Journalists from major media outlets and popular online influencers all focused their attention on the 5 geniuses who were the favorites to win the championship, as mentioned earlier by Cui Mingho. Everyone, look! That's Leisho Duan Zitao, the young master of the Duan family from the provincial capital. At just 23 years old, he has already entered the realm of the divine, with a bright future ahead of him. A reporter shouted, aiming his camera at the position of Jiangnan First High School. Everyone turned their gaze to see a cold and arrogant young man sitting quietly, holding a steaming cup of coffee. Wow, he's so handsome. Mr. Duan, I love you. Mr. Duan, marry me. The voices of countless female fans echoed from the surrounding crowd, among them were also male fans. They stared at Duan Zitao with fervent eyes, as if they wanted to strip him naked and devour him. But Duan Zitao merely glanced at them indifferently before looking away. He's so full of himself. I'm so jealous, Huang Xiaotian glared at Duan Zitao inside the Jiangnan No. 1 high school stadium, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Cui Mingho patted his shoulder and comforted him, don't worry, you'll never be able to compare to him. He was part of the entourage from Shangnan No. 1 high school and had the privilege of entering the inner field. If you can't speak, just shut up. Huang Xiaotian glared at him. Zhang Yuanqi and Principal Du simply smiled and said nothing. Su Xian was massaging Li Lan's shoulders. Li Lan, as usual, was sound asleep. Following behind were Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi, I Prince Xin Ming, Water Lily Su Wanyue, and Dark Sword Wu Liqui, among others, whose appearances pushed the atmosphere to a whole new high. However, compared to the previous few, Wu Liuqi seemed to attract little attention. He was dressed all in black, wrapped tightly in his clothes, and wearing a black mask, making it impossible for others to see his face. Apart from Leisho Duan Zitao, the most popular figure was Water Lily Su Wanyu. With her charming appearance, she had won over countless male fans. Inside the venue of Wancheng First High School, Xiao Wu looked at them with disdain, a bunch of trash. They don't know your master's true strength. Otherwise, they'd all be at your master's mercy. Not defeated, but amazed, said the man in the white suit sitting beside him with a sigh. As the master says, Xu Wu hurriedly replied. Behind them, the principal of Wancheng First High School furrowed his brows and said, Fang Heng, if possible, I hope you can win the championship of this competition. You could have been low-key before, but now is not the time for that. The man in the white suit nodded and smiled, yes, principal. Among the media and influencers, many were drawn to Li Lan's handsome face and gave him close-ups. But when they saw Li Lan sitting in a wheelchair, they all sighed in disappointment, assuming he was just a school staff member. The competition began. Since all the matches at Shangnan Middle School took place on the third stage in front of them, they only focused on the third stage. The first match on the third stage pitted Jiangnan First High School's Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi against a student from the Mingda Special Abilities Elite class. The Mingda Special Abilities Elite class? My opponent is also from that class. Is their school really that strong? Su Xian asked Cui Mingho. To be precise, it's only that one class that's strong. Cui Mingho thought for a moment and said, the participants from the Mingda Supernatural Elite class are the most numerous after Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Speaking of which, that Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi used to be a student in their class before he was poached by Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Su Xian nodded. Feeling the temperature inside was a bit high, he specifically found a fan to cool Li Lan. Huang Xiaotian looked at him helplessly and said, Su Xian, you've become Li Lan's mother. At the third-tier competition arena, a bystander from the Mingda Special Abilities Elite class looked at Wu Tianxi, the poisonous wolf, with a mocking smile on his face. Senior brother, it's been a long time. Enough talk, let's get started. Wu Tianxi's eyes emitted a green glow, and his teeth began to grow longer, forming fangs. Even his nails began to grow, forming a pair of sharp green claws. Cui Mingho whispered, this Wu Tianxi is a rare individual with both poison element and wolf-type beast transformation abilities. It's said that once he reaches the Great Sage realm, he can transform himself into a poisonous wolf. A passerby's feet began to frost over, and the cold air on his hands condensed into an icy sword. He held the ice sword and took a big step forward, lunging toward Wu Tianxi. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle for several rounds, and ultimately, the passerby was kicked out of the arena by Wu Tianxi. As he hit the ground, he spat out black, foul-smelling blood and collapsed unconscious. Wu Tianxi wins, the referee announced loudly. The staff around the ring turned pale and shouted, call a doctor. Call a doctor. Someone's been poisoned. Wu Tianxi, you heartless bastard, the members of the Mingda Special Abilities class shouted angrily. This Wu Tianxi really knows how to strike hard, Huang Xiaotian exclaimed. He even went that far with his former classmate. Cui Mingho whispered again, that's nothing. I know something even more shocking. What? What? Hurry up and tell us. Huang Xiaotian looked eager to hear more. Cui Mingho lowered his voice and said, I heard that when Wu Tianxi was a child, his father was an alcoholic who abused him. After he awakened his abilities, the first thing he did was kill his father. Whoa! Huang Xiaotian and Zhang Yuanqi both sucked in their breath in shock. Cui Mingho wanted to continue. But when Wu Tianxi looked over this way, he quickly shut his mouth in fear. Time passed slowly. Zhang Yuanqi and Huang Xiaotian took the stage one after another, facing opponents who weren't very strong, and managed to win their matches by sheer luck. The next match is Su Xian from Shangnan First High School against Diyu from the Mingda Supernatural Elite class. Su Xian put down his fan. Li Lan woke up, knowing that Su Xian had already won, and went back to sleep. As expected, Su Xian took the stage and defeated his opponent with a single move, drawing the attention of many. One move impressive. I didn't expect Shangnan No. 1 High School to have such a genius. But compared to the top geniuses, he's still a bit weaker. After a few more matches, it was finally Li Lan's turn. The next match, Li Lan from Shangnan No. 1 High School vs Fan Long from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Master, your match has begun. Su Xian nudged Li Lan. But Li Lan merely flicked his eyelids. A faint snore could be heard. Principal Du nearly overturned his wheelchair in frustration. The next match, Li Lan from Shangnan No. 1 High School vs Fan Long from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. The referee's voice rang out again. With no other choice, Su Xian could only push Li Lan's wheelchair onto the stage. Seeing this, countless people widened their eyes in shock. What the hell is going on here? Is Li Lan disabled? How dare Shangnan No. 1 High School let a disabled person compete? I envy Fan Long, he's getting an easy win. The referee looked at the list in his hand with confusion. It clearly stated that Li Lan was a healthy person, and his physical condition was excellent in all aspects. Su Xian whispered to the referee, Referee, this is how my young master is. Please announce the start of the match. This is nonsense. The referee's beard twitched with anger, but since the rules didn't prohibit using a wheelchair, he could only announce, it has been confirmed that this is Li Lan. The match begins. Fan Long let out a sinister laugh and said, since that's the case, I'll take this victory. The next moment, a burst of flames erupted beneath his feet, and with a loud bang, he appeared outside the ring. Fan Long sat up from the ground, stunned. Not only was he stunned, but the audience in the stadium, including the referee, were all stunned. What on earth is happening? I don't know. How did Fan Long suddenly fly out of the arena? It looked like an explosion happened under his feet just now. At that moment, a hoarse voice came from the direction of the podium. Ring 3, Li Lan wins. Upon hearing this, the referee finally reacted and also declared Li Lan the winner. Instantly, the crowd erupted in chaos. What just happened? That was so fast. I didn't even see when Li Lan made his move. Me neither. It seems like an underdog has emerged. Young master, you really? Su Xian, who hadn't returned to the inner courtyard yet, could only come back and reluctantly take Li Lan back. Fan Long slowly stood up from the ground, but suddenly his legs gave way. Intense pain shot through him, causing him to fall back to the ground. Is this from the explosion just now? He suddenly realized what had happened and looked fearfully in the direction Li Lan had left, his body drenched in cold sweat. In the end, he was helped back to the rest area where his class was located by a teacher from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School touched Fan Long's leg and looked shocked. What's wrong, principal? Someone asked. Comminuted fracture. What? Who on earth is this Li Lan? I hope he's an interesting opponent, Lei Shou muttered to himself while sipping his coffee. The podium. A judge looked blankly at the white-haired judge beside him and asked, Old Tian, why did you just? The old man replied calmly, he is from the Li family. If I'm not mistaken, the technique he used earlier was the Li family's hereditary fire-based divine ability, Flame Explosion. The Li family. The judges widened their eyes and exclaimed, the Li family of the Yin Emperor? The old man nodded with a smile. Master Tian, do you think he has a good chance of winning? Let's wait and see. Those aristocratic families could even turn a pig into a master of divine abilities if they tried hard enough. A single victory in a competition doesn't mean much. White Reaper. That man in the white suit is absolutely stunning. Another dark horse. White Reaper. White Reaper. Terrifying. This year's martial arts tournament is full of surprises. A few hours later, a sudden commotion erupted in the direction of the 7th stage. It turned out to be a student named Fong Hong from Wangqing First High School who had defeated Jin Ming, one of the 5 prodigies, with a single move. On the 7th stage, Jin Ming, the Eye Prince, looked at the man in the white suit with caution and said, Fong Hong, you're strong. Fong Hung smiled indifferently and replied, "You're weak." Jin Ming was taken aback, snorted coldly, and left the stage. After lunch, the competition resumed. This round's match on the third stage was between Su Xian and the poisonous wolf Wu Tianxi. Since both were geniuses, they attracted the attention of countless people. Looking at Su Xian, Fong Hung from Wangqing First High School revealed a mysterious smile. As the two stepped onto the stage, the referee announced loudly, "The match officially begins." But the next second, for some unknown reason, Su Xian suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. His skin began to turn red, and bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. Wu Tianxi revealed a cruel smile, his claws beginning to grow as he slowly approached Su Xian. At that moment, Li Lan, who had been sound asleep, suddenly awoke. Chapter 16, The Fire God's Apocalypse. Is there a black coffin inside the arena? What happened to Su Xian? Why did he suddenly collapse? Look at Wu Tianxi. What is he planning to do? No good, he's trying to ambush him. Su Xian is in danger. Wu Tianxi, you despicable coward. How dare you take advantage of someone in distress? Countless people watched Su Xian lying on the ground with tension, many of them filled with righteous indignation. Of course, there were also those who spoke up for Wu Tianxi. Poisonous wolf, go! Kick him off the stage. This is a match, this is a battle. The enemy won't show mercy just because you're injured. Tianxi, teach this brat a lesson, knock him out. Principal Du stood up and shouted, "Referee, our competitor Su Xian is injured. I request that the match be stopped." The referee looked at Su Xian on the ground and said hesitantly, "Once the match begins, it cannot be stopped." "Damn it!" Principal Du exclaimed angrily. Su Xian lay on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. He felt the sacred blood within him pulsing violently, as if drawn by some force. Wu Tianxi had already closed in on him, staring coldly at Su Xian on the ground, his voice devoid of any emotion. "I accept this victory." Just as he was about to act, below the stage, Li Lan gently tapped the armrest of his wheelchair. With a loud boom, a massive flame erupted, generating a surge of intense heat. Using the heat, Li Lan leaped into the air, soaring upward. Under the gaze of thousands, he landed steadily on the third stage where the match was taking place. Who is that? It's Li Lan, the genius cripple from before. He can walk. He's not a cripple. He's a mid-tier divine ability user, a mid-level practitioner. Goodness, he's only 16 or 17, right? A divine power user at that age, I can't even imagine it. What is he doing jumping onto the stage right now? Does he want to end the competition? He is crazy. That is against the rules. Does he want to be disqualified? Did the judges on the podium see that? Li Lan openly violated the competition rules. I suggest disqualifying him from the competition. In the outer spectator stands, the audience was buzzing with excitement, letting out one gasp after another. Some people shouted at the judges to report Li Lan and disqualify him from the competition. Earlier, he had defeated the genius from Jiangnan No. 1 High School with a single move, bringing shame upon the school. Therefore, many people from Jiangnan No. 1 High School were now waiting for him to make a mistake. Though they were shocked by Li Lan's strength, it didn't stop them from accusing him. What are you doing? Wu Tianxi's claws were just a few centimeters away from Su Xian's neck, but he froze when he saw Li Lan suddenly appear. He's not someone you can touch? With just you? Wu Tianxi sneered, "Don't forget, I'm also a supernatural being." Then try it. Li Lan spoke indifferently. His fist emitted a sizzling sound, followed by bursts of flames. He swung his fist violently toward Wu Tianxi's chest. Wu Tianxi hurriedly tried to block the attack, but he couldn't stop Li Lan's fist. Breaking through his defense, Li Lan's fist slammed into his chest with tremendous force. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto Li Lan's face, and his entire body was sent flying backward. With a loud thud, he crashed into the judges' table, shattering the wooden table into two pieces. Li Lan, however, stood atop the stage like a fiery deity, his forehead hair flying wildly. Countless faces turned pale. Everyone unconsciously had two thoughts. One was, he's so strong. He's so cool. The other was, he had broken the rules of the competition and even shattered the judges' table. He's in trouble. This guy must be crazy. Lei Shou looked at Li Lan in astonishment. I couldn't even see the trajectory of his punch. The Eye Prince was utterly shocked. This man is so strong. Su Wanyu, the water lily, stared blankly. Dark Sword Wu Liqui removed the mask from his face to see more clearly. The man in the white suit froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. It's only been half a year, how could he have become so strong? The principal of Jiangnan First High School stood up and addressed the judges' table loudly. Members of the judging panel, Li Lan's actions seem to violate the rules of the competition, don't they? Openly disrupting the competition, I suggest disqualifying him from the competition. A judge facing Jiangnan No. 1 High School hesitated for a moment before standing up and saying, I also recommend disqualifying Li Lan from the competition. I also recommend it. Another judge stood up. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. There were 6 judges on the presiding committee. If 3 agreed to disqualify Li Lan, he would be permanently barred from this martial arts competition. Tian Lao sighed and said slowly, I think this matter requires further consideration. The other 3 judges, intimidated by Li Lan's family influence, were at a loss for words. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School looked at one of the judges on the panel. The judge noticed the principal's gaze, hesitated for a moment, and was about to speak. But just then, a red-haired man clad in golden armor, riding a fiery dragon, descended from the sky. Rolling waves of heat swept over them, and fear gripped the hearts of all present. A great sage. The words great sage appeared simultaneously in everyone's minds. Sir, who are you? Although you are a great sorcerer, don't you know that we are in the middle of a competition? A judge on the commentary panel asked in a firm voice. Though he was only a divine being, he had official backing and wasn't afraid of trouble. However, from the expression on his face, it was clear that he lacked confidence. The principal of Jiangnan First High School looked at him and felt he looked familiar. The remaining 5 or 6 judges on the commentary panel also turned to look at him. Tian Lao paused for a moment before reacting. Looking at Li Lan, he knew that canceling Li Lan's competition eligibility was impossible. The countless audience members present also looked at him, their expressions a mix of confusion and admiration. Hello everyone, I am the partner of justice, the guardian of peace, the golden saint Li Qin. The fire dragon beneath Li Qin's feet vanished, and he slowly descended, saying, I'm here to watch my brother's competition. Golden Saint Li Qin? Someone from the Li family. The 5 judges on the commentary panel paled slightly and hurriedly sat down. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School spoke flatteringly, May I ask who your brother is? That's him. Li Qin pointed to Li Lan on the 3rd stage. The entire venue erupted in chaos. Li Qin, the great master of the Yan Emperor Li family? My goodness, Li Lan is actually from the Li family. A member of the prestigious Li family, why would he attend such a school? That's strange. Li Qin, the great master of the Li family, is supposedly the direct descendant of the Li family. If that's the case, then Li Lan must also be a direct descendant of the Li family. With such a connection, Li Lan should have been able to directly enroll in the Qinglong Academy. This is getting interesting. If Li Lan's competition eligibility is revoked, that would be quite a twist. Disqualify his competition eligibility? What does that mean? Li Qin asked in confusion. The principal of Jiangnan First High School stiffened and looked toward the judges' table, saying, Gentlemen, I retract my previous suggestion. He spoke and hurriedly left the competition site. Many school principals who had been watching the spectacle kept their eyes on his back until he was completely out of sight. The referee on stage 3 didn't know how to begin. After a long pause, he finally spoke with tact. Su Xian has fainted on the competition stage and has automatically withdrawn. Wu Tianxi is declared the winner of this match. Everyone turned their gaze to the judging panel, where Wu Tianxi lay unconscious. The judges hurriedly had him carried away. Li Lan carried Su Xian to the rest area and placed him on his wheelchair. He checked his pulse and, after confirming he was okay, finally relaxed a bit. Li Lan, is Su Xian okay? Though shocked by Li Lan's identity, Huang Xiaotian and the others still looked worried. Li Lan shook his head and said, he should be fine. At that moment, Li Qin had already arrived beside Li Lan. Principal Du and the others hurriedly greeted him. Li Qin nodded and looked at Li Lan, saying, Little Lan, breaking the rules isn't something a righteous ally would do. I don't want to be a partner of justice either, Li Lan said expressionlessly. He wasn't surprised that his 3rd older brother had suddenly shown up. After all, his 3rd older brother had been in Jiangnan province for the past few months. Do you know what happened to Su Xian? Li Lan shook his head and looked worriedly at Su Xian in the wheelchair. The guy was fine just a moment ago. How did he suddenly faint? Li Qin sat down beside Li Lan and spoke slowly. If someone within the arena possesses highly pure holy blood that is fully fused with their body, they are fully capable of influencing others within their vicinity who also possess holy blood. Moreover, the lower the purity of the holy blood and the lower the degree of fusion, the easier it is to be influenced by someone with higher purity. And this influence is not passive but active. Li Lan looked at his 3rd older brother in astonishment and said, You already knew? Your little schemes, I'm well aware of them. The urgency to leave the secret realm wasn't like you. Since that's the case, there's only one possibility the problem lies with Su Xian. Then, older brother, do you have a way to help Su Xian? No. All right. Li Lan lay down on the chair and began to sleep. You don't even care to ask me one more question? Li Qin said. Didn't you just say no? Not exactly. He looked at Li Lan to make sure he wasn't asleep but was actually watching him, then continued. There are 3 methods in total. The first is to eliminate the holy blood within his body and completely cure him. Li Lan rolled her eyes at him. You might as well not have said anything. If there were a way to cure it completely, Su Xian's holy blood wouldn't still be there now. Li Qin didn't seem embarrassed at all and continued. The second method is to kill the person with holy blood inside the stadium. Li Lan stood up and looked at his third older brother, asking, "Third brother, do you know who the person in the black coffin is inside the stadium?" Li Qin shook his head, "I don't know." "Then what's the point of saying anything?" Li Lan lay back down and continued sleeping. "I haven't even mentioned the third method yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Qin looked up at the canopy above him and said, "The third method is to take Su Xian away from here. If we go far enough, we won't be affected by the holy blood possessor." After saying this, Li Lan ignored him. A few minutes later, he looked at Li Lan. He noticed that Li Lan had already left without him noticing. Su Xian, who was lying in the wheelchair, had also disappeared along with the wheelchair. "Where are they?" Li Qin asked Principal Du. Principal Du pointed toward the sports field and said, "They just left together." "Damn it, that little bastard." The match continued. At that moment, in a corner, a man in a white suit, Feng Hong, was making a phone call. "That's right. Got it. Rest assured, as long as you take care of him, I guarantee I'll win first place in this competition." Chapter 17, The Poison Demon Dugu Tianxing, someone from Qinglong Academy has arrived. "Are you really human?" After Li Lan left, the top contenders for the competition shifted from the previous 5 great gentlemen to Feng Hong, Li Lan, Duan Zitao, Wu Liuqi, and Su Wanyue. 2 of the previous top 5 contenders had dropped out. Everyone thought things had finally settled down. However, that night, the master of the Poison Wolf suddenly appeared. Indeed, Poison Wolf had always had a mysterious master, but no one knew who he was. Until today, he finally revealed his true identity. It was none other than the legendary Poison Master, the Poison Demon Dugu Tianxing. He gained fame during the Divine Power era by poisoning a powerful foreign Divine Power user with a single vial of poison, and later became a Divine Power user himself, earning the title Poison Demon. However, this man was both good and evil. Though many foreign deities had died at his hands, numerous human experts had also met their end at his hands. Upon arriving, he immediately healed Wu Tianxi's injuries and even boosted his supernatural abilities to the mid-stage of the Divine Power era, though no one knows how he did it. This allowed Wu Tianxi to defeat Water Lily Su Wanyu and re-enter the ranks of the 5 top contenders in the competition. After winning the competition, he made a bold declaration, vowing to crush Li Lan mercilessly. Besides Wu Tianxi, it's worth mentioning that the master of the dark sword Wu Liqui also arrived. With Li Lazy's older brother Li Qin also present, the competition venue suddenly found itself with 3 more divine-level practitioners. Outside the competition arena, Dugu Tianxing looked at Li Qin with a mocking expression and said, "Golden Saint, it's been a long time." "Old poisoner, I don't want to see you," Li Qin said coldly. "Of course you don't want to see me. 3 years ago, you stole all those herbs from my herb garden and you still haven't returned them." "What do you mean stole? I lent them to you." "Then just say it. Do you plan to return them?" Li Qin replied confidently, "I borrowed them with my own skills. Why should I return them?" As if he had known this would happen, Dugu Tianxing shrugged indifferently, "If that's the case, don't blame my disciple for beating your brother into a cripple tomorrow. Who knows who will end up crippled? Fine, I'll wait and see." Dugu Tianxia said, glancing at Wu Tianxi beside him, "Little poisonous creature, let us go." On the way, Wu Tianxi looked at Dugu Tianxing and asked, "Master, do you know Li Lan's older brother?" Dugu Tianxing nodded and said, "That kid's ability to advance to a great sage is half my doing. Even the golden armor he's wearing was taken from me." Watching his master speak so proudly, Wu Tianxi's forehead was filled with black lines. "Your disciple is almost beaten to death by his younger brother, and you're still proud?" Li Lan returned to the 5-star hotel where his older brother had been staying. His older brother had booked the presidential suite at that hotel for a month, so before leaving, he gave the keys to Li Lan and told him to stay there. With a free place to stay, Li Lan naturally wouldn't refuse. "See how tired you are after a long day? The fire element is diligently beginning its cultivation, fire element energy plus 52. Seeing how tired you are after a long day, the wood element has begun its diligent cultivation, increasing wood element energy by plus 25. Seeing that you've been tired all day, the lightning element has begun its diligent cultivation, increasing lightning element energy by plus 44. Seeing that you've been tired all day, the body forging technique has begun its diligent cultivation, increasing your physical prowess by plus 8. After settling Su Xian, Li Lan also went to sleep. In the evening, Li Lan heard a knock on the door. He thought it was his third older brother. But when he opened the door, it was an old man. "Who are you?" The old man introduced himself, "Hello, Li Lan. My name is Mu Kei, from the Qinglong Academy." "Qinglong Academy, one of the 5 great academies? What does he want with me?" Li Lan gestured for him to come in and said, "Mr. Mu, please come in." The two sat down at the table in the living room. Just as Li Lan was about to ask him why he was here, Mu Kei took out a stack of documents from his briefcase and placed them on the table. He stood up and looked at Li Lan, saying, "Li Lan, I am officially inviting you to join our Qinglong Academy." "No way," Li Lan refused decisively. Joining the academy meant attending classes every day and participating in various trials. It would be exhausting. He wasn't interested. He could already cultivate just by sleeping. Wasn't staying at home all day good enough? Why go to school? Mu-K was taken aback. He had expected Li-lan to refuse, but he hadn't expected him to refuse so bluntly. Could it be that he wanted to join another academy? Mu-K hurriedly said, Li-lan, although this selection competition only requires you to enter the top 5 to join any of the 5 major academies, I can assure you that no other academy will offer such favorable conditions as ours. If you choose to join our Qinglong Academy, you will immediately be promoted to a senior student, receive a top-tier rare artifact, 3 high-grade rare artifacts, and 1 opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm. He didn't offer any scholarships as a condition. Because he had already investigated beforehand and knew that Li-lan was from the Li family and was not short of money. Such favorable conditions? Li-lan couldn't help but ask, why choose me? The only talent he had revealed was that of a mid-level fire elementalist. Although 17-year-old psychics were rare, he believed it wasn't worth the Qinglong Academy paying such a high price. After all, a top-tier artifact was worth a fortune. The armor his third older brother wore was a top-tier artifact. And the core of the secret realm he had previously devoured was roughly equivalent to a top-tier artifact as well. The disappearance of the secret realm core should have prompted a thorough investigation by the military. However, due to the invasion of the Black Coffin, the military did not focus their attention on him. Mu-K said, Li-lan, besides being a fire elemental cultivator, you're also a lightning elemental cultivator, aren't you? How did you know? Li-lan was taken aback. The only elemental ability he had revealed so far was fire. The other 2 had not been revealed, mainly to avoid trouble. For instance, his father regarded him as the future hope of the Li family and had forcibly taken him back for training. Li-lan, let me show you something. Mu-K placed his phone in front of Li-lan and opened a video. The video showed what had happened today. It was the moment when Su Xian fainted, and Li-lan had punched Wu Tianxi so hard that he flew through the air. Now Li-lan finally understood how he had found him. The angle of the video was from the judge's perspective. It seemed that there were people from Qinglong Academy among the judges. They had given the competition video to Mu-K, who recognized Li-lan's lightning elemental talent and immediately came to recruit him. Li-lan, when you threw that punch today, besides using your fire attribute divine ability, you also used your lightning attribute divine ability, didn't you? Mu-K said, although you hit it well, it couldn't escape my eyes. Mu-K said arrogantly, if you had encountered another admissions teacher, you might have missed out on such a promising talent. But you met me, my eyes are the measure, and I will absolutely not let you join any other academy. After all, a dual attribute divine ability user is entirely different from a single attribute one. It's not as simple as 1 plus 1. On the battlefield, a dual elemental ability user who masters the proper use of their abilities can easily take down 2 single elemental ability users. Teacher Chi, may I ask what that top-tier artifact is? My surname is Mu. Mu-K laughed, of course you can. It's a psychic artifact called Psychic Amber. Wearing it grants you temporary psychic abilities at the level of a psychic. Telekinesis Amber. Doesn't that mean that if I obtain it, I can awaken telekinesis abilities? Li-lan was tempted but hesitated. Master Chi, if I join the Qinglong Academy, do I have to attend classes? Mu-K furrowed his brows and said, that's not possible. As a student, you must attend classes. Unless you become a teacher. Also, my surname is Mu. Alright, Master Chi, how can I become a teacher at the Qinglong Academy? I already told you, my surname is Mu. Become a teacher at the academy? This kid is really thinking outside the box. Mu-K chuckled. But he still spoke up, the minimum requirement to become a teacher is to become a great master. I advise you to give up this idea. Studying hard is better than anything else. A great master. Li-lan thought for a moment and said, then, Mr. Chi, I want to be your student. I choose to become a teacher at Qinglong Academy. Alright, starting today, you are my. Mu-K frowned, sensing something was off, and shouted, what did you say? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Li-lan nodded and said, didn't you say that as long as one is a great master, they can become a teacher for the students? Li-lan raised his hand, and with a flick of his mind, countless vines grew from his hands. The vines grew larger and larger, filling the entire living room in no time. Mu-K sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Li-lan in disbelief and asked, are you really human? Can I be a teacher now? Mu-K took a deep breath and said, I need to consult the academy about this. I'll make a call. Then, Mr. Mu, I'll wait for your good news. I already told you, my surname is Chino, wait, it's Mu. A few minutes later, Mu-K returned and said, the academy has agreed, but there's a condition, you have to pass a test. What kind of test? You know, a teacher's duty is to educate and nurture students. Having just raw strength isn't enough. You also need to be able to find mistakes. Mu-K placed his phone in front of Li-lan. Inside were several images. They appeared to be a martial arts manual, but its purpose was unclear. This is a visualization technique that can enhance elemental absorption efficiency. However, there are 17 errors in this visualization technique. If you can identify 10 of them, you will pass the test. Of course I can, Li-lan said. He took the phone and examined the images carefully. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Detected 24 errors in the advanced Earth element visualization technique that the host is currently viewing. The system has automatically corrected them. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. He carefully examined the errors in the diagram. Mooke smiled and said, Li-lan, being a teacher is no easy task. If you really can't find any, just give up for now. Work as a senior college student for a few years and then try being an assistant professor. You might just skip the teacher qualification exam. As it happens, I'm currently in need of an assistant instructor. Would you be interested? A few minutes later. Mr. Chi, I'm done, Li-lan said, returning the phone. But there are more than 17 errors in these diagrams. I counted a total of 24. That's impossible, Mooke said disbelievingly. You can't just make things up if you can't find them. If you don't believe me, I can point them out to you. Come on, show me. Mooke refused to believe it. If there really are 24 mistakes, from now on, I'll call you Mr. Chi. This diagram was given to him by the deputy dean. When he looked at it earlier, he had only found 16 errors. 24 mistakes? How is that possible? Does he think his eyes are counterfeit rulers? Chapter 18, Becoming a Teacher, The Mysterious High Priest, Dark Sword Wulyochi, and the Star Battle. At that moment, Mooke's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was the vice dean calling. Mooke put it on speaker and answered, Hello, Vice Dean, what's the matter? The vice dean said, I'm sorry, I sent the wrong diagram earlier. The one I sent had 24 errors. Please take a look. The call ended abruptly. Mooke was so shocked he almost dropped his jaw. He looked at Li-lan and stammered, Li-lan, you. Please call me Mr. Li, Li-lan smiled. Mr. Chi, please give me your guidance in the future. Mooke's face turned red with embarrassment, not knowing what to say. The rare treasure I promised you, along with the teacher's token, will be handed over to you by a designated person once you arrive at Qinglong Academy. We'll see you tomorrow. Mooke fled in disarray. Watching his departing figure, Li-lan called out loudly, Mr. Chi, remember to give me a less demanding teaching position. Otherwise, I'm not going to bother teaching students. Got it, you little troublemaker. Mooke's voice echoed back. I told you, call me Li teacher. Get out of here. Li-lan closed the door contentedly and continued his nap. See how lazy you are? The fire element has started to train hard. Fire element energy plus 45. See how lazy you are? The wood element has started training hard. Wood element energy plus 41. See how lazy you are? The lightning element is following your lead in being lazy too. Lightning element energy plus 0. The body forging technique has been mastered. Congratulations on successfully graduating. Your physical prowess will no longer increase. A few hours later, there was a knock on the door again. Who is it? Is it Elder Chi again? Li-lan wrapped himself in the blanket and climbed out of bed irritably. Upon opening the door, he saw a young boy of around 7 or 8 years old. He was wearing a skull pendant around his neck, which looked rather odd. What were his parents thinking, making a child wear something like that? Li-lan asked, Little boy, who are you looking for? Big brother, I've come to find you, said the little boy. Me? Li-lan was startled. Only to see that the little boy's nose, eyes, mouth, and ears were emitting countless streams of black mist. A powerful sorcerer. Li-lan's heart trembled, and he kicked the little boy with all his strength, sending him flying and slamming him into the wall, embedding him in the wall. The wall shattered into pieces, but the little boy remained unharmed. He jumped down from the wall, looked at Li-lan, and smiled, Li-lan, we meet again. The familiar tone and manner of speech immediately reminded Li-lan of who he was. You're the high priest of the black coffin. That's so touching. I never thought you'd remember me. The little boy said, I never thought you'd grow up so fast. I was actually planning to invite you to join us, but now it seems unnecessary. He waved his small hand, and the black mist around him quicklied into a black fog serpent with red eyes. The serpent hissed menacingly and lunged toward Li-lan. Li-lan quickly closed the door and leaped aside to avoid the snake's attack. Lightning and fire erupted from his fist, and he struck the snake with all his might, shattering it. But it quickly reformed. You're actually a lightning attribute psychic, the high priest exclaimed in surprise. He burst into laughter, this is getting more interesting. Killing a genius like you is much more satisfying. Once I kill you, you will become my new body. His clothes bulged as a massive tentacle emerged from his navel, wrapping itself around Li-lan with fierce force. Body type ability, tentacles. At the same time, the giant snake charged toward Li-lan once more. What a strange and terrifying ability. Li-lan marveled inwardly. Knowing that the narrow space was disadvantageous to him, he hurried toward the rooftop. You can't escape, the high priest declared. The tentacles suddenly began to grow larger and longer, and he swung them forcefully toward Li-lan. Li Lan rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the attack. The tentacles struck the wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. The floor alarm sounded. The high priest paid no heed, and several more tentacles emerged from the navel-like eyes on his abdomen, replacing his legs as Healy chased after Li Lan. They chased him all the way to the rooftop. The facilities in the corridor were crushed to pieces by him. Just as he was passing through the rooftop gate, Li Lan jumped down from above the door. His body erupted with blazing flames and lightning, and he swung his fists toward the high priest. Ridiculous, the high priest said. Just as he was about to attack with his tentacles, he discovered that, at some point, his tentacles had been tightly wrapped by countless dense vines. A master of wood-based divine abilities? The high priest's youthful face betrayed a look of shock. You only realize it now? It's too late. Li Lan had already descended beside him. Just as his fist was about to strike the high priest's head, a tentacle suddenly broke free from the vine's grip and blocked the high priest's path. Li Lan's fist struck the tentacle, bang. The tentacle was instantly shattered. Dark red flesh flew everywhere, splattering the ground. The high priest's face turned pale, and he began to scream loudly. The dark red flesh began to gather once more, forming a massive meatball that rolled toward Li Lan. Mu Jin Tian. Li Lan's mind flickered, and countless vines began to grow wildly, tightly wrapping the meatball. Flame explosion. In the next instant, the vines exploded simultaneously, sending waves of heat rolling across the rooftop and flames erupting in all directions. Countless eyes turned toward the rooftop of the hotel. Trying to attract attention and lure reinforcements, huh? The tentacles shielded the high priest, and the flesh ball had been blown to pieces. The high priest glanced at the scattered flesh fragments, which automatically returned to his navel eyes. The tentacles then retracted. What is he planning to do? Li Lan furrowed his brows. Taking advantage of his lack of defense, he quickly activated his lightning-based divine ability. A bolt of lightning as thick as a child's arm rolled down from the sky. Thunderbolt. However, the high priest opened his mouth, revealing a blood-stained maw over a meter wide and a meter long, swallowing the thunderbolt whole. Body ability, giant mouth. This ability is too bizarre. Li Lan couldn't help but exclaim. Don't you find that disgusting? Disgusting? What's there to be disgusted by? Li Lan thought back to the he had seen earlier, and it did seem a bit, but mostly just bizarre. The high priest glanced at the crowd below, smiled, and leaped into the darkness, disappearing into the night. Li Lan, I'll come find you again someday. I don't want to see you again. Seeing that he had truly left, Li Lan sighed in relief. This high priest was truly terrifying, with all his bizarre methods. Li Lan returned to his room and found that the door was still there, but the wall had vanished. After confirming that Su Xin was safe, he returned to his room and fell asleep peacefully. Soon after, the hotel found him, and Li Lan thought they were going to make him pay for the damage. However, the hotel said that all the surveillance cameras in the hallway had been destroyed. They had come to find him to take him to the police station for a simple investigation. Li Lan just made up a few excuses and got out of it. The next day, Su Xin woke up. Li Lan briefed him, telling him to find another hotel. He went to the sports field alone. Perhaps because it was the final, the sports field was even more bustling than the day before. Not only were there more people, but Li Lan even spotted 5 new judges sitting beside the judging panel. From the surrounding discussions, he learned that the 5 judges were from the 5 major academies of Longhua. Qinglong Academy, Zhuke Academy, Baitu Academy, Xuanwu Academy, and Qilin Academy. Among the 5, Li Lan recognized a familiar figure. It was none other than the teacher from yesterday. Li Lan sat down on the field at Shangnan No. 1 High School, and people around him greeted him one after another. Most of them were strangers to him, so he could only nod in acknowledgement. Li Lan, has Su Xin woken up yet? Huang Xiaotian asked, sitting beside Li Lan. He's awake. Don't worry, he can run, jump, and eat. He's fine. Li Lan stretched lazily and fell asleep. Upon hearing that Su Xin was okay, everyone sighed in relief. Principal Du said, Li Lan, you're the only one left at our school. After you left yesterday, they all lost. Li Lan closed his eyes and nodded, saying, Don't worry, Principal. I'll do my best to win the championship. That's all we needed to hear. The principal smiled and looked over at Cui Mingho. Cui Mingho hurried over and briefly recounted what had happened the previous day. It was all routine stuff, but the one thing that surprised him was that Wu Tianxi was still alive. Li Lan, you'd better be careful. That Wu Tianxi said he'd beat you into the ground. Li Lan didn't seem too concerned and simply nodded. In the first half, since Li Lan had made a big splash yesterday, all the competitors who faced him withdrew. Li Lan simply lay back in his chair for the second half. Fire element is automatically cultivating, fire element energy plus 10. Wood element is automatically cultivating, wood element energy plus 12. Thunder element is automatically cultivating, thunder element energy plus 13. The second half of the match entered a fiercely contested phase. Only 20 contestants remain on the field. The judges waved their hands, and all 10 platforms were removed. A massive circle was drawn on the sports field, and the remaining matches would take place within it. Numerous obstacles were also placed within the circle. These included artificial hills, giant swimming pools, and dark tunnels. The entire venue erupted in a chorus of gasps. The competition venue had been expanded by more than 10 times and obstacles had been placed, which meant the competition had become more feasible and interesting. This also highlighted the advantages of assassin-type psychics, such as the Dark Sword Wuliochi. The next match, Wu Liqiu from Yiyang Middle School versus Duan Tianyu from Jiangnan First High School. The match officially begins. The two competitors took the stage, and the audience buzzed with excitement. It's Duan Tianyu, Duan Zitao's younger brother. It looks like Duan Tianyu is in trouble. With Duan Tianyu's skills, he should be able to make it into the top 10, but unfortunately he's up against the mysterious Wu Liqiu. Don't worry, there's still the elimination round. How many moves do you think Duan Tianyu can last against Wu Liqiu? I say 10. Duan Tianyu is, after all, Duan Zitao's younger brother and has inherited the true teachings of the Duan family. I'll guess 20 moves. On the battlefield, Wu Liqiu wore a mask, dressed in black, and held a sword. Duan Tianyu looked at him solemnly and said, Wu Liqiu, I've wanted to fight you for a long time, but I've never had the chance. Today, let me see if you're worthy of challenging my older brother. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt darkness engulf him. Special ability, Black Curtain. When his vision cleared, Wu Liqiu had already pressed the knife against his neck. I've lost, Duan Tianyu said in disbelief, sitting on the ground. Wu Liqiu didn't say a single word throughout the entire battle and left the arena. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Wu Liqiu wins. The second match, Wu Tianxi of Jiangnan First High School versus Li Guang of Jiangnan First High School. Wu Tianxi wins. The third match pitted Su Wanyue from Jiangnan No. 1 High School against Sima Kong from the Special Abilities Elite class of Mingda High School. Su Wanyue wins. Fourth match, Fong Hong from Wangchang No. 1 High School versus Lu Xian from Changnan No. 2 High School. Fong Hong wins. Fifth match, Jiangnan No. 1 High School's Thunder Beast Duan Zidao facing off against Shangnan No. 1 High School's Lazy Fire God Li Lan. Let us welcome these two star players. The entire arena stood in silence. All eyes turned toward the two competitors. Li Lan, who was sleeping, slowly opened his eyes, while Duan Zitao, who was drinking coffee, slowly put down his cup. Chapter 19, Did Li Lan lose? The final begins. Xiangnan City suburb, Luoyun Mountain. In a dimly lit cave filled with dozens of coffins, a child appeared. As he stepped into the cave, the candles inside automatically lit up, emitting a faint glow. With a click, the lid of a stone coffin slowly slid open. Crawling out was a tall, slender woman dressed in a teacher's uniform, with snake tattoos on her body and her lips painted bright red. The child rushed into her arms, and the woman gently picked him up before finding a place to sit down. How about it? Is everything taken care of? The high priest ran his fingers through her smooth black hair and said, No. The woman looked surprised and asked, Is there a powerful guardian protecting Li Lan? No, he is a powerful individual himself. His true strength lies in being a wood-type psionic at the initial stage of great psionic power. A divine ability user at 17. The beautiful woman murmured in astonishment. She then asked, But even if he's at the initial stage of divine ability, isn't he still no match for you? Don't you want to kill him? The high priest laughed and said, He's a good boy. A good child. Hearing this, the beautiful woman couldn't help but laugh. The high priest said, By the way, have you taken care of the matters I asked you to handle earlier? The beautiful woman nodded and embraced the high priest, entering a dark cave. The candles inside suddenly lit up. A dozen or so teenagers, around 15 or 16 years old, were imprisoned there, both boys and girls. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, their faces were filled with fear. One of them, a slightly overweight teenager, trembled as he said, Please let us out. I'll never bully anyone again. Me too, the children around him echoed in unison. The beautiful woman set the high priest down, and he whispered, Is it that you won't, or that you dare not? We won't. We won't, they hurriedly replied. The beautiful woman asked, What do you plan to do? Of course, just like before. Bad children must die. The high priest's smile vanished, replaced by a sinister and eerie expression. At that moment, a scorpion the size of a child's palm crawled onto the beautiful woman's foot. The beautiful woman gently placed it in the palm of her hand, listened closely, then looked at the high priest and said, The clown has arrived. As she finished speaking, a man dressed in a circus clown outfit, with a clown's face painted on his face and a large red nose, walked into the cave. He glanced around the cave with disdain. You're still the same as before, preferring to live in a trash can. What are you here for? The high priest asked coldly. The clown laughed, The matter of the Cold River secret realm may require your assistance. Snake and Scorpion, escort him out. In a villa in Jiangnan City. Li family's third young master was watching anime. Evil Gugulu aliens, you've been causing trouble on Blue Star. Your crimes are unforgivable. Face the justice of the law. The TV screen flickers. Li Qin was so engrossed that his face turned red, and he was so excited that he forgot to drink the soda in his hand. Just then, a man covered in blood pushed open his bedroom door. Seeing him, Li Qin's face turned pale. He quickly paused the anime. Wang Kai, what's wrong? Master, something's wrong. Li Lan, the young master, might be in danger. Last night. Inside the sports field. Li Lan and Duan Zitao walked onto the stage. Duan Zitao said solemnly, Li Lan, I've actually wanted to fight you for a long time. Li Lan yawned, seemingly not hearing a word he said. Duan Zitao. This guy is really getting on my nerves. Even when facing the Thunder Beast Duan Zitao, he's still so laid back. This Li Lan really doesn't play by the rules. Isn't he always this lazy? But this time he's facing Duan Zitao, the former top contender among the 5 hottest competitors. This lazy guy Li Lan, I really want to see him lose once. Me too. I want to see if he'll still be so lazy after he ends up in the losers bracket. Facing Duan Zitao, Li Lan is definitely going to lose this time. Seeing Li Lan's demeanor, the audience in the stands buzzed with discussion. Many were eager to see him end up in the losers bracket. After this 20-person match, the participants would be divided into a winners bracket and a losers bracket. In the second half, the winners group would continue competing. The losers group would enter the elimination round, where the strongest would be selected to re-enter the competition. In the commentary booth, Mu Ke patted Tian Lao on the shoulder and praised him, well done. Tian Lao was flattered and said, this is all I should do. The others looked confused. Mu Ke returned to his seat, where the teacher from the White Tiger Academy beside him asked, Old Mu, who do you think will win this match? The teacher from Xuanwu Academy said, I think Duan Zitao has a higher chance of winning this match. After all, lightning-type abilities are renowned for their ferocity. Fire-type abilities are still lacking. The teacher from Juke Academy coldly said, what did the fire element do to you? You're such a person. Even when I tell you the truth, you're not happy. The teacher from Qilin Academy said, I also guessed Duan Zitao. This Duan Zitao is definitely ours from Qilin Academy. It seems like the 5 major academies will be competing for students soon. Mu Ke shook his head and smiled without speaking. The competition officially begins. The referee waved the flag in his hand and stepped back from the competition area. Duan Zitao struck first, his feet crackling with electricity, appearing beside Li Lan in the blink of an eye and delivering a punch to his stomach. Li Lan didn't back down, grabbing his fist directly. A loud explosion echoed through the air. Flaming explosion. A terrifying shockwave swept across the entire arena, blowing the hair of the spectators in the stands straight up. What incredible physical strength! Duan Zitao exclaimed in astonishment, daring not to let his guard down for a moment. He quickly backed away. His body emitted a sizzling sound as lightning swirled around him. He swung his palm forward. The lightning in his palm, swiftly lunging toward Li Lan. Li Lan's body was enveloped in flames, forming a defensive shield. The lightning serpent collided with the flames. The lightning and flames dissipated simultaneously. The two engaged in a fierce battle for over a dozen rounds. Finally, within the sandy battlefield, Duan Zitao took advantage of Li Lan's momentary distraction, teleporting behind him like a flash of lightning. Both hands erupted with thunder that seemed capable of obliterating everything, striking Li Lan's back with tremendous force. It seems the end is near. The teacher from the White Tiger Academy smiled and said, as expected, even flames that can consume everything pale in comparison to such swift thunder. The teacher from the Juke Academy snorted coldly, feeling a bit disappointed. But he had to admit the truth. Mu Ke continued to smile without speaking. The next moment. Just as Duan Zitao's thunderous palm was about to strike Li Lan suddenly collapsed to the ground and slapped his palm against the ground. Instantly, countless grains of sand were struck by flames, sending a whirlwind of sand and dust into the air. The view was obstructed. Duan Zitao froze, his heart sinking suddenly. Damn it, I can't see clearly. He did this on purpose. He's been luring me step by step from the very beginning. Including bringing me to the sandfield. Including letting me take his back. It was all on purpose. He was using me to study tactics. Duan Zitao felt a chill run down his spine. Li Lan was already nowhere to be seen in front of him. As the sandstorm was about to dissipate, he felt a wave of heat hit him, sending him flying backward. The sandstorm gradually dispersed. And he was knocked out of the arena. The entire arena erupted in gasps of astonishment. The judges all widened their eyes and sucked in their breath. Terrifying. If this young man doesn't meet his end, he will surely become the second Yen Emperor. No wonder he's from the Li family, no wonder he's the grandson of the Yen Emperor, no wonder he's Li Qingyang's younger brother. I almost thought he had lost just now. The teachers from the Juke Academy were stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment. The teachers from the White Tiger Academy were also stunned. This is impossible. The teachers from the Qilin Academy said, I never thought I would be so wrong. This Li Lan, our Qilin Academy is claiming him. Once the match ends, none of you dare to compete with me. You're dreaming. This person is for the Xuanwu Academy. Mu Ke continued to smile without speaking. You're too kind. Li Lan rarely spoke. Duan Zitao looked at him deeply and said, You're the better fighter. You're very strong, I admit defeat. Li Lan smiled and returned to the resting area. Duan Zitao entered the losers bracket, where the participants were in a state of panic. At that moment, Li Qin rushed in from outside the sports field. After confirming that Li Lan was indeed unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He asked, What happened at the hotel yesterday? Wang Kai was injured so severely? Wang Kai? The one who was protecting him? Li Lan had almost forgotten about him and didn't want his brother to worry, so he made up a story. I don't know either. I just took a nap. Then it must have been an accident. The match continued. Li Lan fought several more matches and won them all. The only other participant with an undefeated record was the White Reaper Fang Heng. With his mastery of dark elemental abilities, he nearly swept the entire field, even defeating Wu Liuqi. In the end, Li Lan and Fang Heng advanced to the final. The other rankings have been determined. 3rd place, Lei Shou Duan Zetao. 4th place, Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi. 5th place, Dark Sword Wu Liuqi. I didn't expect 2 dark horses to emerge this year. Yeah, I've never heard of either of them before. I heard that Li Lan is from the Li family. The Li family of the Yan Emperor? That's impossible. I've never even heard of Shangnan No. 1 High School. The Li family wouldn't have fallen that far. This Li Lan is way too strong. The battle he had with the Thunder Beast left me speechless. Fang Heng is the real deal. I couldn't even see his attacks. Yeah, in his fight with Wu Liuqi, both of them were enveloped in black mist, and no one knew what was happening. Wu Liuqi lost. Who do you think will be the champion? Fang Heng, his attacks are too bizarre. I also think it's Fang Heng. Although Li Lan is very cool, I feel like Fang Heng is a bit stronger. I'm going with Li Lan. The little brother is always the best. Fang Heng has not only dark attribute abilities but also a high-level physical blade ability, making him as hard as a real sword. Li Lan only has a fire attribute ability, so he might not be a match for Fang Heng. Li Lan was lying on the chair taking a nap. See how lazy you are? The fire element is following your lead and getting lazy too. Fire element energy plus 0.1. See how lazy you are? The wood element is getting lazy too. Wood element energy plus 0.1. See how lazy you are? The lightning element is starting to train hard. Lightning element energy plus 14. His older brother was chattering away beside him. Little lazy, after you graduate, let's become partners of justice together. By the way, that old guy Mu Ke wanted you to join the Qinglong Academy yesterday. Did you agree? Be honest, are you really a dual elementalist with lightning and fire? You even kept it from your own brother. That's not very considerate. But why didn't you use your lightning ability during the battle earlier? Were you saving it for the final round? Li Lan didn't bother to respond, covering his ears and falling asleep. The reason he didn't use his lightning attribute ability was simple, he just wanted to hone his combat skills. After all, for someone as lazy as him, there weren't many opportunities to fight. In his entire life, he might only be diligent in 2 things. The first was when saving others, and the second was when those close to him were in danger. For example, the last time in the Emu secret realm, or the last time Su Xian was in danger. At that moment, a soldier in camouflage combat gear rushed into the stadium from outside. Li Qin knew he was there for him and stood up to look at him. What's going on? The camouflaged soldier said anxiously, Mr. Li Qin, it's bad news. A large number of strange beasts have appeared near Yunmeng Lake, and there's a high likelihood of a beast tide. The general is calling you to come immediately. What? Li Qin's expression changed slightly. After exchanging a few words with Li Lan, he hurriedly left the sports field with the soldiers. After resting for a few hours, the final match began. Chapter 20, Winning the Championship. The Great Battle Among the Colleges. Wait! Mu Ke stood up and shouted loudly. The entire stadium fell silent, with countless eyes turning toward Mu Ke. Mu brother, what are you doing? Several teachers from different colleges asked in confusion. I want to have a few words with the young man from the Li family, Mu Ke said, walking toward Li Lan. You old fool. If you dare to take him in early just because of your connection with the Li family and the Qinglong Academy, don't blame me for being ruthless. A teacher from the Qilin Academy shouted. The other teachers nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I promise I won't compete with you for him today, Mu Ke said with a cheerful smile. With his words, the teachers from other academies sighed in relief. With Qinglong Academy out of the picture, Li Lan's chances of joining their academy would greatly increase. Mu Ke approached Li Lan, who slowly opened his eyes. He asked with his eyes, Master Qi, is there something you need? Mu Ke leaned close to his ear and whispered, if possible, try not to reveal your wood element cultivation. Why? The alien races have coveted our human territory for a long time. Do you think they'll just stand by if they find out we have a genius among us? Mu Ke looked around to ensure no one was nearby and whispered even more softly, "Moreover, there are enemies within our ranks. If they discover your existence, the tragedy that befell the Li family 15 years ago may repeat itself." The tragedy of the Li family 15 years ago. Li Lan knew a little about it, though he was only 2 years old at the time. Back then, the Li family had produced a once-in-a-lifetime genius who was born with the 3 elements of thunder, fire, and wind. At just 16 years old, he had already reached the realm of great supernatural abilities. Later, he joined the Qinglong Academy and died under mysterious circumstances during an outing with his master. At the time, the Yen Emperor was so enraged that his eyes turned blood red. He ordered the execution of everyone who had participated in that training mission, earning himself the title of Yen Mo. To this day, few dare to speak of that incident, and over time, it has become a taboo subject within the Li family. What happened before that? Don't worry. I only told the deputy dean about yesterday's incident. The deputy dean and your grandfather were sworn brothers. As for me, you can rest assured. Mu Ke smiled. Li Lan sighed. He wasn't referring to that matter. The fact that he was a master of the wood element was known only to them and one other person. That was the Black Coffin High Priest who had fought him on the rooftop yesterday. The Black Coffin was a branch of the Spirit Energy Society. And the Spirit Energy Society was a notorious cult that had intermingled with many other races. Of course, if you want to expose yourself, that's fine. But you must be certain you can survive the pursuit of a land immortal level powerhouse. Li Lan nodded and watched Mu Ke leave. The next match, the final. The new rising star from Shangnan First High School, the Lazy Fire God Li Lan, will face off against the new rising star from Wanqing First High School, the White Death God Fong Hung. Please take your places. I now declare the match officially underway. The Lazy Fire God. What a ridiculous name. Li Lan yawned, blinking sleepily at Fong Hung in front of him. He was still wearing the same white suit, looking a bit annoying. For some reason, Li Lan seemed to detect a hint of surprise in their eyes. As if they were surprised he was standing there. Was it just an illusion? Li Lan, let's begin, Fong Hung said with an elegant smile. His right hand began to twist, transforming into a sharp meat cleaver about a meter long. Immediately afterward, black mist began to swirl around his body, obscuring Li Lan's vision. Li Lan only heard the sound of wind whistling past his ears and quickly dodged. Fong Hung swung the flesh blade, striking the spot where Li Lan had been standing. He then vanished back into the black mist. Li Lan furrowed his brows, leaped into the air, and landed on a high vantage point. His eyes fixed intently on the ground below, searching for Fong Heng's movements. Found him. Li Lan's body burst into flames, dispelling the surrounding black mist. He leaped down and struck Fong Heng's head with a punch. But Fong Hung seemed to have eyes in his ears, raising his meat blade to block the attack. Li Lan's meat blade collided with the meat blade, emitting a dull thud. So hard. Immediately, Fong Heng's meat blade swung toward him. Li Lan leaped again, creating some distance between them. It seems that I can't defeat him without using my lightning attribute abilities. He returned to the high ground, waiting for his chance. The range of the black mist was limited, and Fong Hung dared not act within it. But just then, the range of the black mist suddenly began to rise. Seeing this, the audience in the stands began to murmur, with most of them furrowing their brows. They didn't have much faith in Li Lan. Li Lan is in danger. In this black mist, Fong Hung is invincible. I wonder what Li Lan will do next. Earlier, Fong Hung used this very move to force his way into the finals. I wonder if Li Lan will also fall victim to it. Li Lan, keep going. Although I really want Li Lan to win, this is completely Fong Heng's home turf now. Li Lan is in trouble. Just as they thought Li Lan would continue to hide, Li Lan leaped into the air. He dived back into the black mist. Leaning against a fake mountain, he sensed the movements around him. The sound of wind whistling past his ears, Li Lan darted aside. Fong Heng's flesh-cutting blade struck the rockery, leaving a deep gash on the hard stone. The meat knife swung through the air, and Fong Hung vanished back into the darkness. What a troublesome opponent. It seems we have to take the initiative. Boom! The flames on Li Lan's body began to burn fiercely, making him resemble a human fire god, with even his pupils turning golden yellow. He swung his fist, and the scorching heat erupted suddenly. Surges of overwhelming heat waves surged forth. The black mist was dispersed, and Fong Heng's figure appeared clearly before Li Lan's eyes. This time, Fong Hung didn't retreat into the darkness but charged directly at Li Lan. Li Lan sure is temperamental. A golden opportunity. Li Lan's heart surged with joy. Flames danced around his body as he engaged Fong Hung in a fierce battle. After feigning weakness for a dozen or so exchanges, he appeared to be at a disadvantage. Just as Fong Hung thought he was about to win and let his guard down, a thunderous punch, blazing with fire, was unleashed, striking Fong Heng's abdomen. What? How is this possible? How could you still have lightning-type abilities? Fong Heng's expression turned terrified, and he instinctively swung his flesh blade to block the attack. But this was exactly what Li Lan had been waiting for. He increased the amount of thunder energy he channeled into the punch. Flame explosion. The intense heat mixed with fierce lightning left Fong Hong instantly paralyzed. Thunderbolt. At the same time, a massive dark cloud quickly formed in the sky. Within the cloud, thunder rolled and lightning flashed densely. A bolt of lightning the size of an infant's arm was born, and with a thunderous crash, Fong Hong had no time to dodge as the lightning struck him. Fong Hong was instantly charred black, his white suit reduced to a charred black garment, as he foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. The reversal was so sudden that everyone was caught off guard. The referee looked down at Fong Hong on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After confirming that Fong Hong really couldn't get up, he announced loudly, "Li Lan wins this competition. Let's congratulate Li Lan on winning the championship of this competition. Let's congratulate him. The award ceremony will take place tonight. See you all later." The referee called over a staff member and dragged Fong Hong off the field. The entire venue erupted in a deafening cheer. Oh my god. Li Lan actually won. Damn it, this old guy, he has a lightning element in addition to a fire element. A 17-year-old dual elementalist? Li Lan must be a prodigy. Fong Hong is already in his 20s, and Li Lan is only 17. I was trying to comfort myself by thinking that even if Li Lan lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. But in the end, I was the one who ended up looking like a fool. Fong Hong is so unlucky. I thought he had the championship in the bag, but in the end, it was snatched away by Li Lan, that old fox. Besides Wu Tianxi, Duan Zitao and Wu Liqui also stepped forward to congratulate Li Lan. Congratulations, Li Lan. I never expected you to know the lightning element. It seems we'll have a lot to talk about in the future. Duan Zitao laughed. Congratulations. Wu Liuqi's congratulations were as monotonous as he was. Li Lan smiled and nodded, exhaling lightly. Finally, it was over. He yawned and returned to his school's grounds. After exchanging a few words with Principal Du, he lay down on his seat and fell asleep. This chair is so hard. I miss my old wheelchair. If Su Xian were here. Li Lan thought to himself. Young master. The thought had barely formed when Li Lan heard a familiar voice. He opened his eyes and saw Su Xian smiling as he pushed a wheelchair toward him. Master, congratulations. Congratulations my ass, I'm exhausted. Li Lan didn't feel like saying much. He closed his eyes and let Su Xian pick him up, gently placing him in the wheelchair. The familiar feeling returned. So comfortable. There was a slight itch on his neck. Never mind, just sleep. Fire element begins automatic cultivation. Fire element energy plus 25. What element begins automatic cultivation? What element energy plus 25. Thunder element begins automatic cultivation. Thunder element energy plus 30. Su Xian, what happened to you yesterday? Why did you suddenly faint? I don't know either. By the way, I heard that the top 5 students from this ranking will be going to Longjing for the competition in a week. Will you be going with Li Lan? Probably. But the clan leader originally wanted me to accompany him, but given the current situation, I'll probably return directly to the clan after leaving Jiangnan province. Oh, that is too bad for Li Lan. After the competition, I'll just have to sleep on the cold bench. By the way, are you also from the Li family? Sort of. My mother is from the Li family. Su Xian and Chui Mingho, Huang Xiaotian, and Zhang Yuanqi chatted sporadically. Just then, the voice of the elderly judge suddenly rang out from the judging panel. Alright, everyone, please quiet down. The competition has ended. Before the award ceremony, I have something to say. As you all know, the top 5 contestants in this competition can choose any of the 5 academies to join. The teachers from all 5 academies are here now. Let's see which academy these 5 geniuses will choose. As soon as he finished speaking, the teachers from the other 4 academies, except for the Qinglong Academy, immediately began arguing heatedly. Mu Kei smiled without speaking. Li Lan, choose my White Tiger Academy. If you agree to join my academy, I will make you an advanced student immediately and reward you with 3 high-grade magical treasures, the teacher from the White Tiger Academy shouted loudly. The words caused a stir throughout the hall. What? 3 high-grade magical artifacts? That's way too generous. That's right. The treasure sword that Wu Liuqi carries with him is only a high-grade mystical treasure. Advanced magical artifacts are worth a fortune. The White Tiger Academy is giving away 3 of them at once. Except for Fong Hong, who was still unconscious, Duan Zetao and the others looked at Li Lan with envy. This guy not only comes from a good family, but he also has such good luck. However, they didn't envy him, because in their eyes, Li Lan was strong enough to deserve it. But soon, they began to envy him. 3 high-grade rare treasures? Someone might think the White Tiger Academy is going bankrupt. The Xuanwu Academy is willing to offer a high-grade academy status plus 4 high-grade rare treasures. What? 4? Countless people exclaimed in shock. Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi's eyes turned red with envy. Immediately, 2 voices rang out simultaneously. The conditions of the Qilin Academy are the same as those of the Xuanwu Academy. However, we are willing to add one more, a single opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm. The conditions of the Juke Academy are the same as those of the Qilin Academy. However, Li Lan, you should know that fire element cultivation is a major discipline at the Juke Academy. If you join our academy, you will have unobstructed access to fire element cultivation. A single opportunity to enter a 4-star secret realm with low risk and high rewards. This is no less valuable than a top-tier advanced artifact. This time, it's not just Wu Tianxi. Even Duan Zitao, born into a prominent family, and Wu Liqiu, who was taken as a disciple by a Tangmen master, were breathing heavily. Who will Li Lan choose? All eyes in the room turned to Li Lan. But they noticed that Li Lan hadn't listened to a single word they said the entire time. Instead, he was sitting alone in a wheelchair, sleeping soundly. Su Xian, standing beside him, looked awkward. Should I wake up, my young master? Chapter 21, The Spatial Ring. Returning to Xiangnan First High School, Emperor Yan's call, Li Lan in danger. Damn it, he is actually asleep. In this situation, he can still sleep? Is he a god? Look, the teachers from Baihu Academy and Xuanwu Academy are all green with envy. Lazy brother, you might as well just call yourself Lazy Fortune Teller from now on. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. I always thought people like this only existed online, but it turns out they're real in real life. You guys, why did Lazy Prince fight so fiercely in close combat just now if he is so lazy? You don't even know that? I bet you were sleeping through half the class. If a supernatural being keeps attacking from a distance, their stamina runs out quickly. They won't last long. Only when they reach the level of a great supernatural being do they truly enter their element. Except for those with physical abilities, most are long-range fighters. If this were a battle between divine power users, Li Lan would probably just roll onto the stage in a wheelchair. He seemed to be sitting in a wheelchair during his first battle. The audience in the stands buzzed with discussion, many glancing at the teachers from the 4 major academies with a look of anticipation. A teacher from the White Tiger Academy frowned and said, "Hurry up and get him up." But before he could finish, Mu Kei stopped him. "No need. He won't join your academy." "What do you mean?" the teacher from the White Tiger Academy asked. The teachers from the other academies were also taken aback. They quickly realized what was happening. They glared angrily at Mu Kei and shouted, "You treacherous old villain." Mu Kei smiled and shook his head, saying, "I never broke my word. I only said I wouldn't compete with you for students today, but Li Lan was already under my tutelage yesterday." "You're ruthless," the teacher from the Xuanwu Academy gritted his teeth. No wonder this guy had been acting so smug and enjoying the show earlier. No wonder he had been pretending to be so generous all along. So he had already beaten them to the punch, just waiting for them to fall into the trap. After pondering for a moment, the teacher from Juke Academy said, "Mr. Mu, perhaps you spoke too soon. We haven't even asked Li Lan yet. How do you know he won't join our academy? What if he changes his mind after hearing our conditions?" "That's right, Juke Academy has a point. What if Li Lan changes her mind?" The teachers from the other colleges started to get excited again. But Mu Kei said confidently, "He absolutely will not join your college." "Why?" "Because the conditions offered by our Qinglong Academy are that, in addition to direct promotion to senior student status, you will also receive 1 top-tier rare artifact, 3 high-tier rare artifacts, and 1 opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm." The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in chaos. "You're crazy. The world has gone mad. Are rare treasures so worthless now? Qinglong Academy is offering a top-tier rare treasure right off the bat. Li Lan is just a cultivator, even though he's South first place, does he really deserve that? This is a top-tier rare treasure. Even many wild divine cultivators don't have such things. Is Li Lan really worth the Qinglong Academy's attention?" Not only were the audience and judges shocked, but even the teachers from the other 4 academies were stunned. The teachers from the White Tiger Academy looked utterly disbelieving and asked, "Old Mu, are you serious?" Mu Kei nodded and said, "This is an order from the vice principal himself. The vice dean of the Qinglong Academy. It was actually his order." The teachers from the 4 major academies were shaken to the core. But upon remembering that he was Li Lan's grandfather and the good brother of the Yin Emperor, they calmed down. You're lucky, Qinglong Academy," the teacher from the White Tiger Academy said angrily, flinging his sleeves aside. The teacher from the Juke Academy sighed helplessly. The other academies were much the same. A 17-year-old with dual divine abilities, this was a destiny destined to become a great divine being, and even a land deity. No matter which academy he was in, it would be an honor. If it weren't for their lack of authority to secure top-tier divine treasures, they would have competed with the Qinglong Academy for supremacy. Mu Kei looked at Li Lan, who was sound asleep in his wheelchair, with a smug expression. "You're really something, you've made me proud. Duan Zitao, would you be willing to join my White Tiger Academy? If you agree, the White Tiger Academy will grant you the status of a senior student, a high-grade rare treasure, and a relatively safe opportunity to undergo a 4-star secret realm trial." At that moment, the voice of a White Tiger Academy teacher sounded again. Teachers from other academies also began selecting their preferred candidates. Dark Sword Wulyochi, having already joined the Tang clan, withdrew from this selection. Fang Heng joined the Qilin Academy, and Wu Tianxi joined the Zhuke Academy. As for the Xuanwu Academy, they selected a few promising students from those ranked outside the top 5. That's all for now. At that moment, Tian Lao from the judging panel stepped forward and said, the top 5 students from the competition will travel to Longjing to participate in the next round. Those of you selected by the various academies may also accompany them. I now declare this competition officially concluded. Let us once again congratulate Li Lan. Oh, and don't forget to attend the awards ceremony tonight. A thunderous round of applause erupted, and the audience began to file out of the venue. Shortly after, the elders from several colleges also departed. At that moment, several soldiers rushed in hurriedly. After whispering a few words to the judges also hurriedly departed. Mu Kei approached Li Lan, who was already asleep, and placed a ring into Su Xian's hand. Give this to your young master. A spatial ring. The value of a spatial ring was comparable to that of a high-grade exotic treasure. Su Xian was stunned and took it, about to nod. But he heard Mu Kei say, the spatial ring is something I'm lending to your young master. Make sure he returns it to me once he arrives in Longjing. Su Xian. He nodded and said, all right, senior. Li Lan slept all the way until evening. Su Xian had actually planned to take his young master to the award ceremony that evening. But for some reason, the award ceremony was suddenly cancelled. The prize for the competition was delivered to him by a special messenger. He carefully helped Li Lan accept them. They returned to Shangnan No. 1 High School with the rest of the school. Everyone was shocked to learn that Li Lan had won the championship. A celebratory banquet was specially prepared for him. Lu Yuya, dressed in her elegant little suit, took several photos with Li Lan. Wang Shishir sang several songs with her powerful voice. Unfortunately, but luckily, Li Lan had no idea and slept through the entire event. The fire element scolded, how can you sleep at your age? Start training Li. Fire element energy plus 82. The wood element began automatic cultivation, wood element energy plus 22. See how lazy you are? The thunder element starts to train hard, thunder element energy plus 52. Late at night, Li Lan's phone rang. Su Xian glanced at it and saw it was Li Lan's grandfather calling. His expression changed, and he hesitated whether to answer. He pushed Li Lan several times, but Li Lan didn't respond. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to answer the call. Little lazy, came the old yet cheerful voice on the other end. Su Xian was about to say that the young master was asleep. But he heard Li Lan mumble something, his mouth full of something. You old fool, I told you I don't want to participate in any competition, yet you insist on making me join. Wait until I beat you senseless. The atmosphere froze instantly. Su Xian's hand holding the phone went stiff. Danger. Chapter 22, Obtaining Psychic Powers, Guiding Su Xian, and Supporting the Beast Horde. Master, what are you talking about at a time like this? The other side fell silent for a moment, followed by a furious shout. You little brat, what did you say? Su Xian quickly placed the phone back to his ear and said, Lord Yen Di, I'm sorry, the young master is asleep. Who are you? Soon. It's me. Su Xian replied. There was another moment of silence before the voice said, wake him up immediately. Yes. Su Xian shook Li Lan's body vigorously, but after a while, Li Lan still showed no signs of waking up. Suddenly, he thought of an idea. He leaned close to Li Lan's ear and whispered, Master, the Emperor of Flames has arrived. Li Lan was startled awake and asked, Where? Where's the old man? Seeing no one around, he glared at Su Xian and said with his eyes, You little liar, why did you deceive me? Su Xian awkwardly pointed to the phone in his hand. A kind grandfather in public, but an old man behind closed doors, huh? On the other end of the phone, the Yen Emperor was clearly furious and said, The old man is right here. Little lazy, do you want the old man to come to Jiangnan to play with you for a few days? Recalling the fear of being dominated by his grandfather, Li Lan felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly grabbed the phone and said obediently, No need, Grandpa. I'm doing just fine here. Plus, I won first place in the selection competition. I'm so happy. In the Li family, he feared nothing, but he feared his grandfather. That was also why he didn't want his father to know about his talent. If his father found out, his grandfather would definitely find out too. If his grandfather found out, he would definitely drag him back to the family and make him undergo family-specific ability training. So, to avoid the family training, he had no choice but to participate in the martial arts tournament. Others might just talk about it, but his grandfather was different. Once he said he'd de-train him, he meant it. Even before he awakened his abilities, his grandfather forced him to run marathons every week. Now that he's awakened his abilities, that's even worse. You brat, stop changing the subject. Grandpa, not only did I win the championship, but I also secured a teaching position at Qinglong Academy. I'm pretty impressive, aren't I? I've made you proud, haven't I? The other side fell silent for a moment before saying, have the youngster leave first. I have something to discuss with you. Lilan was about to say it wasn't necessary, but saw Su Xian stand up on his own and say, Master, I'll step out for a moment. After Su Xian left, Yan Di continued, actually, I don't really agree with you joining the Qinglong Academy. Lilan thought for a moment and asked, is it because of what happened 15 years ago, or because of my would attribute divine ability? Yes, Yan Di's tone grew noticeably heavier. But if I hadn't called to ask, how long did you plan to keep this from me? I was planning to tell you after I woke up today lying. Grandfather, please rest assured. I'll be careful. Lilan sighed helplessly, besides, I'm going to be a teacher. I don't have to teach classes. You know my personality. I'm too lazy to participate in any training. Why don't you come back to the family, little lazy? What's so great about Qinglong Academy? Grandfather will train with you every day at home. 14 hours of training a day is much more comfortable than that Qinglong Academy. Lilan's body trembled. No, I still have to participate in the competition. I promised you before, I can't go back on my word. Then be careful. The matter of the great divine power, don't reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Lilan was about to hang up when she heard her grandfather continue. Oh, and about the black coffin you got involved with earlier. The high priest of the black coffin must already know about your divine power, right? How does the old man know everything? Lilan hurriedly said, Grandfather, you're truly prescient. The voice on the other end snorted coldly, if I hadn't asked, would you have bothered to say anything? Of course not. Lying. That little monster, the high priest, is indeed a potential threat. However, it's not a big issue. He's already severed ties with the Spirit Energy Society, so he shouldn't mention your affairs to those old fools there. But we can't be completely certain. I'll have your third brother give you those few divine speed charms. If you encounter danger, remember to flee immediately. Those few divine travel charms seem more important to my third brother than his own life. Divine travel charms, top-tier mystical artifacts, single-use items. Upon use, they allow the user to teleport hundreds of miles away in an instant. Lilan sighed in relief after seeing his grandfather hang up the phone. He noticed a ring on his hand. When did he put it on? He entered its consciousness and discovered that the ring held a hidden secret. It was actually a spatial ring. The space inside was vast. But it only contained 5 items. A teacher's token from Qinglong Academy. A top-tier rare treasure, Mind Power Amber. 3 high-grade rare treasures, Blazing Flame Crystal, Advanced Thunder Beast Core, and Thunder Skystone. As soon as his consciousness made contact with these items, the 4 other treasures vanished instantly, leaving only the token behind. Ding dong, detecting that the host has obtained a psychic-type rare treasure. Automatic absorption is in progress. Congratulations to the host on successfully awakening psychic-type abilities. Telekinesis ability current level, low-tier initial stage. Telekinesis ability is devouring a top-tier telekinesis artifact. Telekinesis energy plus 500. Telekinesis ability is absorbing top-tier telekinesis artifact. Telekinesis energy plus 500. Digestion complete. Your psychic ability cultivation has been upgraded to high-tier initial stage. Fire element is devouring the blazing flame crystal, fire element energy plus 500. Fire element is digesting the blazing flame crystals, fire element energy plus 500. Digestion complete. Your fire element cultivation has been upgraded to late divine ability user. The fire element has successfully grasped the rudimentary form of a fire-based divine ability, Blazing Strike. Burning Strike is merging with Inferno Blast. Fusion complete. The fire element has mastered the divine ability, Blazing Inferno. The lightning element is currently consuming advanced lightning beast cores and lightning skystones, increasing lightning element energy by 500. The lightning element is digesting the advanced lightning beast cores and lightning skystones. Lightning element energy plus 500. Digestion complete. Your lightning element cultivation has been upgraded to mid-stage divine ability user. The system's voice echoed endlessly in his mind. Lilan simply blocked it out and continued sleeping soundly. When he woke up, it was already dawn. He noticed Su Xian sitting cross-legged on the ground, cultivating his divine abilities. Lilan looked left and right, feeling something was off. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected that the host is observing someone practicing cultivation. 4 errors have been detected, and the system has automatically corrected them. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. Noticing Lilan's gaze, Su Xian stood up and asked, Young master, is there something you need? Lilan casually tapped him a few times and said, This is wrong, it shouldn't be like this. It should be like this. This part is also wrong. Then he closed his eyes and continued sleeping. Su Xian touched his head doubtfully. His first reaction was disbelief. Because the supernatural abilities he and Lilan cultivated were completely different. How could Lilan possibly notice his mistakes? Moreover, his young master was merely a cultivator of supernatural abilities. The reason why only great supernatural practitioners could become teachers at the 5 great academies was because only they could fully understand the attributes they belonged to. Divine ability users were merely at the entry level, still far from mastering their attributes. However, out of respect for Lilan, he decided to give it a try. Su Xian suddenly widened his eyes. The first mistake the young master pointed out was completely correct. Following Lilan's instructions, he altered the trajectory of the elemental energy flow, and the absorption rate of the fire elemental energy indeed became much smoother. He hurriedly tried to correct the remaining errors that had been pointed out. The second one was also completely correct. The third one was still correct. The fourth one was also correct. He corrected all the errors and clearly felt that the power of his supernatural abilities had increased by approximately 0.8 times. Almost doubled. Don't underestimate this 0.8 times increase. It's like an exam, even a single point can completely change the outcome. Sometimes, if you're just a tiny bit stronger, victory in battle might fall into your hands. However, the young master's supernatural ability is different from his. The trajectory of his supernatural abilities is different. How did he notice the mistakes on my body? Su Xian looked at Lilan, who was sleeping on the bed, and felt utterly horrified. He felt that even a great master of supernatural abilities couldn't possibly point out all 4 of his mistakes in such a short time. Who would have thought that the usually lazy young master had such keen eyesight? He really knows how to hide his true abilities. It seems I must strive even harder in my cultivation to catch up with the young master as soon as possible. Su Xian encouraged himself in his heart and continued to sit cross-legged on the ground, continuing his cultivation. By noon, Su Xian had finished feeding Lilan. Just as he was pushing Lilan out for a walk, he happened to run into the principal coming toward them. "You're just in time, I was about to come looking for you." "Principal, is there something you need?" Su Xian asked. "The National Martial Arts Tournament has been postponed." "What?" Su Xian exclaimed in surprise. "Did something happen?" The National Martial Arts Tournament was one of the largest events in Dragon Country, and it was unthinkable that it would be postponed so easily. The principal nodded. "A beast tide has occurred at Yunmeng Lake, and many provinces have been affected. The higher-ups have decided to postpone the tournament until the beast tide is resolved." "What should we do?" "We don't know yet." The principal said. "However, an old friend of mine told me that students might be sent to help fight the beast tide when the time comes. However, it's just clearing out some lower-level beasts on the outskirts. But your young master might have to go deeper. This guy has been sleeping ever since he came back yesterday." The principal glanced at Lilan, who was sound asleep in his wheelchair, and said, "Get ready. Don't forget to tell your young master as well." "All right." Su Xian nodded, unfazed by such matters. After all, in this era of rising races, everyone is a soldier. From elementary school onward, everyone undergoes semi-military training. Sending students to the outskirts for training during a beast tide was the most ordinary thing in the world. By the way, have you received the rewards for the competition? We've all received them. Although Su Xian fainted and withdrew from the competition in the end, his overall ranking was still decent, so he received a consolation prize. That's good. That night, Lilan woke up. But he didn't feel like doing anything, he just lay there with his eyes open, staring quietly at the ceiling. He stayed like that for 3 or 4 hours. The mental energy, noticing its master's laziness, began to cultivate seriously, increasing mental energy by +20. The fire element noticed the new companion and happily began cultivating, increasing fire element energy by 30. The wood element noticed the new companion and happily began cultivating, increasing wood element energy by 30. The lightning element noticed the new companion and happily began cultivating, increasing its lightning element energy by 30. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a box on his bed. It seemed like he had heard Su Xian mention earlier that this was the reward for the selection competition. Lilan used his telekinetic ability to float the box in the air, placing it on his lap before opening it. Inside were 3 rare treasures. The fire element is devouring the fire separating stone, increasing fire element energy by +80. Fire element is devouring the fire separating stone, fire element energy +75. Fire element is consuming the fire separating stone, fire element energy +68. Lilan didn't even bother to say anything, closing his eyes and falling asleep. 2 days later, schools across the entire Jiangnan province received orders to send students to Jiangnan City to clean up the strange beasts. Due to the overwhelming number of beasts, some lower-tier beasts had mixed in with ordinary fish and entered the city, posing a significant safety threat to civilians. The students' task was to eliminate these beasts. "Can I just not go?" Lilan sighed. But he was ruthlessly pushed onto the vehicle by Su Xian. "Master, the clan leader said you must go to assist with the beast tide, and he also told me to record a video. The clan leader said he wants to show your grandfather the video of you fighting the beast tide." "Young master, you don't want the flaming emperor to find out that you're slacking off here because the competition was delayed, do you?" Li Lan. Chapter 23, instantly killing a commander-level beast, the war god in a wheelchair. This time, Xiangnan First High School dispatched a large number of people to assist with the beast tide. Among them were 10 seniors, 10 juniors, and 10 freshmen. Among them were Huang Xiaotian, Cui Mingho, and Zhang Yuanqi from before. It also included Li Lan's classmates, Lu Yuya and Wang Shishir, as well as Wang Shishir's best friend. Inside the vehicle, many were tense or excited. Lu Yuya carefully adjusted her little suit. I'm so elegant. I can't wait for tomorrow's battle. What's there to look forward to? It'll be full of blood, disgusting, Wang Shishir said, looking admiringly at Li Lan, who was sleeping in his wheelchair. If only our idol could come with us. He won first place in the selection competition, he'll handle the monsters with ease. You're dreaming, Wang Shishir's best friend mocked. It's precisely because Li Lan won first place in the selection round that he's even less likely to join us. He'll be sent to a more dangerous place. You don't have to tell me that. Wang Shishir glared at her best friend. You two women are so unladylike. Lu Yuya was admiring herself in the mirror while carefully combing her jet black bangs. He nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with his appearance. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Huang Xiaotian gripped an unsheathed sword and thrust it forcefully at Zhang Yuanqi. His competition reward was a sword technique. And he had always loved swords since he was a child. Upon receiving the sword technique, he immediately went out to buy a steel sword. Now, he couldn't wait to test his sword technique on a beast. Cui Mingho carried a tablet computer with him, closely monitoring the information about the beast tide online. This beast tide relief operation is primarily divided into 4 zones: the outer perimeter, the middle zone, the inner perimeter, and the core zone, where numerous leader-level beasts dwell. Wang Shishir, Lu Yuya, your strength is relatively weak, so you should go to the outer zone. Li Qiya, you will be assigned to the middle zone. As for me, Huang Xiaotian, Zhang Yuanqi, and the others, we should go to the inner zone. Li Lan is assigned to the core zone. Su Xian, will you follow us or Li Lan? He pulled out a map and explained to everyone. I'll follow the young master, Su Xian said after a moment of thought. His current strength was at the late advanced stage, and the rudiments of his divine ability were already fully formed. He believed it wouldn't be long before he broke through to become a divine ability user. With such strength, going to the core zone wouldn't allow him to be a main force, but handling minor tasks should be no problem. What? The male lead is so far away from us? Wang Shishir looked disappointed. Stop with the AHS. If Li Lan were closer to us, we'd be in danger, her best friend said helplessly. She wanted to smack Wang Shishir's starry-eyed head. Li Lan is a divine ability user, and this time his opponents are those commander-level beasts. If they were to encounter a commander-level beast, they might be devoured until not a single scrap remained. I was just saying. I know that. Wang Shishir glared at her best friend. The two of them laughed and tangled together. You two women are so unladylike, Lu Yuya said, applying sunscreen to herself. Thud. At that moment, the bus seemed to hit something, and the front of the vehicle emitted a dull thud. It came to a slow stop. The principal hurriedly stood up and asked, Driver, what's wrong? The bus driver's face turned pale as he trembled and said, Monster. There's a monster. What? The principal shouted, rushing to look out the window. 2 enormous strange birds were colliding with the windows. They opened their massive beaks, emitting strange sounds from their throats. Their claws were sharp, leaving deep cracks in the windows. The younger and middle-grade students inside the bus were panicking. The older students, being more experienced, remained mostly calm, though some showed signs of tension. The accompanying teacher shouted, Those are the 2 swift-winged eagles from Luoyun Mountain. How did they end up here? It must be due to the beast tide from Yunmeng Lake. A large number of low-tier beasts have entered the diversion route, and they might have come out to hunt. We just happened to encounter them. The principal said with a grim expression, Stay inside the car and don't move. I'll go drive them away. He was the only one with supernatural abilities in the car. And as the principal, he had to take responsibility for protecting the students. Principal, be careful, a teacher shouted. The principal nodded heavily. Just as he was about to get out of the car, Li Lan, sitting in the wheelchair, furrowed his brows, slowly opened his eyes, and looked out the window, muttering, It's so noisy. Those around him couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. At a time like this, you still have the nerve to sleep? Wait a moment, Li Lan seems to be a psychic as well. Just as they realized what was happening, the next second, bang, bang, roar. 2 massive explosions echoed outside the window. Immediately afterward, a sea of flames erupted. 2 swift-winged eagles were instantly engulfed in the flames, reduced to ashes. Not a single feather remained. Divine ability, Blazing Inferno. This is different from a regular flame explosion. Ordinary fire blast requires manual activation to gather and detonate the fire elemental energy in the air. However, the blazing inferno can skip this step, directly detonating the fire elemental energy throughout the heavens and earth, unleashing immense power. Seeing this, they were speechless. What on earth is happening? Several teachers froze in place, looking out the window in horror. Intense heat waves poured through the cracks in the windows into the bus, causing everyone inside to sweat profusely in no time. Many looked completely bewildered. Only Lilan relaxed his brows and continued sleeping. This is the fusion technique. Lilan, have you broken through again? The principal's shocked voice echoed through the room. Everyone turned to look at Lilan. The entire scene fell silent. This terrifying sea of fire was created by Lilan. But the only response was Lilan's faint snoring. Seeing that Lilan was still asleep, someone asked in disbelief, "Principal, are you sure everything that just happened was caused by Lilan?" The principal sighed wryly, "But besides Lilan, is there another fire-attributed supernatural being present?" "That's right, besides Lilan, there was no one else present who was a fire-attribute supernatural being. Who else could it be?" They looked at Lilan with fear and reverence, as if they were looking at a war god. A war god sitting in a wheelchair. With a single move, he had instantly defeated two beasts whose abilities rivaled those of divine-level psychics. What else could he be but a war god? And Lilan is only 17 years old. What will he be capable of by the time he is 27? At 27, even if he's not a land deity, he'd still be a great master of supernatural abilities, right? Once Lilan becomes famous, they can boast about having been classmates or even schoolmates with this top-tier genius. At this thought, each of them felt a sense of pride. At that moment, suddenly, a student asked, "By the way, Principal, what did you mean by fusion divine ability earlier?" The so-called fusion divine ability is the process of merging two or even multiple divine abilities into one, transforming them into a completely new divine ability. However, this technique is extremely difficult to master. Even many powerful practitioners may only manage to cultivate a few fusion techniques in their entire lives. The principal looked at Lilan with envy. At such a young age, the only person he knew who had mastered fusion abilities, aside from the legendary figures already recorded in history. And Lilan. "Principal, does that mean Lilan is more powerful than many great supernatural beings?" "That's a fair assessment. At least in terms of mastering supernatural abilities." The principal praised, "Lilan must have put in a lot of effort in practicing his divine abilities. After all, merging supernatural abilities isn't something that can be achieved solely through natural talent. It requires ample time and the accumulation of sufficient experience." Goodness! They looked at Lilan with even more awe. No wonder he sleeps all day, he must be working this hard every night. As the saying goes, 10 years of hard work for a moment of glory. Each of them now wished they could slap themselves. They only saw Lilan's outward ease, but had no idea how much sweat he had shed and how much hardship he had endured behind the scenes. Lilan is truly amazing. He deserves it. He sleeps all day, so how tired must he be at night? So talented and still works so hard, does he even let others live? Let us follow Lilan's example. Once we get back to school, I'll study 14 hours a day. I used to think he was sleeping at night too, but now I see that was just self-comfort. Watching them get so emotional, Su Xian remained expressionless. Actually, he really wanted to say, "Don't look at how comfortable my young master seems on the surface, he is even more comfortable behind closed doors." But he was afraid of getting beaten up, so he kept it to himself. Earlier, he had been just like them, thinking that the reason their young master slept during the day was because he was too tired from practicing at night. Until a few days ago, when he stayed up for several nights in a row without sleeping, he finally dispelled that notion. He witnessed Lilan sleeping from daytime until nightfall, then from nightfall until daytime. Then from daytime to nighttime, and then again from nighttime to daytime. This cycle repeated endlessly. After the strange beast was defeated, the bus restarted. Before long, the bus arrived at the provincial capital and stopped in front of a large hotel. According to the arrangements, they would all stay there for the next few days. However, Lilan was an exception. He was staying in a village near Yunmeng Lake. After all, the hotel was too far from the core area, and staying in the village would save time. To take care of Lilan, Su Xian also moved into the village. Under military arrangements, he shared a room with Lilan. Don't misunderstand, there are 2 beds in the room. By the time Lilan woke up, it was already evening. After feeding Lilan dinner, Su Xian told him about what had happened that day. Lilan simply nodded. At that moment, a soldier in camouflage entered the room. Upon seeing Lilan, he paused for a moment. He then asked suspiciously, "Hello, are you the reinforcements for this beast tide?" Su Xian nodded. "Why is there a disabled person here?" Though puzzled, the soldier continued. "The general is calling you to the village square for a meeting. He has something important to discuss with you." "Alright, we'll go right away." Chapter 24, Grouping is Lilan a worthless good for nothing? When Su Xian pushed Lilan to the village square, it was already crowded with people. The crowd was roughly divided into 3 groups. One group was made up of the talented individuals from various parts of Jiangnan province who had been competing at the sports field earlier. The second group consisted of soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms. As for the last group, Su Xian had heard from others on his way to the village that they were from other provinces heading to Longjing, but had been stranded on the road due to the beast tide. At that moment, an officer in military uniform was speaking from above. Upon seeing Li Lan and the others, he paused for a moment. Then a soldier hurried over and whispered something in his ear, and he finally understood. "You must be Li Lan, right? You're quite the handsome fellow, impressive." The officer smiled and said, "Hurry up and enter the venue. The meeting has already started." "Alright," Su Xian nodded and hurriedly pushed Li Lan into the square, standing behind the group of geniuses from Jiangnan province. He hid Li Lan in the crowd, as if afraid someone would notice him. To his surprise, aside from a few individuals with extraordinary abilities, most of the others were at the same cultivation level as him, late high tier. As Li Lan joined the crowd, many people turned to look, as if they had discovered a new continent. The lazy god has arrived. The lazy god has arrived. I'll tell you, in the selection match where he fought Fong Han, he was simply godlike. He's Li Lan, just as rumored a lazybones through and through. He arrived like this and is still sitting in a wheelchair? I suspect he's a fake, and the wheelchair is his true form. Unfortunately, all the teams have already been assigned. Otherwise, I would have loved to join Li Lan's team. Right, each group has 8 people, and they've already been assigned. So that means Li Lan is paired with just one person, right? Didn't you forget that there are 2 extra people from out of town? They're getting the short end of the stick. How unfair. I didn't notice during the previous competition, but now that I look at him, Li Lan seems pretty handsome. He is my type. If you like him, go after him. I heard Li Lan is still single. Several people whispered among themselves. A few bold girls even tried to walk up and poke Li Lan's face to see if he was really asleep. Su Xian furrowed his brows and quickly stepped in front of Li Lan. They reluctantly withdrew their hands. Su Xian sighed helplessly, glancing at Li Lan in the wheelchair. This guy is still so lazy. Lei Shou Duanzitao glanced at Li Lan and then looked away. He had originally wanted to challenge Li Lan to a duel using his lightning abilities, but it seemed that opportunity had once again slipped away. The officer on stage was speaking loudly, mostly about strategic deployments, urging everyone to stay safe, work together, and fight the beasts. Apart from the strategic deployment, most of it was meaningless drivel. Alright, that's all I have to say. Everyone, return to your posts. The monster cleanup operation will take place tomorrow. I believe that with our efforts, the monster tide will be repelled. Everyone, let's give it our best. Let's do it. The crowd on the square shouted in unison. Oh, right, Lu Shaoqi and Xiong Jianxiang, the 2 of you will start following Li Lan from today onward. Got it. A clear female voice rang out. The crowd gradually dispersed. Among the group of outsiders, a beautiful young woman and a petite girl began to argue. Lu Shaoqi, have you lost your mind? Are you really going to join that disabled persons group? The glamorous girl shouted angrily. The petite girl with the mushroom haircut replied, but I have nowhere else to go. All the other groups are full. What does it matter if they're full? You can just stay in our group, no one will say anything. No, that's against the rules. Lu Shaoqi stubbornly replied, Luna, I know you're trying to help me, but I don't think going with him will be a problem. Besides, he's just sitting in a wheelchair. Who says someone in a wheelchair is disabled? Luna seemed amused by her stubbornness and said, besides cripples, who else would use a wheelchair? Lu Shaoqi had no rebuttal. At that moment, someone from Jiangnan province overheard their conversation and couldn't help but step forward and say, actually, Li Lan isn't lame. He's just lazy and sits in a wheelchair. He's a very powerful psychic. See, even he said so, Lu Shaoqian said. Luna glared at the man who had spoken and said, get out of here. You're lying to me? How dare you lie to me? Just because he's lazy? How could there be such a lazy person in this world? He's either disabled or has some other physical issue, or maybe he's mentally impaired. Who in their right mind would sit in a wheelchair? Exactly. People from Jiangnan province are so interesting. Who would sit in a wheelchair if they're normal? That Li Lan has been sleeping ever since he arrived. I bet he's not in good health. What use is such a person even if they become a supernatural being? On the battlefield, they'd probably be no match for us high-level late-stage sorcerers. Many newcomers to Jiangnan province nodded in agreement. They looked at Li Lan, who was being pushed by Su Xian and sleeping soundly, and didn't believe any of the nonsense about him being powerful. After all, he didn't look the least bit like a powerful person. Seeing her act so violently, the man quickly walked away. He didn't bother to defend himself. After all, whether Li Lan was strong or not would be revealed tomorrow. Luna, calm down. He didn't say anything. Lu Shaoqi hurriedly said, why are you getting so angry? Do you think I'm angry at him? I'm angry at you. Miss Lu. But no matter what, the general has already assigned me to Li Lan's team, so I have to go check it out. I'll go with you. All right. The 2 of them approached Li Lan. Su Xian looked at the 2 of them in confusion and asked, who are you? Lu Xiaoqi showed her little fangs and smiled as she introduced herself. Hello, handsome. My name is Lu Xiaoqi. My name is Su Xin. Su Xin looked at Lu Na and hesitated before speaking. You're Xiong Jianxiang? Lu Xiaoqi burst out laughing. Lu Na's face turned green with anger, and she shouted, My name is Lu Na. Have you ever heard of a beautiful girl named Xiong Jianxiang? Lu Na, don't get angry. He didn't know. Lu Xiaoqi hurriedly said, The general also said earlier that I was supposed to join Li Lan's team with Xiong Jianxiang. Since Xiong Jianxiang isn't here, it's only natural that he mistook you for him. This made Lu Na even angrier. She pointed at her delicate face and said, Me, Xiong Jianxiang? Normal? Lu Xiaoqi laughed even louder. I'm sorry, Lu Na, I really couldn't help it. Lu Na glared at her, then looked at Su Xian and Li Lan, and asked, Is he your team's captain? Captain? Su Xian nodded and said, He is indeed the captain of my young master's team. Young master? Lu Na furrowed her brows. It seemed that Li Lan's family wasn't ordinary. Even the tutor by his side was a high-level sorcerer. However, the young masters of these prominent families were all arrogant and difficult to deal with, and she had never liked them. And Xiao Qian was alone. If they wanted to bully her, she wouldn't even have anyone to help her. No, I can't let Lu Xiaoqi join this team. That Xiong Jianxiang was clearly a man as well. With 3 men and only Lu Xiaoqi, a woman, in the group, they'd be at a huge disadvantage. Lu Na looked at Lu Xiaoqian and saw that the girl was acting as if nothing was wrong, which made her even more furious. She turned to Su Xian and said, Can you wake up your young master? I have something to discuss with him. She wanted to confirm what kind of person Li Lan really was, so that even if Lu Xiaoqi did join this team later, she could feel more at ease. Su Xian shook his head and said, No, my young master is resting. Xiaoqi is now a member of your team. Can't I, as her friend, discuss something with your young master? Lu Na asked with a frown. Su Xian thought for a moment and said, No, we can discuss it tomorrow. All right. Lu Na was so annoyed by his unyielding attitude that she laughed sarcastically and said, Since you won't call him, I'll do it myself. She was about to wake Li Lan herself. At that moment, a surge of intense fire elemental energy erupted from Su Xian's body. Miss, don't be too much. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Lu Xiaoqi quickly pulled Lu Na away. Sorry, sir, my friend has a bit of a temper. If we need to discuss this tomorrow, we'll come back then. The two argued back and forth, gradually drifting apart. What are you doing? If we don't confirm who that Li Lan is, how can I trust you to join them? Besides, their team is all men. Lu Na, what are you thinking? This is military territory, effectively part of a military zone. What can they do to me? Besides, from the look of that Li Lan, he seems like a decent person. You little brat, face. Watching them leave, Su Xian pushed Li Lan back to the place where the two of them were staying. Since it was a village, the two were temporarily staying at a local family's home. Meals were provided by the family. Of course, the military also gave them some money as compensation. The next morning, Su Xian fed Li Lan her breakfast. Just as he was pushing Li Lan, intending to go out and clean up the strange beasts according to the military's plans from the previous day, the 2 men from yesterday appeared before him. Hey there, we meet again. Lu Xiaoqi greeted him with a smile full of youthful energy. Li Lan looked at the 2 of them in confusion. Su Xian explained from the side, according to military instructions, clearing the strange beasts is done in teams of 8. However, we arrived late last night, so only 2 people were assigned to our team, one named Lu Xiaoqi and the other named Xiong Jianxiang. Captain, hello. I'm Lu Xiaoqi. Li Lan looked at Lu Na in disbelief and said, You're called Xiong Jianxiang? Put. Lu Xiaoqi burst into laughter again. Lu Na's face darkened, and she said, My name is Lu Na. Hello, Captain Li. Where's the bear named Xiong Jianxiang? Li Lan looked at Su Xian in confusion. Su Xian shook his head, indicating he knew nothing about it. Lu Xiaoqi stepped forward to explain, Lu Na came because she saw I was the only girl in our team, so she came to keep me company. Captain, may we ask if Lu Na can join our team too? Li Lan nodded in agreement. Then he continued sleeping. Lu Na tugged at the corner of her mouth. Was it too late to leave the team now? She asked, Are the 4 of us going to hunt the strange beasts together now? Su Xian nodded, Yes, it was originally just the 2 of us. Now that you've joined, we're 4. However, only the 3 of us will be doing the actual work, as my young master won't be getting his hands dirty. Please understand. Lu Xiaoqi shrugged indifferently and said, Of course. Lu Na's forehead veins throbbed, and she was about to charge forward and ask, Why? Fortunately, she was pulled back by Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Na, calm down. You said yourself that Li Lan is probably not in good health. Just give them some leeway. You're almost driving me crazy. Lu Na glared at her. Chapter 25, The 3 Swords of Body Forging, with 6 mistakes. The summer sun blazed overhead. The temperature today was exceptionally high. Li Lan's team was clearing out beasts near a tributary of Yunming Lake. The three of them fought fiercely in the water, going in and out 7 times. Although the water helped cool them down. However, fighting the beasts in the water was extremely physically demanding, so they soon found themselves drenched in sweat. Among them, Su Xian was the most affected. His ability was fire attributed, and water and fire are natural enemies. Whether fighting on water or in water, his movements were severely restricted. Luna flickered her slender hand, and a beam of light shot out from her palm, effortlessly piercing through the water and striking a creature that had been trying to break through the protective barrier. I'm so tired, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, glancing at Lilan, who was resting under the shade of a tree, sleeping soundly. She couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. I can't go on. I'm about to collapse. There are just too many of these beasts. We can't kill them all. Lu Shaoqi, who was beside her, was so exhausted that his face was bright red. He simply lay down in the water and floated up. Seeing her, Luna's anger flared even more. Now you know how tired you are? You deserve it. If it weren't for you insisting on joining this team, we wouldn't be in this mess. There are only 5 people in the team, and only 3 are actually working. One is lying under a tree, and the other hasn't even shown up yet. Lu Shaoqi, floating in the water, innocently replied, I can't help it if Xiong Jianxiang won't come. Besides, if it weren't for the 2 of us, Su Xian would be in real trouble. He deserves it. Both of them turned their gaze toward Su Xian and couldn't help but marvel at his perseverance. After all this time, he, a fire-type ability user, was still as calm as ever, fighting his way in and out of the water. Each strike took down a beast. If you counted them all up, the number of beasts he had killed seemed to exceed the combined total of the 2 of them. Flame Vortex. Su Xian dived into the water, and a massive flame erupted, forming a vortex that merged with the lake water, emitting a sizzling sound. Immediately afterward, 4 or 5 high-tier fish-like beasts surfaced from the water, all roasted to a crisp. What powerful fire attribute divine ability! Luna exclaimed in astonishment. This Su Xian won't take long to become a divine ability user. Such a genius being wasted as a tutor for a cripple. Su Xian, you're so amazing. You cooked the fish. Lu Shaoqi exclaimed in astonishment. He swam over to Su Xian, tasted a fish floating on the water, then spat it out. Pfft, it's disgusting. This silly girl, the fish wasn't seasoned with salt or oil, of course it's not good. Luna silently pulled Lu Shaoqi away. Su Xian asked, are you tired? If you're tired, why don't you go ashore and rest for a while? Together? Luna asked. Su Xian nodded. Under the big tree, the 3 sat in a row. Lilan had woken up at some point, her eyes half open, enjoying the gentle breeze. This is so comfortable. Luna glanced at her sweat-soaked hair and felt an urge to hit someone. Master, would you like some water? Su Xian handed the water bottle to Lilan. Acting first and asking later, huh? Lilan took a few casual sips. You're really good to your young master. Lu Shaoqi envied, if I ever get sick in the future, I hope I can meet someone as kind as you. My young master is a healthy person. I understand. Lu Shaoqi gave a look that said, I know everything. I feel like you don't understand. Su Xian sighed. He still owed Lilan several hundred million in medical bills. By the way, Su Xian, how did you get into the core zone? Lu Shaoqi suddenly asked, you're a high-level fire elemental ability cultivator. The core zone is too restrictive for you. According to the rules, shouldn't you have been assigned to the inner ring? I forced my way in with the young master. Oh, no wonder. Luna, standing nearby, tugged at the corner of her mouth. So if you hadn't forced your way in, there would only be the 2 of us left to work, right? She stood up, picked up a branch nearby, and began practicing swordplay. Her flowing hair swayed as the branch made a whistling sound through the air. The sword technique she practiced wasn't for attacking, it was for strengthening the body, capable of exercising every muscle in the body. Soon, she was drenched in sweat. Lilan watched her silently. Soon, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the host is observing the practice of 3 swords of body forging. 6 errors have been identified, and the system has automatically corrected them. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. There are quite a few mistakes. Lilan was about to remind him, but just as he opened his mouth, a sudden wave of fatigue washed over him. Never mind, talking is tiring. Noticing that Lilan had been staring at her, Luna furrowed her brows and asked, why have you been staring at me? Lilan didn't want to speak, but to avoid any misunderstandings, he finally said, your sword technique is wrong. Upon hearing this, Luna laughed as if she had heard a joke and said, are you joking? The sword technique she had been practicing, forged the body with 3 swords, had been taught to her by her father a year ago. Since reaching the advanced sorcerer realm, she had continuously enhanced her physical constitution using this sword technique, leaving countless peers behind. If it were wrong, she would have noticed long ago. How could she have practiced it this far? If she didn't believe him, that was fine. Lilan didn't feel like arguing with her and continued sleeping. Luna continued, you say I've been practicing it wrong. What proof do you have? Lu Shaoqi, standing nearby, wasn't very convinced either. She and Lu Na were classmates. When Lu Na was practicing this sword technique before, she had even been praised by their school principal. Their principal was a late-stage psychic with extraordinary abilities. If this sword technique was practiced incorrectly, it should have been discovered long ago. Moreover, Lu Na had been practicing for over a year and hadn't caused any trouble. Captain, you said that Lu Na's sword technique is wrong. Can you point out exactly where she went wrong? You're only saying half of it, which is really upsetting. Lu Shaoqi said. Li Lan opened his eyes, sighed, and said, there are 6 mistakes in total. The first one. He briefly explained the first mistake. After listening, Lu Na's first reaction was disbelief. But she also felt that Li Lan had a point. So she decided to give it a try. This wasn't a big deal, but once she tried it, she was thrilled. Her sword swinging speed increased significantly. She was able to work out more muscles. Seeing Luozhen's expression, Lu Shaoqi immediately grew anxious. Lu Na, what's wrong? Are you okay? But Lu Na was like a madwoman, completely ignoring her words, repeatedly practicing the same sword technique as Li Lan had just demonstrated. Su Xian, do you know what's wrong with Lu Na? Lu Shaoqi asked anxiously. Chapter 26, The Pitiful Lightning Element. I'm fine. Luna suddenly exhaled and said. But what happened just now? I just had an epiphany, Lu Na said. Hearing this, Lu Shaoqi couldn't believe it and covered her mouth. Did the captain really say that just now? Although Luna wasn't entirely convinced, she nodded anyway. She looked deeply at Li Lan and asked, how did you know where I went wrong? Did you practice the 3 swords of body forging before? The mistake Li Lan had pointed out earlier. Not only had she practiced it wrong, but even her father had done it wrong. Even her grandfather had practiced it incorrectly, making it a family-wide mistake passed down through generations. She couldn't believe that someone who had never practiced this sword technique before could spot it so easily. Li Lan didn't bother to respond, he simply shook his head. Then how did you know? Li Lan flicked her eyelid. Lu Na looked completely confused. Su Xian immediately understood and said, the young master means he figured it out just by looking. Su Xian, you really understand me. Li Lan gave Su Xian an approving look. Su Xian raised his head slightly, proud yet reserved. Lu Na. What's there to be proud of? She exclaimed in disbelief, that's impossible. You haven't studied the 3 swords of body forging. How could you spot my mistake at a glance? Li Lan gave her a look that said, believe it or not. Knowing that arguing further was pointless, Lu Na sighed helplessly and asked. Can you tell me the remaining 5 mistakes? Fearing Li Lan might refuse, she continued, consider it my contribution for joining your team. I wasn't originally part of your team anyway, so I can leave any time. The team is already short-handed. If I leave, the pressure on you to clear the beasts will increase again. Right now, almost all the pressure is on Su Xian. You don't want to see Su Xian work so hard, do you? The last sentence sounded familiar. Li Lan thought about it and realized she was right. Anyway, this thing isn't some treasure trove, keeping it won't bring him any benefits. After a moment of hesitation, he agreed. Lu Na's lips curled into a smile, surprised, then tell me. Li Lan briefly explained the remaining 5 mistakes. Lu Na listened carefully. At times she looked puzzled, at times she furrowed her brows, and at times she suddenly understood. After Li Lan finished, she immediately picked up the wooden stick and began practicing again. Her sword techniques were sharp and decisive, flowing smoothly, far more fluid than before. After completing the first form, she exhaled deeply and came to a slow stop. Her clear eyes looked at Li Lan, now much kinder than before. She bowed in gratitude and said, thank you for your guidance. Wow, Captain, you're so amazing. Lu Shaoqi, who had been watching from the side, exclaimed in awe. Looking at Su Xian, she asked, was he always this good? Su Xian recalled how Li Lan had taught him to practice and nodded, more or less. He's truly amazing, Lu Shaoqian praised again. She stared intently at Li Lan, her thoughts unknown. At that moment, Lu Na said, we've rested long enough. Let's start clearing out the beasts. Su Xian took a sip of water and said, all right. As they spoke, the 3 of them entered the water once more. Suddenly, a massive mid-stage fish-like monster charged toward Lu Na. Lu Na leaped into the air, using the water's surface as a springboard to jump higher, while 3 beams of light sword shot out from her hands. The beast was instantly pierced through with 3 swords, leaving 6 holes in its body. Luna, you seem much more agile than before. Lu Shaoqi praised, is it because of your sword technique earlier? Lu Na smiled slightly and nodded. The captain is truly amazing. If her body were in better condition, she would definitely become a great master someday, Lu Shaoqi sighed. Lu Na also felt a bit regretful and said, let's keep killing the beasts. That's their business, we can't interfere. Alright. Li Lan sat in his wheelchair, quietly gazing at the sky. Soon, he closed his eyes again and drifted off to sleep. The fire elemental, seeing its master being so lazy, was so angry it cried bitterly, saying, you worthless thing. Start working harder. Fire elemental energy plus 35. The wood element, influenced by the fire element, also began to train diligently, increasing its wood element energy by 30. The lightning element, seeing its master shed tears of envy, was forced to begin training under the fire element's beatings, increasing its lightning element energy by plus 25. The psychic ability, seeing the lightning element being beaten, began to practice out of fear, psychic energy plus 20. TSK, poor lightning element. Li Lan mocked while sleeping. The lightning element felt as though it had been hit by a 10,000-ton blow, and was about to stop cultivating, but was beaten again by the fire element, leaving it no choice but to continue. Lightning element energy plus 45. Time passed quickly as the three of them killed more and more beasts. It was soon noon. Su Xian pushed Li Lan back to the village, with Lu Na and Lu Shaoqi following behind. People kept greeting Li Lan along the way. Hello, lazy god. Lazy god. Why is lazy god still sleeping? Seeing this scene, Lu Shaoqi and Lu Na couldn't help but marvel. Lu Na said, I didn't expect your young master to be so popular. I told you my young master is a normal person. Su Xian said, and he even won first place in the previous selection competition. Lu Na suddenly recalled what that person had said yesterday. Could he have been telling the truth? But she couldn't believe it. How could there be such a lazy person in the world? And it's already been half a day, yet Li Lan hasn't even gotten off his wheelchair. He didn't even bother to speak, and even drinking water was done by Su Xian bringing it to his mouth. He must have been pretty skilled back in the day. But during the competition, even though she gave it her all and came in first, she was disqualified by the second-place finisher. Lu Na thought to herself. Suddenly, she felt a bit sorry for Li Lan. Such a genius who could spot the flaws in her sword technique with just a glance. Spending the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair must be a huge blow for him. That second-place finisher was truly despicable. It was just a competition, yet he resorted to such underhanded tactics. She suddenly understood why Li Lan was still so tired even after sleeping all day. Perhaps it wasn't his body that was tired, but his spirit that was weary of life. Seeing her pitying expression, Su Xian hurriedly pushed Li Lan away, afraid that his young master would be influenced. His young master may be lazy now, but his overall expression is still pretty normal. Lu Shaoqi looked at Lu Na curiously and asked, What's wrong with you? Lu Na shook her head and said, Nothing. By the way, be careful what you say in front of Li Lan from now on. I'm afraid he might do something reckless. Oh. Lu Shaoqi nodded, not understanding. Suddenly, she smiled and said, By the way, do you want to come over for lunch? I tried a new recipe yesterday, and I think it turned out pretty good. Su Xian, are you and the captain going? Sure. What about Lu Na? Lu Shaoqi looked at Lu Na. All she saw was Lu Na's hurriedly fleeing back. Why is she leaving so suddenly? Chapter 27, A Delicious Lunch, Burning the Sky and Boiling the Sea. After arriving at Lu Shaoqi's place, Su Xian finally understood why Lu Na had run so quickly. Dinner's ready. Come and try my cooking. Lu Shaoqi said, holding a large white porcelain bowl. Li Lan was curious to see what she had cooked. But upon seeing the green fish in the porcelain bowl and the blue meat in the iron pot nearby, he decided to close his eyes. He began to snore loudly. Li Lan, are you going to eat? Lu Shaoqi saw that Li Lan had fallen asleep again and felt a little disappointed. She quickly turned to Su Xian with a delighted expression and said, Su Xian, it looks like we'll have to eat together. I'll go get you some rice. Wait here. Su Xian looked at the fish on the table and grimaced. He took a whiff and his expression changed drastically. He decisively pushed Li Lan away and left Lu Shaoqi's place. Where are you going? Lu Shaochan returned and saw that Su Xian had already left. She rushed to the door and shouted loudly, You haven't eaten yet. My young master isn't feeling well and needs to take medicine every day. I have to go get it for him. I'm truly sorry. Let us have dinner together next time. To avoid hurting Lu Shaoqi's feelings, Su Xian explained. Lu Shaoqi nodded understandingly, Alright, the captain's health comes first. You guys go ahead. Next time I come up with a new dish, I'll call you guys over. It won't be next time. Su Xian walked faster and faster, eventually breaking into a run. As if afraid Lu Shaoqi would catch up. At that moment, Su Xian noticed Li Lan staring at him with his dead fish eyes, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. From Li Lan's expression, it was clear he was thinking, which one of us is going to have to take the medicine? Su Xian said, Then let us go back and continue eating? Li Lan tugged at the corner of his mouth and chose to close his eyes. Watching Su Xian's running figure, Lu Shaoqi looked envious. Su Xian is really good to the captain. The captain's condition seems pretty serious. Once he finishes his medicine, they won't have time to eat. She looked at the large table of food and felt it would be a waste to throw it away. She found a few insulated containers and packed everything inside. I should bring them some food. They'll need to clean up the monsters this afternoon, and they can't afford to be hungry. The captain isn't feeling well, so he should eat more. Su Xian can eat normally. Bring some for Lu Na too, she must have been in a hurry earlier. I really am a kind-hearted person. By the time it was time to clean up the beasts in the afternoon, the four gathered at the previous tributary mouth. Just a few hours had passed, and there were already many aquatic beasts gathering here. They were violently colliding with the protective nets placed at the entrance, causing the large wooden stakes deeply embedded in the ground to sway dangerously. Su Xian glanced at the mountain of monster corpses piled up on the water's surface. It seems the military has already taken care of quite a few for us. Let's get started, Luna said. Su Xian nodded. All right. Wait a moment. Lu Shaoqi said at that moment. The two looked at her and asked, what's wrong? Lu Shaoqi pulled out 4 lunchboxes from her backpack and said, I saw you guys leaving in such a hurry earlier. You probably haven't eaten yet. I brought you some food. Don't be polite. She opened the lunchboxes, revealing blue meat, green fish, black chicken legs, and an unknown food wrapped in cotton candy. Luna's expression changed and she said, no, thank you. I already ate at my friend's place. These are for Su Xian and Li Lan. Lu Shaoqi looked at Su Xian expectantly. Su Xian quickly jumped into the water and began cleaning the strange beasts. He said solemnly, this is mission time. How can we be doing things unrelated to the mission? Luna agreed, I think Su Xian is right. Shaoqi, your ideological awareness still needs improvement. Lu Shaoqi felt ashamed and said, I was wrong. She placed the thermos box under a tree and said, let's finish clearing the strange beasts first, then we can eat during the break. The three entered the water to fight the strange beasts. Under the tree, Li Lan, who was sleeping, caught a whiff of an odd smell and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the strange dish in the lunchbox. He acted on impulse and used his telekinetic ability to throw all the dishes into the water. Then he continued sleeping. A few minutes later, the 3 people cleaning up the strange beasts quickly noticed something was wrong. Luna looked at Su Xian and said, did you notice too? There seem to be a lot fewer low-tier beasts here. What's going on? Su Xian shook his head. Just then, the 2 suddenly heard Lu Shaoqi shriek, oh no, my thermos. The 2 looked over and saw 4 insulated boxes floating in the water not far away. Any low-tier beasts or fish that passed near the thermos boxes quickly swerved away. Luna cast a lingering glance at Lu Shaoqian, feeling a sense of relief. What did you put in the food? Nothing much, just some salt, oil, MSG, sesame oil, powdered innards of a large nylon fish, fruits of the green spirit camphor tree, roots of the fragrant pigweed, petals of the cassia flower, tooth powder of the glass snake, leaves of the flame grass, flowers of the blue grass, white jade mushrooms, flowers of the intestine cutting grass, powdered genitalia of the tooth wolf, and scales of the silver fish. Lu Shaoqi listed over 30 ingredients in one breath. Things that fly in the sky, run on the ground, swim in the water, live in the water, and grow on the ground, everything imaginable. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance without speaking, then continued sweeping away the demon beasts. Lu Shaoqi didn't understand why they were ignoring her. Sadly, she picked up the 4 insulated boxes floating on the water. What a pity. I'll have to make them for everyone next time. But how did they end up in the water? She looked at the tree in confusion. It was clearly several meters away from the water. By evening, the 3 were cleaning up after the strange beasts. Su Xian suddenly received an order from the military. Li Lan squad, an anomaly has occurred at Yunmeng Lake. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Repeat, an anomaly has occurred at Yunmeng Lake. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. The call was abruptly disconnected. He was about to call Lu Na and Lu Shaoqi to get ashore. But just then, a sudden scream echoed from the distance. There's a high-ranking beast in the water. It's Luna. Su Xian looked in her direction and saw a massive serpentine beast break through the water about 100 meters ahead of her, sending waves hundreds of meters high crashing upward. Its eyes were larger than those of an infant, and its face was hideously grotesque. It opened its blood-red maw and let out a deafening roar. The water began to erupt with strange movements. Countless serpentine beasts swam through the water, with low-tier ones in large groups, mid-tier ones too numerous to count, and high-tier ones visible everywhere. This is bad. He felt a sudden chill in his heart and shouted loudly, get ashore quickly. Lu Na and Lu Shaoqi hurriedly climbed ashore. Su Xian also climbed ashore. However, his earlier shout seemed to have drawn the attention of the beasts. As soon as he reached the shore, another demon beast of the commander level emerged from the water. It was an octopus-like aquatic demon beast. Its tentacles shot out like lightning, tightly wrapping around Su Xian's legs and pulling him back into the water. Su Xian struggled to hold onto the protective net at the water's edge, trying to break free from its grip. Just as his strength was failing, in an instant, the sky was ablaze and the sea boiled. Chapter 28, Fire God? No, it's the Lazy God. At that moment, Duan Zitao and a military officer with supernatural abilities were leading a large group of psychics rushing toward Li Lan's location. Hurry, it's right ahead. We've received word that there are 6 areas where the beasts are rampaging. They are Li Lan's team, Fang Heng's team, Huang Cheng's team. Li Lan's team is ahead of us. Let's speed up. Faster. Although the Lazy God was the champion of the previous selection tournament, his team only has 4 members in total, so they're more likely to encounter danger than other teams. Almost there, almost there. I see the river. They should be right ahead. All soldiers, prepare to receive orders. Upon encountering stranded individuals, initiate rescue operations immediately. Regardless of risk, regardless of sacrifice. Yes. I think I saw Li Lazy. I also saw his 2 teammates. Trouble. Li Lan's bodyguard is in danger. Duan Zitao and the military officer's expressions changed slightly, and they were about to rush forward to rescue them. But just then, the scene before them suddenly erupted into a sea of flames. Bang! A loud explosion erupted from the tentacle wrapped around Su Xian, sending sparks flying. The tentacle was instantly blown to pieces, its flesh and fluids flying everywhere. Boom! Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! Several more explosions followed, sending a massive heat wave across the river surface. And steam! Countless low-tier, mid-tier, and even high-tier beasts were instantly annihilated. That snake-like beast of the sovereign realm was reduced to in an instant, devoured by the flames. Next was the octopus-like beast. All its tentacles, at the same time, bloomed into dozens of fiery red flowers of death, large and small. As the flowers bloomed, they emitted massive explosions and bursts of flame. The octopus too was reduced to a pile of flesh in the explosions, raining down from the sky like drops of rain. Landing on the ground. Dripping into the water. At that moment, another leader-class fish-like creature attempted to break through the water's surface. A dark cloud began to form in the sky, and a blue bolt of lightning suddenly struck out from within. The lightning, as thick as an infant's arm, erupted with immense energy. Upon hitting the water, the area turned into an electric lake. Boom! Lightning and thunder. The strange beast was shattered into pieces. Countless beasts were struck by the residual thunder and lightning, their eyes rolling back as they floated up from the water. A scene of fiery chaos unfolded. Seeing this scene, it wasn't just Lu Shaoqi and Luna, but even Duan Zitao, the military officer, and the psychics they led, were left speechless, their expressions a mix of shock, fear, and disbelief. Heavens, heavens! Did Li Lan do this? It's too terrifying. Li Lan? You dare call him that? Call him the Lazy God. Such terrifying power, Lazy God's fire element must have reached the late stage of divine ability by now. A genius. The Lazy God is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. He's only 17 years old and has already broken through to the late stage of divine power. Comparing people really is frustrating. Those explosions earlier were terrifying. Was that a fusion divine ability? No way, fusion divine power is extremely difficult even for great divine power users to master. I think it was fusion divine ability. What other divine ability could unleash such power? The Lazy God truly lives up to the Li family name. He's so young and has already mastered fusion divine ability. I've been in the military for years, and this is the first time I've seen such a terrifying genius. Who isn't? The currently Lazy is probably only matched by the former Emperor Yin. He has an extremely high chance of becoming the second Yin Emperor. No, he is who he is. He will definitely carve out his own legend, one that belongs solely to him. The group of psychics began to discuss among themselves. Even the usually strict military soldiers couldn't resist joining the discussion. An officer laughed. It seems we came here for nothing. Duan Zitao stood frozen in place, muttering to himself, he's broken through. Not only has he advanced his fire element to the late stage of divine ability, but he's also broken through to the mid stage of divine ability with the lightning element, and even mastered the fusion divine ability. I'm not as good as him. I'm not as good as him. Why did I have to be born in the same era as him? It's truly despairing. I was planning to challenge him to a few moves, but now it seems pointless. Ah. At that moment, Li Lan stood up, stretched lazily with sleepy eyes, and sat back down in his wheelchair. He squinted his eyes and spoke lazily, I've been sleeping all day. I'm so tired. The entire venue fell silent. Many psychics looked at him, their faces filled with admiration. The Lazy God truly lives up to his name. Just as expected, he's still the same as before, not a bit changed. Still as lazy as ever. However, they too wished they could be as lazy as him. Unfortunately, their abilities didn't allow it. Even if they had the ability, they lack the natural talent. Li Lan looked at Su Xian and asked, are you okay? I'm fine, Su Xian shook his head, still looking a bit shaken. Li Lan, you. Luna looked at Li Lan, unable to form coherent words. Lu Shaoqi asked excitedly, Captain, are you really a normal person? When did I ever say I wasn't normal? Li Lan said with his eyes. But what about before? Lu Shaoqi roughly understood his meaning and looked at Li Lan's wheelchair. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she abruptly turned to look at Su Xian beside her. Su Xian pretended not to know anything and hurriedly pushed Li Lan away. The officer said, since the matter is resolved, we'll be on our way. Alright, Duan Zitao said, glancing at Li Lan, should we go too? Li Lan nodded. The three of them walked back to the village together. A group of people were following behind them. They were all people who had come along with Duan Zitao earlier to offer support, but they weren't part of Duan Zitao's team. So now they were also following Li Lan back to the village. At that moment, many of them were filled with excitement, sharing their experiences of what they had just witnessed, their faces brimming with enthusiasm. They occasionally peeked ahead to glance at Li Lan. They looked like little fans, completely captivated. That lightning bolt just now was so cool. I was so impressed I did a 666 right there. Exactly. I felt the same way. And that scene where the octopus monster exploded was also so cool. I think the coolest part was when Lazy God stood up and stretched. I felt like I was instantly head over heels in love, and I just wanted to jump right in. You're so shameless. You'd get burned to ashes by the Lazy God, right? If the Lazy God is willing, I'll burn for him alone from today onward. Ha ha. That's so hilarious. Back near the village. At that moment, Luna spotted several familiar figures. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, those people, upon seeing her, approached with mocking expressions on their faces. They were her former teammates, 2 men and 1 woman, a total of 3 people. Hey, isn't that Luna? You look so down after just 1 day. You left our team just to join this cripple's team? I bet you fell for this cripple, didn't you? A young man with a pockmarked face laughed maliciously. I wonder how big he is. Too bad, even if he is big, you'll only be able to be his automatic transmission. Luna didn't say anything. Su Xian's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 29, The Return of the Great Sage, Huang Zichao's Reinforcements. Huang Zichao, is there in your mouth? It smells awful. Luna said coldly. The pockmarked young man shrugged indifferently, isn't that the truth? But before he could finish speaking, he saw a towering figure appear before him. Immediately afterward, he felt an excruciating pain in his groin. Looking down, he saw Su Xian's feet engulfed in flames, slowly retracting his legs from his body. His lower body was already a mess of blood and flesh. My young master is not someone anyone can insult, Su Xian said, his face as cold as ice. In that instant, Huang Zichao even doubted that if he hadn't been in a military-controlled area, he might have already been dead. Ah! Huang Zichao let out an agonizing scream, kneeling on the ground and clutching his lower body, his face contorted in pain. He glared at Su Xian with a savage expression. I'll kill you. I must kill you. I'll make my brother kill you. I'll kill you first. Luna took a swift step forward and kicked Huang Zichao in the face. Huang Zichao's face twisted, and he flew backward, landing on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. His face was swollen and bruised, with blood flowing continuously from his nose. Zichao, are you okay? Huang Zichao, are you okay? The other 2 were caught off guard by the sudden attack. They quickly ran over to help Huang Zichao to his feet. However, Huang Zichao's injuries were too severe for him to stand up, and he could only be supported by others. He shouted in disbelief, Luna, you dare to hit me. He looked at the 2 people beside him and shouted, what are you 2 still standing there for? Grab them. The 2 men looked at each other. They wanted to act, but they dared not. Not only were they no match for Su Xian and Luna, but the group of psychics surrounding Su Xian from Jiangnan province were also eyeing them hostilely. Who are they? How dare they insult the lazy god like that? They seem to be from another province. What a bunch of clueless fools. Those 3 look like Huang Chang's men. Huang Chang? The one at the mid-stage of supernatural abilities? Just mid-tier psychic? I thought he was something special. The lazy god is already late tier. Even if Huang Chang himself showed up, he wouldn't be worth mentioning in front of the lazy god. Exactly. They think the lazy god is a cripple? If the lazy god is a cripple, then what are we? Little cuties. Let us not even talk about lazy god's terrifying strength. Just his status alone isn't something anyone can insult. Lucky for us, lazy god is lazy and doesn't bother with them. If he were any of the other 6, these 3 would be in big trouble today. Keep your voice down, don't wake the lazy god. Speaking of which, there are so many of us in Jiangnan province, hasn't anyone told these outsiders about the lazy goddess power? We have, but most people don't believe us, thinking we're just bragging. Some even think that when the lazy god fought Feng Hong, even though he won first place, he was still crippled by Feng Hong. Disabled means he was instantly killed by 3 commander-level beasts. The psychics from Jiangnan province whispered among themselves, gazing at the 3 with disdainful expressions. Zichao, maybe we should leave first. They outnumber us, and we can't beat them. Yeah, and that Li Lan seems pretty formidable too. Hearing their words, Huang Zichao's rationality gradually returned, and he snorted coldly, saying, let's go find my older brother. Luna looked at Li Lan with guilt, then at Su Xian. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's okay, it's not your fault. Luna, wait for me. Lu Shaoqi hurried after them. She didn't forget to wave goodbye. See you tomorrow. All right. Do you need me to bring you breakfast? The breakfast I make is delicious. No, it's okay. After they left, Su Xian also prepared to push Li Lan back to their place. But just then, everyone suddenly noticed that 7 people were flying toward them from the distant sky. One of them was being supported by the other 2 and appeared to be severely injured. Everyone, look! There's someone in the sky. It looks like the general and the commander. Ugh, but it seems like someone among them is injured. The 7 who went to the depths of the core zone to clear out the beasts were all great masters, right? Even with such a lineup, someone was injured. What kind of monster appeared during this beast tide? I recognize the injured one. He's the former director of the Jiangnan Province Supernatural Affairs Bureau, a top-tier master of the late stage of the Golden Element divine ability. Though he's old now and his current strength doesn't match his prime, he's still formidable. I never expected him to be injured. Even a great master has been injured. How much longer will this beast tide last? Who is that person on the far left wearing golden armor and with red hair? Though it's a bit impolite, he really is so over the top. That's Golden Saint Li Qin. The lazy god is his younger brother. He was at the selection tournament earlier. Many people turned to look at Li Lazy. Meanwhile, Li Lan had already opened his eyes without anyone noticing. The 7 figures in the sky slowly descended. The injured divine being was being supported and taken into the medical room. Everyone, disperse. Don't gather here. Today, we successfully eliminated 4 king-level beasts in the depths of the core zone. I believe this beast tide will subside soon. The general addressed the crowd. Originally overwhelmed by the heavy atmosphere, the powerful cultivator immediately became excited. We actually cleared 4 royal-class beasts. It seems this beast tide will end soon. 4 royal-class beasts. Though it may seem a bit disrespectful, compared to that, the old director's injury doesn't seem so unbearable after all. That's right. The sacrifice of a great being was worth it to bring down 4 royal-class beasts. Li Qin saw Li Lan's eyes light up and walked toward him. Everyone made way for them. At the same time, at Huang Chang's residence, Huang Zichao said, "Brother, that's how it happened. At the time, I wanted to call Luna back to our team, saying she was too tired staying in Li Lan's team, but she didn't appreciate it and even called people to attack me. Brother, you must avenge me. I've never been treated this way in my life. I just didn't want her to stay in a cripple's team. What's wrong with that? She actually treated me like this." Knowing his younger brother's temperament, Huang Cheng frowned and looked at the 2 men behind him. Is what he said true? The female team member stammered, unsure how to respond. The male team member hurriedly said, "Captain, it's almost certainly true. That little lackey of Li Lan is despicable. To pursue Luna, he actually attacked Zichao." Huang Cheng snorted coldly and slammed his hand on the table. "I'll see who dares to bully my younger brother like this. Zhang Biao, gather the men, let us go." Chapter 30, The Divine Speed Symbol, the Dragon and Tiger Body Tempering Technique. Third brother, Li Lan smiled. Hearing this, many people froze in their tracks. What did he call that powerful cultivator? Third brother? Don't you know? Li Lan is the younger brother of Golden Saint fighter Li Qin. They're both from the Li family. Moreover, Li Lan is a thunder and fire attribute divine cultivator. He recently won first place in the selection tournament in Jiangnan province. But what about the rumor that Li Lan is a cripple? Of course it's fake. How could the lazy god be a cripple? So he is really lazy, that's why he is always in a wheelchair? Yes. Goodness, there's actually such a lazy person in this world? I didn't believe it at first. Damn it, I was originally in Li Lan's group. If I had known he was from the Li family, I wouldn't have hidden myself. A tall man, standing at 1.8 meters, pounded his chest in frustration, nearly in tears. With the Li family's backing, all the false rumors about Li Lan were immediately debunked. Don't call me third brother. Li Qin's face froze, and he forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. He said, "Little lazy, haven't I treated you well enough? What did you put in Grandpa's drink? He actually wants me to give you my life-giving organ." The people around them seemed to have heard some sensational news. They all turned to look. They saw Li Qin slowly pull out 3 talismans and clench them tightly in his hand. "These are what Grandpa told me to give you." He looked pained. Li Lan took the 3 talismans and put them in his pocket. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. "What are those? They look like 3 talismans. Are you kidding? We want to know what kind of talismans they are. I think I saw something like that online before. It's supposed to be a divine travel talisman." "What? The divine traveling talismans? The ones that are said to be equivalent to a top-tier treasure?" "Yes, the appearance and size are exactly the same as the one I saw online before." "Oh my god, I never thought it was a divine traveling talisman. No wonder the Golden Saints were so heartbroken. The Li family really treats Li Lan well. Yeah, the divine traveling symbol is something even top-tier divine beings would covet. I never thought the Li family would give Li Lan, an ordinary divine being, one. He is a cultivator, so just call him a cultivator. Why add ordinary? Sorry, I was just emphasizing the contrast. Lazy God is worth it. Upon hearing the words divine speed symbol, many people's eyes widened in envy. After all, the divine speed symbol isn't something to be taken lightly. It's said to be the ultimate escape item. With a single thought, it can teleport you 3,000 miles away. In times of danger, a single divine traveling symbol is as valuable as a life. From this alone, its value is evident. Moreover, these divine travel charms are mostly obtained by top-tier masters who have exhausted their efforts to bring them back from the 5-star secret realm. Except for a few exceptions, most of them are never circulated in the market. Even if they do, they are usually priceless. Most of the time, they are priceless and unavailable for purchase. Just as they were marveling, a piercing voice echoed from outside. Brother, that guy is Li Lan. It was his henchman who beat me up. You must avenge me. Everyone looked outside and saw Huang Chang leading a group of over a dozen imposing psychics approaching. Huang Zichao followed behind, looking up with a smug expression. What's going on? That looks like Huang Chang, the second-place winner of the Jiangdong Province Selection Tournament. But why is he here looking for Li Lan? Judging by their expressions, they don't mean well. Li Lan isn't the one causing trouble. Earlier, Li Lan's little bodyguard beat up Huang Chang's younger brother, Huang Zichao. So, Huang Chang is here to avenge his brother? What the hell? Doesn't he want to live anymore? Noticing the strange expressions on the faces of those around him. As a mid-level cultivator, Huang Chang quickly sensed something was off. When Li Qin walked over, his alarm bells rang even louder. Brother, that is him. The cripple in the wheelchair is Li Lan. But Huang Zichao seemed unaware of what was happening, pointing angrily at Li Lan and shouting. Huang Chun quickly picked up a stick from the ground and struck him with it. Ah! Huang Zichao's screams echoed through the air. He looked at Huang Chang with a pitiable expression and said, Brother, I called you here to teach him a lesson. Why are you hitting me? What's going on? Li Qin frowned and asked. Huang Chang said sternly. This elder, my disobedient younger brother accidentally offended Captain Li Lan earlier. I called him here to apologize, but he still spoke disrespectfully. I couldn't help but slap him once. What? Brother, you just... Huang Zichao was still processing the situation. Not only he, but the group of younger brothers behind him were also momentarily speechless. This wasn't what was in the script, was it? Before he could finish speaking, Huang Cheng struck him again with a stick. What did I just say? I told you to apologize. Did you hear me? Ah! Brother, stop hitting me. Huang Zichao's agonized screams rang out again. I'm apologizing. I'll go apologize right now. Hurry up. Do you think the Huang family's rules are lenient? How could you turn out to be such a good-for-nothing? Huang Cheng scolded. Huang Zichao scrambled to his feet and crawled toward Li Lan and Su Xin. He kept bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry. It was all my fault before. I'm truly sorry. It was all my fault for being so mouthy. Please forgive me, sirs. Seeing this, Huang Cheng's face lit up with a smile and said, Senior, it's all right. Li Qin frowned and said, Your method of education is unacceptable. When dealing with juniors, you must be gentle. Yes. Huang Chung hurriedly replied, I'll be gentler next time I educate him. The younger disciples looked at each other in confusion, then suddenly understood. No wonder he's the boss. And I'm the younger brother. The difference is clear here. By the way, Xiaolan, this is something Grandpa asked me to give you. That's strange. The dragon and tiger body cultivation technique is supposed to be practiced only after mastering great supernatural abilities. Why is he giving it to you now? You think he's just getting senile? Third brother, I recorded it. Damn it, I'll never go back to the Li family. Evening. When Li Lan was sleeping, his body emitted the roars of dragons and tigers. The fire element says it wants to be the coolest kid and starts training hard. Fire element energy plus 40. The lightning element didn't want to train, but after being beaten up by the fire element, it reluctantly started training. Lightning element energy plus 30. The wood element shouted, Stop fighting! Stop fighting, while beginning to train. Wood element energy plus 40? The psychic ability trembled nervously and cautiously began to cultivate. Psychic energy plus 20. The dragon and tiger body tempering technique sighed, lamenting how chaotic this world is, and began training. Host's physical constitution plus 20. Chapter 31, Awakening of Abilities, Royal Class Beast. Due to the abnormal beast tide, all tasks to eliminate the beasts have been temporarily suspended. As for when they will resume, no one knows. However, before that, everyone is free to do as they please. They can leave the village or stay within it. The next morning, a soldier arrived at the place where Li Lan and Su Xian were staying. He delivered a small box, exchanged a few words with Su Xian, and then departed. After the soldier departed, Su Xian opened the box and found 3 low-grade fire attribute artifacts. These were likely rewards from the military for their recent operational tasks. However, since the mission was of a semi-voluntary nature, the reward wasn't very generous. It was just a token gesture. In the room, Li Lan awoke from his slumber. He waved his hand, and the water kettle on the table automatically poured a cup of water into the cup. The cup flew to Li Lan's lips, and after he finished drinking, it automatically returned to its original position. It was as if an invisible maid were serving him. Having telekinetic abilities is really convenient, Li Lan sighed. His entire body floated into the air, and his clothes automatically appeared on his body. Then he floated toward the bathroom. Towels, toothbrushes, combs, and other items began moving on their own. A few minutes later, he was done washing up. Everything returned to its original place. Li Lan flew above the wheelchair and slowly descended, finding a comfortable position to sit in. Upon returning to the room, Su Xian saw that everything was already prepared for Li Lan and found it utterly unbelievable. He had only been away for a moment, yet his young master had managed to handle all these daily tasks on his own. Is this really Li Lan? Su Xian looked left and right. It wasn't until he noticed the mole behind Li Lan's earlobe that he finally relaxed. He was certain it was his young master. What are you looking at? Li Lan asked with his eyes. Nothing, just felt like the sun was setting in the west. Su Xian smiled. Li Lan gave him a look that said, "How dare you look down on me," and then lay back down. A hoarse voice called out from outside, "Little Su, little Li, dinner is ready." "Yes, Grandma." Su Xian responded loudly. He hurriedly pushed Li Lan in his wheelchair. "Master, wake up and eat." The family they were staying with was headed by an elderly woman surnamed Yu. Her husband had passed away a few years ago, and her children were working in the city. Fortunately, she was still in good health. Now she lived alone with her young grandson. Li Lan and Su Xian's arrival had brought a lot of vitality to the household, mainly because of Su Xian, so she was very warm toward Li Lan and Su Xian. Su Xian pushed Li Lan to the dining table. Mrs. Yu smiled at the two of them and said, "I made braised fish today. I wonder if you like it." "We love it. Anything you cook, we love." Su Xian praised. "After eating Grandma's cooking, I feel like everything I ate before was a waste." He picked up a piece of fish and devoured it greedily. "You're such a kid, always saying such things," Yulapa scolded playfully. But her face was beaming with joy. She looked at Li Lan. "Little Li, you should try some too. See how my cooking is." "Master, let me feed you." Su Xian put down his chopsticks. "No need, I'll do it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the chopsticks on the table moved on their own, picking up a piece of fish and placing it into Li Lan's mouth. Li Lan smiled. "Delicious." All three of them looked shocked. "Master, you. Don't make such a fuss. I just awakened a few days ago." Su Xian gave him a look that said, "No wonder you were so eager this morning. You papa, don't be afraid. This is telekinesis, a type of ability beyond elemental and physical abilities." Yu papa nodded in understanding and said, "I know about that. When I was young, there was someone at school who awakened their ability, and I envied them for days." After finishing dinner, Su Xian volunteered to wash the dishes. Upon returning, he heard the sound of a child crying. "I told you I can't do it. Grandma, I don't want to learn psychic abilities anymore." It was Yu papa's grandson, Zhu Xiaohu. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Yu papa sighed and said, "It's all because of this good-for-nothing. I've been teaching him to communicate with the elemental energies within his body, but he just can't seem to get it. It's driving me crazy. He'll be in 3rd grade next year. What are we going to do if he still hasn't awakened his supernatural ability? Are you sure his ability is elemental?" Su Xian pushed Li Lan forward and asked, "If it's not elemental, there shouldn't be any elemental energy inside him." "Of course it's elemental," Yu Laopa said. "Last time my son came back, he took him for a test, and he was the strongest lightning elemental." By the end, she looked proud. But she quickly hung her head in disappointment. "By the way, little Su, how did you awaken your ability?" Su Xian didn't know how to start. His abilities had awakened when he was just a few years old. However, his family was afraid he might hurt himself with his abilities, so they didn't allow him to begin formal training until he was 7 or 8 years old. "Why don't you have Xiaohu try communicating with elemental energy in front of me? Let me see if there's anything wrong." All right. Yu papa hurriedly said, looking at her crying grandson. "Xiaohu, did you hear that? Try it quickly, let Uncle Su teach you." "Grandma, I'm only 18. Zhu Xiaohu wasn't very willing, but he still sat cross-legged. Following the method taught at school for awakening his abilities, he began to communicate with the elemental energy within his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes in disappointment and looked at his grandmother. "Grandma, I still can't sense any elemental energy." Detected that someone is attempting to awaken their abilities in front of the host. 3 errors have been identified, and the system has automatically corrected them. Error 1, the ability awakener has a congenital heart displacement. It is recommended that. Error 2. Error 3. This shouldn't be happening, Grandma, you sighed. Su Xian also furrowed his brows. There doesn't seem to be any errors. Why did the awakening fail? At that moment, Li Lan suddenly spoke up. Grandma, isn't Xiaowu born with a misaligned heart? Little Li, how did you know that? Mrs. Yu looked at him in surprise. Li Lan explained simply, the awakening of supernatural abilities primarily involves communicating with elemental energy through the heart. If the heart is misaligned, using the standard awakening method naturally won't work. As he spoke, a chopstick automatically flew toward him. It tapped Zhu Xiaohu a few times before returning to its original position. Have Xiaohu try reconnecting at these points again. Mrs. Yu looked at Su Xian. Su Xian nodded and said, that's exactly right. Zhu Xiaohu sat cross-legged again. Moments later, he looked at his grandmother with joy. Grandma, I've connected. I can see the elemental energy. Really? Mrs. Yu also broke into a smile. She said gratefully, thank you so much, thank you so much. Without you, my little tiger would probably. Mrs. Yu, there's no need to thank us. This is what we should do. We've been staying here for so long. We should be thanking you. 2 peaceful days passed. 2 days later, the military orders came down again. All previous groups were disbanded, and everyone was to head to the core area to clear out the strange beasts. Early the next morning, Su Xian pushed Li Lan to the lakeside. Everyone jumped into the water and began clearing the lake of the strange beasts along the shore. Along the way, Li Lan spotted several familiar figures. Among them were the hunter Xuanzhe, as well as Wu Tianxi and Su Wanyue, whom he had seen a few days earlier. Many people who saw Li Lan began to whisper among themselves. Li Lan is here, Li Lan is here. That's Li Lan, isn't he? He doesn't look that impressive. What do you mean he's not that impressive? He's just being low-key. I heard he recently defeated 3 commander-level beasts in a single move. Wow, 3? Goodness gracious, that's terrifying. Commander-level beasts are on par with Divine Realm cultivators, but beasts are far stronger than cultivators. Yeah, our team leader teamed up with another squad and fought for hours just to kill 1 commander-level beast. He killed 3 in one go? Is he even human? Are you just bragging? Try bragging yourself. If 10 people believe you, I'll believe you. Plus, Li Lan is from the Li family. A few days ago, Golden Saint Li Qin gave Li Lan a few divine speed charms. Wow, divine movement charms? The Li family is so wealthy. I can only see what they look like online. Huang Zichao glared at Li Lan in his wheelchair with disgust. Huang Cheng slapped him across the face. What are you up to now? Let me tell you, there are some people in this world you absolutely must never provoke. Li Lan's strength is still questionable, but the fact that he's Li Qin's younger brother is set in stone. If he wants to take you down, even our father wouldn't be able to save you. Brother, I understand. What's going on? Did your brother cause trouble again? A young man walked over and said in a teasing tone. He was also a powerful individual named Baiyu, and he had a decent relationship with Huang Chang. They were from the same province and attended the same school. Nothing, it's still about the previous matter. The same thing? Huang Cheng nodded and said, he had some issues with Su Xian and Lu Na from Li Lan's team. Lu Na? Isn't she in your team? She was, but later she followed her friend Lu Shaoqi to Li Lan's team. That's why he got into a fight with Su Xian, and apparently the insults were pretty harsh. Your brother sure has a lucky life. Baiyu exclaimed in surprise, I heard that Li Lan recently killed 3 commander-level beasts in one go. His strength is probably already at the late stage of the Divine Realm. If he had acted back then. Hearing this, Huang Cheng felt a surge of anger rise within him and beat Huang Zichao again. Brother, why are you hitting me again? You deserve it. Su Xian ignited a whirlpool of flames in the water. Steam rose with a sizzling sound, and a high-tiered beast was burned through, leaving a large hole. Lu Na looked on in astonishment and said, Su Xian, it's been a few days, but your strength seems to have increased significantly. It's all thanks to the young master's guidance, Su Xian replied. Over the past 2 days, Li Lan had taught him many things, greatly enhancing his abilities. He believed that in another half a month, he would be able to enter the realm of the divine. Hearing this, Lu Shaoqi looked envious. Does the captain need a study partner? Lu Na quickly pulled her away and said, do you want to be hunted down by the Li family? Why would the Li family hunt me down? You must often cook for Li Lan, right? Su Xian nodded. Lu Na gave her a look that said, see, I told you so. Lu Shaoqi protested, I think the food I cook is pretty tasty. To avoid gossip, Li Lan jumped directly into the water, floating on the surface and falling asleep. Occasionally, he would kill a few strange beasts, leaving those watching in awe. At that moment, chaos erupted ahead. Large groups of people swam toward the shore. What's happening? What's going on? Someone asked urgently. No one answered, but when they saw a ferocious crocodile with blood dripping from its neck swimming toward them, they all turned pale with fear. This is bad. It's an injured royal class beast. How did it get here? This seems to be the one that escaped from the core zone over 10 days ago. I never thought it was hiding in a cave at the bottom of the lake. Everyone, run. Who is that on the water? He is floating there sleeping. That looks like Lilan. Oh no, it's coming. Lazy God is in danger. Everyone, don't worry. Lilan will be fine. After everyone fled to the lake surface, they stared intently at Lilan on the water. Suddenly, a massive crocodile leaped into the air, creating towering waves, and swallowed Lilan whole in one gulp. Su Xian's face turned deathly pale, and he felt dizzy, nearly fainting on the spot. Fortunately, Lu Shaoqi and Luna managed to catch him in time. Chapter 32, instantly killing a royal class beast, awakening control abilities, and the demon soul thread. Watching Lilan meet his end inside the beast's belly, many people began to speculate. The lazy god, eaten by a beast? That's impossible. Lazy god is invincible. How could he be eaten by a beast? This must be a mistake. I must have seen it wrong. What's so impossible about that? You saw it with your own eyes. Although Lazy is very strong, that was a king-level beast that can be called a great master. You can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. The lazy god has finally. Su Xian sat on the ground, muttering to himself, this can't be true. This can't be true. How could the young master? Lu Shaoqi and Luna also looked utterly disbelieving. Su Xian, compose yourself. After all, it was a royal class beast. Su Xian, we should hurry and find the captain's older brother. We might still be able to find the body. Su Xian seemed not to hear them, sitting on the ground like a statue. No matter how much they shouted, he didn't respond. Wu Liqiu, Duan Zitao, and the others couldn't help but show a look of sorrow and despair. Duan Zitao muttered to himself, indeed, even a genius like Lilan is not immune to death. Wu Liqiu sighed, holding his sword, his eyes darkening, what a pity. We didn't even get to fight. Only Fang Han looked utterly disbelieving, asking, Lilan is really dead? He knew far more than anyone else, including the fact that Lilan was already a master of the wood element. Huang Zichao felt a bit schadenfreude. But before he could finish, he was beaten up by his older brother. Brother, why are you hitting me again? Figure it out yourself, Wang Cheng said coldly, nearly driven to madness by his younger brother. At that moment, 3 figures descended from the sky. It was the army's commander-in-chief, the Golden Saint Knight Li Qin, and the head of the Jiangnan Special Division. 3 powerful beings of the divine realm. Many people gathered around them. Where's the giant crocodile? Li Qin asked. It's gone. No one died, right? The commander-in-chief asked. Although the giant crocodile was a royal class beast, it had been beaten to the brink of death earlier. Its internal organs were already shattered, severely limiting its mobility. Additionally, the core area was a considerable distance from the outer perimeter. If they had detected its arrival in time, they should have been able to escape entirely. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. A sense of foreboding rose in the hearts of the 3, and they hesitated to speak. The commander hurriedly asked, what is wrong? Everyone turned to look at the Golden Saint Knight Li Qin. What's wrong? Speak up. That man, Li Qin, Lilan he was eaten by a giant crocodile. What? Li Qin's face darkened immediately. That's impossible. His strength is already close to that of a great sage. He was floating on the water sleeping, and was eaten. The person answered nervously. Hearing this, the other 2 looked odd. They were about to comfort Li Qin. But they saw that Li Qin had already flown into the sky, heading toward the lake. It seems Li Lan's death has hit him hard. Sigh, the blood ties within the Li family are the deepest among all the major clans. Prepare yourselves, our Jiangnan province may not receive any assistance from the Li family for the next few years. But let's find Li Lan's body first. Though his death was unusual, he did sacrifice himself for Jiangnan province. The 2 also flew into the sky. Just as they were about to search for the giant crocodile together, a massive explosion suddenly echoed across the lake. Boom! Immediately afterward, a giant crocodile burst out of the water, arcing toward the shore. Seeing this scene, the 3 in the air froze in shock. They quickly looked down in disbelief. Because they saw a tiny human figure where the giant crocodile had just flown out. Really, can't even take a nap in peace. Lilan rubbed his eyes and flew toward the shore. It's Lilan, the 2 exclaimed in disbelief. Li Qin sighed in relief. Seeing Lilan return, many felt as though they had been dreaming. They rubbed their eyes repeatedly. It's Lilan. He is not dead? That is great, the lazy god isn't dead? Oh my god, that giant crocodile is the king-level beast. Lazy god, he actually killed a king-level beast. Sigh. I told you the lazy god couldn't die, but you didn't believe me. Not only is he still alive, but he also killed a king-level beast. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Looking at the giant crocodile's corpse, many people marveled. Only Lilan furrowed his brows, as if he had discovered something within the giant crocodile's corpse. His mind stirred. A thin thread flew from the giant crocodile's head into his hand. A thread? Li Lan touched the thread, feeling it was unusually strange. Though tiny, it was incredibly hard and resistant to both water and fire. If he hadn't been swallowed by the giant crocodile and caught by it, he might not have noticed it. At that moment, Li Lan saw Su Xian rushing toward him. Standing before him, he pinched his face in disbelief, confirming it was indeed him before finally relaxing. "What are you doing?" "Master, I'm so glad you're okay." Li Lan put the thin thread into his pocket, patted his shoulder, and gave him a meaningful look. Su Xian understood. He carried Li Lan and placed him back in the wheelchair. Looking at his exhausted appearance, Li Lan couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, I'll be more careful next time." "What's there to worry about? Whether you live or die is none of my business." At that moment, the director, Li Qin, and the head of the special division returned. They glanced at the giant crocodile's corpse on the ground and looked at Li Lan as if he were a monster. After all, this giant crocodile, though severely injured, was still a king level. And this king level beast had been killed by a mere young man with supernatural abilities. Who would believe such a thing? General Manager Jiang Nan scrutinized Li Lan from head to toe, then fell silent for a moment before saying, "You're a monster, aren't you?" Jiang Ku, the head of the special division, whistled in admiration and said, "This is unbelievable. You're more terrifying than your older brother." Li Qin looked at the monster, then at Li Lan, and all his previous depression vanished. He couldn't stop smiling. He looked at Jiang Nan, the director, and the head of the special division. The two seemed to know what he was going to say and sighed helplessly. "We know. Let Li Lan take it. What a righteous partner. I think they're more like bandits. It took me a lot of effort to injure this thing back then. As if I didn't help at all." Li Qin walked up to the giant crocodile and punched it straight through the heart. He pulled out a sapphire blue crystal core and tossed it into Li Lan's hand. "Little lazy, catch it." Seeing the crystal core, many people couldn't help but look envious. Goodness, it's the crystal core of a royal class beast. If we sell this, it'd be worth at least several million. Plus, this thing is an extremely rare cultivation resource. After processing, the energy inside the crystal core can be utilized by. Wow, the energy of a king-class beast? After absorbing that, wouldn't you just fly straight to the heavens? That's incredible. Lazy God is invincible. Li Lazy is so lucky. You call that good luck? Try getting swallowed by that royal-class beast. Opportunities are for those with strength. Without strength, you can't seize them. Speaking of which, Li Lan is truly terrifying. Being bitten by a royal-class beast, try that on an ordinary person, and they'd be dead on the spot. He didn't even get a scratch. The beast's corpse was carried away by the military. The cleanup operation continued. However, this time, to prevent any accidents from happening again, the military had specifically stationed two powerful individuals with extraordinary abilities on the outskirts of the core area to assist everyone in clearing away the strange beasts. As they watched the massive beast's corpse being carried away, everyone present gained a clearer understanding of Li Lan. That is, invincible. Looking at Li Lan, who was currently sleeping soundly on the shore, many who had previously thought he was just slacking off now silently closed their mouths. After all, he had already killed a king-level beast. Wasn't that enough? If you think he's just slacking off, why don't you go try killing one yourself? Don't even mention a wounded one, even a dead one could crush a person to death. In the evening, after dinner. After Su Xian fell asleep, Li Lan once again took the thin thread in his hands to examine it. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding, detecting that the host has obtained a top-tier control-type artifact, Soul Binding Thread. Automatic absorption is in progress. Congratulations to the host on successfully awakening control-type abilities. Hearing this voice, Li Lan's heart skipped a beat. A control-type artifact. This thread is a control-type artifact? Before he could rejoice, a terrifying thought suddenly arose in Li Lan's mind. That is, this beast tide was artificially orchestrated. Someone had controlled these beast king-level beasts and used them to launch the beast tide. Otherwise, how could the demon soul threads be explained? It couldn't have just appeared out of thin air, could it? No, for the safety of Jiangnan province, I must verify my theory. Li Lan's expression grew solemn. He activated his mental energy ability and flew toward the core area. About 4 hours passed. The surface of the water in the depths of the core zone was covered with countless vines and the blood of strange beasts. 2 early-stage royal-class beasts had fallen at Li Lan's hands. This was largely thanks to his wood elemental ability, which naturally countered these water-attributed beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to handle them in such a short time. Li Lan extracted the beast cores from their bodies. Sure enough, he found the same magic soul threads inside them as before. Control-type abilities are happily devouring the demon soul threads, control-type energy plus 100. Control-type ability is happily devouring the demon soul threads, control energy plus 100. Only 100? It seems these demon soul threads aren't complete. But who is controlling these beasts? What is the reason behind its control over the beasts to unleash a beast tide? Regardless, the mastermind behind this must be a ruthless individual or even an organization? No ordinary person could pull off something like this. If it weren't for the ample military forces and strong power of Jiangnan province, so many people would have died in such a beast tide. The sky is starting to get light. Li Lan once again hunted down a beast, took a sample of its demonic soul thread, and returned to his residence. After dawn, Li Lan hadn't even opened his eyes when Su Xian had already finished washing him. The first thing Li Lan did upon opening his eyes was to look at Su Xian. "Take me to see the general." "What?" Su Xian was startled, thinking he had heard incorrectly. What was the point of going to see the general? However, he sensed something off in his young master's tone. It was an unusual seriousness. Chapter 33, The Dark Moon Circus, The Puppeteer. Dawn. Yunmeng Great Lake, deep within the core area. A bizarre puppet floated on the water's surface. It is the size of an infant's arm, dressed in a neat black formal gown, with a black cloth covering its eyes. Its expression is rigid, its features twisted and grotesque. Upon coming into contact with a royal-class beast, it suddenly swells rapidly, transforming into the size of an adult. It reaches its hand into the beast's head, feels around for a moment, then reveals an expression of astonishment and eeriness. It then approached the corpses of two other royal-class beasts and repeated the same actions. Its expression remained astonished and eerie. After standing motionless for a moment, it opened its mouth slightly and emitted several chilling laughs. "Oh no, ha ha ha, we've been discovered. We're in trouble, ha ha ha, we've been discovered. The leader's plan is going to fail. Oh no, ha ha ha." After laughing, its body quickly shrank and transformed back into a small doll floating downstream. As it passed by a lake island, it was picked up by a man dressed in a clown costume, with an exaggerated smile on his face and a large red nose. Where did it go? Don't worry, the plan is already halfway complete. The doll continued to emit that unsettling laughter. "Ha, master, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Puppeteer, you know I prefer being called a clown. Ha ha ha, clown, clown. Go find everything that has been lost. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing at your mother." The clown simply threw the doll away like trash. Due to the limited housing in the village, not everyone could be assigned a room. Therefore, except for the psychics who came to assist, all soldiers were stationed in camps outside the village. As the highest military commander, General Xiang was no exception. As soon as Li Lan approached the camp, he was stopped by a group of soldiers. "Stop. This is a military zone. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." We're here to see General Xiang," Su Xian explained. "Do you have any identification?" the soldier hesitated before asking. Su Xian shook his head. "No." "Do you have an appointment?" the soldier asked again. Su Xian shook his head again. The soldiers' faces grew serious again. "Then I'm afraid you can't come in. This is a military zone. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside." "Master," Su Xian looked at Li Lan in the wheelchair with a troubled expression. Li Lan opened his eyes and said, "Then what if we're looking for the Golden Saint Li Qin?" "Looking for Mr. Li Qin?" a soldier asked in confusion. "What do you want with him?" "He's my brother. I need to talk to him about something important." "The younger brother of the Golden Saint Li Qin?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers looked at each other in astonishment and suspicion. They had been stationed here since the beast tide began, guarding the camp and never straying an inch. Military discipline was strict, and soldiers from different units rarely spoke to one another. Even if they did, it was never idle chatter or irrelevant talk. So it was only natural that they didn't recognize Li Lan. "Are you really Mr. Li Qin's younger brother?" the soldier's commander asked skeptically. He scrutinized Li Lan from head to toe. He was trying to find any similar features between the two. He continued, "Mr. Li Qin has red hair, and his older brother Li Qingyang also has red hair. Why don't you?" Li Qingyang had recently been to the Jiangnan military region. So this individual had a brief encounter with Li Qingyang not long ago. In Manhwa, there aren't many people who are naturally red-haired and also possess great supernatural abilities. Therefore, both Li Qin and Li Qingyang left a deep impression on him. However, after observing him for a while, apart from noticing that Li Lazy's face bore a resemblance to Li Qin's and that they shared the same gender, there weren't many similarities between the two. Red hair. Li Lan winced at the mention of it and closed his eyes silently. Su Xian, standing beside him, said, "My young master's name is Li Lan. He is the youngest son of the Li family patriarch, Li Qin's younger brother, and also the great-grandson of the Yan Emperor. You can verify this. As for the red hair, you might not believe this, but everyone in the Li family dyes their hair red, including the Yan Emperor." All died. The officer's lips twitched. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm sorry, but we currently lack the ability to verify your identities and cannot allow you to enter. However, if you have any matters to discuss, you may tell me, and I will relay your message to the general when he returns." "Return?" Li Lan furrowed his brows and asked, "Are you saying that the general and my brother are not currently at the military camp?" The officer remained silent. Li Lan already knew what he meant. He nodded and said, Suxin, let's go back. After watching the two leave, a soldier suddenly said, I heard a few days ago about a young man named Li Lan who single-handedly defeated 3 commander-level beasts. Could it be him? What? 3 commander-level beasts? That's impossible. Are you just bragging? It's absolutely true. Speaking of which, I heard while eating earlier that the corpse of the king-level beast that was carried away recently was also killed by a young man named Li Lan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be a lie. Even if he's that powerful, he's just a cultivator. How could he possibly kill a king-level beast? It's true. The king-level beast was severely wounded by the general and his men and fled, but it was later killed by Li Lan. Wow, that's terrifying. Are the Li family all psychopaths? Even though that royal-class beast was severely injured, it was still a royal-class beast. The soldiers were buzzing with discussion. Instantly killed 3 commander-level beasts. Killing a severely wounded king-level beast. Hearing their conversation, the officer's heart skipped a beat. Coming to his senses, he quickly glared back at them. What's all the commotion about? Don't you know about discipline? You're all skipping lunch today. After your shift, you'll all do 50,000 squats. After finishing their meals, the cleaning tasks continued. After yesterday's incident, many people now feared Li Lan. Even Huang Zichao dared not discuss anything privately anymore. Seeing Li Lan's team members turn around and leave immediately, he dared not show the slightest sign of disrespect. Thanks to Li Lan, Suxin, and the others had an easier time the next day. Whatever they did, someone was always there to assist them. The atmosphere was joyful and harmonious. But there was one exception. Behind a large tree, Xiong Jianxian watched Li Lan pound his chest in frustration. Damn it, I was here first. In the evening, Li Lan checked around but found that Li Qin and the general had not returned yet. Seeing that his master had been lazy again for another day, the fire element was extremely angry. After beating up the lightning element, he began to train diligently. Fire element energy plus 45. The lightning element was cultivating when it was unjustly beaten by the fire element. While crying, it continued to cultivate, increasing its energy by plus 35. The wood element stood up for the thunder element, beat up the fire element, and then happily began training. Wood element energy plus 40? The telekinesis ability watched the fire element with Schadenfreude, was beaten up by the fire element, and began training. Telekinesis energy plus 15. The dragon and tiger body tempering technique hides to avoid being beaten up and begins cultivation. Host's physical constitution plus 25. The control ability watched everyone else so vigorous and powerful, hiding in the corner trembling with fear, and began cultivating. Control energy plus 10. Your control ability sorcerer's cultivation has been upgraded to intermediate stage, early phase. That night, Li Lan was sleeping. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound outside the window. He opened his eyes and saw that the window glass was shattered on the ground. A strange little doll was sitting by the window, staring at him. The doll gave Li Lan a faint smile. Then Li Lan felt as though something was pulling him, dragging him out of the window. The doll followed him out the window. Li Lan used his psychic abilities to steady himself and stand up. The doll landed in the hands of an even larger doll. It was a large wooden puppet, the size of an adult. It faced away from Li Lan, dressed in a neat black suit, wearing a black top hat, with a black cloth strip covering its eyes. What is this strange thing? Li Lan looked at it warily. Its head suddenly turned 180 degrees and faced Li Lan, revealing a sinister smile. Ah, hello there, friend. I'm the Puppeteer. Did you take something from me? What thing? Li Lan pulled out the magic soul thread. The puppet continued to laugh. That's right, it's that. Friend, give it back to me, and I'll leave immediately. It's very important to me. Could this thing be the culprit behind the beast horde? What if I don't? What? The puppet asked, continuing to laugh. Ha, then you'll die. Boom. Before the words had even finished, countless trees shot up from the ground. The puppet leaped into the air, shooting dozens of thin threads from his hands. Each thread, upon touching a tree. These trees would automatically transform into a giant puppet, charging toward Li Lan to attack him. A master of wood and control magic? Li Lan's mind stirred. Blazing inferno. Intense fire elemental energy gathered. Boom! The explosion echoed, and the trees instantly turned into a sea of flames. The puppets in the air continued to manipulate the thin strings in their hands. The trees once again come to life, charging toward Li Lan. Even if their hands, feet, and heads were burned away, they could still move, like undead warriors. It seemed that only by destroying the puppet could these tree creatures be stopped. Li Lan stared at the puppet, and the wooden elements on his body quickened. Mu Jin Tian. Countless vines erupted, growing wildly and lunging toward the puppet in the air. The puppet's mouth opened slightly, revealing an expression of surprise. With a tug on the thin threads in its hands, all the tree people were instantly pulled in front of it, forming a massive defensive barrier that blocked Li Lan's attacks. It slowly descended from the sky, looking at Lilan with astonishment and said, "Ah, stranger with mastery over wood, who are you? You don't seem to be from Jiangnan province? He can't see me?" Lilan looked at the puppet with its eyes covered in black cloth, hesitated for a moment, and blurted out, "My name is Mu Quebec." "Respectable Mr. Mu K, thank you for telling me your name. We shall meet again someday." The puppet quickly shrank and flew off into the distance, disappearing into the darkness. Let me introduce myself. I'm the Puppet Master, from the Dark Moon Circus. Chapter 34, The Mysterious Wood Elemental Master, the Cold River Secret Realm. The Dark Moon Circus? One of the 5 branches of the Spirit Energy Association? Isn't there already a black coffin here? How did they end up here? What is their purpose in controlling these royal class beasts to unleash a beast tide? Lilan furrowed his brows. According to logic, if there's already an evil force in the area, other evil forces wouldn't dare to interfere. Moreover, they all have the same master, the Psionic Society, a mad organization intertwined with the alien races. As the lights around him flickered on and troops arrived in the distance, Lilan flipped himself back onto the bed with a thought and fell into a deep sleep. Downstream of the Yunmeng Great Lake, Lake Dream Resort, located on the lake's central island. A very famous exclusive sanctuary. Before the beast tide, the area was bustling with tourists. After the beast tide, it became deserted. Its popularity plummeted. At this time, only one circus tent still had lights on. After leaving the village, the puppeteer flew into the circus tent. The circus was bustling with activity. The animal trainer was entertaining his large lion, the magician was performing card tricks, and the tightrope walker was walking on a tightrope. And the clown, who served as the circus director, was entertaining his strange guest. A child. A boy of about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a skull-shaped collar around his neck. His eyes were clear, and he was engrossed in reading a book titled The 120 Tortures of the Ancient Dragon Kingdom. He looked just like someone else's child, the well-behaved, bookish neighbor's little brother. "Little monster, have you made up your mind? Now that you've broken ties with the Spirit Energy Society, only my Dark Moon Circus can help you. If you help me complete this task, I will give you a black coffin, a holy relic, and 2 semi-holy relics." The clown spoke in a seductive tone. The little boy seemed not to hear him, continuing to read his book. "What is so interesting about that old book? Illiterate, that's what you are." The little boy looked up at him and gave him a disgusted expression. "Are you going to help or not? I may be a bad kid, but I'm a bad kid with principles. To be honest, clown, I don't really like you, and I don't really like the Psychic Society either." The little boy closed the book and said, "You spend all your time with those monsters. Be careful, one day, you'll turn into one yourself." "That is impossible. It can't happen." "How is it impossible? You just haven't noticed yet. You've already lost your principles, haven't you? You talk like you have that thing." The clown sneered. The little boy laughed, "How could I not? I've never killed a good kid." "That sounds nice," the clown said. "You're just a little monster who likes to torment children. Say whatever you want. Are you going to help or not? 1 holy relic, 3.5 semi-holy relics, and one of them must be dark attributed. Deal." The clown waved his hand, and a black ring appeared in the little boy's hand. The ring was covered in blood-red mystical runes, looking strange and eerie. If one listened closely, one could even hear sharp, mournful cries emanating from the ring from time to time. "This is the Blood Dark Ghost Ring. I believe it will greatly heal your injuries." "Thank you." The boy slipped the ring onto his finger, instantly feeling more alert. "Finding the Cold River Secret Realm is up to me now. But this is the last time I'll help you. I really don't like hanging out with you Spirit Energy Society scum. But I heard you've been using the Spirit Energy Society's name to do bad things every day. Who doesn't like to throw mud?" The boy smiled, and the eyes of the skull necklace around his neck emitted a blood-red glow. At that moment, the puppeteer approached the clown. He whispered a few words in a eerie, crying voice. The clown furrowed his brows upon hearing this. "Failed? A wood elemental master? Didn't I send all those guys away? Where did this wood elemental master come from?" "Haha," he said, "his name is Mu K, the leader." "Call me the clown." The clown said irritably, "Mu K? I didn't expect that old man to still be here." Hearing this, the little boy couldn't help but snort in derision. "What's wrong?" the clown asked, looking at him. The little boy said, "Nothing, I just couldn't help it." "He is not Mu K?" The clown asked suspiciously. "Do you know who he is? When did Jiangnan province produce a new great sorcerer?" "I have no obligation to tell you that. But I can tell you this, I hold a great secret. If I were to reveal it, the foreign tribes behind you might rejoice." "What secret?" the clown asked curiously. "I won't tell you," the little boy laughed. He brushed the dust off his clothes and stood up to leave the circus. Watching his departing figure, everyone in the circus stopped what they were doing. "Jester, why didn't we kill that traitor? He's just a land deity with severely weakened powers. Killing him would make the masters very happy." The animal trainer couldn't help but say. A greedy expression appeared on his face. He might be right. The clown turned to look at the beast tamer, a hint of sadness flickering across his face. I remember you didn't join the circus to please anyone. The rapid growth of your power has made you and even me forget who we truly are. But he quickly broke into a smile again. But I'm sure it won't be long before we can break free from their control. The next day, Lilan woke up early and heard the commotion outside. How terrifying. Who are these two powerful sorcerers? I don't know, but judging by the commotion, they must be two powerful elementalists of wood. But I saw flames last night. That means one of them also possesses fire elemental abilities. That's terrifying. Feel that vine. It's so hard and big. If someone were to stab it with force, it could kill someone, right? Yeah, I feel like even the most powerful sorcerers couldn't withstand a single strike from those vines. Feel the remains of that branch. It's actually poisonous. Oh no, Joe Cun fainted after touching that branch. It's actually poisonous? I was just joking. Didn't the village's great mystic leave yesterday? Who is this wood elemental mystic? I think it's that sweeper. He's always acting mysterious. He must be one of those reclusive masters. I think it's the village chief. He goes to the widow Lu's house at the village entrance every day. That widow Lu must be a big villain, and the village chief has sacrificed so much for the village. Ha! Do you have a grudge against the village chief? Why not guess the lazy god instead? Lilan lives so close to where the battle took place. It can't be the lazy god. He is only 17. You've lost your mind. Sigh, if only the lazy god were a woman. Don't even think about it. Even if she were a woman, she wouldn't look at you. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was gentle. Su Xian pushed Lilan along the street as they took a stroll. Master, what should we do today? Continue searching for General Xiang. Lilan rubbed his temples. He felt like he hadn't slept well all night after the fight last night. Mentally, not physically. Master, let me massage you. Su Xian activated the massage mode on the wheelchair and pushed Lilan toward the military camp. Today, since General Xiang and the others were all at the military camp, they only gave a brief report and the soldiers let them through. The generals are in the meeting room. You can go straight in. Alright, thank you. As Lilan arrived at the meeting room door, he heard the loud murmurs coming from inside. I can confirm that there must be at least one powerful mystic hiding in the village, and this mystic is of the wood element. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. I've been stationed here for 30 years and have never seen a single unfamiliar wood attribute master. Then can you explain what happened during last night's battle? Additionally, we discovered 3 corpses of royal beasts in the depths of the core area, all killed by a wood attribute master. One person fighting 3 royal beasts alone? That person must be at least a mid-tier grade master, and likely quite old. You've only been here for 30 years, it's no wonder you don't recognize them. Why must it be a wood attribute great master? Couldn't it be another type of great master? What if he just had a wood attribute item? Regardless, he must be a very kind elder. Without his help last night, this place would have been littered with corpses. Who was the person who ambushed the village last night? What was his purpose? At that moment, everyone noticed Su Xian and Lilan standing at the door and fell silent. Is that little lazy? General Xiang said kindly, come in. Su Xian pushed Lilan into the meeting room. Lilan scanned the room and noticed that his third older brother was not there. Little lazy, what do you need me for? General, I have something I want to give you. What is it? Lilan took the magic soul thread from his pocket and placed it in General Xiang's hand. I found this on the corpse of that royal class beast a few days ago. Upon seeing the demon soul thread, everyone in the meeting room fell silent. Jiangnan, the commander-in-chief, slammed his fist on the table and shouted, the Dark Moon Circus, the puppet masters. Those bastards. Damn bastards. These cowards dared to play with the lives of over 100 million people in Jiangsan province. They're a bunch of... What is this? A military officer asked in confusion. General Xiang explained, this is the Demon Soul Thread, one of the 5 branches of the Spirit Energy Society. It's a weapon used by the puppeteers of the Dark Moon Circus. It's a control-type holy relic. Once implanted into the brain, the puppeteer can temporarily control the bodies of humans or beasts. General Xiang, are you saying that the Dark Moon Circus used this to unleash the beast tide? Asked Zhang, the head of the special division. General Xiang nodded, then shook his head. It's likely not just this one item. A royal class beast isn't so easy to control. Another officer asked, but the Dark Moon Circus is in the north. How did they suddenly end up here? I might know why they came here. At that moment, the former director of the Jiangnan Supernatural Affairs Bureau spoke up. He stood up and gave Lilan a firm pat on the shoulder. Young man, I speak on behalf of the hundreds of millions of people of the Jiangnan region to thank you. You've done us a huge favor. For what? Even General Xiang was curious and looked at the old director. The old director paused for a moment before carefully uttering 4 words. Han. Jiang. Secret. Realm. Chapter 35, The Terrifying High Priest, Crisis Approaches. The Cold River Secret Realm? What kind of secret realm is this? I've never heard of it before. Me neither. I've never heard of it either. Does our Jiangnan province have this secret realm? What makes this secret realm special? Everyone was buzzing with curiosity, glancing at the old director. This matter was originally classified, but since such an incident has occurred, I suppose it's no longer a secret. The old bureau chief sighed and said, the Hanjiang secret realm is a hidden realm discovered by Jiangnan province over 500 years ago, hidden deep within Yunming Lake. According to the speculation of a powerful land-based immortal at the time, this secret realm may harbor a tremendous secret. A colossal secret. Everyone gasped in shock. After all, the old director was a renowned master with extraordinary abilities. If he described it as a huge secret, it must be no ordinary matter. What secret? Asked Zhang, the section chief. The old director shook his head, I don't know either. This was something my master told me before he passed away. He also said that if one were to master this secret, even an ordinary person could become a powerful being at the level of a land deity within 3 years. Whoa! Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. They felt as though their minds had gone blank. To turn an ordinary person into a land-dwelling immortal in 3 years. What does that even mean? After all, there are only a few dozen land deities in the entire human race. And among them, most are ancient monsters. They've been alive for who knows how long, true living fossils. Take the Qing family's ancestral patriarch, Mu Huang, for example. He was already a renowned master over 300 years ago. 3 years of his training equals 300 years of others? No one dares to even think such a thing. But director, if there really is such a terrifying secret realm, it should have been discovered long ago, shouldn't it? General Xiang asked. Exactly. If there were such a good thing, it would have been discovered and excavated long ago. How could it still be available for the Dark Moon Circus to covet now? You don't know the whole story. According to my teacher, the secret realm is actually in a sealed state. To break the seal, a massive amount of energy would be required. Even if it requires a massive amount of energy, it shouldn't have taken this long to open, right? The commander couldn't help but ask. I haven't finished yet. The old director continued, besides being sealed, it's also in a random, unpredictable state. It keeps changing its location from time to time. My teacher learned this from his teacher, so I don't remember the details clearly. However, I can roughly speculate that the first group of people who discovered the Hanjiang secret realm actually intended to open it. But before they could do so, the secret realm vanished on its own. As everyone knows, Jinmeng Lake is connected to the sea, and at its deepest point dwell 2 imperial-level beasts. For safety reasons, the group at the time decided to seal off the information about the secret realm, intending to leave it for future generations to explore. But this sealing lasted for hundreds of years. After hearing the old director's words, everyone's expressions grew somber. Such a terrifying secret realm, if it fell into the hands of the Spirit Energy Society, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiangnan, the regional director, spoke solemnly. A month ago, I received intelligence that a senior member of the Spirit Energy Society had obtained a blood-attributed holy relic from a foreign tribe. This relic can absorb blood to gain immense power. It seems they plan to use this artifact to open the Hanjiang secret realm. But isn't the location of the secret realm unpredictable? How will they find the Hanjiang secret realm? General Xiang asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the great cultivators present, except for Li Lan, couldn't help but think of a name. Black Coffin the High Priest. It seems the Dark Moon Circus is planning to ally with the Black Coffin. But wasn't the Black Coffin already declared a traitor by the Spirit Energy Society? Even if he is a traitor, the High Priest's master is still a member of the Spirit Energy Society. If the Spirit Energy Society is willing to pay a price, the High Priest might be willing to cooperate with them. And don't forget that the High Priest is currently seriously injured and urgently needs supplies to recover. The only one who can help the Psionic Society is the High Priest. Everyone knows how powerful the Holy Blood Puppet is. The old director sighed, the top priority now is to stop the cleanup of the. We absolutely cannot let the Spirit Energy Society scheme succeed. Holy Blood Puppet? Upon hearing those 4 words, Li Lan's heart tightened. He couldn't help but ask, what does Holy Blood Puppet mean? The few great mystics exchanged glances. Finally, the old director said, this isn't a secret I can tell you. You should know that the sacred relic of the Spirit Energy Society, the Blood Moon Holy Grail, has a mother cup and 10 daughter cups. The daughter cups can hold holy blood, while the mother cup can hold holy blood and also neutralize it. Li Lan nodded. His older brother had told him about this before. He had also heard rumors about it. The 5 branches of the Spirit Energy Society are each led by incredibly powerful individuals, at least on par with late-stage great mystics. The Spirit Energy Society allows them to act freely and does not fear their independence. Because these 5 leaders, besides being leaders and possessors of the Dark Moon subcups, have also had holy blood planted in them by the Dark Moon Mother Cup and are controlled by the Dark Moon Holy Grail. At this point, the old director paused. Li Lan remained silent, as he knew the old director would continue. The old director looked at Li Lan. He wanted him to ask, why did the high priest, who was controlled, betray the Spirit Energy Society? But after waiting for a while, he didn't hear Li Lan ask. With no choice, he had to continue on his own. As for why the high priest betrayed the Spirit Energy Society, it was because he broke free from the control of the Holy Blood, fully mastered the Dark Moon Cup, and even broke through the Land Immortal Realm. The high priest was a Land Immortal Realm powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Li Lan felt a jolt in his heart. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He had fought the high priest before. The other party didn't even look like a Land Immortal. The old director continued, to prevent the high priest from causing further harm, 3 Land Immortal level experts launched a manhunt for him, severely wounding him. It was at that time that everyone learned of the existence of the Holy Blood Puppet. After the Dark Moon Cup was controlled by the high priest, it underwent a mutation, transforming into a brand new Dark Moon Holy Cup. Besides being able to control the possessor of the Holy Blood, it can also possess the possessor of the Holy Blood, grant them power, and share their senses with them. The high priest was actually killed at the time, but he was revived later through the Holy Grail. However, judging by his current state, his abilities are severely limited. I estimate that if he is killed again, he won't be able to possess someone else and revive. This holy blood should be the same as the others as long as it's suppressed, it shouldn't cause any problems, right? Li Lan couldn't help but ask. Currently, Su Xian still possesses holy blood within his body. If he were to be possessed by the high priest one day, it would be disastrous. The old director nodded. In theory, that should be the case. That's a relief. Li Lan sighed in relief. But why are you asking about this? Given your personality, shouldn't you be too lazy to care about such things? The old director asked with a smile, looking like a kind-hearted old grandfather. Even lazy people have curiosity. The old director nodded in agreement, glancing at the group of powerful individuals and military officials beside him. Then let us get started immediately. We absolutely cannot allow the Spirit Energy Society's schemes to succeed. General Xiang, Jiangnan, the head of the special division, and others all nodded in agreement. They left the meeting room. Su Xian pushed Li Lan and followed behind them. Along the way, many officers expressed their gratitude to Li Lan, who simply nodded in response. They arrived at the lakeside. Everyone looked at Li Lan, surrounded by a group of officers and a crowd of powerful individuals, their faces filled with shock. What's going on? What's happened? Why are there so many people here? Holy crap, how did the lazy god end up there? No wonder he's the lazy god, he's even infiltrated the command unit for the sake of laziness. He's reached the pinnacle of laziness. But why are there so many powerful individuals here? Could something really be wrong? I also think something big might have happened. Why do you say that? Tell me what you saw on the faces of those powerful beings. They're usually so serious and rigid. Look at Li Lan. He is not sleeping. He is actually keeping his eyes open. Can't you see that? Normally, the lazy god should be hiding somewhere to sleep. But he's been sitting there all day, and even eating and drinking are taken care of by Su Xian. General Xiang scanned the scene and shouted. All personnel, effective immediately, cease the monster cleanup operation. From now on, the cleanup mission is changed to a defense mission. The task is to block the beasts at the water's edge without killing them. If it becomes necessary to kill a beast, dispose of its body on the shore and do not leave it in the water. Remember, the key point is not to throw the bodies of the beasts into the water. Remember, the key point is not to throw the bodies of the beasts into the water. Though spoken calmly, his voice boomed like thunder, ensuring everyone heard him. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone began to discuss the matter. It seems like something serious has happened. Why can't we throw the monster's body into the water? I don't know, but since they said so, there must be a reason. We'll just follow the rules. True. But this means the lazy god can't intervene. His fire elements would explode in the water, shattering the beasts into pieces, and we wouldn't be able to salvage anything. Did you all hear that clearly? General Xiang shouted. We heard clearly. Everyone answered in unison. Good. I know some people aren't here, so please make sure to pass on what I just said to everyone else. Yes. At that moment, a wind-attributed supernatural being hurriedly flew over from the distant lake. His expression was filled with fear. What is wrong? It's bad, General Xiang. 5 king-level beasts are charging toward the core area from deep within. Chapter 36, The identity of the great divine being is exposed. What? How is that possible? How could it be so fast? I just checked the monster detection device, and it clearly showed no monsters near the riverbank. The Golden Saint is in the core zone, right? How could the beasts get in with him there? There were originally 6 of them. He held one back, so there are still 5 left. Everyone looked terrified and rushed toward the shore. At that moment, a winged monster fish, dozens of meters long, broke through the water and charged toward the shore. Its tail lashed out, creating a 1,000-foot-high wave that crashed toward the shore like a tidal wave. Everyone, stay away from the lake. Retreat. You go block the strange beasts in the tributary, the ones by the lake are ours. General Xiang shouted. He leaped into the air and kicked the fish with all his might. Boom! The strange fish was sent flying backward and crashed heavily into the water. Bang! Immediately afterward, another massive creature burst out of the water. It was a massive crocodile. Its face was hideous, its eyes as large as an adult's head, its fangs exposed, and its tail seemed to weigh thousands of pounds, leaving a huge crater in the ground with each swing. Old Xiang, don't kick that crocodile back into the water. Let's kill it together. Jiangko laughed loudly. All right. General Xiang nodded. The two of them charged forward. The remaining 4 royal-class beasts also came ashore, and the 5 great masters engaged them in a fierce battle. At that moment, the old director suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said to General Xiang, General, leave this to us. Hurry and inform Li Qin that the corpse of that royal-class beast must not be left in the water. Understood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, General Xiang nodded. Just as he was about to fly toward Yunmeng Lake, a young man dressed in golden armor with vibrant red hair slowly descended before them. Everyone's expressions changed abruptly. Li Qin said curiously, What's with the expressions? Don't you welcome the return of the Son of Justice? The giant crocodile lunged toward him. With a thunderous crash, fierce flames erupted from his body, and with a single punch, he sent the giant crocodile crashing into the water. Everyone's expressions changed again. Li Qin? General Xiang couldn't help himself and quickly told him about the Hanjiang secret realm. Damn it, why didn't you tell me sooner? Li Qin dived into the water. He didn't bother with the giant crocodile but rushed toward the king-level beast he had killed earlier. But it was already too late. When he arrived at the spot where he had killed the king-level beast, it had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Li Qin couldn't help but curse. By the time he returned to shore, all 5 of the king-level beasts had been killed. The battle on shore was different from the one in the water. The water was the natural habitat of water attribute beasts. The vast water elements and their innate racial advantages allowed water attribute beasts to unleash top-tier destructive power in the water. However, once they were on land, their advantages were greatly weakened, with their strength decreasing by at least 30%. Therefore, they were no match for General Xiang and his men. Everyone turned their gaze toward Li Qin. Li Qin shook his head with a grim expression. The bodies are gone. If they're gone, they're gone. Just make sure to secure these 5 corpses, General Xiang said. The incident has already occurred. No amount of discussion now will change anything. The only thing to do now is to handle what we can. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a strange laugh echoed through the air. I fear you won't even be able to protect these 5 corpses. Who's there? Everyone looked toward the lake. There, on a small wooden boat, sat a wooden puppet. Its eyes were covered with black cloth. It was the size of an adult, and it held a fishing rod in its hands, as if it were fishing. A puppeteer. The name came to everyone's minds simultaneously. Be careful, the Dark Moon Circus is here, the old director said in a low voice. The puppeteer gave the fishing rod a gentle flick, and the corpse of a strange beast began to move. Its eyes were about to be dragged into the water. General Xiang hurriedly pulled it back. General Xiang, it's been a long time. A sinister laugh echoed through the air. Everyone looked ahead and saw 6 people dressed in strange attire, who had appeared on the lake's surface at some point. The aura emanating from them was strange and powerful, each possessing the strength of a great sorcerer. Each of their faces was adorned with bizarre makeup. They didn't look like a group of powerful sorcerers, but more like a group of circus performers. Magicians, animal trainers, tightrope walkers. A clown. The 2 sides were on the brink of battle. Seeing this, the puppeteer let out a sinister smile. He casually flicked his fishing rod, sending a dozen thin threads flying toward the supernatural beings on the shore. At that moment, Li Lan was sitting in his wheelchair, sleeping and repenting at the same time. He thought about his recent actions and sighed. Have I been too eager lately? I wasn't like this when I was at home. Damn it, if Li Lan is too diligent, then what's the point of being Li Lan? Might as well just call me Li Qin. No, I must be even lazier from now on. He knew danger was approaching. But he was too lazy to move. Just then, the system's alert sounded in his mind. The fire element is furious at its master's laziness and has already taken action on its own. The wood element, seeing how lazy its master is extremely angry and has already taken action on its own. The lightning element, seeing how lazy its master was extremely angry and had already taken action on its own. The telekinesis ability, seeing the master so lazy, is extremely angry and has already taken action on its own. The control ability, seeing the master so lazy, is extremely angry and has already taken action on its own. In an instant, the fire element began to surge, igniting a raging inferno. Explosions echoed from all directions. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, with thunder brewing within. Several bolts of lightning, each as thick as an infant's arm, struck down as if they were starved for energy. Countless vines erupted from the ground, blocking the steel wires approaching from this direction. Blazing Inferno. Lightning Strike. Imu Jin Tian. The three divine abilities activated on their own. The situation shifted instantly. After repelling those threads, the three elements charged toward the members of the Dark Moon Circus. Seeing this scene, not only the Dark Moon Circus, but even Li Lan's older brother Li Qin, General Xiang, and others, all looked at Li Lan with expressions of sheer terror. As for Su Xian, who was by Li Lan's side, he even forgot to breathe, feeling as though his mind had gone blank. Impossible. How could this be possible? Am I dreaming? How could the young master be a great master of supernatural abilities? The other psychics had their mouths wide open, as if they could fit a large egg inside. The puppeteers on the ship, seeing their strings blocked, forgot to pull them back. They stared intently at Li Lan. After a moment of thought, he let out a sinister laugh and shouted, "Ha ha ha, Muke, we meet again." He looked at the clown. "Captain, he's the wood elemental master we encountered a few days ago." Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines, including Li Lan himself. Chapter 37, The Secret Realm Stone Gate, the giant beast at the lake bottom. When Li Lan tried to recall all these abilities, it was already too late. Fire and wood elements raged wildly. The lightning elements were striking everywhere as if they were desperate for energy. The number striking the fire elements was several times greater than those striking other areas. "General Xiang, I didn't expect you to be hiding so well." A 17-year-old master of great abilities. Interesting, quite interesting. The clown laughed loudly. His eyes sharpened, and his tone grew icy. "But you don't really think that a mere child can stop the Dark Moon Circus's grand plan, do you? Puppet Master." "Ha, heard you, Master." The puppeteer leaped to his feet, removed the hat from his head, revealing a thick mane of black hair. Immediately, the black hair began to grow rapidly. They surged toward the shore. We knew exactly what was happening. General Xiang and the others glanced at Li Lan, but before they could think further, various energies erupted from their bodies. The overwhelming aura of great divine power was undeniable. However, the black hair did not attack them. Instead, some of it rushed toward the 5 strange beasts' corpses on the ground. When the black hair came into contact with the beasts seemed to come back to life, moving once more. Some of them charged toward the divine power users. General Xiang and the others had no time to spare, quickly activating their divine abilities to defend against the black hair. But upon contact, they realized that these were not black hair at all, but a mass of black threads. Each one was incredibly hard, impervious to both water and fire. Li Lan's fire elements, upon realizing they couldn't burn these black strands, didn't return to his body. Instead, it turned and clashed with the lightning elements in the sky. A burst of fire from one side, a bolt of lightning from the other, they exchanged blows relentlessly. Feeling the energy within him rapidly depleting, Li Lan lazily closed his eyes. "Forget it. I'm tired." But just as he thought that, he felt his body move on its own. It was the ability to control his powers and telekinesis. Li Lan initially tried to resist. But upon second thought, he realized there was no need. He let them do as they pleased. After the wood element and General Xiang joined forces to protect the other psychics, they quickly retreated. The people from the Black Coffin had intended to pursue them, but they immediately heard the clown's voice. "The secret realm is about to open." They exchanged glances, and their energy erupted. Boom! After clashing with General Xiang and his men, they quickly retreated. The strange beasts on the ground had vanished without a trace. General Xiang and the others hurriedly gave chase. Li Lan continued sleeping while closely following behind. The fire element and the lightning element were still engaged in combat. However, the lightning element, being weaker, was clearly no match for the fire element and was gradually gaining the upper hand. Upon realizing that Li Lan was no longer in sight, they paused for a moment before giving chase. The lightning elemental struck the fire elemental with a lightning bolt, venting its pent-up anger. The fire elemental transformed its flames into a fist and struck the dark cloud carrying the lightning elemental, sending it flying backward. The two elements exchanged blows, following closely behind Li Lan. Li Lan had already fallen asleep. Li Qin occasionally glanced back at his younger brother, finding something odd. He kept feeling like Li Lan was asleep. He immediately dismissed the thought with a self-deprecating smile. How could he be asleep? How could he fly while asleep? At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. His younger brother was hiding his abilities pretty well. Besides the wood elemental ability of a great mystic, he had actually awakened psychic powers. No wonder grandfather had me give him the divine speed symbol earlier. Such talent being valued by the family was only natural. Looking at the empty wheelchair, Su Xian sighed worriedly. Lu Shaoqi, seeing Su Xian's dejected expression, couldn't help but say, "Su Xian, don't worry about the captain. He's so powerful he'll be fine. Who's worried about him?" Su Xian replied indifferently, "I'm happy he's gone." Finally, I don't have to wait on him anymore. Then why were you staring at the wheelchair just now? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you hungry? I made some buns. Everyone arrived at the center of the large lake. A child stood on the water's surface, gazing into the depths of the lake, with deep red light flickering in his eyes. Noticing the others' arrival, the child blinked once. You finally arrived. Have you found the entrance to the secret realm? The clown asked, then looked at the puppeteer. The puppeteer touched his head, and the 5 strange beasts crashed into the water with a loud boom, submerged by the lake's waters. A blood-red light then rose from the lake, and the 5 beasts' bodies quickly turned into desiccated corpses. The clown smiled slightly and said, "The energy is full. Lead the way, little monster." The child nodded, his eyes darting around, then looked at Lilan, who was flying toward them, and said, "Little friend, we meet again." However, Lilan was already asleep and didn't hear a word he said. How rude, the child chuckled, diving into the water. The members of the Dark Moon Circus followed closely behind. Should we follow them too? Jiangko looked at General Xiang and the others. The secret realm might have already opened, we can't let them get away with it. General Xiang snorted coldly and jumped in as well. Next came Jiannan Zongchan, the old director, and the others. Li Qin gathered the fire elements around his body and took out a mysterious bead, crushing it in his hand. A transparent defensive shield appeared around him, and he glanced at Li Lan with concern. Recalling that he was a master of wood elements, naturally resistant to water-based abilities, he also jumped in. Li Lan followed closely behind him. Looking at the bottomless lake, the fire element trembled slightly and hurriedly retreated back into Li Lan's body. The lightning element flaunted its power, trembling a few times before following into the water. The moment it entered the water, Li Lan was suddenly awakened. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a bottomless body of water. The water around him was separated by a control ability. Li Lan looked around in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? But upon seeing Li Qin in front of him, Li Lan immediately felt at ease. Immediately afterward, he was zapped again. He glanced back at the lightning element, which was so scared that it quickly retreated back into his body. Li Lan yawned and continued sleeping. Immediately afterward, the system's voice rang out. The fire element saw the lightning element suddenly return and beat him up. The lightning element decided not to back down this time and struck back in anger. The fire element beat the lightning element even harder. The lightning element was completely defeated. The dragon and tiger body tempering technique glanced at the two of them, shifted its position, and continued its cultivation. Your physical prowess plus 20. A group of people continued to dart through the water. Finally, they came to a halt before a massive stone gate. The stone gate stood dozens of meters tall, made of an unusual material, with ancient and strange runes carved into its surface. They resembled writing from another world. The runes emitted a flickering blue glow, radiating a chilling aura of terror. With each flash, everyone felt as though they had plummeted into an icy abyss, their blood slowly freezing. "Is this the entrance to the Cold River secret realm?" the clown exclaimed excitedly. With a thunderous roar. At that moment, everyone felt the mountain beside them begin to move. A massive pressure swept over them. Everyone's heart sank in unison. Because this wasn't a mountain at all, but a terrifying and colossal beast. A royal-class beast. Everyone's minds went blank. The clown hurriedly channeled the power within his body. A blood-red orb shot toward the stone door. Crack! Terrifying blood energy erupted, causing the surrounding water to surge. Under the immense force, the stone door, which had seemed impenetrable, was forced open, revealing a small crack. Chapter 38, Entering the Secret Realm. The first trial is meditation. It opened. But not completely. Only a little. Oh no! Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Imperial-level beast, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The clown struck the stone door with a palm strike. Water surged and churned, but the stone door remained unmoved, only trembling slightly. But that single blow gave him a glimmer of hope. He turned to General Xiang and his men behind him and said, "General Xiang, you don't want our entire army to be wiped out at the bottom of this lake, do you?" General Xiang and his men exchanged glances and nodded. The Jiangnan commander snorted coldly, "We'll spare your life for now." "As if you could kill us," the Beastmaster mocked. "Enough. Survival is the priority now." The clown looked at everyone and said, "Let us act together." As soon as the words left his mouth, a colossal surge of energy erupted. The combined power of the group erupted, as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart, causing the lake water to surge skyward. This undoubtedly startled the Imperial-class beast nearby. It opened its massive eyes and glared angrily at the group. It opened its mouth slightly, and a massive suction force erupted suddenly. A gigantic abyssal maw appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone's faces turned pale, just as they thought they were about to die. Li Lan was still asleep. Damn it, when did this kid fall asleep? Does he want to die? The tightrope walker from the Dark Moon Circus couldn't help but curse angrily. Don't worry about him. Pull harder. The door is about to open, the clown shouted. Jiangnan, the leader, also wanted to curse, but upon seeing Li Qin beside him, he held his tongue. At this critical moment, there's no point in cursing. Anyway, he can't hear us. Feeling the suction growing stronger, everyone's backs grew cold. Their bodies were becoming increasingly uncontrollable, moving backward, and they were about to be sucked into the giant beast's enormous mouth. In the blink of an eye. Boom! The door suddenly opened. Great, the door's open. No, the Imperial class beast has started moving. Everyone, hurry inside. What kind of beast is this? I can't even see its entire form. It looks like an old turtle that's been living in this lake for thousands of years. Thousands of years this. Everyone exclaimed in delight, using all their strength to squeeze inside. The terrifying aura of the beast was so overwhelming that they even forgot their enemies were right beside them. Li Qin slapped Li Lan across the face, grabbed his hand, and pulled him in as well. You good-for-nothing brat. What time is it, and you're still sleeping? Li Lan was jolted awake by the slap and saw the strange beast behind him, his eyelids fluttering slightly. The wood elemental ability activated instantly. A massive vine wrapped around the two of them, pulling them out of the secret realm. Just as the secret realm's gates were about to close, the puppeteer walked over to the clown and kicked him out with a single kick. The members of the Dark Moon Circus watched the scene unfolding, unconcerned, as if they had known he would act this way all along. The clown was completely stunned. The puppeteer looked at him with a sinister smile. Master, the highest form of control is to manipulate the mind. You! Before the clown could speak, he was swallowed whole by a giant turtle. The door slowly closed. The high priest witnessed the scene with some surprise, though not entirely unexpected. He muttered to himself with a smile, I warned him. Spending too much time with monsters will make you one yourself. The high priest glanced at the members of the Dark Moon Circus gathered at the entrance to the secret realm and said, clearly, you've all turned into monsters. Ha, to be called a monster by you is the greatest honor we could receive. The puppeteer laughed stiffly and eerily, but be careful. You might die in the secret realm. He glanced at General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others, you too. Especially you, little Mu Quebec. The puppeteer gave Li Lan one last look. When did you become Mu K? Li Qin looked at Li Lan in confusion. He noticed that the guy had fallen asleep again without anyone noticing. He felt a bit itchy. But just then, the high priest walked over and placed a small blood pill in Li Lan's hand. What are you doing? Li Qin and the others looked at him warily. Don't misunderstand, this is the antidote? An antidote? General Xiang and the others looked utterly confused. What antidote? Li Qin spoke with a hint of meaning. Didn't T little Su Xin get poisoned by the holy blood? This is obviously the antidote for the holy blood. When did you become so kind-hearted? I've always been this kind-hearted. The high priest's innocent face flashed a guiltless smile. Everyone, we'll see you later. Li Qin sniffed it and found nothing amiss, so he slipped the antidote into Li Lan's pocket. They were currently in an icy tunnel. The tunnel was filled with biting cold. Looking ahead, there were a dozen or so separate tunnels branching off. Each tunnel represented a person, and once someone entered, the tunnel would automatically close. General Xiang and the others discussed briefly before each choosing a tunnel to enter. Li Qin looked at Li Lan, intending to pull him into the same tunnel with him. However, as he was about to enter the tunnel, he was stopped by an invisible air wall. At the same time, an ethereal voice echoed in their minds. Greetings, all. Welcome to the Water God Palace. Each tunnel may only be traversed by a single trial participant. Upon hearing the voice, Li Qin's hand itched again. He was about to do the same as before and slap Li Lan awake. But Li Lan opened his eyes on his own. Brother, I'll take that one. You go through this one. Be careful. You too. Watching Li Qin enter the tunnel, Li Lan rubbed his eyes and sat down on the ground to fall asleep again. The fire element, seeing how lazy you are, grows furious and begins to train diligently. Fire element energy plus 50. The lightning element sees the fire element getting beaten up, laughs heartily, and begins to train seriously. Lightning element energy plus 50. The wood element sees the fire element only knowing how to rage in frustration, beats the fire element soundly, and begins to train in peace. Wood element energy plus 50? Seeing how lazy you are, telekinesis and control abilities will help you make a choice. Immediately, Li Lan's body began to move on its own, drifting toward the remaining tunnel. The tunnel automatically closed. Li Lan continued floating forward until he stopped in front of a small ice hut. The telekinesis ability pushed the door open, revealing an empty ice house. Except for a small cushion lying on the ground. Once Li Lan sat down on the cushion, the ethereal voice from before sounded again. Wind is movement, water is stillness. Welcome, all trial participants, to the first gate of the Water God Palace. Enter stillness. Sit quietly on the cushion. Every day for the next 30 days, you will receive generous rewards. The flow of time within the gate differs from the outside world, so there is no need to worry about time passing too quickly. Due to the unique nature of the Water God Palace, you will not feel any discomfort during meditation. You only need to endure prolonged solitude. You must not move your body during meditation. Once you move, you cannot return to meditation. If you end the meditation before the 30 days are up, it will be considered a failure. Failure outcome, eradication. Chapter 39, The Spirit of the Water God, The Tragic Death of Two Great Sages. Upon hearing the voice of the secret realm spirit, everyone's hearts filled with joy. Generous rewards? Just sit for a while and receive a generous reward? It seems this trip was worth it after all. Though the waiting time was a bit long, it was still worth a try. At that moment, whether they were members of the Dark Moon Circus or General Xiang and his men, everyone began to get ready. But when they heard the final words, they all felt a chill run down their spines. Eradicate. Are you kidding me? Extermination? You've lost your mind. It was just sitting in meditation. Is such a cruel punishment really necessary? Inside the ice house, the beast tamer furrowed his brows. However, he did not say much, as this was the rule of the secret realm, and it was not something he could change just because he disagreed. At the same time, he secretly sighed in relief. As a beast tamer, patience was an essential skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to tame those wild, untamed, and ferocious beasts. With my patience, if I endure it, sitting quietly for 30 days shouldn't be a problem. The other members of the Dark Knight Circus shared the same mindset. As circus performers with their own special skills, they were no less patient than anyone else. The military personnel are no exception. The only ones feeling a bit anxious were the former director of the Jiangnan Supernatural Affairs Bureau and a few other non-military superpowered individuals. Li Qin wasn't too worried. After all, as a member of the Li family, being locked in a small dark room to cultivate patience was a common occurrence during his childhood. Sometimes he was locked up for several months at a time, with all his basic needs eating, drinking, and using the restroom handled inside. In the entire Li family, the only one who hadn't undergone strict training was probably Li Lan, the oddball. As a child, to avoid training, he even hid inside a coffin in the ancestral hall. He slept in the same coffin as his ancestors. Fortunately, there was the Yen Emperor to spare him, otherwise he would have been expelled from the family long ago. Sit still, this is interesting. The high priest touched the skull necklace around his neck. His body stiffened instantly, his eyes became hollow, and all signs of life vanished, as if he had turned into a lifeless corpse. He sat straight on the cushion. The puppeteer, who was nearly identical to him, gave a sinister smile. He transformed into a true puppet, devoid of any spirit, bowing his head and sitting cross-legged on the cushion. Dear trial participants, the challenge is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves promptly. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The stage has been activated. It will automatically close once everyone has finished meditating. All trial participants, the spirit of the Water God blesses you with good fortune. We will meet again in 30 days. The ethereal voice faded away, and all returned to silence. Water God's Palace. The spirit of the Water God. Taking the divine as a sign. It seems this hidden realm is no ordinary place. Everyone thought this, except for Li Lan, who was sound asleep. The fire element is battling the lightning element in a showdown to prove who is the strongest master of elemental abilities. The wood element is cheering from below while cultivating, increasing its wood element energy by 60. Telekinesis abilities are watching the battle from below, drinking energy drinks produced by their masters, pretending to train while their telekinesis energy increases by 1. The control elemental ability despised the telekinesis elemental ability's behavior, snatched its energy drink, and the two abilities began to fight. The telekinesis ability accidentally hits the dragon tiger body tempering technique while it is being practiced, and the technique immediately slaps it across the face. The telekinesis ability began wailing and hid beside the wood element ability. The dragon tiger body tempering technique snorted coldly, found a quiet place, and continued its cultivation, increasing the host's physical prowess by +10. The fire elemental brutally beat the lightning elemental, emerging victorious. The lightning element shouted angrily, "Damn it, I'll be back." It hid and began to cultivate in silence, increasing its energy by 50. The fire element sighed at the loneliness of being invincible and began training, increasing its fire element energy by 40. 5 days later. Control over the has been upgraded to early intermediate stage. Another day passed. The tightrope walker from the Dark Moon Circus, after sitting for too long, felt an inexplicable itching on his scalp. He couldn't help but reach up to touch it. As soon as he touched it, his entire body froze, feeling a chill run down his spine. Immediately afterward, his entire body exploded from the inside out. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, landing on the walls and floor of the icehouse before disappearing without a trace. It was as if no one had ever been there. Trialist number 3 has died. Kind reminder, there are only 24 days left until the deadline. Please continue your efforts. Upon successful completion, the Water God Palace will reward you generously. Good luck, and may you all live to claim your rewards. The tone of the water spirit remained ethereal and calm. However, it made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. A great sorcerer has died like this. This Water God Palace secret realm is truly no ordinary place. I didn't expect someone to die so quickly. Number 3, who was that? The Wire Man? I didn't expect him to die so quickly. The Wire Man is dead. It seems that the director's words might be true that within 3 years, someone will become a powerful being capable of reaching the land of immortals. Everyone sat in silence, their minds racing. Lilan was still asleep. No one disturbed him. He felt exceptionally comfortable. He had never felt this comfortable in his entire life. One day later, the lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element. 5 days later, the lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. Another 5 days passed. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. Only 10 days remain until the 30-day period is complete. Control over supernatural abilities has been upgraded to late intermediate stage. Lilan was still sound asleep, but many others could no longer endure the strain. General Xiang and the others were covered in a fine layer of sweat. Li Qin furrowed his brows tightly. The high priest's divine ability had expired. He sat cross-legged on the ground, frowning with a small face, as if he were about to cry. The puppeteer's wooden puppet body had regained its previous sentience, and its stiff face now bore an eerie smile. Only 5 days remained until the 30-day trial was complete. Trialist number 10 has died. Kind reminder, there are only 5 days left until the deadline. Please continue your efforts. Sigh, another one dead. Your patience is so poor. You're the worst batch of trial participants I've ever seen. Another one died? Who was it this time? It doesn't seem to be one of us from the Black Coffin group. What a pity. I never thought old Qin, who guarded Jiangnan all his life, would end up dying in the secret realm. I wonder if his body can be brought back. The last sentence sounded so familiar. Everyone's expressions grew eerie as they sat motionless on their meditation cushions. Another day passed. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element. Only 1 day remained until the 30-day period was complete. Chapter 40, The Lightning Element Rises Again. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element is soundly defeated by the fire element. The 30-day period is now complete. Everyone sighed in relief, straightening their stiff bodies and beginning to move their limbs. Finally over. These 30 days were no walk in the park, said Zhang, the section chief, as he cracked his neck. General Xiang, expressionless, leaned against the wall for support. The others did the same. The only ones still sitting quietly were Li Qin, Lilan, the puppet master, and the high priest of the Black Coffin. The ethereal voice of the water spirit echoed through the air. Congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the first stage. There are currently 4 trial participants still enduring the ordeal. Once all 4 have passed the trial, you may all proceed to the second stage. Rewards will now be distributed. After the voice faded away, the 9 who had completed the trial felt their ice huts begin to move. A faint blue energy slowly condensed and flowed into their bodies. Immediately afterward, they felt the supernatural energy within their bodies surge rapidly. Boom! A colossal burst of supernatural energy erupted, with some even advancing a minor cultivation realm as a result. Such pure supernatural energy. What is this Water God Palace? I wonder if the Water God Palace is a single-type secret realm or a repeatable secret realm. If it's repeatable, we're in for a fortune. I hope it's a single type. Such a treasure must not fall into the hands of the authorities. The feeling of leveling up is truly amazing. The first stage was already so difficult. What about the rest? Reward, pure source, successfully distributed. The 9 trialists who have passed the test will now enter spectator mode. A blue transparent screen, formed by condensed spiritual energy, appeared before everyone's eyes. Li Qin, Lilan, the puppet master, and the high priest appeared on the screen. Li Qin, the high priest, and the puppet master were no strangers to the others. After all, they had always been powerful, and veterans like the high priest and puppet master even harbored hidden strength. However, upon seeing Lilan, they all widened their eyes in shock. How is this possible? How could this little brat have such incredible endurance? Could the high priest have been talking about him earlier? Such extraordinary talent, the elders would be delighted if they knew. A 17-year-old divine being with such extraordinary willpower, what a promising young talent. The members of the Dark Moon Circus lit up with excitement. General Xiang and the others were overjoyed. The young grandson of the Flame Emperor is truly well hidden. However, their expressions quickly turned solemn. With such extraordinary talent, if it's exposed, those foreign tribes will definitely come hunting him down. What then? General Xiang's expression grew serious as he clenched his fists. It's been a long time since I've felt the urge to fight for my life. That kid seems to be sleeping. The old director leaned closer to the screen, squinting his eyes to examine it closely. He doubted his own eyes. After staring for a while, he was certain he hadn't. Has this kid been sleeping the entire month? He immediately laughed at himself. That's impossible. Who could sleep for an entire month? However, he recalled Li Lan's drowsy, dreamlike state when he first entered the secret realm. It actually seemed possible. What kind of divine being has the Li family given birth to? One day later, the lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element. 2 days later, the lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element used a 1,000-year-old move on the fire element, but was immediately beaten up by the fire element, and the lightning element was completely defeated. The lightning element swore to train diligently and vowed to defeat the fire element in the future. The lightning element's energy increased by 50. After training for 3 minutes, the lightning element felt completely exhausted and gave up, gaining plus 10 lightning element energy. The fire element covered its butt and let out a wail, then began to train seriously. Fire element's energy plus 100. 5 days later, Li Qin opened his eyes, and a strand of pure energy flowed into his body. Countless flames erupted from his body, and his eyes shone with a golden light. The golden armor shone with a fiery red glow. Combined with his resolute features, he looked like a fiery war god. This guy has gotten stronger again. A major threat. Damn it, he should have died 10 years ago. No wonder he's the grandson of the Flame Emperor. May heaven protect our dragon nation, may heaven protect our human race. Li Qin seems to be almost as strong as Li Qingyang now. It seems he obtained a much larger amount of the pure source than I did. Damn it, I should have held on a little longer. Suddenly, they seemed to think of something and looked at Li Lan with solemn expressions. He is still holding on. Unbelievable. His resolve is stronger than his older brother Li Qin's. I can already feel the satisfaction of the elders. Young bodies are becoming more and more interesting. Unfortunately, the clown is already dead, otherwise, he would have been delighted. I wonder if he'll end up dead or become one of us. This kid is truly a genius. He is more talented than those old men from the Psychic Association when they were young. Unfortunately, geniuses are easily swayed because they're often arrogant and self-centered. Li Qin looked at Li Lan on the screen in astonishment. But upon seeing him asleep, he sighed in relief. This kid has truly mastered the art of sleeping. 10 days later, the high priest concluded the trial. He glanced at the puppet master before turning his gaze toward Li Lan. There was a deep meaning in his heart. 5 more days passed. The puppeteer awoke. After absorbing the pure source's energy, his wooden puppet body began to sprout and grow wildly. It transformed into a towering ancient tree. It then returned to its original form. He looked at Li Lan on the screen with a sinister smile. Ha ha, Muke, you're getting more and more interesting. I really want to control you and turn you into my very own work of art. The fire element challenges the lightning element. The fire element soundly defeated the lightning element. Half a month later, Li Lan did not wake up. Another half month passed. Li Lan still hadn't woken up. Another 10 days passed. Li Lan still hadn't woken up. The animal trainer, magician, and others were all on the verge of losing their minds. How much longer is this kid going to sleep? Are they really going to be stuck in this dilapidated ice hut forever? General Xiang and the others were also growing impatient, but they managed to keep their composure. Thunder element is diligently and happily training. Thunder element energy plus 100. Thunder element's cultivation has reached late stage of divine power user. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element soundly defeated the fire element, who was defeated in battle. Thunder element, ha ha ha, the thunder element, have finally risen. Chapter 41, what element is the divine water element? Another day passed, and Li Lan remained asleep. Not a single movement. How much longer is this child going to sleep? The high priest looked at him, frowning in silence. The puppet master kept laughing non-stop, and the puppet's body trembled constantly, creating an extremely eerie scene. The other members of the Dark Moon Circus paced back and forth in place. Occasionally, they would pound their fists against the walls. Spending an extended period in such a cramped and oppressive environment had made them restless and irritable. General Xiang and Jiangnan, the regional governor, looked bored as they sat in meditation. What kind of freak has the Li family produced? He can sleep like that? If he doesn't wake up soon, I'll die of old age here. The old director sighed heavily and rolled around on the ground. Golden Saint Li Qin pulled out a copy of Golden Saint manga from his pocket and read it with great interest. 2 months had already passed since the 30-day deadline to clear the game. Li Lan was still asleep there. Motionless. As if he were dead. After finishing Li Qin's comic book, he pulled out another copy of Doraemon from his pocket and began reading it. Other than that, there was no further reaction. The members of the Dark Knight Circus had already begun banging their heads against the wall. General Xiang and the others were so frustrated they wanted to crawl into the screen and slap Li Lan awake. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element soundly defeated the fire element, who was defeated. Another day passed. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element severely defeated the fire element, who was completely defeated. Half a month later. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element severely defeated the fire element, leaving it utterly defeated. Telekinesis ability is being diligently cultivated. Telekinesis energy plus 50. The cultivation level of psychic abilities has been upgraded to late advanced stage. Control ability is being diligently cultivated. Control energy plus 45. Control ability cultivation has reached the mid-high stage. 3 months have passed since the 30-day deadline for clearing the stage. Everyone is on the verge of losing their minds. The old director was on the verge of tears, looking pitifully at Lilan on the screen. Please, wake up. Old man, I can't take this torture anymore. The water god's spirit deep within the core of the water god palace furrowed his brows. Looking at the dwindling supply of pure essence, it sighed helplessly. Immediately, the entire water god palace began to tremble, as if an earthquake were occurring. Everyone was startled. Then, seeing Lilan trembling on the screen, they burst into laughter. Finally, he's moved. He's finally moved. Heaven rewards those who persevere. This level is finally over. It was so hard. Is this Lilan even human? How could he sit there for 4 months without moving a muscle? Lilan was awakened by the commotion, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He stretched lazily and stood up. That felt so good. Immediately afterward, he heard the voice of the water god's spirit. Congratulations, trialist. You have successfully passed the first trial of the water god's palace. Reward, high purity pure source, water god essence. Lilan looked completely bewildered. What trial? What trial? I have no idea what's going on. A highly pure energy surged into his body, causing his energy levels to skyrocket. Fire element absorbs a highly pure energy, fire element energy plus 2000. Thunder element absorbed an extremely pure energy, thunder element energy plus 1000. Wood element absorbed an extremely pure energy, wood element energy plus 800. Telekinesis ability absorbed an extremely pure energy, telekinesis energy plus 600. Control ability absorbed an extremely pure energy, control energy plus 600. The Dragon Tiger Body Forging technique has absorbed a highly pure energy, increasing the host's physical prowess by 500. Fire element cultivation has been upgraded to Early Great Sage. Telekinesis ability cultivation has been enhanced to Divine Ability User, Early Stage. Detected Sacred Relic, Water God Essence, currently being consumed. Consumption successful. Congratulations, host, you have awakened the ability, Divine Water Element. Divine Water Element has grasped the rudiments of the divine ability, Boundless Ocean. The current level of the Divine Water Element is Low Tier Initial. The Lightning Element saw the Fire Element absorb most of its energy and flew into a rage, challenging the Fire Element. The Fire Element pinned the Lightning Element to the ground and beat it soundly 10 times, leaving the Lightning Element completely defeated. The Lightning Element looked at the Fire Element with a pitiable expression and burst into tears. What's going on here? What is the Water Element? Can someone tell me? Lilan stood there in confusion. The next moment, he was automatically teleported to a massive ice surface. The members of the Dark Moon Circus glared at Lilan with bloodshot eyes, their intentions clear. You good-for-nothing brat. Are you a pig? Sleeping for so long, the animal trainer shouted angrily. A lion's shadow appeared behind him, roaring and charging toward Lilan. Lilan was about to counterattack. But before he could act, the fire elements within him erupted on their own. The raging flames formed a massive palm, slapping the lion away with a single strike. A massive ball of fire floated beside Lilan, containing the power to set the sky ablaze. Feeling the intense elemental energy, the members of the Dark Moon Circus turned pale. This is the fire element of a great master. This kid, he's broken through. Heavens! A 17-year-old dual-element master of divine power. Such a talent is rare even in a century, no, a millennium. Is this kid a demon? The beast tamer sucked in a sharp breath, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to act again, he was suddenly pulled back by the puppet master. The beast tamer looked puzzled, while the puppet master smiled eerily. No rush. General Xiang and the others' faces lit up with joy. They looked at Lilan with excitement, having completely forgotten the previous torment. Not bad, Li Qin praised with a smile. You're indeed the younger brother of my righteous son. General Xiang also intended to say a few words. Just then, a blue silhouette appeared before everyone. She wore a crown, held a blue gold scepter, had flowing golden hair, and was dressed in a blue gown adorned with gems. Her large eyes sparkled with intelligence and mystery. Her high, straight nose was topped by lips curled into a faint smile. Her entire demeanor exuded the aura of a queen from a legendary ice-covered kingdom. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the second stage. A ethereal voice echoed through the air. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. That familiar voice. Could she be the water spirit of the water palace? May I ask, beautiful lady, what is the content of the second stage? The magician in a suit asked with a smile. He removes his top hat. A large bouquet of roses appeared out of thin air. The content of the second stage is? Chapter 42, Entering the Second Gate, Lilan is in danger? Welcome, all trial participants, to the second stage of the Water God Palace, Enlightenment. Sit quietly on the ice and contemplate the transparent runes in the air. During the meditation, testers must not disturb one another. The meditation period lasts 30 days. Those who complete the stage within 30 days will receive generous rewards. The passage of time within the stage differs from the outside world, so you need not worry about time passing too quickly. Due to the unique nature of the Water God Palace, you will not experience any discomfort during your meditation. All you need is sufficient patience. The more runes you perceive within the 30 days, the richer the rewards you will receive upon clearing the stage. I will now impart a technique to you, named, Water Bears All Things. By using this technique to comprehend the transparent runes in the air, you can increase your comprehension speed. Within 30 days, you must comprehend the contents of 10 runes. Failure to do so will result in failure to clear the stage. Failure result, annihilation. The spirit of water smiled faintly. Many were dazzled by the scene. But upon hearing the final words eradication, they snapped back to reality. They felt a chill run down their spines. Another annihilation. This secret realm is truly a torment for the heart. I hope the process of understanding isn't too difficult. They looked up at the sky. Vaguely, they could see transparent runes flickering. The next moment, a martial art technique appeared in everyone's mind. Water sustains all things. A technique that enhances energy storage capacity. After cultivation, it enables the human body to store more energy. Although the name of the cultivation technique includes the word water, it is not exclusive to water elementalists but can be practiced by all elementalists. It perfectly embodies the phrase, water sustains all things. After obtaining the cultivation technique, everyone's face couldn't help but show a smile. This cultivation technique is truly remarkable. Even if this stage doesn't offer any other rewards, obtaining this technique alone is worth it. On the battlefield, when facing opponents of the same level, most battles are prolonged. Whoever endures longer wins. But what sustains that endurance? Energy. This is where the true value of this martial art comes into play. Just as a single element ability user cannot defeat a dual element ability user, a psychic with less energy cannot defeat one with more energy. Good luck to all of you. The spirit of water smiled. Very good. Several members of the Dark Moon Circus wore lecherous grins. But the spirit of the water god did not look at them. Instead, it approached Lilan. She continued to smile gently. I hope you can perform just as brilliantly in this round as you did in the last one. The animal trainers and others looked at Lilan with envy and hatred. What does this kid have that we don't? But Lilan didn't even glance at the spirit of the water god, as if he hadn't heard a word she said. He simply rubbed his eyes, found a comfortable position, and lay down on the ground to sleep. Water spirit? This kid? She had guarded the water god's palace for tens of thousands of years and had never encountered such an eccentric trial participant before. Li Qin tugged at the corner of his mouth and hurried forward to say, please don't blame him, senior. He's always been like this since he was a child. It's fine, the water god's spirit said. Geniuses have their quirks, it's normal. The trial officially begins. The water god's spirit vanished. Everyone was scattered apart, with an air wall appearing between each person, separating their positions. It was likely to prevent malicious competition. Everyone looked serious, sitting cross-legged on the ground, circulating the water carries all technique to begin comprehending the runes in the air. Only Lilan is sleeping. One day later, the high priest emitted a faint energy fluctuation, and a rune immediately vanished into his body. Seeing this, everyone became even more focused. Another rune then entered the body of the puppet master. Then it was Li Qin's turn. 3 days later, the members of the Dark Moon Circus and General Xiang and his men all gained enlightenment one after another. Lilan was still asleep. Watching him, Li Qin grew impatient, but could only sigh helplessly. Deep within the Water God Palace, the spirit of the Water God gazed thoughtfully at Lilan. The only one who has mastered the divine water element, though you are a promising prospect. But if you fail this trial, I won't show you any mercy. The fire elemental beats up the lightning elemental while training, increasing its fire elemental energy by 60. The thunder element is being beaten while crying and training, thunder element energy plus 20. The wood element watches the thunder element being beaten and begins to cultivate with schadenfreude, wood element energy plus 40. The divine water element, though confused, is deeply moved and begins training, divine water element energy plus 5. The telekinesis ability drinks a small beverage while training, telekinesis energy plus 20. Control ability trains while scheming to steal the small drink, increasing control energy by 20. The dragon and tiger body cultivation technique tapped the new member. Water nourishes all things on its clean little face and began cultivation, increasing the host's physical constitution by 10. Water supports all things. Lowered its head, blushing, and began cultivation, increasing its energy capacity by 5. 6 days passed. The high priest had mastered 4 runes, the puppet master had mastered 4 runes, Li Qin had mastered 3 runes, and the others had successively mastered their second runes. Li Lan is still sleeping. His rune mastery count remained at 0. Many people looked at him with anxious expressions, while the members of the Dark Moon Circus were gloating. Has that kid Li Lan lost his mind? In this situation, he's still sleeping. Does he think he's still in the first stage? This won't do. At this rate, Li Lan won't be able to master 10 runes within 30 days. General Xiang in Jiangnan, the regional commander, stood up one after another and shouted at Li Lan. But Li Lan remained motionless on the ground, as if he hadn't heard a thing. He was sleeping soundly. General Xiang in Jiangnan General sighed helplessly. The beast tamer mocked, Xian, don't waste your effort. He's as good as dead. The acrobats and circus doctors chimed in from the sidelines. General Xiang and the others could do nothing but glance worriedly at Li Lan before returning to continue their study of the runes. The second stage had been underway for half a month. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element. Another 5 days have passed. There are only 10 days left until the stage ends. Li Lan was still sleeping. This time, even Li Qin couldn't help but stand up and shout loudly at Li Lan. But Li Lan remained motionless. Every day thereafter, General Xiang and Li Qin would call Li Lan 3 times at the same time. But it had no effect. Li Lan remained motionless. There were only 5 days left before the checkpoint closed. General Xiang and the others all looked bitter. Damn it, why won't Li Lan wake up? Does he really want to die here? It's over, we're doomed. With only 5 days left, even if Li Lan is a genius, there's no way he can master 10 runes in 5 days. Has this kid lost his mind? Li Qin even slammed his fists against the air wall, but Li Lan still showed no reaction. Chapter 43, Water nurtures all things to perfection, absorbing 100 symbolic charms. Don't waste your effort. This kid is as good as dead. There's only 5 days left. Even if a land god came, there's no way he could master 10 runes in 5 days. Stop struggling in vain. This kid is indeed a genius, but unfortunately, his mind isn't very sharp. What a pity. I had hoped to see him at the Spirit Energy Assembly in the future, but it seems he is doomed to die here. The members of the Dark Moon Circus laughed. The Puppeteer sighed, feeling the loss of a talented individual. The Spirit Energy Society's method of recruiting talent, aside from those who voluntarily join the society, they would also seek out geniuses to kidnap, lure them into corruption, and force them to drink the sacred blood, turning them into slaves of the Blood Moon Holy Grail. He had originally planned to report this to the elders of the Spiritual Energy Association upon his return. He wanted them to take action and kidnap Mu Ke. But now it seems unnecessary. The lightning element has challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element. There are only 4 days left until the trial ends. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The lightning element let out a loud cry and began to train in despair, gaining plus 10 lightning element energy. There are 3 days remaining until the trial ends. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The dragon and tiger body tempering technique sat diligently beside them, practicing. The host's physical constitution increased by 10. Water nurtures all things shyly snuggles up beside dragon tiger body tempering technique to cultivate, increasing its energy capacity by 20. Telekinesis ability gazes enviously at the dragon tiger body tempering technique as it begins cultivation, increasing telekinesis energy by 20. The control ability sat next to the telekinesis ability, was kicked over by the telekinesis ability, and sulked in a corner to begin cultivation, increasing its control energy by 20. Only 2 days remain until the trial ends. It's over, everything is over. General Xiang and the others looked as pale as death. Li Qin's face also lost its color. Li Lan continued to sleep. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element. Water nourishes all things is practicing alongside dragon and tiger body tempering technique, increasing its energy capacity by 20. The divine water element is practicing diligently, increasing its divine water energy by plus 10. Water nourishes all things has reached the level of minor achievement. The divine water element's cultivation level has been upgraded to early middle stage. There is only 1 day left until the trial ends. Everyone except Li Lan has mastered 10 runes. Li Qin has mastered 15. The High Priest and the Puppet Master have even mastered 17 runes. Water nurtures all things has reached a cultivation bottleneck and automatically emerges from the host's body to begin comprehending the runes. Control abilities and psychic abilities automatically emerge from the host's body, preparing to assist water nurtures all in comprehending the runes. Water elemental energy automatically emerged from the host's body, preparing to assist the water bears all in comprehending the runes. At this point, General Xiang and the others had given up trying to wake Li Lan, but Li Qin was still persistently hammering the wall, his face filled with anxiety. The members of the Dark Moon Circus were laughing as they watched the spectacle. They waited silently for nightfall, waiting for Li Lan's death. Hey, Li Qin, don't waste your effort. Li Lan is as good as dead. It's the last day already. Do you think he's a god? The animal trainer said with glee. The aerialist nodded. Instead of wasting time, you should spend it studying the runes. Maybe after today, you'll get more rewards. Why are you all talking so much? Are you all going to die? Li Qin gave them a cold glance. He was about to continue hammering the wall. But just then, the ice beneath their feet began to tremble. Countless pale blue particles rose into the air, surging toward Li Lan's direction. Li Lan didn't even realize when he had sat up. Everyone looked surprised. Strange, what's going on? What are these blue particles? Such pure elemental energy. These blue particles seem to be water elemental energy. No, that's impossible. This can't be water elemental energy. Water elemental energy can't be this pure. This seems to be a higher form of water elemental energy. Strange, this water elemental energy seems to be activating the transparent runes in the sky. What's the use of that? Even if it can activate the runes, I don't believe Li Lan could master 10 runes in a single day. Exactly. Don't get too excited. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. This might just be a last gasp. Watching General Xiang and the others regain hope, the members of the Dark Knight Circus couldn't help but mock them again. Their faces were filled with disdain. After all, they had worked for 30 days and barely managed to master 10 runes. Li Lan wants to match their 30 days in just one day? That's almost like a dream. However, as soon as they finished speaking, their expressions darkened. Because at the very moment they spoke, 10 runes, pulled by the mysterious water element, automatically entered Li Lan's body. Then another 10. 20. 30. Divine water elemental energy surged upward, transforming the entire space into a vast blue particle ocean. Seeing the scene, everyone felt their minds go blank. What is happening? Am I seeing things? Is this mysterious water element also Li Lan's ability? How have we never seen this before? Am I dreaming? I'm reporting this. Water spirit, that brat Li Lan is cheating, the flying man shouted loudly. The beast tamer was in the midst of comprehending a rune, and it was almost complete. But suddenly, a blue particle appeared before his eyes and forcefully snatched the rune away. The beast tamer's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this even possible? He was so angry he nearly spat blood. He quickly found another rune that no one had noticed and began to master it again. But as soon as he made contact, the rune was snatched away again. The beast tamer watched helplessly as it vanished into Li Lan's body. Damn it! General Xiang and the others gaped, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. Then came a burst of wild joy, and they couldn't help but dance with excitement. Li Qin watched the beast tamer with schadenfreude, enraging the members of the Dark Moon Circus so much their faces turned black. 40. 50. 60. More and more runes were being absorbed into Li Lan's body. The once densely packed transparent runes in the air suddenly became sparse. Water nourishes all things is devouring energy, successfully breaking through the constraints and reaching perfection. The divine water element has successfully absorbed the divine water energy contained within the runes, and his cultivation level has been upgraded to early stage of the late phase. After absorbing all 100 runes, Li Lan stretched lazily. Everything came to an abrupt halt. Is it finally over? Everyone couldn't help but think. Chapter 44, The Second Gate Ends, Severe Punishment for Cheaters? Li Lan rolled over. Everyone sighed in relief. It seems that it's all over. The beast tamer was about to try again to decipher the runes. This one went surprisingly smoothly. In just a few seconds, the speed of comprehension surpassed that of several hours earlier. It seems I can master another rune before the trial ends, the beast tamer thought to himself with a smile. But the next moment, his face darkened. Because those terrifying blue particles began to surge once more, forcefully snatching the rune he had just mastered back from him. He exerted every ounce of strength to try to reclaim the rune. But he was no match for the blue particles. The blue particles even humiliated him. They even flicked his little JJ. The beast tamer could only watch helplessly as his runes were devoured by Li Lan. He was so enraged that his eyes turned red, but all he could do was rage helplessly. Damn it, that damn brat. The members of the Dark Knight Circus witnessed this scene. Though they felt sorry for the beast tamer, they couldn't help but laugh. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. The animal trainer is sorry. I usually don't laugh, unless I really can't help it. That's too funny, ha ha ha. Hearing the laughter around him, the animal trainer wished he could find a wall to smash his head against. He, a mighty sorcerer, had been toyed with by a group of energy beings. With the Beast Tamer's example set, neither the members of the Dark Moon Circus nor General Xiang and Li Qin could decipher the runes anymore. Instead, they continued to look at Li Lan. More and more runes were entering Li Lan's body, and they grew increasingly horrified. 150. 200. 250. It's almost 300 now. How on earth did he manage that? Could there be a glitch in this secret realm? It's possible. Otherwise, why are we only getting a dozen or so, while he's getting hundreds? Is it because he's good looking? Goodness gracious, 300 runes. How much reward will that be? With so many runes, I'm curious what reward he'll get for his first time. Who isn't? Isn't Li Lan from the Yan Emperorly family? Even if he would attributed supernatural being, why does he have such a strong water element? Li Qin, are you sure Li Lan is your brother? Did they mix up the babies at the hospital? Don't we look alike? We do look alike, but this doesn't make sense. They were all discussing it. Not only were they shocked, but even the water goddess spirit deep within the core of the secret realm was equally stunned. He's definitely asleep. Then how did he manage to do that? What's going on here? This has never happened before. Why can he automatically comprehend these runes while sleeping? And why can he automatically control the divine water elements within the secret realm? This isn't scientific. She quickly searched her mind for relevant information, but after searching for a while, she found nothing. This one do. The core of the Water God Palace is currently offline and cannot draw energy from the outside world. If he keeps this up, we won't have any rewards to give the trial participants when the Water God Palace reopens. The Water Goddess spirit furrowed her brows, and the entire secret realm trembled once more. At the same time, all the floating runes vanished, and the air walls disappeared as well. In the space of the second stage. Seeing this, everyone's faces showed confusion. What's going on? How did the air walls and runes suddenly disappear? Did we clear the stage? But there's still half an hour left. Why did it end so suddenly? Could it be that the water spirit discovered Li Lan was cheating, so it ended the trial early? You know what? That might actually be possible. How many runes did Li Lan absorb just now? About 1050. What? You said how many? 1050? I can't even match his last digit. Wow, over 1,000 runes. Even if he is cheating, that's way too terrifying. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. General Xiang and the others wanted to say something in Li Lan's defense. But after thinking for a while, they couldn't find the words to say. After all, the number of runes Li Lan had mastered was simply too staggering. They also began to suspect that Li Lan might have used some kind of cheating method. After all, this was a total of 1050 runes. The number of runes they had mastered didn't even come close to Li Lan's total. Li Qin hurried over to Li Lan and pulled him up from the ground. What time is it? You're still sleeping. Who is it? Li Lan muttered unhappily, opening his eyes to see his third older brother's angry gaze. Third brother, what's the matter? What did you just do? Li Qin asked with a frown. Li Lan looked completely bewildered, his face filled with confusion. What did I do? What did he do? He had been sleeping the whole time, hadn't he? Just then, he was startled to discover that the energy within his body was in an explosive state. His strength had even doubled compared to before. What on earth happened while I was asleep? This left Li Lan even more puzzled. Speak up. Third brother. I said I just took a quick nap. Do you believe me? I don't believe you for a second. The animal trainer shot him a murderous glance. He couldn't forget the humiliating embarrassment he had felt earlier. The others also looked at him with disbelief. Do you think I believe you? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. As Li Lan finished speaking, the spirit of the water god reappeared before everyone. The beast tamer looked at Li Lan with a smug expression, standing aside to watch the show. Congratulations to all trial participants for successfully passing the second trial of the water god's palace. I will now distribute your rewards. The water god's spirit waved his hand lightly. Except for Li Lan, everyone else had a sparkling blue gem appear in their hands. The high priest and the puppet master received the largest gems, followed by Li Qin, and the rest were even smaller than Li Qin's. These gems contained a rich concentration of water elemental energy. The moment everyone took a deep breath, they felt refreshed and invigorated. This is a semi-divine relic. A universal elemental gemstone. With this, I can break through to the land immortal realm within half a year. The energy within this gemstone is so pure. This is the purest elemental gemstone I've ever seen. Even a land immortal would find it hard to obtain such a thing. I once encountered a land deity in a 5-star secret realm. At the time, he risked his life to enter a perilous realm and obtained an elemental gem of lightning. However, the purity of his elemental gem was far inferior to this one, not even half as pure. The crowd buzzed with excitement. At that moment, the beast tamer stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Senior, since the rewards have already been distributed, shouldn't we punish the cheater? Upon hearing this, Li Qin, General Xiang, and the others immediately grew somber. Chapter 45, The Holy Sun's Trial, the gods rush to claim the reward. Elder, there must be some misunderstanding here. Yes, there must be some misunderstanding. Li Lan just took a nap and had no idea what happened. Li Qin and General Xiang hurriedly said. The beast tamer sneered, misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Try sleeping and comprehend 1,000 runes and see? There is no misunderstanding, said the spirit of water. Upon hearing this, the beast tamer's face lit up with a smile. But when he heard the water spirit's next words, his expression suddenly changed. Li Lan's results are genuine, there's no misunderstanding. Since his reward is different from yours, I didn't give him one earlier. That's impossible. How could he possibly comprehend 1,000 runes, the beast tamer said defiantly. The water spirit did not grow angry at his insult. With a faint smile, he said, the world of geniuses is something you will never understand. Upon hearing this, General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others smiled. The beast tamer's expression fluctuated, and he retreated back into the crowd. The members of the Dark Moon Circus sighed in disappointment, but quickly returned to their usual selves. Their minds began to race. They pondered how they could capture Li Lan and turn him into a puppet of the holy blood. Alright, Li Lan, it's time for your reward. The spirit of the water god looked at the lazy-looking teenager in front of him. But the youth seemed not to hear her words, standing there dozing off. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and Li Qin and General Xiang looked even more eager. Li Qin was Li Lan's older brother, so it was only natural for him to be happy for him. General Xiang, on the other hand, had a close relationship with Li Qin, and in his eyes, Li Lan was effectively his junior as well. I wonder what reward Li Lan will receive. 1,000 runes? How did he manage that? 10 runes can get you an elemental gemstone. 1,000 runes. Wow, that's unimaginable. Why is there such a huge gap between people? Will this kid turn into a land deity directly? Probably not. Rapidly advancing one's cultivation realm can lead to unstable foundations. However, I have a feeling that this kid will become a land deity within a year. A year? If we make him drink the sacred blood, wouldn't our spiritual energy gain another land deity? Let us discuss this later. But this isn't our concern. We just need to inform the elders about him. The Li family isn't someone to mess with. If Li Lan joins the Spirit Energy Society, have the leader apply to transfer him to our circus. This kid is quite interesting. Isn't the clown dead? Who is the clown? Isn't our leader a puppeteer? Who will replace the clown? A circus can't function without a clown, it's like the West can't lose Jerusalem. Just apply for one from above and bring it down. Have the puppeteer find the clowness body and turn it into a puppet. The clowness body might already have turned into excrement. Stop talking. The water spirit is about to reward that boy. The spirit of the water god smiled and asked, what do you want? Whatever you desire, I can grant it to you. In a highly tempting tone, even if you want to become a star realm sorcerer. No, according to your planet's terminology, it should be called a land immortal. Become a land deity directly? Upon hearing this, everyone present became wildly excited. Including the puppet master, who had remained calm all along, and the high priest. If he becomes a land immortal directly, the probability of the spiritual energy capturing him would be negligible, the puppet master murmured to himself. What will he choose? Choose to become a land deity directly? Or would he choose something else? Their eyes were fixed on Li Lan, filled with anticipation, greed, envy, and jealousy. The spirit of the water god also looked at Li Lan with anticipation. But Li Lan merely flicked his eyelids and said nothing. Everyone looked utterly confused. Old man, say something. You're driving me crazy. Li Lan, what do you want? The spirit of the water god asked again. Li Lan's eyelid twitched again. Seeing this, General Xiang burst into tears. Old man, please speak. The water spirit isn't Su-Xin, she can't read your mind to know what you're trying to say. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Just as the water god's spirit was about to speak again, Li Lan spoke up. I want to leave the secret realm quickly and go home to sleep. Hearing this, everyone stared in disbelief. That's it? Brother, have you lost your mind? The members of the Dark Knight Circus erupted in joy. Great! Xiaolan! Li Qin couldn't help but scold him. But the spirit of the water god waved her delicate hand, sealing his mouth shut. Are you sure? Li Lan nodded. But according to the rules of the water goddess palace, you can't leave until you've completed the first 10 stages. General Xiang and the others sighed in relief. Li Lan stared at her expressionlessly. What about all the promises that all requests would be granted? As if sensing Li Lan's thoughts, the water goddess spirit continued, however, I have a method that can allow you to leave the secret realm early. What method? Li Lan remained silent, waiting quietly for her to continue. The water spirit looked at Li Lan, waiting for her to respond. But after waiting for a while, Li Lan didn't ask her anything. Instead, he continued to stare at her expressionlessly, as if to say, I'm too lazy to ask. You tell me. Too lazy. The water spirit sighed and said, as long as you can pass the Holy Sun's trial and become the Holy Son of the Water Spirit Palace, you will be able to leave the secret realm early. And you'll also gain partial authority over the Water God Palace, becoming half-master of the Water God Palace. Become a half-master of the Water God Palace? Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing grew. The Water God Palace was clearly no ordinary place. If one could become its half-master, that would be an incredible stroke of luck. This was far more tempting than becoming a powerful being in the land of immortals. After all, the Water God Palace could easily produce treasures that even land immortals coveted. If one could become its half-owner, wouldn't such treasures be available in any quantity one desired? With such treasures in hand, becoming a land deity would be a foregone conclusion, wouldn't it? However, most of them believed that Li Lan had no chance of passing the so-called Holy Sun trial. After all, even the preliminary trials are so difficult. Then the test to become a Holy Sun must be even more difficult, as hard as climbing to the heavens? Are you willing to participate in the Holy Sun's trial? The water spirit looked at Li Lan, waiting for his answer. Li Lan didn't bother to nod, he merely flicked his eyelids, indicating his agreement. The spirit of water couldn't understand his meaning and looked puzzled. The psychic ability noticed this and controlled Li Lan's head to nod twice. If you fail the test, the consequence is annihilation. Do you still agree? What? Erasure? I may be lazy, but I don't want to die here. Li Lan's expression changed, and he was about to refuse. But just then, the psychic ability once again took control of his head, nodding it twice. Li Lan's heart sank, and his face turned ashen. Psychic ability, I'll curse your mother. Not bad, you're quite brave. I admire you, the water spirit laughed. With a flick of her hand, she and Li Lan vanished before everyone's eyes. The test has been terminated. Please remain where you are for a moment. No fighting, okay? Otherwise, if you're erased by the Water God's palace, don't blame me for being ruthless. The ethereal voice of the water spirit echoed in the ears of the others. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Li Qin, your younger brother really doesn't know his place. The flying man in the sky looked at Li Qin and laughed, the Holy Sun's trial? Don't let him turn you into a corpse the next time you see him. Li Qin snorted coldly, ignoring them, and went to sit in a corner with General Xiang and the others. He knew they were trying to provoke him. Li Qin, are you sure this is okay? General Xiang asked. Li Qin sighed and said, there's no room for maneuver now. Besides, I don't think Xiaolan will die even if he fails the test. Why? His demand is to leave the secret realm. As long as he doesn't leave the secret realm, his demand hasn't been fulfilled. Li Qin spoke slowly, when the time comes, if he fails the assessment, he can simply make a request that allows him to survive. Upon hearing this, General Xiang and the others suddenly understood. No wonder Li Lan dared to agree to the water spirit's request. He had this plan all along. It can be done this way? That's so clever. Why didn't I think of that? No wonder he's the grandson of the Flame Emperor, they're all so clever. Brilliant. Once Li Lan completes the trial, he'll become the Holy Son of the Water God's palace, rising to the heavens in one step. Even if he fails, it doesn't matter, he'll still survive safely. With his talent, even if he loses the reward for this stage, he can easily make it up in the later stages. It's simply brilliant. A surefire deal. This kid has a bright future. Young people's minds are so agile. I thought he was going to die. Sigh, I'm getting old. Everyone was buzzing with admiration for Li Lan's plan. Li Lan was pulled into a blue hall by the spirit of the water god. It resembled an underwater temple, like the legendary Atlantis. The stone pillars inside the hall were engraved with ancient and mysterious runes, which emitted a blue glow, illuminating the temple brightly. On either side of the hall stood dozens of large and small statues of gods. Each statue seemed to be a living deity, and even though some of their bodies were damaged, they still exuded a terrifying aura of authority. Thick water elemental energy permeates every corner of the temple. It was clear that this must be the most central and sacred part of the water god's palace. The water god's spirit gently waves its hand. Instantly, the water elemental energy within the hall surged like a tidal wave, crashing toward the statues. As the statues absorb the water elemental energy, their gray outer shells begin to peel away, revealing a terrifying divine light. A massive pressure bearing down on Li Lan, instantly dispelling his fatigue. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "They're alive? No, they haven't." Rarely seeing Li Lan display such an expression, the water god's spirit felt a sense of pleasure and said, "These 36 divine statues represent the 36 deities worshipped by my water god palace. If you obtain the essence of any one of these statues, you will become one of the 36 holy sons of my water god palace." Li Lan nodded. "Begin. I will give you half a year." The water god spirit spoke and then vanished. Li Lan randomly chose a divine statue and sat down. After meditating for half a day, he gained nothing. So he switched to another statue and meditated for another half day. Still nothing. Am I really going to die here? Li Lan said with a grim expression. Over the next 10 days, he tried every statue in the temple, but still came up empty-handed. Damn it! Li Lan cursed, too lazy to try anymore. He gave up, lying on the ground to sleep. The fire element has been exhausted from fighting these past few days and refuses to train. The lightning element is striving to improve and has begun to cultivate with dedication. Lightning element energy plus 50. The wood element sighed that there was nothing interesting happening today and began cultivating half-heartedly, increasing its wood element energy by 10. Telekinesis and control abilities are good friends, holding hands and practicing together. Telekinesis energy plus 20, control energy plus 20. The dragon and tiger body tempering technique and water nourishes all things are closely embraced in practicing together, increasing the host's physical prowess by plus 5 and energy capacity by plus 5. Divine water element is cultivating with all its heart, divine water element energy plus 20. The divine water element senses the power of the divine water source and automatically emerges from the host's body. Deep within the core of the water god palace. The water god spirit looked at Li Lan, who was lying on the ground asleep, and sighed in disappointment. It's no use after all. Sigh, it's such a pity. We finally found a genius, but if he can't become the Holy Sun, then who else could possibly become the Holy Sun? Does that mean the water god palace will continue to be buried beneath the water for tens of thousands of years? The core energy is almost depleted. In 1,000 years, the water god palace may never be able to open again. But just then, the entire water god palace began to shake violently. What is happening? The water god spirit hurriedly checked the condition of the water god palace. The cause of the shaking was none other than the temple where Li Lan was located. All the divine statues shone with blinding divine light, vying for the sleeping Li Lan. Their power was far too great. Although the divine statues only contained a minuscule fraction of their divine power, it was more than enough to send the dilapidated water god's palace into a precarious state. This youth possesses such pure divine water energy, I must have it. Get out of the way. This boy is the one I have chosen. You ants, make way for me. This youth carries the seed of the boundless ocean within him. He is clearly suited for my lineage. The boundless sea? Just to support divine technique. Trash. Hand this boy over to me, and I will cultivate him into a new war god for my water god lineage. So-called war gods are nothing but barbaric fighters. This boy is mine for the deep sea lineage. You tentacled deep sea monster, don't interfere with him. He is human, he doesn't want to become a monster. You worthless trash, what do you know? Tentacles are a symbol of power. The ancient water deities of legend were covered in tentacles and eyes. Seeing this scene, the spirit of the water god felt his mind go blank. Are these really the same gods who once stood so high above us? How pure is Li Lan's divine water element that it could awaken them all? Chapter 46, The Spear of the Sea God, ruler of the water god's palace. Which deity will Li Lan choose? The water god's spirit stared intently at Li Lan, eagerly awaiting his decision. She knew. No matter which deity Li Lan chooses, he is destined to become the sacred son of the water god palace. The sole sacred son of the water god's palace. Become the one who holds the fate of the water god palace in your hands. After all, the water god palace is currently in a sealed state, and all the energy it consumes comes from the remaining energy it had before. However, no matter how much energy remains, it will eventually be depleted. The only way to replenish energy is to absorb energy from the outside world. But currently, the water god palace is empty except for her, the spirit of the secret realm. As the spirit of the secret realm, she can only oversee matters within the water god palace. She lacks the authority to activate the core of the secret realm and draw energy from the outside world. Only 3 types of individuals can activate this permission: the Holy Sun, the Divine Sun, and the Water God Palace Master. But now, not only is there no Water God Palace Master, but aside from the few remaining trialists, the entire palace is completely deserted. Therefore, Li Lan, who was about to become the Holy Sun, naturally became her only hope. Wait a moment, he seems to still be in a sleeping state. The water god's spirit paused in surprise. If that's the case, how did he communicate with those deities? No, the divine water elements within his body seem to be automatically communicating with those deities. How is that possible? Staring at Li Lan's divine water elements, the water god spirit couldn't believe what he was seeing. Moments later, it suddenly understood. No wonder. No wonder Li Lan could attract so many deities to vie for him. The divine water has a spirit, the divine water has a spirit. This is the symbol of the divine child. But, he's just an ordinary mortal who's never even come into contact with the gods. Why is he exhibiting such an unusual phenomenon? Could it be? Could he be the reincarnation of a water deity? At this thought, the spirit of the water goddess breathing grew. The gaze it cast upon Li Lan grew respectful. Because deities must not be offended. At the same time, she felt a sense of relief, grateful that Li Lan was merely the reincarnation of a deity. Not a true god. Even the weakest demigod possesses divine might. This is the authority of the gods, and a symbol of their power. Even if a deity disregards those who offend them, their divine might will automatically eliminate all such beings. Mortals cannot look directly at a god. That is precisely why. If Li Lan were a true deity, then when she locked eyes with Li Lan in the secret realm earlier, she might have already perished. The debate among the gods in the temple continued. Thinking of Li Lan soon becoming the sacred son of the water god palace, she felt honored. But just then, the entire water god palace suddenly trembled violently. The spirit of the water god's expression changed drastically. This is bad. The divine power leaking from these gods is too immense. The water god palace, which has been neglected for years, cannot withstand this force and is slowly collapsing. We can't let this happen. I must stabilize everything immediately, or everyone will be buried here. She hurriedly waved her delicate hands, activating the secret core of the water god palace to withstand the force. At the same time, within the second gate's spatial realm, feeling the terrifying energy, everyone's faces turned pale with fear. What's happening? Such powerful energy fluctuations, what on earth is this? I feel my soul trembling. What kind of energy is this? It's too terrifying. Ah, I can't breathe. This energy comes from the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being. This is the energy of the Supreme Being. There are gods in this secret realm. I once felt this energy in a 5-star secret realm. It originates from the ancient gods of legend, the ancient Supreme Being. I wouldn't mistake it. What? There are actually gods within this secret realm? It's probably just the power left behind by the gods. If it were the real gods, we might have already died. Could this be another one of Li Lan's tricks? Are you dreaming? That kid couldn't possibly have such power. Who cares who did it? I just know we need to figure out what to do now. I feel like I'm about to die. The power of the gods is ruthless and overwhelming. I can feel it corrupting my body. Do any of you have any ideas? If this continues, we'll be scattered by the gods' power before the secret realm collapses, turning us into living puppets. Li Qin, are you okay? Mr. Li Qin, are you okay? Li Qin, hold on. Your brother hasn't come out yet, you can't give up here. Quick, take out the elemental gems from before and infuse them into Li Qin's body. Li Qin suddenly collapsed, causing General Xiang and the others to pale in shock. They hurriedly took the elemental gems given by the water god's spirit and injected their energy into Li Qin's body. Li Qin was a master of fire elements, while the energy from the divine being was clearly water elements. Water and fire are opposing elements, so the impact Li Qin raising would be several times greater than that of others. Seeing the official personnel hesitating not a moment to extract the precious elemental gems and infuse them into Li Qin's body, the members of the Dark Moon Circus were all taken aback. Ah, General Xiang, you sure are willing to part with it, the puppeteer laughed eerily. General Xiang coldly glanced at him and said, those who light the fire for others must not be allowed to freeze to death in the snow. Li Qin has sacrificed so much for Jiangnan province. How could a monster without any sense of loyalty to one's country and people understand? Patriotism? The beast tamer scoffed, what good is that? The old director remained expressionless as he placed his own elemental gemstone beside Li Qin. If the heart has no place to rest, one is a wanderer wherever they go. No matter how strong you are nothing but a bunch of wanderers. No one cares about you. You're just tools for those in power. When you die, no one will remember you, and you might even be killed by your own comrades at any moment. No, you have no companions. Just like the clowns before you. This is a tragedy. It's not just within the secret realm. At that moment, outside the secret realm, the skies began to stir. With the uprising at the Water God Palace, the water level of the Yunmeng Great Lake began to rise rapidly, and the strange beasts within the lake also began to stir. Upon witnessing this scene, the troops stationed along the shores of the Yunmeng Lake immediately sprang into action. Hurry up, hurry up! Evacuate the civilians! Evacuate the civilians! Captain, the water is rising too quickly. I'm afraid we won't make it in time. If it weren't for the current situation, I'd kill you. It's fast. Then you have to be faster than it. Yes. Commander. Hurry and notify the provincial government to prepare flood control supplies immediately. Dispatch troops of the divine rank or higher to provide support. What about the civilian psychics? Many of them are psychics. If we let them join us, it would relieve some of our pressure. Have them retreat as well. They're still young, and we haven't fallen yet. Captain, it's bad. Several king-level beasts have emerged from the first river mouth. Third and fourth teams, everyone, grab your weapons immediately and follow me to the first river mouth to fight. But Captain, we're no match for those monsters. Remember what your drill sergeant told you when you enlisted? Yes, Captain. Enlist in the army, defend the nation, that's our highest duty. Brothers, follow me into battle. Large numbers of troops began to move into action. Within just half an hour, all the residents living along the riverbank had evacuated. At the same time, the river flooded the areas where they had previously been stationed. Large groups of soldiers rushed into the water, engaging in a fierce battle with the beasts. The lake's surface was dyed red with blood, and the ground was littered with corpses. However, this blood belongs to the beasts. These corpses are also the corpses of the beasts. All civilian psychics, get on the vehicles immediately. This area will be completely taken over by the military. Someone will come to escort you to a safe location shortly. The officer shouted to the crowd gathered on the open ground. At his command, everyone hurriedly boarded the vehicles. Only a handsome young man, pushing a wheelchair, stood under a large tree, gazing toward the lake. Su Xin, aren't you leaving? Lu Shaoqi couldn't help but ask. No. Why? Are you waiting for the captain? But the captain is a powerful warrior, he won't be in any danger. Who's waiting for him? Su Xin pushed the wheelchair toward Lu Shaoqi. Hold on to this for me. I'm going to help the army fight the beasts. Wait. Lu Shaoqi called out to him. To his surprise, Su Xin was emanating an aura completely different from before. You've broken through to the divine power user realm? Su Xin nodded. By the time Lu Shaoqi came to his senses, Su Xin had already left without a trace. Where's the young man who was with you earlier? Back in the car, the officer asked Lu Shaoqi, who was pushing the wheelchair. He said he was going to help the army kill the beasts. Nonsense. The officer couldn't help but say, he's a high-ranking sorcerer, and a fire type at that. Isn't that a suicide mission? He has already reached the level of a divine being. What? Upon hearing this, the officer sighed in relief and let out a faint smile. But he still said, however, orders are orders. You stay here and wait for me. I'll go and bring him back right away. Captain Lu, something's wrong. Just as the officer was getting out of the car, a loud click sounded from inside. What's happening? What's happening? He hurriedly ran to the car to investigate and saw a large hole in the window. A high-ranking psychic pointed at the window and said, Feng Hong and Duan Zitao have escaped. The officer looked out the window and saw Feng Hong, Duan Zitao, and a group of psychics rushing toward the area where the military and the psychic beasts were fighting. His eyes welled up with tears. Captain Lu, what's wrong? You little bastard, are you looking for a beating? The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element. Within the water god palace, Li Lan remained in a deep slumber. The lightning element and the fire element continued to battle fiercely within his body. Outside his body, the water deities were also arguing fiercely, even coming to blows. Let go of him. He's mine. Why? He's mine. Because I'm stronger. This human boy belongs to me. I am the strongest. All of you get out of my way. What good is strength? Gods must also use wisdom. Only the wise can guide him in the right direction, and I am that wise one. You call yourself a wise one? You're just an idiot. How dare you? Take this. Is that all you've got? I haven't moved in tens of thousands of years. It's time to stretch my limbs. A deity with the head of a human and the body of a fish, resembling a mermaid, spoke. With a flick of its mind, a massive flood surged forth from the ground. Seeing this, the water deity's spirit deep within turned ashen. It's over. But just then, a towering figure appeared within the temple. He held a trident in his hands, wore a crown on his head, and had a stern expression. His blue eyes seemed to contain the vastness of the ocean. Enough! What a commotion! He spoke in a deep voice. He spoke in a language never before heard on Blue Star. Yet all the gods could understand the meaning of his words. Upon seeing him, all the deities fell silent involuntarily. Hail to the divine king, one deity hurriedly exclaimed. The other deities echoed in unison. Hail to the divine king. He nodded satisfactorily, looked at Li Lan, and said, I want him. Hearing this, the other deities, though reluctant, nodded in resignation. They exchanged glances of blame. In their eyes. If it weren't for the other divine beings causing trouble, they might have already claimed Li Lan for themselves. Seeing that Li Lan was asleep, the god king did not grow angry. Instead, he gently tapped Li Lan's eyebrow and vanished instantly. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Whenever we see you, nothing good ever happens. The gods all spoke in unison, their consciousness returning to their divine statues, and the temple returned to calm. But Li Lan was far from calm. At the moment the god king touched his eyebrow, a turbulent wave surged through his body. At the same time, an extremely pure divine power appeared in his spiritual consciousness. Divine water element is devouring unknown energy. Water god energy plus 1000. Water nourishes all things is frantically devouring unknown energy, energy capacity plus 200. Divine water element is devouring unknown energy, water god energy plus 1000. Water nourishes all things, is frantically devouring unknown energy, energy capacity plus 200. Divine water element is frantically absorbing unknown energy, water god energy plus 1000. Water nourishes all things, is frantically devouring unknown energy, energy capacity plus 200. Your water god element cultivation has been upgraded to Divine Ability User, Initial Stage. Your divine water element has successfully mastered the divine ability, Spear of the Sea God. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lilan sat up dazedly from the ground. What's going on? What happened? How did I get so much stronger just from sleeping? At that moment, he noticed ripples forming in the space before him, and the spirit of the water god reappeared before him. He was about to ask what had happened when he saw the water god's spirit kneel on one knee and speak to him with reverence. Greetings, Palace Master. Lilan? His mind went blank. Chapter 47, The Majesty of the Sea God. Princess? What princess? Aren't I a boy? If only I were a prince too? Did I time travel again? Lilan reached down to check that the guy was still there before sighing in relief. Noticing his confusion, the water spirit rose and briefly recounted what had happened earlier. It included the gods fighting over her, and eventually the sea god descending. So the palace master wasn't a princess after all, Lilan sighed in relief. He never expected that after waking up, he had somehow become the palace master of the water god's palace. Truly, fate is cruel. May I ask, Palace Master, what are your plans moving forward? The water god spirit asked, feeling quite nervous. As the saying goes, a new official must make 3 bold moves upon taking office. Plus, Lilan was still a young man. Young people are full of vigor and ambition. Suddenly granted such immense power, she feared Lilan might use the water god palace to do something reckless. And she couldn't stop him. After all, she was merely the guardian spirit of the water god palace. In a strict sense, she could be considered Lilan's personal property. Whatever Lilan told her to do, she had to obey. Can I do anything? Lilan suddenly asked. As expected. The water god spirit looked solemn and nodded. Anything is acceptable, after all, you are the master of the water god palace. Lilan's rosy lips parted slightly. Just as she thought Lilan was about to say something earth-shattering. All she heard was Lilan's simple words. Alright, starting today, you shall be the master of the water god palace. Palace master, please let me go. I need to go home and sleep. Upon hearing this, the water god spirit froze, looking completely bewildered. Ha? You, what did you say? Lilan furrowed his brows. Could the water spirit be hard of hearing? As a proper lazy person, he didn't like repeating himself. Sorry, Palace Master, that's not possible. The water spirit hesitated for a moment before saying, the successor to the Palace Master's position can only be chosen from among the Holy Sun and the Divine Sun. What about the Holy Sun and the Water God Sun? Lilan looked at her without speaking. As if understanding Lilan's meaning, the Water God Spirit said, currently, there is only you in the entire Water God's palace. So I'm just a lone commander, huh? Lilan remained silent for a moment before saying, from today onward, you will be the acting Palace Master. You will be fully responsible for everything in the Water God Palace. Is that acceptable? The Water God's spirit nodded, looking rather peculiar. This new Palace Master doesn't play by the rules. If anyone else had become the Water God Palace Master, they'd be over the moon. But here he was, looking like he'd inherited a huge problem. Alright, since that's the case, let me go. I need to go home. That's not possible. What do you mean? Lilan glared at her in displeasure. Didn't you say yourself that once you became the Holy Son of the Water God Palace, you could leave the secret realm early? He has already become the Palace Master? Isn't that more powerful than the Holy Sun? Palace Master, you have been recognized by the great Divine King. You are now the Palace Master of the Water God Palace, sharing in its glory and its hardships. Therefore, I humbly request that you join the Water God Palace in overcoming these challenges and revitalizing it once again. The spirit of the Water God seemed afraid that Lilan would refuse and continued. The process isn't very difficult. You only need to activate a few permissions, and I'll handle everything else. That simple? If that's all it takes, then this princess, no, Palace Master, I guess I can give it a try. Lilan looked at her. She nodded seriously twice. What permissions? Upon hearing Lilan's agreement, the water spirit revealed a smile. She gently reached out into the air. The space rippled slightly, and her hand reached into the void, pulling out a blue crystal the size of a thumb. The crystal was translucent and seemed to contain boundless energy. Lilan merely touched it lightly and felt as though he had been plunged into a deep ocean, swallowed by the sea. However, he did not feel afraid. Instead, he sensed a familiar warmth emanating from it. It was as though he had been born in the sea, raised by the sea, and was the child of the sea and water itself. Was this due to the Divine King's mark in his spiritual consciousness? How I long for the sea. Lilan quickly suppressed the thought in his heart. After all, his grandfather hated water the most. If his grandfather found out about this thought, he would surely be beaten or scolded severely. Among the top-tier powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom, there was a powerful individual named Water Fairy, a top-tier water elementalist. Every time his grandfather saw her, the two would always end up fighting. Grant the Water God Palace permission to draw energy from the outside world. The Water God Spirit handed the crystal to Lilan and said, "This is the core of the Water God Palace. With it, everything within the Water God Palace will be under your control. Why didn't you come yourself?" Lilan raised an eyebrow and asked silently. To fully control the core of the secret realm, one must obtain the recognition of the deities within the temple. I am merely a guardian spirit and do not possess that qualification. The spirit of the water god explained, you can communicate with the core through the divine mark within your body. Lilan followed the instructions. In an instant, the core vanished, transforming into a swarm of particles that surged into his body. The entire layout of the water god's palace became clear in his mind. He was astonished to discover that the area he had previously traversed only accounted for 1/500th of the Water God Palace's total area. Beyond the first and second gates, there were countless more gates. Additionally, there were training rooms, a beast garden, a herb garden, living quarters, and a series of other structures. However, most of them were sealed and required sufficient energy to unlock them. Currently, the Water God Palace's energy reserves were insufficient. Only the main gates of the palace could be opened, and the first 10 trial gates could function normally. As for how to replenish the energy, it's simple. The Water God Palace has a unique energy circulation system that can automatically draw energy from the outside world once activated. Lilan moved his mind, and the gates of the Water God Palace opened instantly. Countless water elemental energies surged into the Water God Palace from the outside, causing the palace to come to life. However, replenishing energy is a lengthy process. Lilan estimated that even if he absorbed energy for 1,000 years, it might not be enough to fully replenish the core energy. That's way too slow. As if sensing Lilan's disappointment, the Water God Spirit stepped forward and said, "Palace Master, this is already quite impressive. The rest is up to me." Lilan nodded, then suddenly noticed that his third elder brother and the others had vanished from the second chamber. Where did they go? Something's wrong. At that moment, the Water Spirit's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Lilan looked at her in confusion. Master of the palace, when you communicated with the deities of the temple earlier, the commotion you caused was simply too great. The Water God's palace couldn't withstand the pressure from the deities and shook for a while. Those few trialists might have been shaken out of the Water God's palace during the tremor. The Water God Spirit said guiltily, "I'm sorry, Palace Master. This is all my fault." What's outside the Water God's palace? The Yunmeng Lake. Having spent thousands of years in the lake, the Water God Spirit still knew the name of the vast Yunmeng Lake. Lilan sighed in relief. It's just the Yunmeng Great Lake. What's so special about that? His third elder brother and General Xiang were all powerful beings. In the Yunmeng Lake, they shouldn't encounter any danger. So it's just the Yunmeng Lake after all. But Palace Master, the Water Spirit said, in the depths of the Yunmeng Great Lake dwells 3 imperial-level beasts. What? Lilan was startled, and his laziness vanished instantly. 3 royal-class beasts. That's equivalent to 3 land deities. And in the water, even 3 land deities might not be a match for a single imperial-class beast. How long have they been down there? The Water Spirit pondered for a moment and replied, "By your time, it's been about a few minutes." Only a few minutes? Lilan sighed in relief. He continued, "Can we rescue them?" The Water Spirit shook his head and said, "Currently, the Water God's palace lacks sufficient energy to influence the outside world. However, Palace Master, those 3 beasts ascended to the Imperial class rank by absorbing the overflowing power of the Water God Palace. They are considered half-guardian beasts of the Water God Palace. If you were to intervene, perhaps you could subdue them." Me? Lilan was taken aback. Are you kidding me? He was just an ordinary divine being, not even a land deity. How could he suppress an imperial-level beast? The spirit of the Water God nodded and said, "The energy leaking from the Water God's palace contains the supreme power of the gods. The power of the gods is fatal to ordinary beings. Those beasts have absorbed this power, and their fear of the gods is now ingrained in their souls. As the ruler of the Water God Palace and the one chosen by the God King, you naturally possess the power left to you by the God King to suppress them." I didn't expect it could be like this. Lilan understood her meaning and decided to give it a try. After all, there was no other method besides this one. He couldn't just watch his brother be devoured by the beasts. "Let me out." The Water God Spirit nodded, and a blue particle lead into a spatial wormhole, appearing before the 2 of them. Master of the palace, the other side of the passage leads to the depths of Yunmeng Lake, where the trial participants fell. I am deeply sorry, but as the guardian spirit of the Water God Palace, I cannot leave with you. At that moment, the bottom of Yunmeng Lake was engulfed in surging waves. Looking at the lake water around them, General Xiang and the others, along with the members of the Dark Moon Circus, were all bewildered. What's going on? Where are we? We seem to be underwater. This is the bottom of Yunmeng Lake? Did we get out? Weren't we just in the Water God Palace? How did we get out? I don't know. After that terrifying force appeared, the Water God Palace started shaking, and then everything went haywire. Is Li Qin okay? He is fine. He is awake. That is good. But who can tell us how we got out? The crowd buzzed with speculation. The childlike high priest moved his mind, separating the lake water around him. He spoke slowly. During the few minutes that the terrifying force appeared, you all fell unconscious. As for what happened afterward. At this point, the puppeteer laughed and said, the space behind us shattered, and we all fell into the spatial fissure. Then we returned to the bottom of the lake. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. What should we do now, puppet master? Should we go back? Asked the beast tamer. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the lake bottom suddenly plunged into complete darkness. Everyone hurriedly used their mental perception to check their surroundings. After entering the realm of the great sage, the psychic abilities of psychics greatly increased. At this point, even without using their eyes, they could sense what was happening around them. They were astonished to discover the beast tamer who had been speaking just moments ago had vanished without a trace. What had happened? Everyone held their breath, staring intently and looking around. They noticed a gigantic octopus hovering above their heads, staring down at them. The octopus was 100 times larger than a normal octopus, completely black in color, with countless tentacles swaying irregularly. Beneath it, a steady stream of black ink was gushing out. It was precisely because of this that they had temporarily lost their vision. Now they could see clearly. The trainer was bound and restrained by several tentacles, being slowly forced into the octopus's terrifying maw. Blood spurted out like bursting juice, but it quickly turned black. A royal class beast. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Their bodies stiffened, and their minds went blank. What should we do? General Xiang hurriedly enveloped Li Qin's body with fire elemental energy, fearing that he might accidentally provoke this deep-sea colossus. This octopus must have come from the ocean. After all, Yunmeng Lake doesn't produce such creatures. But why would it travel all the way from the ocean to Yunmeng Lake? No one wanted to know, and they didn't have time to find out. They only wanted to escape quickly and leave this cursed place. Don't make a sound. This creature is highly sensitive to noise. The high priest communicated telepathically. At this moment, there was no distinction between friend and foe. Everyone nodded in agreement. Which way should we go? Zhang Ko looked at General Xiang. General Xiang glanced at the crowd and noticed that Li Qin was slowly swimming toward the left. To the left. Seeing this, everyone followed him. A few seconds later, the puppeteer stopped moving. Immediately afterward, Li Qin and the high priest also came to a halt. Everyone looked at the three of them in confusion. Why did they stop? Puppet master, did you discover something? Li Qin pointed ahead, where a massive black fish was glaring at them menacingly. It had a gaping maw and was covered in green moss and algae, blending seamlessly into its surroundings. If one didn't look closely, it might not even be noticed. Another imperial class beast. Everyone's spirits plummeted. Damn it! How could the two of us possibly stand a chance against two imperial class beasts? We're doomed. We're finished. The members of the Dark Moon Circus scattered in all directions. General Xiang and the others huddled together, exchanging glances. Everyone, if you get a chance to escape, run for your lives. Don't worry about us. Yes, General. Two imperial class beasts slowly approached, their terrifying aura overwhelming everyone like a tidal wave. It sent chills down their spines, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Just as they were about to fight to the death, the two imperial class beasts suddenly began to scream. The screams were incredibly sorrowful, as if they were begging for mercy. What is going on? What is wrong with them? A powerful cultivator asked in confusion. They seem to be afraid, General Xiang gasped, his face solemn. Everyone's pupils dilated in shock, staring in disbelief. Fear? What could possibly terrify imperial class beasts to such an extent? Could it be an even more powerful imperial class beast? Just as everyone felt despair, a frail figure appeared before them. This seemed to be the source of fear for the two imperial class beasts. Upon seeing the shadow, the two imperial class beasts began to tremble, as if they had encountered a great terror. Chapter 48, the beast tide subsides, preparing to head to Dragon City. Looking at that shadow, it seemed to be a person? But who could it be, with such immense power to instill fear in two imperial class beasts? Could it be a god? Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the figure that had appeared before them, daring not to move an inch. Gradually, the figure became clearer. Upon seeing his face, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Li Lan? General Xiang couldn't believe his eyes. Is it you? Li Lan, still half asleep, rubbed his eyes and waved at General Xiang. Then he walked over to Li Qin's side. Seeing his third brother looking so weak, Li Lan couldn't help but ask with concern, "Third brother, are you okay? Little Lazy, how did you end up here?" Li Qin shook his head. It was hard to believe that Li Lan was the one who had driven away those two Imperial-level beasts. I completed that test, so I came out. Did you pass? Li Qin asked excitedly. This Water God Palace secret realm was clearly no ordinary place. Now that Li Lan had become the Water God Palace's holy son, wouldn't he just take off? Sort of, Li Lan nodded, not elaborating further. After all, the matters of the Water God Palace were simply beyond the realm of common sense, and he feared that speaking of them would attract unnecessary trouble. At that moment, the massive black fish let out a low growl, and everyone felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. Li Qin instinctively shielded Li Lan behind him. Li Lan activated the sea god's mark in his mind and glared at it. The Imperial-class beast was so frightened that it fled in panic. Seeing this, the octopus also dared not linger and fled toward the sea. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt their minds go blank. Li Qin, who had been about to speak, momentarily forgot what to say. This. Jiang Ke, the section chief, stammered. Seeing the shocked expressions of the elders, Li Lan could only explain helplessly, this is all thanks to the Water God Palace. Everyone suddenly understood. They had assumed that Li Lan had used the power of the Water God to drive away the Imperial-level beast. Will you be returning to the Water God Palace afterward? Li Qin asked. Li Lan shook his head. The remaining matters could be handled by the Water God Spirit. He was no longer needed. Moreover, he had already obtained the core of the Water God Palace, allowing him to communicate with the Water God Spirit at any time. Even if the Water God Spirit needed to activate any permissions within the Water God's Palace, he could remotely control it. Can we still enter the Water God Palace? The old director asked doubtfully. Li Lan shook his head again. After the previous earthquake, many of the Water God Palace's barriers had been damaged, and repairs would take time. Seeing this, everyone sighed regretfully. After all, there were many valuable items inside the Water God Palace, though the process was dangerous. But in the face of such a rich reward, what did a little danger matter? Among these powerful beings, who hadn't emerged from the depths of battle? General Xiang, the people from the Dark Moon Circus and the High Priest seemed to have escaped. At that moment, a powerful cultivator reported to General Xiang. General Xiang nodded and said, let them escape if they must. We couldn't catch them anyway. But... He looked at Li Lan with concern and said, lazy boy, your situation may become dangerous in the future. The High Priest might not harm you, but the Dark Moon Circus. If they dare come, I'll make sure they never return. Li Qin coldly interjected from the side, little lazy, aren't you supposed to go to the Qinglong Academy in a few days? I'll accompany you then. I'll see if these rats from the sewers dare to touch you. Third brother, don't make things so complicated. Have you forgotten that I still have the Divine Speed Talisman? Are you kidding? If his brother is with him, he'll be tortured to death. All his little secrets would be exposed. If he played nice with Su Xian, he might get away with it. Li Qin thought about it and nodded slightly. The fluctuations in the Water God Palace subsided, and the lake water gradually receded. The beasts that had fled the Yunmeng Lake in fear also gradually returned to the lake. The people gathered by the lakeshore were all stunned by the sight. Strange, how did the water level go down so quickly? That's great. The beasts have retreated too. This is way too fast. The supplies from the provincial capital haven't even arrived yet. Isn't this a good thing? Hurry and notify everyone to stop sending supplies. Does anyone know the number of casualties? Reporting to the captain, thanks to the help of the young heroes, none of our soldiers were injured. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, the atmosphere filled with joy. Su Xian and Duan Zitao clenched their fists in celebration. They then looked worriedly toward the lake. Earlier, when Duan Zitao was fighting the beast, he nearly got swallowed by it, but Su Xian had rushed forward in time to save his life, so the two had formed a bond of friendship. What are you looking at? Waiting for Li Lan to return? Duan Zitao sat down beside Su Xian and asked, looking at the lake. Su Xian nodded slightly, took a vial of medicine from his pocket, and swallowed it. Don't worry, Li Lan will be fine. He's a great mystic, and he's with General Xiang and the others. His older brother is there too. With so many great mystics around, unless they encounter an Imperial-level beast, nothing should go wrong. Just as he spoke, a group of people flew over from the sky above the lake. Seeing this, Duan Zitao hurriedly said, look, they're back. Su Xian quickly looked up at the sky and smiled faintly. But they disappeared quickly. Duan Zitao couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed them. Could that emotionless face really smile? Must be a hallucination. As General Xiang and the others returned, more and more people gathered along the shore. Everyone was chatting excitedly, with many eyes fixed on Li Lan. Everyone, look! It's General Xiang and the others returning. It seems like one person is missing. It's Captain Qin. Captain Qin is dead? That's impossible. He is a great master. What is so impossible about that? According to rumors, there is an Imperial-level beast at the bottom of Yunmeng Lake. How could a great master be a match for an Imperial-level beast? And we must also be wary of the Dark Moon Circus ambush. Those damned creatures. If it weren't for them, Captain Chin Woon T have died. Look, Li Lan is back too. Lazy God, lazy God, lazy God. My God. Great. Lazy God is back. Is Lazy God okay? He looks a bit listless. Isn't he always like this? A 17-year-old master of great abilities Li Lan is simply terrifying. I must thank Li Lazy properly later. Without him, I might have already died. Me too. I never expected Li Lan to be so underrated. Li Lan is so powerful. Why didn't he just step in and win the championship during the selection tournament? I just can't figure it out. What's so hard to understand? When you play games, don't you also start by wearing down your opponent before unleashing your ultimate move? But this isn't a video game. The selection tournament might be no different from a game for the lazy god. As soon as Li Lan descended from the sky, a crowd gathered around him. There were even a few bold girls who tried to kiss him. Scared out of his wits, Li Lan lost all sleepiness and hurriedly used his telekinesis ability to control himself and float away. But as he floated halfway, he spotted a familiar figure. Su Xian was standing outside the crowd, staring at him. And the aura emanating from him had reached the realm of divine power. Li Lan, seeing this, rushed forward. Su Xian looked disgusted but skillfully picked him up on his back. I thought you were dead. Did you really want me to die? Yeah. I almost died in that cursed lake. Do you know? There are 3 Imperial-level beasts at the bottom of that lake. Li Lan said casually. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's heart tightened and he hurriedly asked, Are you hurt? You're not playing by the rules, are you? Aren't you supposed to be asking how we escaped from those 3 Imperial-class beasts? Li Lan continued along the same line of conversation. My older brother said I only have 1 week left to live. What? Li Lan felt Su Xian suddenly stop in his tracks, his body tensing up. He slowly turned his head and asked, Really? You're not lying to me? Seeing his reaction, Li Lan realized he had gone too far and quickly said, It's a lie. Why don't you just go die then? Su Xian roughly pushed him off and walked away without looking back. No, Su Xian, don't be angry. Li Lan hurriedly used his psychic ability to control himself and floated over. I'm sorry. I really am. A few minutes later, Su Xian sighed helplessly and picked Li Lan back up. I really owe you. Once I've paid you back, I'll go fight at the border. We'll never see each other again for the rest of our lives. Li Lan said, You promised me you'd work for me for free for 30 years. During those 30 years, I can order you around to fetch tea and water every day. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the small blood pill the high priest had given him in the secret realm. He quickly took it out and shoved it into Su Xian's mouth. Su Xian didn't hesitate and ate it. Li Lan. What is this? Shouldn't you have asked before eating it? Li Lan didn't say a word. A few seconds later, Su Xian felt a warm sensation rise within him. The next moment, the sacred blood within his body vanished without a trace. Su Xian turned around in disbelief to look at Li Lan, only to find that Li Lan had already fallen asleep at some point. The lightning element has challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element. The wood element is diligently cultivating wood element energy plus 100. Telekinesis and control abilities are good friends, training together hand in hand. Telekinesis energy plus 20, control energy plus 20. Telekinesis and control abilities have mastered the fusion technique, mental control prototype. The divine water element is teaching the cultivation technique water nourishes all things while also cultivating diligently itself, increasing divine water energy by plus 80. The dragon and tiger body cultivation technique looks at water nourishes all things with concern, beginning cultivation absent-mindedly, host physique plus 5. Water nourishes all things is diligently cultivating, increasing energy capacity by 50. When Li Lan woke up, he found himself already seated in a wheelchair. Su Xian was reading a book beside him, titled The Cage Clan. His third older brother was also reading a book, but it was a comic book, and he occasionally let out a silly laugh. This made Li Lan look disgusted. Having such an older brother was truly embarrassing. The interior of the car was spacious but noisy. The atmosphere remained unchanged despite the presence of 2 powerful individuals. However, Li Lan could clearly feel that the principal and several teachers were looking at him with much more respect. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Cui Mingho, you're doing well, but I'm even better. Watch out, I'm attacking your left side. Haha, didn't expect that, did you? I was actually aiming for the right side. Huang Xiaotian's sword skills had improved significantly. He even used a water bottle to completely overwhelm Cui Mingho. Lu Yuya, self-absorbed, admired herself in the mirror and pinned a medal on the most prominent spot on her chest. This was the honor awarded by the military to all outstanding civilian psychics who had distinguished themselves during the recent cleanup of the Beast Tide. According to the teacher beside him, Lu Yuya, though usually pretentious and always dressed in a suit during battles, was no slouch when it came to clearing out the beasts. She saved the lives of several children. In the process, he even tore his favorite suit. Tearing clothes might not mean much to ordinary people. But Li Lan knew that for Lu Yuya, it was a significant matter. Sometimes he'd rather get hurt himself than let his suit get even a single scratch. Handsome guy, you're awake. Wang Shishir was overjoyed to see Li Lan awake. She quickly took a bottle of Coke from her backpack and placed it in front of Li Lan. Handsome guy, here's some Coke for you. Thank you. Li Lan nodded in gratitude. He had originally intended to refuse, but the temptation of the cola was too much for him to resist, so he accepted it. Using his telekinetic ability, he opened the bottle cap and poured it into his mouth with a gulp. When there was only half a bottle left, he tossed it into Su Xian's hand. Su Xian didn't mind and drank it all in one gulp. What about mine? Li Qin put down his manga book and looked at Li Lan with a resentful expression. Now that you have a girlfriend, you've forgotten about your older brother, haven't you? Go to hell. Li Lan rolled his eyes at him and continued sleeping. In his dream, Li Lan sighed. If only I really had a girlfriend. His standards weren't high, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, and stunningly beautiful. Not too big, though too big would be too much to handle. Damn it. The more I think about it, the more I want to find a girlfriend. After thinking about it for a while, Li Lan sighed again. Forget it, I don't want to look anymore. It's too tiring. Just thinking about having to accompany a girlfriend shopping, going on dates, and chatting made him feel a bit headachy. Dating isn't as good as sleeping. You agree, right? The single folks watching this. After spending a few days at school, Li Lan received a notice from the Provincial Education Department. The National Martial Arts Competition will be held in Longjing in 1 month, and participants must arrive in Longjing within 10 days. Upon arrival, they will be greeted by designated staff. Meanwhile, teachers from the 5 major academies would also be in Longjing to handle enrollment procedures for new students. Chapter 49, Major Victory on the Front Lines, Private Jet, and 3 small wooden boxes. Su Xian pushed Li Lan to the airport. Li Qin, dressed in golden armor, followed closely behind them, drawing everyone's attention. Third brother, I told you didn't need to send me off. Noticing the stares from those around them, Li Lan scratched his messy hair and sighed helplessly. But Li Qin looked delighted, tilting his head back slightly. He seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the attention. Little lazy, being escorted by the Golden Saint Seiya himself, you should feel honored. I don't want to enjoy this honor. Li Lan sighed and closed his eyes to sleep. Li Qin enthusiastically greeted the people around him. The airport was crowded. Plus, since a few of them were half famous, more and more people started noticing them in no time. Look, isn't that Golden Saint Li Qin? His armor is so cool. He's my golden warrior. It's really him. He's a hero of Jiangnan province. But unfortunately, he's not my type. I prefer someone more aloof. The person in the wheelchair next to him looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. That's Li Lan, the lazy god. The war god from the selection tournament. My cousin is stationed at the military base, and according to his description, Li Lan's performance during the Beast Tide could be described as a god descending from heaven. Really? Is it that exaggerated? Of course. Don't you know who he is? He's a 17-year-old master of divine abilities. Sigh, so many days have passed, and the lazy god is still as lazy as ever. Ah, I wish I could be the lazy goddess girlfriend. The lazy god is a high-ranking flower. He's only meant to be admired from afar. He's not suitable as a boyfriend. You don't want him sleeping while you're doing that at night, do you? Stop it, I don't understand what you're saying. The person next to him is Su Xian, right? So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. He is exactly my type. Mr. Li Qin, hello. May I ask for your autograph? Me too. Me too. The crowd rushed forward. Li Qin gladly accepted all the attention. Of course, one at a time. Halfway through signing autographs, he noticed a group of young women running toward him, looking fresh and vibrant. My charm has grown so strong that even young girls are this crazy. Li Qin smiled proudly and said, little sisters, one at a time. Crowding is unfair. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his smile froze on his face. Instead of stopping in front of him, the girls turned and ran toward Li Lazy. Lazy god, can we take a photo with you? An innocent little girl politely asked Li Lan. Li Lan opened his eyes and saw a group of young girls looking at him expectantly. Without hesitation, he nodded. Great. The group of young girls immediately jumped up in excitement. Seeing this, Li Qin looked back at the group of burly men in front of him and felt his good mood for the day completely ruined. Mr. Li Qin, what's wrong? Nothing, just feeling a bit unwell. Li Qin continued signing, his heart aching with envy. A tall, muscular man with dark skin rushed over to support him, saying, Mr. Li Qin, are you okay? If you're not feeling well, you don't have to sign. Yes, yes, the people around him nodded in agreement. At that moment, laughter and cheerful voices came from Li Lazy's side. Li Lan, thank you. Su Xian, thank you too. Lazy god, thank you. I love you so much. Ouch. Even more pain. Li Qin shook his head. It's nothing, I just didn't sleep well last night. I'll catch up on some sleep later. After signing his name, Li Qin sighed deeply all the way home. Li Lan woke up, stretched, and looked at Su Xian, blinking his eyes. I don't know. Xingu has been like this ever since before, Su Xian said. Li Lan nodded, enjoying the scenery along the way. Jiangnan Province-based city, one of the 18 base cities nationwide, had an airport that was quite impressive. It exuded a futuristic vibe, with a massive screen suspended above the departure hall, displaying the latest news from across the country. Below the large screen, countless smaller screens displayed today's complete flight schedule. Li Lan, Su Xian, you're here too? A crisp voice rang out from nearby. The three looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of teenagers walking toward them. It was Duan Zitao, Wu Tianxi, Wu Liqiu, Fang Heng, and a few others. Besides them, there were also Huang Chang and some others from other provinces. Clearly, they were also heading to Longjing. Some were participating in the National Martial Arts Competition, while others were attending the admissions process for the 5 great academies. Hello, Li Lan waved at them. Hello, Lazy God. Lazy God, I didn't expect you to be at the airport either. Lazy God, I didn't expect to see you again. Mr. Li Qin, hello. Hello. Li Lan, it's been a long time. Wu Liuqi said, still dressed all in black, holding a sword, looking cool and emotionless like an assassin. Long time no see. Li Lan nodded. Are you also waiting for the flight? Duan Zitao held a cup of unlucky coffee and looked at Su Xian. Su Xian nodded. That's great. Maybe we'll all end up on the same flight. The others also looked delighted. Li Lan, standing in Jiangnan province, was one of the rising stars of the younger generation in the entire Dragon Nation. Being able to be with him naturally made them very happy. Unless something unexpected happens, we probably won't be on the same flight, Su Xian suddenly said. Why? Aren't we going to Longjing? The others asked in confusion. Su Xian sighed helplessly. For the young master's safety, there will be a private plane taking us to Longjing. As his tutor, I naturally have to accompany him. Oh, I see. What a pity. Everyone looked disappointed. However, they could understand. After all, Li Lan had already been exposed to the Dark Moon Circus, and there was a high likelihood of assassination attempts from the Spirit Energy Association. If Li Lan were to fall, it wouldn't just be a loss for the Li family. It would be a loss for Longhua and even the entire human alliance. Just as they were chatting, the large screen at the front of the airport terminal suddenly changed, replaced by the figure of a news anchor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Fan Jia, host of the Border News Channel. We now have an urgent update. Let us congratulate the 7th Border Legion for successfully annihilating 3 top-tier enemy forces from the alien race and killing a demigod from the barbarian spirit tribe. Alright, let's now watch the live report. The scene shifted to a border landscape of mountains of corpses, rivers of blood, and rolling sand dunes. A man with fiery red hair, a short ponytail, and a military uniform stood suspended in mid-air. His body was covered in wounds, and his military uniform was in tatters. A giant bird formed from flames swirled around him, emitting a deafening screech. The man and the bird, their eyes as sharp as eagles, glared intently at a giant standing not far ahead, a towering figure over 4 meters tall, with muscles bulging beneath his skin. The term half-god refers to beings of a different race, or land-dwelling deities. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Qin and Li Lan felt their hearts race to their throats. For this red-haired man was none other than their older brother, Li Qingyang. It's the young emperor Li Qingyang. He's been injured so severely. What? A demigod? Do the Manling tribe have no shame? A demigod, attacking a junior like that. How despicable. Everyone, don't worry. The news said that a half-god from the barbarian spirit tribe was killed, so I think it must be this one. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and the hall fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense. The footage appeared to be shot by a drone from a distance, so the quality wasn't very clear. However, everyone could still clearly see the arrogant expression on the face of the barbarian spirit clan half-god. Li Qingyang, you're quite impressive. I've lived for hundreds of years and have never seen such an outstanding foreigner. Now I'm giving you a chance to join my Manling tribe and be promoted. Or else, die. His eyes were as large as an infant's head, his mouth filled with fangs, and as he spoke, saliva flew everywhere. His massive face was hideous and terrifying. You're not worthy, Li Qingyang said coldly. Though severely wounded, he still looked down on him from above, like an emperor of the human world. He held a 2-meter-long sword in his hand, which now began to emit a blazing glow. Very good, the half-god of the Manling tribe said in a deep voice. He lightly pushed off the ground, soaring into the air, and charged toward Li Qingyang. His massive body resembled a small mountain peak, carrying a destructive force that seemed capable of shattering everything in its path. If you refuse, then die. Let me die? Li Qingyang remained expressionless, looking down on him with disdain. You don't deserve it. Just as everyone was wondering what he would do next, a terrifying scene unfolded. Li Qingyang raised his hand and thrust the sword into his own heart. Has he gone mad? Everyone's minds went blank. But the next moment, Li Qingyang let out a loud scream. His entire body began to burn. The flames grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into a 10-meter-tall flame giant. It wore a crown on its head and held a flaming giant sword, resembling a legendary flame deity. He drew the sword, and the blood on the blade began to burn fiercely. At that moment, the sword's appearance was identical to the one held by the flame giant. The only difference was that Li Qingyang's was much smaller. As he looked at the charging half-god of the barbarian spirit tribe, Li Qingyang raised the flame sword and swung it fiercely forward. The flame giant repeated the same action. In an instant, a blazing sword chi was unleashed, dyeing the entire sky and earth a fiery red. With a crack, even the surrounding space couldn't withstand the intense, sharp sword energy, shattering like glass. The scene shifted again. The giant of the barbarian spirit tribe lay on the ground, his body severed into two pieces. Li Qingyang slowly approached him, stomping his head into a pulp with a single kick. The brain matter exploded like bursting fruit, yet not a single drop touched him. At this moment, Li Qingyang remained expressionless. He sheathed his sword and walked away indifferently, as if he had merely done something trivial. The scene ends here, and the large screen in the airport lobby returns to normal. The entire hall fell silent for a moment. Soon, cheers and screams erupted one after another. This scene was simultaneously unfolding across the country. We won. We actually won. Li Qingyang single-handedly defeated a half-god of another race. No wonder he's the young Emperor Qingyang. This is simply divine. So cool. Especially his final expression, as if he were saying, "Is that all the demigod of the foreign tribe can do?" The other demigods of the barbarian spirit tribe must be furious seeing this. What kind of monster has the Li family produced? No wonder he's the grandson of the Flame Emperor. A single sword strike incinerates the heavens. He is cutting down these damned foreign tribes. I'll see if they dare to invade our human territory again. Does anyone know who that half-god is? He looks familiar to me. I remember it. 7 years ago, it appeared on the border battlefield of the White Bear Federation. In that battle, the White Bear Federation lost several great cultivators, and it wasn't until 2 land deities intervened that they managed to drive it back. Wow, 2. If Qingyang the young emperor becomes a land deity, that'll be incredible. Seeing Li Qingyang emerge victorious, Li Qin and Li Lan, the 2 brothers, both sighed in relief. Big brother actually won. Li Qin was so excited his face turned red. That's so cool. Li Lan glanced at Su Xian and Duan Zitao beside him. They were equally stunned. Is big brother's injury okay? Li Lan furrowed his brows slightly, took out his phone, and sent a few messages to his older brother. After confirming that his injuries were severe but fully recoverable and wouldn't leave any lingering issues, he finally relaxed. Is big brother okay? Li Qin looked at Li Lan. Li Lan nodded with a smile. As long as he's okay. Li Qin also smiled. At that moment, a dozen identical small aircraft landed on the airport tarmac. How many planes are there? Li Lan looked at his third older brother in confusion. To confuse the members of the Spiritual Energy Association, we won't land directly in Longjing. Li Lan nodded. Everyone looked enviously as they walked toward the private aircraft. Li Lan had originally planned to have them take other planes to Longjing, but upon considering the possibility of an ambush by the Dark Moon Circus along the way, he abandoned the idea. Although the chances of encountering danger in the air were slim, what if something happened? The lives of dozens of people were at stake, and he couldn't take that risk. Sir, where are we heading? The pilot asked Li Qin. Base city in Beha province, Ozhuang Airport. In the sky, everything was stable. Li Lan squinted his eyes, enjoying the service of the massage robot. Su Xian and his third older brother were both reading books. Li Lan lowered his head and noticed that his third older brother was reading Sailor Moon. He immediately made a disgusted expression. Looking at Su Xian, he saw that he was reading a literary book titled Love in the Time of Cholera. Li Lan was a bit surprised, not expecting Su Xian to be a literary type. He had heard of the author before. It seemed to be Marquez, a literary master from thousands of years ago who was highly renowned at the time. By the way, here's something for you. At that moment, Li Qin suddenly stood up and took out 3 small wooden boxes. The boxes were engraved with strange runes, and an odd energy kept flowing out of them. Chapter 50, A Hefty Bounty, Second Sister Li Qingya. Underground Black Market Official Website, Mysterious Jianghu Section. At that moment, the heat of a post was surging at an astonishing speed. Within just 1 hour of being posted, it had already dominated the forum and climbed to 3rd place on the monthly popularity chart. 1. Another Spirit Energy Society? The Black Church openly declares allegiance to the Dark Demon Clan. 2. The Second Flame Emperor? Young Emperor Li Qingyang slaughters half-gods of a different race. 3. The young master of the Li family has committed such a heinous act that the female high-ranking members of the Psionic Society have offered a hefty bounty. 4. A new 5-star secret realm has been discovered in Jiangnan province, with numerous great cultivators and several land-based immortals heading there. 9. The lifelong enemy of the Spirit Energy Society, the Black Coffin High Priest, has recovered from his injuries. He claims to have already gained control over half of the Spirit Energy Society's members. 10. Internal information from the Spirit Energy Society, the great sorcerer of the Dark Moon Circus, the Joker, has fallen. The underground black market was established a century ago by a group of wild land deities as an anonymous trading website. User expansion was based on a referral system, where only those recommended by existing users could gain access to the site. Initially, it only had basic transaction functions. However, after a century of development, it has become a melting pot of all kinds of strange individuals, including official psychics, wandering practitioners, and evil psychics in countless numbers. Over time, it became the fastest way for powerful beings across the country to obtain information. That's right, among the powerful supernatural beings. This is because the website's earliest users were friends of the land gods who founded the site, or their descendants. The friends of the land gods were naturally also land gods, or at the very least, powerful individuals with extraordinary abilities. Therefore, over the years, while the user base has shifted downward, it has remained at a stable level. Of course, there's an even more important reason behind this. 50 years ago, the website's administrators announced that only those with great supernatural abilities could access the site. The verification method was simple: inject supernatural energy into a smartphone. After all, most modern phones are equipped with highly advanced energy detection systems. With the spiritual energy revival having been underway for 3,000 years, surely no one is still using traditional phones, right? Upon seeing this post, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit of curiosity. The young master of the Lee family? Heaven's wrath? A female executive? He. At first, everyone thought it was some kind of scandal, but upon clicking in, they found the content was surprisingly serious. Original poster, Snow White Shuezi. According to a leak from the Dark Moon Circus, a branch of the Spiritual Energy Association, Lee Lazy, the grandson of the Yen Emperor from the Lee family, is a would attribute divine power user. Upon hearing the news, the high-ranking members of the Spiritual Energy Society, including the top-tier divine power user Tao Yao, announced a bounty on Li Lan. Capture reward, 1 holy relic. Death reward, a semi-sacred relic. Reward to be claimed with the head. The post was flooded with countless comments. Braised egg dumpling OP, you really know how to post. Northern Vietnam Big Brother, are you just trolling? A 17-year-old master of supernatural abilities? That's impossible. Plus, Lee's master of supernatural abilities is actually a wood type? If you're telling the truth, I'll eat my phone. Username 66, this news is too fake. Yao Bao, I'd believe it if you said Li Qingyang's third brother, but the fourth brother, let's just forget about it. Jin Yang and Fo Mai also think it's impossible. Love squid soup, me too. Banana yogurt smoothie lover Junling +1. I'm really not from Nantung +10086. At first, everyone was unlucky, but by the time the post reached the 30th floor, the situation began to turn around. At the same time, the post's popularity started to skyrocket. Fox and everyone, hurry up and check the black market bounty. The OP is telling the truth. Scatter and dream, I saw it too. Qingli of the Foundation staged the Li family has produced another prodigy. A 17-year-old master of great abilities that's terrifying. Mealtime he, I'm taking this bounty. Annihilated by thunder, the Li family really knows how to hide their talents. They managed to deceive the entire world. Daegu kill Li Lan and claim the bounty. Nuoyu kill Li Lan, claim the bounty. Li Hui, who loves eating dragon pot rice crusts with so many powerful cultivators from evil factions coming to Longjing, it seems like Longjing is going to be in chaos for a while. Mu Huang dare to come to Longjing? Then be prepared to never return. Meme the great emperor, hello, Mu Huang grandfather. Puppet master, haha, old master Mu, it's been a while. It seems Mu K is doomed this time, but it's a pity I didn't kill him. Puppet master, by the way, is the administrator here? I need to report that the person above doesn't have the power of a great master, they must have snuck in. I'm really Mu K, what does this have to do with me? Meme emperor, why is the post's popularity rising so quickly? Did the Spirit Energy Association pay to buy trending spots? User, meme the great emperor has been permanently banned by the website administrator. After suddenly appearing on the trending list at 3rd place, the post's popularity continued to rise. It didn't take long before it reached the 2nd position. But just as it was about to reach the top spot, the post suddenly disappeared. For a long time after the trending topic disappeared, the phones of the core members of the Lee family at Lee's mansion were constantly ringing off the hook. However, most people remained completely baffled by the incident. Especially Lee Lazy's father, Lee Kaitian, the current head of the Lee family. My youngest son is a divine being? How come I didn't know? Longjing Supernatural Bureau. Looking at the suddenly vanished post, Bureau Chief Li Fei furrowed his brows. Xiao Lu. Director. Transmit my orders to all public security departments in Longjing, strengthen security measures in Longjing and its surrounding areas. Yes. Shenlong Military Region. An elderly man with snow-white hair and a youthful complexion stamped a red-headed document. Immediately, the entire military region sprang into action. All units received orders to patrol various locations across Longjing. Upon discovering any members of the evil forces, there is no need to report them, they may be eliminated on the spot. Longjing 5-star Grand Hotel, Hengyi Hotel, Presidential Suite. Before a makeup mirror sat a woman with fiery red curls, sensual lips, a curvaceous figure, and dressed in an evening gown that rivaled a supermodel. At that moment, she was applying a face mask, staring at her phone with her mouth slightly open. Her eyes, reflecting sparks of light, betrayed a hint of surprise. "Miss Qingya, what's wrong?" her assistant asked softly from beside her. "Nothing much, just discovered something surprising." Li Qingya smiled faintly. "Oh? What could it be?" "Something about my younger brother." Upon hearing this, the assistant didn't ask any further questions. Because she knew these matters were not something she was qualified to know. After all, the woman before her was not only a top actress in Manhwa, but also the second young miss of the Li family. Xiao Wei. "Miss Qingya, please speak. Cancel tomorrow's fashion show. Contact the company's staff at the North River base. I need to make a trip to Stone Manor in the coming days." "But Miss Qingya, this fashion show has been scheduled for a long time, and we've secured several company sponsors. It might not be possible to cancel it." The assistant looked helpless. "If it can't be cancelled, then postpone it." "Alright, I'll go talk to the company." On the plane. "Xingu, what's this?" Su Xian asked in confusion. Li Qin smiled and said, "Something good." He then opened the 3 boxes one by one and took out 3 masks. "What's this?" "A disguise mask." Li Qin put one on his face and said, "It's a disguise prop. Once you put it on, you can change your appearance according to your thoughts. Even if someone with psychic abilities stands in front of you, they won't be able to recognize you." He focused his mind, and his appearance changed rapidly. Not only his physique, but even his demeanor had changed. From his previous teenage-like demeanor, he transformed into a steady adult. "You all put them on too." "Alright." Su Xian helped Li Lan put one on, then put one on himself. He transformed into an ordinary-looking young man. Li Lan, on the other hand, transformed into the appearance of Mu Kei, the admissions teacher of Qinglong Academy. Li Qin. Su Xian. "This face looks familiar." Li Qin frowned and said. Su Xian said, "Master, you look too old as Mu teacher." "Old? I think this looks pretty good. You look out of place with us. I think you should change." Li Lan's face changed again, transforming into that of a young boy around 14 years old. "Why did you turn into my childhood self?" Su Xian recognized the face immediately. It was exactly how he looked when he was 14. However, due to recent growth and development, there was a noticeable difference from his current appearance. Li Lan remained silent. Su Xian sighed and let it go. At that moment, a news report aired on the airplane TV. Breaking news, popular actress Li Qingya is set to attend a fashion show in OU Village tomorrow. How did second sister end up in Beha? Li Lan flicked his eyelids. Li Qin smiled, "Little lazy, second sister came all the way here just for you. Are you touched?" "I dare not move. I'll have to listen to second sister nag again." Li Lan sighed. She fell asleep quietly. The lightning element has challenged the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated and beaten by the fire element. The lightning element confessed its feelings to the fire element, leaving the fire element speechless. At that moment, the lightning element launched an attack on the fire element, only to be slapped away by the fire element. The wood element is exchanging insights with the divine water element while diligently cultivating, increasing its energy by 100. Telekinesis and control abilities are collaborating to study divine techniques, increasing telekinesis energy by 20 and control energy by 20. The divine water element is diligently cultivating, increasing its divine water energy by 20. The dragon and tiger body forging technique is closely practicing alongside the water nurtures all things, increasing the host's physical prowess by plus 20 and energy capacity by plus 50. After getting off the plane. Since the 3 of them used the VIP, no one noticed them. They randomly chose a hotel and checked in. "I have some business to attend to over the next few days. Once I'm done, I'll take you to Longjing," Li Qin said, glancing at his phone. To conceal his identity, he had already removed his golden armor. Now dressed in formal attire, he looked like a high-ranking business executive. In the evening, Li Lan used his telekinetic ability to finish his meal and heard a knock on the door. "Master, it's me." Su Xian pushed open the door and entered. Li Lan looked at him in confusion. "Master, would you like to go downstairs for a massage? Qinggu has prepared it for us." Before Li Lan could respond, he picked Li Lan up and carried him out of the room. "Li Lan, are you really sure about this?" Li Lan sighed and let him do as he pleased. It must be said that high-end hotels are indeed excellent. They have all the facilities one could want. Of course, everything comes at a price. "Master, let me go give you a bath first." Upon arriving at the massage area, Su Xian spotted a bathhouse and suddenly spoke up. Li Lan nodded. It must be said that Su Xian's scrubbing technique was top-notch, though he lacked a bit of strength, as if he were afraid of hurting him. Let me scrub you too, Li Lan said. All right. After about 10 minutes, Su Xian emerged from the bathhouse covered in bruises, with bloodstains all over his back. Master. Never mind, it's nothing. Su Xian sighed. After a proper massage, the two lay down in the restroom to practice. Just then, two girls approached them, holding their phones, shyly lowering their heads. Is there something you need? Su Xian asked. Can we ask for the WeChat ID of the guy next to you? A girl in a school uniform asked, glancing at Li Lan beside him. My name is Yunshui, and this is my best friend, Ding Miao. They both looked to be around 17 or 18, the innocent type. Hearing this, Li Lan felt a pang of jealousy. Although it was him who was asked for his WeChat ID. But he was currently representing Su Xian. Damn it! It's truly infuriating. Nevertheless, Li Lan exchanged WeChat with them. Watching them leave, Su Xian sighed helplessly. Master, could you please stop using my face for such strange things? I won't do it again. Li Lan glanced at the two girls' WeChat moments and noticed they were still preparatory students at Qinglong Academy. So-called preparatory students are a term used to refer to students from the affiliated schools of Qinglong Academy. The school they attended was directly established and managed by Qinglong Academy. As long as they passed the assessment, they could directly enter Qinglong Academy. The entrance exams for these schools were much easier than those for the main Qinglong Academy. Upon returning to his room, Li Lan received a call from his older sister. Little Lan, I have a fashion show tomorrow at Stone Village. Don't forget to come. I haven't seen you in ages. I'll have to see if you're really my own brother. In such a short time, you've already become a master of great abilities. You're something else. The loud voice came from the other end. Li Lan replied briefly before hanging up. His older sister was perfect in every way, great figure, stunning looks, but she had one flaw: she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Even her fans affectionately called her the mute wife. The show was held in the evening. Before that, Li Qingya had specially brought Li Lan a few VIP tickets. Chapter 51, I have a friend named Li Lan. The next evening, the Tianhai Hall in Oyu Village was packed with people. Li Lan and Su Xian hadn't even gotten close to the hall yet. From a distance, they could already hear the fans' enthusiastic shouts. Goddess! 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 Finally made it! I came all the way from Jiangnan just for this. Fellow villager. I'm also from Jiangnan. But I arrived in Longjing first. After hearing that Xingya was coming to Beha, I came here. Me too. My wife is just too spoiled. Who are you calling wife? She is my wife. As long as she doesn't speak, she is everyone's wife. Does anyone know why the goddess Xingya suddenly came to Beha? I already bought tickets in Longjing, but it was suddenly postponed. Who isn't? How is tonight's program arranged? They said it's a fashion show at 1T. Just be a simple walk, will it? There are some on the official website. It seems like there are several categories: fashion shows, dancing, and singing. Singing? Seriously? What are the show producers thinking, making her sing? Oh my goodness. Haha, it seems like she requested it herself, saying it's a surprise for her fans. Surprise? More like a scare. Don't you guys like the goddess singing? I actually like it. Me too, it'll be a great show. Hurry up and buy tickets. If you're late, you won't get any, and you'll have to watch the live stream. My sister is actually going to sing. Inside a supermarket next to the park, Li Lan heard the voices outside and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Su Xian took the item from his hand, quickly paid, and said, Young master, stop standing there. Let us go. Oh. Li Lan snapped out of it. Just as they stepped out of the supermarket, the sound of a phone ringing came from his pocket. He pulled out his phone and saw it was his sister calling. Hello, second sister. Where are you guys? Outside the hall. Alright, it's a bit crowded. I'll have someone come pick you up. Have you changed your appearance yet? Send me a photo. By the way, is your third brother there? Li Qingya blurted out a string of questions. Alright, I'll send it to you right away. Li Lan answered one by one. My third brother left after getting off the plane. He said he'd take me to Longjing after he finishes his work. That good-for-nothing brat, he's hiding from me again, isn't he? When I see him, I'll give him a piece of my mind. The person on the other end said angrily, We'll see you later. The call ended. Li Lan smiled and beckoned to Su Xian, who looked over in confusion. Li Lan hooked his arm around Su Xian's shoulder and said, Come on, Xiao Xian, let's take a photo. A few seconds later, with a click, a clear photo appeared on the phone. The teenager holding the phone had bright eyes, a lollipop in his mouth, messy hair, and a lazy demeanor. His lips and eyes were filled with smiles, like the warm sun of early spring. The boy he had beckoned over had a cold expression, though his features were ordinary. However, his eyes were bright and deep, his lips were just the right thickness, and his straight nose gave him an air of elegance. Why aren't you smiling at all? Lilan muttered to himself, finding nothing wrong with the photo, and sent it to his older sister. But when she looked up, she saw Su Xin's extremely exaggerated smile. What are you doing? You scared me. I'm smiling for you. What's wrong with you? Lilan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Today, he was unusually lively, probably because the wheelchair wasn't around. The two of them walked side by side to the entrance of the hall. Lilan glanced at the entrance outside the venue, where a long line stretched out like a dragon, and sighed, maybe we should just go back? No sooner had he finished speaking than a familiar voice rang out from the ticket booth nearby. Yinshui, Ding Miao, believe me, I really have a way to get you in. How are we supposed to get in? It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so slow, we wouldn't have missed out on the tickets. Trust me, I have connections inside. Not only can I get you in, but I can also get you seats in the inner circle. Inner circle? Are you serious? Of course. Lilan turned her head and saw that it was indeed the two girls who had asked for her WeChat yesterday. They were standing with a group of people, and judging by their age, they were probably classmates. The two girls seemed to have noticed Lilan as well, waving and smiling at him. Hello, we meet again. Lilan nodded. The two girls walked over. Are you here to buy tickets too? Before Lilan could respond, they answered their own question, but the tickets are already sold out. The ticket office has closed. Oh, what a pity. Xingya finally made it all the way to Beha. Yunshui, Ding Miao, who are they? A boy approached, asking cautiously. Yunshui replied, we met yesterday in the lounge at the Hengyi Hotel. My father is a shareholder there, so I often go there. Upon hearing they had only met yesterday, the boy relaxed and said, I thought you were her boyfriend. No way. Yunshui blushed instantly. Seeing this, the other students started teasing them. The boy furrowed his brows but didn't say anything. Just then, Ding Miao spoke up, Wu Sihan, didn't you say you had connections inside? Can you get them a ticket too? Lilan was about to refuse, but the guy spoke up again. I'm afraid that's not possible. The seats inside are scarce. My friend only managed to get a few because he's related to the goddess Qingya. It's too difficult to get more. Hearing his words, his classmates began to discuss among themselves, shocked beyond belief. What? Your friend is related to the goddess Qingya? Qingya the goddess is from the Li family. Wu Sihan, you're something else, you actually know someone from the Li family? You're really keeping your cards close to your chest. Wow, Wu Sihan, you're connected to the Li family? You're definitely getting into Qinglong Academy this year, right? Which relative of the elegant goddess is it? How did she help you get in through connections? To them, the Li family was an immense and formidable entity. The boy raised his head slightly, glanced at Lilan, then lowered his voice and said, my friend holds a high position in the Li family, but you might not have heard of him. Who is it? Ding Mao asked curiously. Lilan was also curious. He remembered his second older sister, who didn't seem to like the family and had tried to distance herself from them. The young master of the Li family, Lilan. Lilan? Upon hearing this, Lilan looked up in confusion. He had just arrived in Beha a few days ago and had been in Jiangnan before. When did he make this friend? As for the tickets, he never meddled in his second older sister's affairs, let alone help others secure tickets. Lilan? The younger brother of the elegant goddess? Are you serious? You're not lying to us, are you? Exactly, Lilan, isn't he always with the Li family? How could you possibly know him? The others weren't very convinced either. Su Xian gave Lilan a curious look. Lilan smiled at him and gestured for him to calm down. Of course it's true. The boy said firmly, pulling out his phone. I'll show you the chat history. He opened WeChat, scrolled through it with his fingers, and opened a chat window labeled Lilan. A dense stream of chat messages appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, everyone was once again amazed and looked at the boy with envy. Wu Sihan, you're something else. No wonder you managed to get tickets. You actually know Lilan. If you knew anyone else from the Li family, I wouldn't believe you, but him. What's so special about this Lilan? What makes him so special? You don't even know that? The Li family spoils Lilan rotten. The boy lifted his head slightly, basking in the attention of everyone around him. At that moment, Yunshui said, Wu Sihan, you even know Lilan. Can't you get a few more tickets? Even the outer seats would be fine. That's really not possible. The boy said helplessly. Even if it were possible, he wouldn't give a stranger tickets. What does he think he is? No need to go through all that trouble. Lilan interrupted them, we have tickets. You have tickets? Yunshui was stunned. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Lilan nodded, sighing, you didn't even give me a chance to speak. Yunshui thought about it and felt embarrassed. By the way, I don't even know your name. Lilan thought for a moment and said, my name is Mu Quebec. Mu K. Yunshui nodded and muttered under her breath, what an odd name. Just then, two staff members dressed in black suits emerged from the exit of the hall. Upon seeing Li Lan and the other, they quickly approached them. The students at Yunshui saw the two staff members and looked very excited. Wu Sihan, they're coming this way. Are they here to find you? That can't be. Staff members coming to greet someone personally. Wait, they really are coming this way. Wu Sihan, you're so amazing. Upon seeing the two staff members, Wu Sihan clearly looked flustered and confused. But she forced a smile onto her face. He quickly pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and asked, what's going on with this scalper? How come there are staff members coming to greet us personally? The other side replied instantly. What staff members personally greeting you? You just bought an inner circle ticket. You're dreaming if you think staff members will personally greet you. Even VIPs don't have that privilege. It's not the scalper's fault? Then what's going on? Wu Sihan looked confused. Upon noticing the staff member approaching their direction, he did not walk toward him but instead looked at Li Lan and Su Xian in front of them. May I ask the two of you? One of the staff members pulled out his phone to verify something, then smiled and said, gentlemen, this way please. Young master, let's go. Li Lan nodded. They followed the staff member through the employee exit into the hall, leaving everyone else stunned. What's going on here? Yunshui, what are the backgrounds of these two friends of yours? I thought they were here to find Wu Sihan. Wu Sihan, isn't your friend Li Lan? Who are these two? Ding Miao, do you know what's going on? Yunshui and Ding Miao both shook their heads in confusion. Then, along with the other students, they looked at Wu Sihan with puzzled expressions. Wu Sihan hesitated for a moment before timidly lowering her head and saying, I'm sorry, I lied to you all. I don't know anyone named Li Lan. I bought the tickets from a scalper. As the words left his mouth, he braced himself for ridicule. But after waiting for a while, he didn't hear any harsh laughter. Instead, he heard the students whispering among themselves. You scared me to death. I thought you really knew someone from the Li family. Me too. Wu Sihan, you're still such a liar. Luckily you didn't run into Li Lan himself, or I would have died laughing. To be honest, when I saw how nervous you looked when you saw those two staff members, I knew something was off. Wu Sihan's face turned red, and she said, don't you blame me? Why blame you? You didn't do anything wrong. Exactly. You got us the tickets. We should be thanking you. Just then, Wu Sihan's phone rang. He glanced at it and exclaimed with joy, the tickets are here. Let's go in. Li Lan and the others followed the staff into the temporary backstage area set up in the hall. Besides the staff, there were many actors and models there. Most of them were good-looking, with slender figures. All of them were handsome men and beautiful women. Of course, if you weren't handsome or beautiful, you couldn't be an actor or model. Upon seeing Li Lan and the others, they all wore expressions of surprise. Xiaowang, where did you bring these two handsome young men from? They both look good. One is handsome and refined, and the other has piercing eyes. They're great prospects for acting. They both have an impressive presence. They're clearly gifted with special abilities. Don't let them go to waste. How could that be wasting them? Look at Qingya's sister. She is a top-tier actress and a master of supernatural abilities. Those two things don't conflict at all. Sister Qingya is a genius, an exception. How can you compare her to others? The staff members overheard the discussion and sighed helplessly. Don't set your sights on these two. They're the ones Qingya brought here. Hearing this, they looked even more surprised than before. The staff led Li Lan and the others to a private room and gently closed the door. Gentlemen, you've arrived. The room was neither too large nor too small, but it was luxuriously furnished. Inside stood a large mirror, and a woman dressed in a red evening gown was sitting before it, applying makeup. The mirror reflected her appearance. She looked elegant and majestic, like a queen of high birth, truly a vision of beauty. Yet this woman, despite her beauty, spoke with a crude and vulgar tone. She stood up and looked at the two men, saying, you lazy good-for-nothing, you finally showed up. Come here, let me see if you've gained any weight. Li Lan took a step back and used his telekinetic ability to gently push Su Xian aside. Master, I suddenly need to use the restroom. I'll excuse myself for now. With that, he walked out the door, leaving Su Xian standing there dumbfounded. Su Xian? After leaving, Li Lan was greeted by a group of enthusiastic older sisters. Little brother, do you want some coke? I have some here. Little brother, what's your relationship with Qingya's sister? Chapter 52, Mimi Martial Arts Hall. Lei Yuan Su stands up again, his gaze capable of killing. Qingya's sister. Su Xian froze in place, unsure of what to do. Su Xian, it's been a long time. Qingya, do you know it's me? Of course I do. Li Qingya smiled lightly. They say the eyes are the window to the soul. Your gaze is completely different from that of the young man. It's not hard to tell who's who. Should I call the young master back? No need. I'll deal with him after I'm done. Li Qingya smoothed out the wrinkles in her clothes and left the room. Rest here for a while. Feel free to eat anything on the table. I might be a while before I return. Alright, thank you, Sister Chingya. Rarely alone, Suexian felt bored and picked up his phone to read the news. A newly discovered 5-star secret realm in Jiangnan province has mysteriously vanished? Many powerful individuals are left baffled. The former director of the Jiangnan Province Supernatural Affairs Bureau stated that everything was as expected. A riot broke out in the coastal area, with numerous royal-level beasts emerging from the sea, suspected to be the onset of a beast tide. Military forces have been dispatched to the area for investigation. Experts suggest that low-level psychics can venture into the 5-star high-risk secret realm to seek opportunities for advancement. The next day, his body was found in his mansion. 5-star secret realm? The young master seemed to have entered this realm before, didn't he? Suexian muttered to himself before continuing to flip through the pages. Lilan declined the invitations from a group of older sisters, using his psychic abilities to float to an empty rooftop, sweeping away the dust on the ground. He stretched lazily, lay down on the ground, and began to sleep soundly. A gentle breeze blew across his body, lifting a few strands of hair from Lilan's forehead. This is so comfortable. Lilan, bored out of his mind, opened his phone and saw that someone had sent him a message. It was Li Nini. Lilan tapped on it and saw that she had sent a long voice message, followed by several photos. The photo showed a building called Mimi Martial Arts Academy, decorated in an imposing and luxurious style. Lilan even saw his own photo, displayed inside the martial arts school. Next to the photo were the words Mimi Martial Arts School's founding master in large characters. The characters were written in calligraphy, with bold strokes and a majestic aura, reminiscent of a legendary master. It was clearly commissioned by Li Nini. Before the photo were placed several incense sticks and fruits. Fortunately, the photo was in color rather than black and white. Otherwise, someone unaware might have thought he was dead. Li Lan's lips twitched as he tapped the voice message. Li Mian's cheerful voice rang out, "Brother, are you happy? Surprised? Our Mian Martial Arts Hall is finally built. From today onward, you are the founding master of Meme Martial Arts Academy and the #1 boss, while I am the #2 boss. Brother, I will definitely make the Meme Martial Arts Academy famous. When that day comes, I won't just put your photo in every martial arts school across the country. I'll also build a statue of you in the territories of other tribes, so they can worship you day and night." Lilan remained silent for a moment before finally clicking the 3 dots in the top right corner and pressing the delete key. As Li Nini's profile picture disappeared, the world suddenly grew much quieter. He wore a satisfied expression, then found a comfortable position to lie down and slowly closed his eyes. The lightning element has challenged the fire element. The lightning elemental used the 1,000-year kill on the fire elemental. The lightning element was bound to a vine tree by the wood element and whipped with a small leather whip, suffering a decisive defeat. At the same time, on the other side of the phone, Longjing Core Area, Nini Martial Arts Hall. Li Nini, wearing white stockings, crossed her legs and sat on the master's throne, happily drinking iced cola. Surrounding her were over a dozen people, all her newly recruited disciples. As for why there were already over a dozen disciples on the first day the martial arts school opened, it was because other schools required payment to enroll, while she offered payment instead. Originally, over 100 people had signed up. But after several rounds of rigorous selection, only 13 remained. You ask her where she got the money? It's because she told her family that the martial arts school was Li Lan's business. So the family simply handed over tens of millions of dollars in startup funds. Actually, what she said wasn't entirely wrong. Li Lan does hold the majority stake in the martial arts school, though he himself is unaware of it. I wonder if my brother saw the message I sent, she muttered to herself as she pulled out her phone. She sent a cute emoji. But all that showed up was a pitiful red exclamation mark. The recipient is not your friend. Please add them first before sending the message. Li Nini. Master, what's wrong? A 2-meter tall man leaned in. Nothing's wrong. Li Nini quickly stuffed her phone into her pocket. After all, as the future head of the first martial arts school in Dragon Country, she couldn't let her employees see her in such an embarrassing situation. Master, here's the list of martial arts school disciples. The man handed a stack of documents to Li Nini. Li Nini counted them exactly 13 and nodded slightly. She examined the disciples' profiles carefully, but when she reached the last one, she was stunned. Name, Duan Yuan Kai. Gender, male. Age, 14. Ability physical ability strength enhancement ability level, S. She glanced over at a group of muscular men and women, and noticed a young boy with blonde hair. After carefully comparing, she slowly said, Duan Yuan Kai, are you an S-rank strength enhancement ability user? Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their attention to Duan Yuan Kai, their expressions a mix of shock, surprise, and confusion. Did I hear that correctly? S-rank? What's an S-rank genius doing here? Someone that talented must have plenty of money and sponsors. This must be made up, right? I don't think it's made up. How else would he have passed the previous tests and entered the martial arts academy? But just then, Duan Yuan Kai suddenly collapsed to the ground. Those around him rushed to help him up, only to discover he wasn't fainted, he was asleep. I remember now. The burly man next to Li Nini suddenly said, at the beginning of the year, a S-class power enhancement genius appeared at Longjing First High School. He performed exceptionally well in all aspects, but in the end, he wasn't admitted, and no other schools wanted him either. Is this person Duan Yuan Kai? Li Nini asked in confusion, why didn't anyone want him? The man sighed and said, it's because he has a strange sleeping disorder. When it strikes, there's no pattern to it. In other words, as long as Duan Yuan Kai is alive, he could fall asleep at any moment. Master, should I expel him? No need, Li Nini smiled. My brother might have a lot in common with him. Fire element is diligently cultivating, fire element energy plus 100. Thunder element is diligently cultivating, thunder element energy plus 120. Thunder element is diligently cultivating, thunder element energy plus 130. Your thunder element cultivation has been upgraded to early stage of Great Master. Your thunder elemental divine ability, Thunderbolt, has evolved into Thunderous Might. Divine water element is training alongside wood element, forming the so-called water-wood mutual nourishment. Divine water energy plus 200, wood element energy plus 200. The psychic ability gazes enviously at the dragon tiger body forging technique cultivation method, increasing psychic energy by plus 80. The mental energy ability has successfully mastered the divine ability, mental perception. The control ability gazes enviously at the dragon tiger body forging technique during cultivation, increasing control energy by 80. Water nourishes all things rests in the embrace of the dragon tiger body forging technique, and the two techniques practice shyly together, increasing energy capacity by 50 and the host's physical constitution by 50. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element soundly defeated the fire element, who was defeated in battle. Thunder element, I'm finally back on my feet. After an unknown amount of time, Li Lan awoke from his slumber. To his surprise, he discovered he had gained two brand new divine abilities. These two little guys are pretty promising. Telekinesis and mind control both belong to the mental ability category, and cultivating them simultaneously strengthens mental power. Therefore, he wasn't particularly surprised to have unlocked the mental perception ability through his telekinesis. If he had to compare the two abilities, Li Lan felt that the lightning element was superior. The fact that the lightning element's ability could evolve was something he hadn't anticipated. Perhaps this is what they mean by turning grief into motivation. All of this is thanks to the fire element. Fire element, you're amazing. The lightning element was so upset it started crying, hiding in a corner and crying quietly. Under the influence of his telekinesis ability, Li Lan leaped down to the ground below. Many eyes turned toward him, but Li Lan didn't pay much attention at first. But just as he was about to return to the hall, several figures caught his attention. Such a familiar aura. Li Lan suddenly recalled the people he had encountered in the Water God Palace's secret realm earlier. Back then, his senses weren't as sharp. But now that he had awakened his perception abilities, the likelihood of error was virtually non-existent. Even if they weren't members of the Dark Moon Circus, they must have originated from the same source. Could they be assassins sent by the Spirit Energy Society? Upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea, as his identity had yet to be revealed. If that's the case, there are only two possibilities left. First, I have been ordered by the Spirit Energy Society to be hunted down. They saw my older sister here and assumed I might be here too, so they came to check. Second, they're not after me, but after someone else. Li Lan thought it over and concluded that the first possibility was more likely. After all, his second sister suddenly came from Longjing to Beha, which is rather suspicious. However, at this point, it was impossible to confirm whether they were indeed members of the Spirit Energy Society or what their true strength was. Therefore, they couldn't act rashly. However, Li Lan estimated that their strength might not be very strong. At most, they were low-level spies sent to gather intelligence, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily discovered by him. Just as he was thinking about how to find out their identities, the few people spoke up. Bro, there's a little kid watching us over there. Have we been spotted? Exposed? What are you talking about? We're psychics. Unless we encounter a powerful psychic, there's no way we'd be exposed so easily. Wang Fugue, you're overreacting. That kid looks like he's only in his teens. He probably doesn't even know what spiritual energy is. Then why are they still watching us? Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Maybe it's because you're too ugly. But being stared at like that makes me uneasy. Then go chase him away. But don't kill him. If you alert the Public Security Bureau, I won't forgive you. Lately, patrols in Longjing have been intensified, and even those in Beha have been stepped up. If we get into trouble, we won't be able to get out of it easily. But isn't there a high-ranking official here? The authorities? Don't forget we're near Longjing. If we get involved with the Special Abilities Bureau, even the authorities might not be able to protect themselves, let alone us. That kid is still watching us. His gaze seems a bit strange. What is so strange about a kid's gaze? As he spoke, the older man also looked at Li Lan, and their eyes locked. But in that very instant, this big brother and the other man who had been staring at Li Lan both froze in place. Big brother, Wang Fugue, what's wrong? Brother. Big brother. Wang Fugue. The people around them nudged the two men. The two turned around, and the others sighed in relief. Just as they relaxed, Big brother and Wang Fugue suddenly sprang into action, pulling out the daggers hidden on their bodies and stabbing at the people around them. The others were startled and hurriedly stepped back. Bystanders began to scatter, calling the police. Some reckless individuals pulled out their phones to post on social media. Big brother, Wang Fugue, what's going on? Something's wrong. They seemed to be under control. They finally realized that the big brother and Wang Fugue had blank expressions on their faces and their eyes were vacant. They were completely devoid of their previous vitality. What should we do now? It must be that kid. Let's go kill him. These men glared at Li Lan with malice. Just as they were about to charge at Li Lan, their leader suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. They tried to resist, but they were clearly no match for this older brother. The leader and Wang Fugue teamed up and easily killed everyone on the spot. Then they all committed suicide one after another. It was over. Li Lan yawned. He returned to the hall, his eyes heavy with sleep, intending to find a place to rest. Say more sweet words, think of me and look at me more. Show a little more, let me really see. But at that moment, it was his older sister's turn to sing, and her voice echoed through the hall. The sleepiness that had just begun to creep in was quickly dispelled. Security personnel quickly arrived outside the hall. The security captain saw the bodies littering the ground and was horrified. This was a serious case of violent murder. He immediately ordered the scene to be cordoned off. Then he shouted to the surrounding crowd, "Where is the murderer? Did anyone see which direction the murderer ran in?" Chapter 53, The Unknown Great Sage. The water god Pallas enters the sea. Having such a brother is truly embarrassing. The onlookers looked at each other in confusion, then turned their gaze to the bodies on the ground. Finally, a security officer ran over and whispered a few words into the ear of the security captain. The security captain's expression changed slightly, and he quickly knelt down. He scanned the area and discovered a dagger in the hands of both the older man and Wang Fugue. He looked at the wounds on the corpses on the ground, then at the wounds on the older man and Wang Fugue's bodies, and muttered to himself. They actually committed suicide. But, why would they kill people and then commit suicide? A vendetta? Killing out of guilt and then taking their own lives? He stood up, placed the two daggers into the evidence bag, and turned to a security guard nearby, asking, "Is there surveillance footage?" The security guard, clearly a recent graduate from the academy, was already pale with fear. After a moment, he finally snapped out of it and said, "Captain, this is a blind spot in the surveillance system. If this happens again, you're fired," the security captain said, giving him a stern look. He looked at the surveillance camera nearby, then back at the body on the ground, furrowing his brows. A blind spot? Coincidence, or intentional? "Captain, the report is in." Another security officer approached, holding a laptop computer. The security captain took the laptop and saw the information on the screen, his pupils widening in shock. Name, Yang Fu. Gender, male. Age, 48. Description: born in XXXXX, a metal-type psychic with unknown specific abilities. A member of the outer circle of the Spiritual Energy Association. Name: Wang Fugue. Gender: male. Age: 36. Introduction: place of birth, XXXXX, a physical ability user with unknown specific abilities and unknown specific strength. Peripheral member of the Spiritual Energy Association. All the people who died here are outer members of the Spiritual Energy Association. The security team sucked in a cold breath and said, "Quickly notify the Psionic Bureau. This is beyond our jurisdiction." Yes. Upon hearing the three characters Spiritual Energy Society, the surrounding security officers knew this matter was no simple affair and nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to dial the Psionic Bureau's number, two people broke through the cordon and rushed in. One was a man, the other a woman, both around 30 years old. The man had a scar on his face, a world-weary expression, and looked extremely dangerous. The woman wasn't someone to mess with either. Her eyes were sharp as knives, she had a cigarette hanging from her lips, and her right arm was tattooed with a large flowered python, resembling a tough-looking gangster from the underworld. "You two, this isn't where you should be. Please leave immediately." The security captain shouted the warning, placing his hand on his waist, ready to draw his gun at any moment. He sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from the two of them. This aura of danger was something he had only ever seen before on his own father, a former police chief who had retired from the battlefield, and on some other military personnel. As he finished speaking, the woman tossed a small notebook into the security captain's hands, landing it steadily. Special Abilities Bureau, North River Headquarters, Special Operations Investigator. It was someone from the Supernatural Bureau. The security chief waved his hand, signaling those around him to lower their guard. "Gentlemen, what can we do for you?" Cooperation is sufficient. The tattooed woman knelt down and searched the body on the ground. The scar-faced man asked, Rose, did you find anything? Yes. The tattooed woman examined the corpse's eyes and said in a clear voice. These two members of the Psychic Society were likely mentally controlled before they died. The purpose is clear, they didn't want to get their hands dirty or reveal their identities. After all, someone capable of easily controlling two psychics must be a powerful psychic. And for a powerful psychic to kill two psychics is child's play. The security captain couldn't help but ask, can't psychics control other psychics? Qingwei glanced at him and replied simply, it's possible, but not for long. Control-type supernatural abilities consume an enormous amount of energy. Controlling two supernatural beings at once, killing them, and then forcing them to commit suicide is extremely difficult for an ordinary supernatural being. Unless his energy reserves are unprecedentedly vast, or he possesses a top-tier artifact capable of replenishing energy. However, both of these possibilities are highly unlikely. The security captain nodded. He still found the term great supernatural being more plausible. However, the fact that a mental-type great supernatural being was hiding in the base city of Beha province was truly astonishing. Just thinking about it made one feel uneasy. After all, no one wants their body to be beyond their control. They also didn't know whether the other party was friend or foe. Friend or foe? The scar-faced man nodded and asked, is that all? One more thing, said Rose. I looked into the eyes of these people. They all showed intense disbelief before they died. Clearly, they knew who the killer was when they died. If the mastermind is a muscular adult, they wouldn't have reacted that way. Therefore, I dare to speculate that the mastermind's appearance should be someone who doesn't evoke a sense of threat. For example, a child, an elderly person, a disabled individual, or a frail woman. Upon hearing this, everyone became on high alert. They looked nervously around at the children, the elderly, and the women and disabled people nearby. Captain, what should we do now? A powerful individual like that isn't someone we can handle. A security officer stammered. The security team leader looked at the two people from the Special Abilities Bureau. The man with the scar on his face whispered, we don't know yet if they're powerful psychics. Even if they're not, this isn't something we can handle. Take the bodies to the Supernatural Bureau first, and we'll head back. He looked at the tattooed woman and said, Rose, let's go back. Yes. After the two left. A security officer looked at the security captain and asked, Captain, what should we do now? What else can we do? We'll follow their orders, collect all the bodies, send them to the Supernatural Bureau, and pretend nothing ever happened. Upon hearing this, all the security officers present began to act. They were so tense they were trembling. They had lived this long and knew all too well the terrifying power of a great supernatural being. A powerful psychic who wasn't an ally was, in their minds, no different from a nightmare. And this powerful psychic was the most bizarre of the mental-type psychics. Lilan sat down on a resting chair and drank a cold cola that a kind older sister had given him. He was about to fall asleep. He heard a message from the core of the Water God Palace within his body, transmitted by the spirit of the Water God. Palace Master, I have already taken control of the Water God Palace and brought it to the deep sea. Currently, I have subdued 3 royal-class beasts and 1 emperor-class beast to serve as guards. I plan to open the gates of the Water God Palace once its energy reserves have been replenished to a certain level. I will open the gates of the Water God Palace and, using the term secret realm, recruit disciples from the outside world. What do you think? Even the Imperial-class beasts have been subdued? Lilan was slightly startled and simply replied with her thoughts, do as you see fit. Alright, I will wait for your return in the ocean. I will definitely give you a surprise then. At that moment, a commotion could be heard from outside. The older sister sitting next to Lilan hurriedly asked her friend who had just come in from outside, what's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? The person who was asked, still shaken, patted his chest and said, lucky you didn't go out just now. It was terrifying out there. A powerful sorcerer killed over a dozen people. And I heard that the killer is likely a child, an elderly person, or a disabled individual. What? A powerful sorcerer, the older sister exclaimed, her lipstick smudged. At that moment, someone nearby laughed and said, with Qingya's sister here, why are you so scared? Qingya's sister is also a powerful sorcerer. She looked at Lilan, who was sitting nearby, and joked, and that murderer might just be the little brother sitting next to you. He just came back from outside. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't scare him, the older sister couldn't help but laugh. Lilan smiled slightly and didn't say much. However, he didn't agree with the rumors circulating outside about the great master of supernatural abilities. After all, his psychic ability was only at the level of a master. His ability to control psychic powers was even lower, only at the advanced stage. He was able to control those two supernatural beings and make them turn on each other. This was purely due to the terrifying suppression of his mental power and the terrifying energy sea within his body. Water nourishes all things, could expand the energy density of the energy sea. The divine ability Endless Ocean, on the other hand, is an auxiliary type divine ability that can restore the energy of the energy sea. Mental power, cultivation techniques, and auxiliary divine abilities. To control those two psychic practitioners, all three are indispensable. When Lilan returned to the restroom, Suexian was already bored to the point of falling asleep on the rest chair. The air conditioning in the room was set very low. This was the preferred temperature for fire attribute great psychics. Fire attribute psychics have body temperatures many times higher than other psychics, especially great psychics. However, Suexian was only a master, so this temperature was clearly too low for him. Lilan was worried he might catch a cold, so he found a small blanket and covered him with it. It feels so comfortable. Feeling the cool air blowing over him, Lilan stretched lazily and was about to lie down. The door to the restroom suddenly opened. There stood his older sister, holding a stick, which she swung at him. "You lazy good-for-nothing. You're lying to your older sister, aren't you? I'll beat you to a pulp." The blows weren't very hard, in fact, they were quite light, but Lilan had to put on a pained expression. He feigned a loud cry and said, "Second sister, you're going to beat me to death." Li Qingya was amused by his expression and said, "You're really acting now. Did you always act like this before? You're such a master of deception. I never expected this." Just then, the door was pushed open again. The three saw Li Qin remove his mask and walk in. "Second sister. Little lazy, I've finished my business. Tomorrow I can take you to Longjing." Before he could finish speaking, Li Qingya's staff struck him hard. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through the air. "You're running away, aren't you? You run away as soon as I arrive. You've really made something of yourself. You didn't even come to see me when I came to Longjing." Li Qin was a powerful sorcerer, such an attack couldn't possibly hurt him. He feigned pain, sat down, and said pitifully, "Second sister, I really have something important to do." Looking at his fierce-looking older sister, the two brothers exchanged a glance. Silence was the theme of the night. After that, the three of them talked for a long time. During the conversation, Li Qingya asked Lilan many questions, but Lilan only gave vague answers. When she asked him why he had become a great master so quickly, Lilan answered without hesitation, "This is all the result of my hard work. Fire element, I'm going to throw up, master. Wood element, I'm going to throw up, master. Thunder element, I'm going to throw up, master. Other techniques and abilities, I'm throwing up, master." "Lilan? What are you all doing? Isn't what I said the truth?" Lilan had fallen asleep without realizing it. When he woke up, his second older sister had already left. Li Qin looked at Lilan and said, "Let's go back to the hotel. We'll head to Qinglong Academy tomorrow." Lilan nodded and was about to call Suexian, but noticed he was still asleep. And he was sleeping like a log. Thinking about how he had been staying up late every night to practice, Lilan sighed helplessly. He didn't wake him up. Instead, he picked him up horizontally. Just as he lifted him up, Lilan suddenly remembered his psychic ability. Then Suexian flew into the air. "Let us go, third brother." Li Qin looked at Suexian floating in mid-air, sleeping soundly, and tugged at the corners of his mouth. He nodded. Behind them, Lilan felt too tired and floated up as well. Watching the two floating in the sky, Li Qin's lips twitched again. He thought, having such a brother was truly embarrassing. However, he seemed to feel a bit envious. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I am the Golden Saint, the messenger of justice, the nemesis of evil, the face of the Li family. How could I possibly have such a corrupt thought? Third brother, want to try floating a bit? Li Qin nodded decisively. The three of them hailed a taxi and returned to the hotel. Just as they were about to rest, Li Qin suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, Xiaolan, I'll give you a website. Sign up for it." "Third brother, I never look at those messy websites," Lilan said firmly. Li Qin rolled his eyes at him and sent the link via his phone. Lilan opened his phone and saw it was just an ordinary website. What's this? He entered the website. The words underground black market appeared before his eyes. This is a website where powerful individuals exchange information. You can check it out when you have nothing else to do. Of course, you can also buy things there. However, most of the items are of unknown origin. Our family has set up a group on this website. I'll add you to it later. Lilan completed the tedious registration process and was immediately added as a friend upon entering. The profile picture was a cartoon pig wearing cartoon underwear and dripping snot from its nose. The username was, "the hottest justice hero in the universe." No need to guess. This is definitely his older brother. Such a childish avatar. Such a cheesy name. Lilan felt at that moment. Having such an older brother is so embarrassing. Chapter 54, A Loving Family. How could you slander someone's reputation out of thin air and reach Longjing? Looking at the name entry box, Lilan felt a bit troubled. What should he name himself? After much deliberation, he finally typed 4 characters into the box, Mu Ke Lao Yi. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Li Qin said disdainfully after seeing Li Lan's name. I've added you to the family group. You have been added to the group chat loving family by the user, the hottest justice warrior in the universe. Welcome, Mr. Muke, to the chat group. Click to join the welcome message. Li Lan had just entered the chat group when several people started messaging him. Yang Go Lume, welcome, Mr. Muke. First Gundam Warrior, welcome, Mr. Muke. Yuan Shur Tianzun, welcome, Mr. Muke. Yuan Shur Tianzun at Yangumi, Li Mimi, wasn't your account blocked? How did you get back in? Yang Go Lume, what's wrong with having multiple accounts? Administrator Kaitian Beast at the hottest justice messenger in the universe, didn't I tell you not to bring anyone outside the family group in here? Did you just ignore me again? The most handsome justice messenger in the universe. The hottest justice seeker in the universe, he's Li Lan. Administrator Kaitian Shou at Muke Lao Yi, what kind of ridiculous name did you choose? Also, most of the people in this group are your elders. Don't you even know to greet them when you join? Kaitian Shou? Who asked that? With a name like that, you have the nerve to talk to me? Li Lan furrowed his brows. Long, slender fingers with clearly defined joints flashed rapidly across the screen. Would deficiency old master, who are you? Administrator Kaitian Shou, I'm your father. Muke Lao Yi, no, how dare you speak to me like that? That's so impolite. The universe's hottest justice enforcer. The hottest justice messenger in the universe, he really is your father. Mr. Muke, Dad, I've missed you so much. Laughing like a chrysanthemum.jpg. Mr. Muke, hello, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. I'm Li Lan. I love you.jpg. Yang Go Lo Mei, ha ha ha. First Gundam Warrior, ha ha ha. Please call me Queen, welcome, little lazy. Welcome, welcome. Liezi Qingyan, welcome, little lazy. Yang Go Lo Mei at Mr. Muke, bro, why did you delete my WeChat? Feeling Ron.jpg. Li Lan silently closed the group chat and looked at her third older brother. Li Qin smirked and said, you didn't ask me either. By the way, be careful lately. There are quite a few people offering rewards for you on the black market. Bounties? Yeah, the Spirit Energy Society's bounty. You can check the black market bounties. Li Lan opened the black market bounties and entered his name. A golden post appeared before his eyes. Bounty target, Li Lan Young Master of the Yen Emperor Li Clan. Target Strength Wood Elemental Master. Target description extremely lazy, not just ordinary laziness, possibly so lazy that someone has to carry him to the bathroom. Specific combat strength unknown. Reward for capture alive, 1 holy relic, 2 semi-holy relics. Reward for death, 2 semi-holy relics. Reward claimed with the head. 2 sacred relics? Is he really worth that much? So-called sacred relics are treasures that aren't even guaranteed to drop in 5-star dungeons. Only the most powerful land-dwelling deities could possibly possess them. Li Lan was startled. He looked at the description of his target. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. What the heck? Even urinating requires assistance? Thanks, but he wasn't that lazy. He was perfectly capable of taking care of himself. How despicable. How dare this psychic defame someone's good name? Li Lan didn't hesitate for a moment and reported it promptly. Moments later. Report failed. Please submit supporting evidence. Video, photos, audio recordings, etc. Li Lan? Does this even require proof? He was completely speechless by the website. He looked at other posts. Li Lan discovered that, in fact, everyone in the Li family had their own bounty, except for himself. Including Li Mimi. Bounty target, Li Mimi, a member of the Yen D Li family. Target strength unknown. Target description violent woman. Reward $5. There are comments below the bounty notice. Mimi the Great, why? Why am I only worth $5? Meme the Great, who posted this bounty? Come out here. I'll call for help and beat you to death. Meme Emperor, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you? However, her name is different from the others, it's hidden. Li Lan clicked in and discovered that she had been permanently banned from the website. As expected, this person is likely Li Nini herself. By the way, little lazy. Li Qin suddenly said. Li Lan looked at him in confusion. He pulled out a fiery red crystal from his pocket. Here, take this. After becoming a great sage, energy consumption is enormous, and advancing further is no easy feat. So, you can put the matter of advancing the wood element on hold for now. Your top priority now is to advance your fire element to the Great Sage Realm. If you can reach the Great Sage Realm by the end of the year, you might be able to enter the family's secret realm during the annual meeting. Of course, besides improving your realm, you must not neglect the cultivation of your supernatural abilities. I noticed that although your wood element has advanced to the Great Sage Realm, you only have one divine ability. This is your weakness. If you don't address it, you'll be at a significant disadvantage in battle. Lilan nodded, took the fist-sized fiery red crystal, and discovered it was a top-tier rare treasure of the fire element. This isn't just any ordinary treasure. Could it be that third brother went off to get this while he was away? Lilan looked at him gratefully. Thank you, third brother. There was no need to guess his third brother must have paid a significant price for this. After all, a top-tier rare treasure is something even great cultivators covet. Keep up the good work, Li Qin patted Lilan on the shoulder. What's inside the family's secret realm? Lilan had heard about the family's secret realm since he was a child, but only great cultivators were allowed to enter. At the time, he thought he'd never become a great cultivator in his lifetime, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Little did he know that one day, he would actually become a great master of supernatural abilities. And he was pushed there, with sparks flying and lightning flashing, lying down on the ground. There are good things inside. Li Qin gave a mysterious smile and said, grandfather's ability to become one of the peak warriors of the human race is closely tied to this secret realm. That's so powerful? Li Qin continued, even if 5 sacred relics were offered in exchange for this secret realm, it would still be a huge loss for the Li family. Hearing this, Lilan was utterly shocked. 5 sacred relics? What does that even mean? Sacred relics are the strongest artifacts known to exist today. Each one possesses power that can be described as transcending the heavens. The Blood Moon Holy Grail, the very foundation of the Spirit Energy Society, is one such sacred relic. The elemental gems everyone obtained at the Water God Palace were merely half-step sacred relics. However, Lilan could confidently declare that within within half a year, those who obtained them would all become land-dwelling immortals. Of course, the prerequisite is that this extraordinary treasure must be an elemental gemstone. And the user must be a top-tier divine being. After all, elemental gems are specifically designed for cultivation. Other treasures lack this effect. Let's not talk about this anymore. In the end, Li Qin changed the subject and said, if you're having difficulty comprehending supernatural abilities, you can take a look at the supernatural ability models. Divine ability models are also known as divine ability operation models or divine ability visualization diagrams. Every divine ability has its own unique operational trajectory. The divine ability model records these trajectories. Observing the divine ability models can help one grasp divine abilities more quickly. However, there is one drawback: no matter how powerful the divine ability model is, the divine ability itself is not your own. Unless you're exceptionally lucky, don't even think about unleashing its full power. I understand. Alright, I'll go take a shower. As Li Qin finished speaking, his clothes were already completely stripped off. Lilan was speechless. He, a grown man, was wearing nothing but a pair of dynamic superhero underwear. Dynamic Superman, go go go. Pervert. So embarrassing. He wouldn't even be ashamed to tell anyone. But this guy doesn't feel ashamed at all, he actually takes pride in it. He boasts proudly, saying, cool, right? Limited edition custom model. I had to fight so hard to get it I even broke my phone trying. Get lost. Lilan returned to his room and fell asleep. Don't get the wrong idea, they had booked 3 rooms in total, and Su Xian was sleeping in the next room. Ding dong, detecting that the host has obtained a fire attribute artifact, Extreme Flame Crystal, automatically consuming. Fire elements are devouring the top-tier fire attribute artifact, Extreme Flame Crystal. Fire element energy plus 500. Fire elements are devouring the top-tier fire attribute artifact, Extreme Flame Crystal. Fire element energy plus 500. Fire elemental ability, Blazing Inferno, evolving. Evolution successful. The fire element has successfully mastered the divine ability, Extreme Flame C. The fire element's fire element energy has reached the critical threshold and is breaking through the constraints. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed. The fire element puffs out its cheeks, clenches its lips, and attempts to break through again. Breaking through. The fire element successfully breaks through, and its cultivation level has been upgraded to mid-stage Great Sage. Lilan rolled over. My hair is too long and it's poking my ears and making them itchy. Never mind, I'm too lazy to bother. Back to sleep. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element was soundly defeated by the fire element. The lightning element cried loudly, began to train hard, and vowed to get back on its feet as soon as possible. Lightning element's energy plus 50. The wood element watches the lightning element and can't help but laugh. Telekinesis ability is guiding the control ability while training, telekinesis energy plus 10. Control ability is seriously cultivating, control energy plus 100. The divine water element is assisting with water nourishes all things while cultivating, divine water energy plus 10. The dragon and tiger body tempering technique is practicing absent-mindedly, host physique plus 0.1. Water nourishes all things is striving to cultivate, increasing energy capacity by plus 20. Control of supernatural abilities has successfully advanced to late advanced stage. When Li Lan woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Li Lan lazily floated out of bed. With the help of his telekinesis ability, he dressed and finished his morning routine. Just then, Su Xian entered with a bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee and a cup of soy milk. Master, it's time for breakfast. Li Lan looked at him in confusion. Su Xian said, I've already eaten. Liar. Li Lan glanced at him, and the soy milk and congee flew into his mouth at the same time. Startled, Su Xian hurriedly fetched another identical breakfast. Li Lan ate the new breakfast and asked casually, didn't you already eat? Su Xian, without blushing or flinching, drank the soy milk and said, I have a big appetite, I can eat 2 portions. The two of you didn't call me for breakfast, did you? Li Qin ruffled his messy hair and walked in with sleepy eyes. I'll go get it for you in my room. No need, I'll get it myself. Li Qin rubbed his face and said, Xiaoxinzi, you're at least my half-brother. Why be so formal? Don't do this again next time. Su Xian smiled. Master, are you still hungry? If you are, I'll go get you some more. Don't call me young master. I feel like a greedy landlord exploiting his servants. Li Lan lay on the sofa like a piece of dried fish, with porridge and soy milk flying around him. Li Lan, I call you young master as part of my job, and it's also a task assigned to me by the family. Task? Yes, there's a reward. What kind of reward? Can I have half? Alright, but I don't even know what the reward is. You're really going to give it to me? I don't want it. I'm your young master, I have plenty of money. By the way, how long will this task take? Next year, I think. I don't know the exact date. From now on, just call me boss. I've been working for 30 years. What 30 years? Li Qin, who walked in with breakfast, heard this and looked completely confused. Su Xian said he'll work for me for free for 30 years. Free? I'm a righteous golden saint, how could I have a brother as heartless as you? Li Qin spoke sternly, Su Xian, come work for me instead. I'll give you $1 million salary. I can even let you be your own boss. After finishing breakfast, the three boarded the psychic high-speed train and headed northeast. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived in Longjing. As the capital of Dragon Nation, Longjing was the safest place in the entire country. Upon arriving in Longjing, the three immediately removed their disguises. They hailed a taxi and headed toward the martial arts center. Although he had passed the qualifying round and obtained the eligibility to participate in the martial arts tournament, however, this qualification needed to be activated. If one did not actively go to the martial arts center to activate it, it would be considered a withdrawal from the competition. The Dragon Capital Martial Arts Center was now teeming with people. It was packed with young faces. These people came from all over the country. Some were participants in the martial arts tournament, while others were there to train. After all, the Martial Arts Center is not only the registration site for the martial arts tournament but also the largest and most well-equipped supernatural ability training facility in all of Longjing. Gravity training rooms, elemental sensing rooms, and mental meditation rooms, everything is available. Many martial arts schools, companies, and organizations spend a fortune each year to rent the facilities for training. Just as Li Lan was about to head to the registration desk, he heard a familiar voice. Disciples of the Mimi Martial Arts School, our motto is. This was followed by a loud, rough shout. Invincible! 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 Conquer the nation, unify the world, tear apart foreign tribes, and strive for excellence. Invincible! 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 Chapter 55, Li Lan's terrifying presence, fear from the soul, paying homage to the ancestral master. Ha ha ha, what kind of cheesy slogan is that? It's hilarious. Where did these idiots come from? Are they sent by monkeys? Don't they feel embarrassed? If I were them, I'd be picking my toenails until I had a 3-bedroom apartment. This slogan is hilarious. It's so cliché. Giggle 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 giggle. Gak 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 gak. Mimi Martial Arts Academy? What kind of martial arts academy is that? I've never heard of it. Me neither. This martial arts school seems pretty wealthy. Notice the quality of their uniforms. A single set must cost at least $10,000. Excuse me, are they comedians? Hearing this, the people around them burst into laughter. Li Lan couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Looking over there, he indeed saw a girl wearing a pink dress with 2 ponytails. She was sucking on a lollipop, holding an iced cola, and boasting to a group of burly men in front of her. Alright, let us do it again. Disciples of the Mimi Martial Arts School, our motto is. The group of men, upon hearing her words, closed their eyes, flushed red, and shouted again. Invincible! 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 Conquer the nation, unify the world, tear apart foreign tribes, and strive for excellence. Invincible! 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 From their awkward expressions, Li Lan could tell they were being forced. How unlucky can I be? I've only just arrived in Longjing and already encountered her. No, I absolutely can't let her find out. Thinking about those people shouting about their ancestor in public, Li Lan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Young master, what's wrong? Noticing Li Lan's unusual expression, Su Xian also looked over in confusion. Li Lan stared at him without blinking. If there's nothing else, let's go. Su Xian understood what he meant. Li Lan nodded. The three of them walked together toward the registration desk for the martial arts tournament. As Li Lian watched Li Nini's figure disappear from sight, he finally exhaled in relief. But just then, Li Qin suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked toward the side, not far away. Isn't that Li Nini? What's she doing here? Before Li Lan could stop him, he had already waved his hands and shouted, Li Nini. Sheep Nini. What are you doing over there? Li Lan's expression changed slightly, and he was about to leap up. But he realized he couldn't fly. Little Lazy, what are you doing? The martial arts center is equipped with ability blocking devices that can block all abilities below the level of a great master. Li Qin looked over. Li Qin didn't respond. Watching the pink figure sprinting like a rabbit in the distance, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Behind the pink rabbit were a group of burly men and women. Each of them was tall and muscular, with bulging muscles. However, one of them seemed to be carrying another person on his back. That person appeared to be asleep. Seeing this scene, Li Lazy felt a sense of familiarity. Upon reaching Li Qin, Li Mimi stopped and laughed boldly. Hey, Qin Go, what are you doing here? I'm here to accompany Xiao Lan to sign up. What's going on here? I recently opened a martial arts school. These are the students training here. Li Mimi turned to the martial arts students behind her and shouted, Everyone, this is Qin Gu. Quickly greet Qin Gu. Hello, brother Qin, the martial arts students shouted in unison, curiously examining Li Qin. People around them all turned to look. But Li Qin seemed to have grown accustomed to such stares. He smiled and waved, saying, Hello, everyone. By the way, Qin Gu, where's my brother? Xiao Lan? Isn't he over there? Li Qin looked aside and noticed that Li Lan had disappeared without him noticing. Along with him, Su Xian had also vanished. Strange, where did they go? Li Nini furrowed her brows. She took a sip of iced cola, snapped her fingers, and within seconds, a dozen burly men gathered in front of her, standing at attention. What are your orders, master? You should remember the appearance of your ancestral master, shouldn't you? The founder? The one we burn incense to every day? Of course they remember. Everyone hurriedly nodded. You have 10 minutes to find your ancestral master. Yes. Young master, the registration desk for the martial arts tournament is on the other side. I know. Should we go then? Of course. Let us go then. But I'm tired. Su Xian sighed helplessly, crouching down slightly as Li Lan climbed onto his back. Noticing the stares from those around them, Su Xian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Having such a young master was truly embarrassing. However, Li Lan was already asleep and had no idea what he was thinking. Of course, even if he were awake, he wouldn't know. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is soundly defeated by the fire element. The fire element punishes the lightning element by making it wash its socks. The lightning element, furious, clenches its little fists and glares at the fire element. The fire element glared at the lightning element, who lowered its head in fear. The lightning element wipes away tears while washing the fire element's socks, vowing to become the strongest. The fire element sighs that being invincible is so lonely and begins to train seriously, increasing its energy by 50. The lightning element sees the fire element training and sneaks away. The wood element trained while listening to the lightning element vent its frustrations. Shrugging its shoulders, it admitted that even it couldn't defeat the fire element now. Wood element energy plus 50? Telekinesis and control abilities are training together, exchanging insights while practicing diligently. Telekinesis energy plus 50, control energy plus 50. The divine water element is guiding its disciple in the cultivation of water nourishes all things. After becoming a disciple of the divine water element, water nourishes all things, began secluded cultivation, increasing energy capacity by 50. Dragon and tiger body tempering technique lies on the ground, face down, with no intention of cultivating. The participants of the martial arts tournament hail from 18 base cities across the nation. Each base city selects the top 5, so there are a total of 90 participants. There weren't many people. However, the registration area is currently packed with people. Among them, only a few were registrants or participants. The majority were there to watch the spectacle. Some are there to recruit students for martial arts schools, and a few are even looking for potential romantic partners. After all, making it into the top 5 in the province means you're at least a young prodigy or a teenage genius. Su Xian carried Li Lan into the registration area and quickly drew the attention of some people. Here come more people. Why are there 2 of them? Which one is the participant? It must be the one carrying the other person. The one being carried looks like an easy target. I wonder how strong they are. Both of them are so handsome. If only one of them could be my boyfriend. Don't even dare to dream that big. If it were me, I'd take them both. They chatted excitedly, curiously observing Li Lan and Su Xian. Feeling their gazes, Su Xian furrowed his brows. They approached the staff member at the registration desk. "Hello, we're here to sign up." The staff member was a young woman in her 20s, roughly the same age as most of the participants. She was dressed in a formal outfit, with striking features, possibly a water elementalist, and her demeanor exuded a gentle aura. "Alright, please show me your ID so I can activate your registration," the young woman said. "Master, did you bring your ID?" Su Xian shook Li Lan on his back. But Li Lan was sound asleep and didn't respond. Seeing this, the female staff member looked surprised. "Aren't you a participant?" Su Xian shook his head helplessly and shook Li Lan twice more. Li Lan remained unconscious. Just as he was about to put Li Lan down and search his ID on him, the ID card automatically flew out of his pocket and landed in Su Xian's hand. Telekinesis ability? The female staff member looked at Li Lan in surprise. Psychic abilities were always quite rare. And they were also difficult to cultivate. This teenager looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. To have entered the top 5 in the province at such a young age using telekinesis abilities truly made him a genius. However, it's a pity that the National Martial Arts Competition is full of hidden talents. She estimated that, given his young age and the fact that his ability is mental telekinesis, he'd probably end up at the bottom of the rankings in the National Martial Arts Competition. If I participate in the National Martial Arts Competition again next time, I think I can achieve a pretty good result. Su Xian handed Li Lan her ID card. She nodded and placed the ID card as if it were a scanner. A few seconds later, the scanner emitted a green light. Activation successful. Su Xian retrieved the ID card just as he thought everything was over. The intercom at the registration desk suddenly rang out. "Let's South welcome the first place winner from Jiangnan Province, Li Lan. His strength is, what elemental initial stage Grand Master. Let's South welcome the first place student from Jiangnan Province, Li Lan. His strength is, what elemental initial Grand Master. Let's South welcome the first place winner from Jiangnan Province, Li Lan. His strength is, what elemental initial Grand Master." The female staff member stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was hearing. Her mouth hung open, as if it could fit a pigeon's egg. He is actually a master. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd gathered at the registration desk all sucked in their breath in astonishment. This kid is a master of great abilities. Such a young great master of supernatural abilities, is he a demon? Could the broadcast be malfunctioning? That's impossible, it's never been wrong before. Just search online. The top few from each province's selection competitions are all posted online. I found it. The first place winner of the Jiangnan Province selection competition is Li Lan, a master of wood elemental magic, lightning elemental magic, and fire elemental magic. My goodness, a triple element master? Is he a monster? Damn it, I've lived 30 years and I'm only a master. How old is he? He is already a master of 1 element and 2 master level abilities. He's really only 17, not some old monster with eternal youth? A 3-element ability user. I wonder which academy he joined. According to online reports, it seems to be the Qinglong Academy. Does he have a girlfriend? No. Does he have a boyfriend either? No. Alright, starting today, I'll study hard to pass the entrance exam for Qinglong Academy and try to become his girlfriend. It's daytime, little sister. No, he is not a tri-elemental ability user. He is a quadruple ability user. When he showed his ID earlier, he used his telekinesis ability. ISNT that the person who was carrying him? That S. Li Lan S. I just sensed the mental energy fluctuations from his telekinesis. Believe me, I'm also a mental type. Darn it. I'm even more jealous now. Stop talking. Don't look at him now, he seems so lazy, even letting others carry him. Behind closed doors, he might be working harder than all of you combined. I'm a loser, and I'm lazy. Li Lan was awakened by the loudspeaker and the murmurs. Just as Su Xian was about to carry Li Lan away, the female staff member suddenly called out to the two of them. Wait a moment. Is there something else? You can't leave yet. I need to verify Mr. Li Lan's identity. How do you confirm it? Just infuse the elemental energy into this stone. The staff member pulled out a black stone. Let me handle it. Li Lan jumped down from Su Xian's back. The stone automatically fell into his hand. Li Lan infused energy into it. Suddenly, all the elements surged out at once. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly threw them all back. Only the wood element remained. The black stone instantly shone with a green light. The female staff member suddenly felt a chill in her heart. A suffocating sensation implanted in her soul rose up, then quickly vanished. What's going on? Why were the water elements inside my body trembling just now? Was it afraid? That's impossible. It's just a supernatural ability, how could it be afraid? Was it just my imagination? Are you done? Li Lan's voice snapped her back to reality. She looked at the stone. After confirming that this was indeed the light emitted by a master of the wood element, she nodded hurriedly. She took a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to Li Lan. Alright, you two can go now. As soon as the two stepped out of the registration area, they were surrounded by a crowd of people. Hello, Li Lan. Would you be interested in joining our White Dragon Martial Arts Academy as an instructor? Our Academy's master is a teacher at Qinglong Academy. If you're willing to join, we can offer you excellent benefits and compensation. Mr. Li Lan, come to our Ice Point Martial Arts Academy. Our academy is backed by a department head from the White Tiger Academy. If you join us, we can ask him to be your teacher. Student, come to my Extreme Martial Arts Academy. If you're willing, I can ask the Academy Master to recommend you as the youngest Deputy Academy Master of our Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Extreme Martial Arts Academy? One of the top 5 martial arts academies in Dragon Country? Captain Luo, has your Extreme Martial Arts Academy lost its mind? And do you even have the authority to make such an offer? Ha ha, Li Lan is worth it. I don't have that authority, but I'm sure the master will agree. They were all talking and arguing, blocking the exit completely. Just as Li Lan was figuring out how to get out, a clear, loud voice rang out. I'll say just one thing. All of you, get out of my way. Immediately, a group of burly men pushed their way in. They rushed to Li Lan's side, bowed their heads, and shouted loudly. Greetings, Grandmaster. Louder. Did you not eat today? Pay homage to the ancestral master. The group of burly men strained every muscle, shouting at the top of their lungs. The entire crowd fell silent. Chapter 56, raising a hand to snuff out all life, closing eyes to complete silence. Seeing these burly men, many people were too scared to speak. A few seconds later, some people came to their senses. Wait, what are we afraid of? Although they look strong, our strength surpasses theirs. These burly men, though each of them looked extremely intimidating, were no more than high-ranking sorcerers. Among them, there are quite a few who are divine beings. At that moment, a girl bounded up to Li Lan and smiled. Brother, how about it? Aren't you going to thank me for saving you? I'll thank you with a hammer. Hello, Brother Suexayan. Li Mimi made a gesture she thought was cool towards Suexayan. What are you doing here? Li Lan asked expressionlessly. I'm here to train the students. Li Mimi glanced at the group of burly men beside her and said, Brother, you're the big boss of the martial arts school. They're your students too. Oh, right. I found someone who looks exactly like you. Take a look. Li Mimi pulled a young man out of the crowd and said, It's him, Duan Yuan Kai. He looks exactly like you and can fall asleep anytime, anywhere. Isn't that amazing? Grandmaster, hello. Duan Yuan Kai's face turned bright red as he bowed his head and spoke softly. There's no need to call me Grandmaster. My name is Li Lan. Hello, lazy brother. Duan Yuan Kai lifted his head and smiled shyly. But the next moment, he fainted. He collapsed onto Li Lan's body. Li Lan helped him up and looked at Li Mimi in confusion. Li Mimi hurriedly asked the big man beside her to carry him, saying embarrassedly, Brother, Duan Yuan Kai has contracted a strange sleeping disorder. He suddenly falls asleep, and I have no idea what's wrong with him. Can't it be cured? Su Xian asked. Li Mimi shook her head and said, I went to Duan Yuan Kai's house to ask, and it can't be cured. He's been to many big hospitals when he was a child, but none of them could help him. As a result, no school was willing to admit him. Otherwise, someone as talented as him wouldn't have ended up at our martial arts school. As she spoke, a hint of regret flashed across her brows. At that moment, Li Mimi suddenly asked, Brother, weren't you like this before? Is there any way to treat it? If we could cure his illness, our martial arts school would have a real ace up its sleeve. I sleep because I'm lazy, not because I'm sick. Li Lan looked at Su Xian. Su Xian understood immediately, crouching down halfway. He picked Li Lan up and carried him on his back. Brother, don't go. Li Mimi hurried after them. But Li Lan was blocked by someone. Li Lan, are you sure you don't want to reconsider joining our martial arts school? It was a middle-aged man wearing a black jacket, with a large scar on his face, clearly a tough character. Before Li Lan could respond, Su Xian interjected, Sorry, sir, my young master 1T be joining your martial arts school. I think we can talk about it some more. Rest assured, the White Dragon Martial Arts School won't treat your young master unfairly. Our Bingdian Martial Arts School as well. We are too. Hey, old man, there's nothing to talk about here, is there? Li Mian came over, glaring at the middle-aged man with hostility. My brother, Li Lan. I'm from the Mimi Martial Arts Academy. I'd never join your so-called White Dragon Martial Arts Academy. And your martial arts school's master is just a teacher at Qinglong Academy. What's so great about that? Do you know who my grandfather is? Li Mimi said proudly, You know the Yin Emperor, right? He's my grandfather. Little kid, don't cause trouble. Uncle is talking business with your brother. The people from the White Dragon Martial Arts School frowned. He wouldn't believe a child's word. Besides, this so-called meme martial arts school? He lived in Longjing for over a decade and had never even heard of it. Who was causing trouble? I'm telling the truth. Li Mini stubbornly stretched her neck and glared at him. Xiaolan, meow meow, it's just signing up. Why are you still here? Li Qin's voice came from outside. Everyone looked outside. The others didn't react. But the manager of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy paused for a moment before rushing forward and saying, Mr. Li Qin, what brings you here? Who are you? Li Qin looked at him in confusion. The manager of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy hurriedly explained. We met at the border 2 years ago. By the way, my codename back then was Blade. Oh, it's you, Li Qin recalled immediately. I'm here to sign my brother up. What about you? I'm just here to check things out. Blade scratched his head. Li Qin? The golden saint of the Li family? Many of the people present had seen the world. Seeing how respectful the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was, they immediately realized who he was. They looked at Li Nini in shock. What she said was actually true. If that's the case, then this Li Lan must also be the grandson of the Flame Emperor? No wonder. Only a prominent family like the Li clan could produce such a prodigy. The head of the White Dragon Martial Arts Academy looked embarrassed and awkwardly turned to Li Lan, saying, Li Lan, I'm so sorry for disturbing you. Their martial arts school's master is indeed a teacher at Qinglong Academy. But the Li family has many members holding important positions at Qinglong Academy. The Li family's Yan Di is even the honorary president of Qinglong Academy. When compared to that, their master pales in comparison. No, it's not just a bit lacking. He's way out of his league. It's nothing, Li Lan said softly. After their identities were revealed, those blocking the way stepped aside, dared not block their path anymore. The group left unimpeded. At that moment, Duan Yuan Kai also woke up. Li Lan was lying on Su Xian's back, and he was lying on the back of a large man. The two of them looked at each other with wide eyes. Hello, brother Lazy. Li Lan nodded. He closed his eyes, intending to sleep, but the divine water element within his body suddenly wanted to escape. Li Lan hurriedly pushed it back inside. What are you doing? The divine water element struggled for a moment, realized it couldn't escape, and had no choice but to give up. After leaving the martial arts center, Li Qin had something to do and left first. Meanwhile, Su Xian bought a new wheelchair for Li Lan. When they arrived, the wheelchair shop owner had already planned to close for the day. Thanks to Li Nini, the group of burly men behind her scared the shop owner half to death. The owner finally reopened the store. Although she didn't do anything. She remained quiet the entire time, playing a game called Sheep Sheep. However, it seemed like things weren't looking good, as she had already crushed several phones. After lunch, Li Nini paid the money under the shop owner's nervous glances and left with her people. She said she was going back to her clan to find a clan doctor, a master of wood and water elements, to treat Duan Yuan Kai. It must be said that although Li Nini was a bit violent, she had a kind heart. Master, where are we going next? Qinglong Academy. Qinglong Academy is located in the suburbs outside Longjing City. Spanning over 40,000 acres, it features mountains, rivers, and even several small secret realms. It is extremely vast, akin to a small city. At first, Su Xian was worried that there might be dangers on the way to Qinglong Academy. However, upon realizing they were in Longjing and considering Li Lan's strength, he relaxed. The two chose to take the bus to Qinglong Academy. It must be said that the quality of bus services is quite high nowadays. There were even special accessible pathways for people with disabilities. There weren't many people on the bus, most of them were students from Qinglong Academy. They were chatting and laughing, discussing everyday matters, and a few were talking about the upcoming National Martial Arts Tournament. Who do you think will win the National Martial Arts Tournament this time? I don't know, but I think the champion this time will probably come from one of the 5 major academies. Haha, you say that every time. If I had to choose, I'd pick Senior Yuan. Senior Yuan's mastery of the thunder element is already at an extraordinary level, and his insight ability has reached the late stage of mastery. His chances of winning are indeed quite high. There are a total of 90 participants in this competition. Among them, 6 are great masters. Senior Yuan will find it challenging to win the championship. Whoever wins is fine, but the one in 6th place might be a bit awkward. The last place finisher should be Feng Xinghuan, right? Although he was taught by a land deity, his foundational cultivation can't compare to the 5 great academies. It's hard to say. Feng Xinghuan's abilities are dual elements of wind and fire, enhanced by gravity. After entering a secret realm 2 years ago, he emerged as a rising star, defeating many great cultivators. His strength should not be underestimated. Speaking of which base city do you think will come in last in this competition? I don't know. Jiangnan, Shijiang, Jiangbei, and Jiangdong are all possibilities. In recent years, the southern regions have seen a decline in talent, and their schools have also deteriorated. They send any talented individuals to the sects, so they rarely participate in martial arts competitions. Speaking of Jiangnan province, I heard from the news that they've discovered a new 5-star secret realm there, and even members of the Spirit Energy Association got involved. I heard about that too. But that secret realm seems a bit strange. Only a group of people went in, and then the entire realm mysteriously disappeared. Let's not talk about that. What should we eat tonight? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Su Xian also said, Young master, in this martial arts competition, you will first enter a secret realm. This realm was jointly created by the 5 great academies, official departments, and the Free Cultivators Alliance. The competition uses a points system, with the top 60 contestants eliminated based on their scores. The remaining 30 will then compete in a tournament. As long as you make it into the top 30, you will receive a reward. Of course, those who don't make it into the top 30 will still receive consolation prizes. If you make it into the top 5, you'll receive the grand prize. Young master, I believe with your abilities, making it into the top 5 is no problem. Su Xian spoke with confidence, his voice trembling with excitement. His eyebrows danced, and his ears twitched. Xian, but your young master just wants to slack off. Li Lan sighed. Not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm, he nodded. A few minutes later, Li Lan suddenly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Get out of the car. Though he didn't know what was going on. But Su Xian did as he was told, spoke to the driver, and got off at the next stop. There were a few other passengers with them. Master, where should we go next? Head toward Qinglong Academy. All right. Su Xian pushed Li Lan toward Qinglong Academy. At that moment, Su Xian also noticed that a middle-aged man had been following them the entire time. Rikogawa Okasaka, a wild divine being. Decades ago, his hometown, the Divine Island, was sunk by several imperial-class beasts, forcing him to make a living in the Dragon Kingdom. However, as an outsider, he had never been well received. Even entering certain secret realms imposed numerous restrictions on him. Later, he joined a large merchant guild. Originally, thanks to his divine abilities, he lived comfortably within the guild. However, he was eventually fired for frequently harassing female employees. To make matters worse, the guild's leader was a powerful figure. After being expelled, no one dared to hire him. Many factions even went out of their way to avoid him. From that point on, he became a pariah, shunned by all. Without the support of any factions, he had no money, no resources, and no connections, making his cultivation progress stagnant. He had thought this state of affairs would continue for a long time. But today, he saw a glimmer of hope to break free from his predicament. As he walked down the street, he saw Li Lan. In the underground black market, that coveted fruit, desired by countless people. Rikogawa Okasaka licked his lips greedily, staring at Li Lan and muttering to himself. Li Lan, little one, big one. Capture him, mine, break through quickly. 2 of them, both look good. From now on, they're all mine. Ha 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 ha. Master, it seems like we're being followed. What should we do? Su Xian asked anxiously, his strength seems pretty high. At least he's a powerful cultivator. Should I call the family? Li Lan shook his head. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. Fire element confirms there is no danger outside and emerges from the host's body. The thunder element stepped out of the host's body with a defiant stride and shouted loudly, You ants from another world, your king has arrived. The wood element said, To fight for our master, I have no choice but to obey. In an instant, the sky grew dark and stormy. The fire, thunder, and wood elements restlessly darted through the air. The sky darkened with thick clouds, and the winds raged. Countless purple lightning bolts gathered within the clouds, erupting with thunderous roars. A massive ball of flame transformed into a war god, standing mid-air, wielding a crimson-flamed axe, gazing down upon all creation. Countless vines erupted from the ground, weaving themselves into a massive cage. A few seconds later, Li Lan closed his eyes once more and gently lowered his hands. The 3 elements erupted simultaneously. Everything fell silent, and the sky cleared once more. And the man had already vanished. As if he had never existed. With a flick of his hand, he extinguished all life with the close of his eyes, all fell silent. Not even a single bone remains. Seeing this scene, Su Xian looked at Li Lan with a terrified expression. Young master, what just happened? Seeing his shocked expression, Li Lan felt a sense of pleasure. Little Xian, you mustn't tell anyone about what just happened. Then can you win first place in the martial arts tournament? After a moment of silence, Su Xian suddenly asked. Li Lan. Is this really the time to ask such a question? You shouldn't be asking that now. Wow, master, you're so amazing. Wow, master, I won't tell anyone. Wow, master, I admire you so much. Right? Chapter 57, The Fox Dean, the Enforcer Teacher, and the Restless Elements. Qinglong Academy, as one of the 5 largest academies in Dragon Country, not only boasts a strong faculty. Its defensive capabilities are also top-notch. Li Lan and Su Xian had just stepped off the bus and arrived at the academy's main gate when they felt several pairs of eyes fixed on them. These were the patrol team members, dressed in dark green uniforms with badges on their chests, exuding an air of authority. Each patrol member possessed at least the strength of a high-ranking sorcerer. The team leader was a red-haired beauty with fair skin, striking features, and piercing eyes, resembling a female general on the battlefield. Her divine power was not hidden but clearly evident. Su Xian glanced at the closed academy gates. "Master, I'll go ask them how to get in." Li Lan nodded slightly. Su Xian ran over quickly. Just as he was about to speak, a young member of the patrol team pointed to the registration window nearby and said, "Students, the registration desk is over there." "We're not here to register," Su Xian said politely. "I just wanted to ask how to enter the school gate. Do you have a registration?" The young member paused for a moment before saying, "Qinglong Academy prohibits unauthorized personnel from entering. If you don't have a registration or appointment, you can only enter with a teacher from the academy or with a student ID card." Su Xian shook his head but remained polite. "I don't have a badge or an appointment, but thank you anyway." Just as he was about to turn away, the female captain suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment." Everyone looked at him in confusion. The female captain asked, "Hello, are you Su Xian?" "Yes." Su Xian looked at her in confusion. "Who are you?" "Hello, my name is Li Zixia. I don't recognize you." Su Xian asked cautiously, "Are you from the Li family?" There were many people surnamed Li, but only those from the family of the Yin Emperor had the privilege of calling themselves members of the Li family. Upon hearing this, all the patrol team members looked at Su Xian with astonished expressions. To say such a thing, there was no need to guess Su Xian must also be from the Li family. The female captain hummed an acknowledgement, then looked at Li Lan and asked, "Is that Mr. Li Lan?" Su Xian responded with a nod. The female captain's eyes flickered with surprise, then she turned to the young man who had spoken earlier and said, "Wang Jiao, take them inside." "Yes." Wang Jiao hurriedly nodded. They never expected them to be from the Li family. They're not people to mess with. By the way, once you're inside, don't wander around the academy. The female captain reminded them. She had already broken the rules by letting the two of them in. If someone reported her, she would be disciplined. "Don't worry about that," Su Xian said gratefully, glancing at her. He had been with Li Lan the whole time, and wherever Li Lan went, he followed. But Li Lan wasn't just lazy about running around, he might not even bother to walk. "Come with me," Wang Jiao said. Swiping his student ID card, the gates of Qinglong Academy shone with a blue light and opened automatically. Su Xian pushed Li Lan into the academy. At that moment, there were many people inside Qinglong Academy. Seeing Li Lan and Su Xian enter the campus, many were drawn to them. "Look, there are new students again. I wonder if they're freshmen or sophomores. They're so handsome. Both of them are handsome. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Wife, both of them are my wife. Friend, keep it to yourself. Sigh, sigh, sigh. It's the disabled handsome young master and the cool, handsome guy. They're perfectly suited for my taste. You girls are so crazy. Unlike me, I only care about how strong they are. Exactly. A bunch of losers. I only crave worthy opponents. If you're useless, then be useless. The world needs useless people anyway, so why can't it be me?" I didn't expect the students at Qinglong Academy to be so enthusiastic, Su Xian couldn't help but say. Li Lan nodded slightly. Noticing that none of the people were looking at him, Wang Jiao felt like he had eaten a sour cucumber. He said indifferently, "Is that so?" 3 people in the crowd looked at Li Lan in surprise. I never thought the lazy god would come to Qinglong Academy too. If Su Xian had seen them, he would have recognized them immediately. The 3 of them were Huang Chang, Huang Zichao, and Bai Yu, who had joined them in clearing the beast tide in Jiangnan province. Thinking about how his younger brother had provoked Li Lan in Jiangnan province, Huang Chang couldn't resist and slapped Huang Zichao across the face. Huang Zichao let out a pained cry and said with a pout, "Brother, why are you hitting me again? You look like you're asking for it." "But Mom and Dad said we look alike," Huang Zichao retorted stubbornly. Another slap followed. This time, Huang Zichao dared not say another word. Bai Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. "Zichao, you really need to work on your temper. Luckily, you encountered Li Lan back then. If you had encountered those petty disciples from prominent families, your body wouldn't even be found now." "I know," Huang Zichao said weakly. "By the way, I still don't know where you're going," Wang Jiao suddenly asked. Su Xian looked at Li Lan, but he didn't know either. The two waited for a while, but Li Lan only opened his eyes and didn't speak. Su Xian had grown accustomed to it, but Wang Jiao was getting impatient. Just as he thought Li Lan was mute, Li Lan spoke up. "We're looking for teacher Mu Quebec. So you can talk after all." Listening to Li Lan speak slowly, as if each word required a great deal of effort, Wang Jiao felt too exasperated to even complain. He took out his phone and checked the Academy's map. Then he led the way and said, "Master Mu K's residence is over there." Su Xian pushed Li Lan to follow behind him. After about a few minutes, the three of them stopped in front of a massive treehouse. The tree was over 10 meters tall, with a wooden house suspended above it. Li Lan, you finally arrived. An old man was leisurely sipping tea up there, with a fox sitting beside him. The fox, which seemed to be a human in disguise, held a porcelain cup and savored the tea with great care. Occasionally, it took a small sip. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Zhao quietly stepped back. He gave Li Lan a meaningful look, wondering if Li Lan had come to find Mouquet to treat his leg. A terrifying scene unfolded before him. Li Lan suddenly got out of his wheelchair, stretched, and stood up straight. With a light leap, he carried Su Xian onto the wooden house. So you're not mute or crippled after all, you're a perfectly normal person. Wang Zhao's face turned beet red. He had never seen such an oddball in his entire life. However, he felt a little better. What good is being so handsome? If you're this lazy, your abilities must be weak. But the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. A surge of psychic energy erupted from Li Lan's body. A divine being, a divine being. Master Mu. Master Qi. The two greeted each other. Li Lan, you really know how to keep a secret. Mouquet looked at Li Lan in surprise, took a sip of tea, and said, a rare psychic ability, and you've even reached the divine realm. That's impressive. He used his wood-based ability to grow a chair behind Su Xian. Just as he was about to create a second one, Li Lan picked up the fox beside him and sat down, rubbing its head with his hand. Mouquet's heart skipped a beat. Master Qi, your fox is so cute. Li Lan said lazily, by the way, Master Qi, how did you know I was coming? Mouquet didn't even have the time to dwell on his last name being Mu. He looked nervously at the fox in Li Lan's arms and said, the vice principal told me. The vice dean of Qinglong Academy? One of the few land-based divine realm experts in Manhwa? Su Xian's face grew solemn with respect. Is he here? Li Lan shook off his usual lazy demeanor and looked at Mouquet with clear eyes. Mouquet hadn't spoken yet. The fox in Li Lan's arms suddenly spoke. Little one, does my touch feel good? It turned its head and looked at Li Lan with its dark, piercing eyes. Li Lan glanced at the fox and was startled. He quickly looked at Mouquet. Mouquet gave him a look that said, you're on your own. He nodded slightly. Li Lan quickly let go of the fox. The fox's fur was as smooth as silk. With a gentle movement, it left Li Lan's embrace. A chair appeared beside the table, and he sat down on it lightly. Senior, I'm sorry, Li Lan hurriedly stood up and apologized. However, the fox-like principal seemed completely unfazed by his earlier offense, merely waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. He then narrowed his eyes and whispered, Wood Elemental Master, Lightning Elemental Master, Fire Elemental Master, Telekinesis Master, and Control Sorcerer. Interesting. The voice was loud, and it was impossible to tell the gender or age of the speaker. However, Li Lan could clearly sense that only he could hear the voice. At that moment, Li Lan felt as though he had been completely exposed, with all his secrets laid bare before the fox-like dean. What powerful strength! Is it the ability to read minds? But why couldn't he detect the divine water element? Could it be because it's special? Li Lan's expression grew solemn. But a few seconds later, for some reason, his body relaxed on its own. He felt as though he were bathing in a forest, enjoying the spring breeze. His mood was more relaxed than ever before. Don't be nervous, little one. I won't eat you. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else about this. The fox director spoke softly, and before he knew it, a cup of tea appeared in his hand. What is going on? Mouquet and Su Xian looked completely bewildered. By the way, Deputy Director, where do you plan to assign Li Lan? Mouquet suddenly asked. Idle, yet not too taxing, such positions are few and far between, the fox dean muttered. Then you can take a position at the enforcement court. Speaking of which, the senior elder of the enforcement court is still from your Li family. The disciplinary court teacher. Equivalent to the disciplinary committee of the student council. However, teachers at the enforcement court not only oversee students but also teachers. They can even oversee some of the subordinate schools under Qinglong Academy. In a large academy like Qinglong Academy, this is a position of great power. But now they're actually assigning a child to the position. Mouquet couldn't help but speak up, Vice Dean, isn't this against the rules? Let alone becoming a teacher at the enforcement court, one must have at least 10 years of experience working at the school. Even the minimum requirement for an executive court teacher is a mid-level great sage. Li Lan doesn't meet the standards. But I believe that a mere mid-stage great sage is no match for Li Lan. The fox dean narrowed his eyes and took a sip of tea. A mere mid-level great sage isn't a match for Li Lan? Does the vice dean hold Li Lan in such high regard? Mouquet sucked in a sharp breath. I understand. I'll go to the dean's office right away to activate Li Lan's teacher status. Li Lan, go to the Supernatural Arts Hall in the library later to make up for your deficiencies in supernatural abilities. The fox-like dean pondered for a moment and said, your physical cultivation is quite good, it seems you've put in a lot of effort. Li Lan nodded. I understand, Vice Principal. Self-improvement is what I've always strived for. The fire element widened its eyes and said, Master, have some shame? The thunder element laughed heartily and said, Master, you've laughed me to death. The thunder element accidentally hit the fire element's face while laughing. The fire element slapped the thunder element across the face. The thunder element's smile vanished. The wood element said, Master, you're so amazing. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours. The divine water elemental didn't want to speak and rolled its eyes at you. Other abilities and techniques. Wood deficiency and Suxin, standing nearby, had black lines on their faces. Young master, where did you get the confidence to say such inspiring words? Leaving the small wooden hut of Elder Mu K. Suxin pushed Lilan as they walked through the academy, searching for the library mentioned by the vice-chancellor. But after searching for a while, they couldn't find it. What are you doing? Lilan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Suxin. Looking for the library. Master, weren't you going to the Hall of Divine Powers? Did you find it? Suxin shook his head. Just then, Lilan's phone flew out of his pocket and landed in his hand. At the same time, a voice came from the phone. The unscrupulous map continues to guide you. The library's route appeared clearly before Suxin's eyes. Suxin's face turned red, and he wished he could find a groundhog's hole to crawl into. So that's how it works. He had thought that a top-tier academy like Qinglong Academy wouldn't have its map available on such websites. Qinglong Academy truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 5 great academies of the Dragon Kingdom. The library was built with great grandeur. Its land area is larger than the entire campus of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, where Lilan previously attended. Stepping inside, it felt like entering a massive fortress built from books. In addition to books related to supernatural abilities, there are also sections dedicated to literary works, online novels, and manga, each occupying a significant portion of the space. Upon seeing the pile of books in the literature section, Suxin's eyes widened in awe. But upon realizing he wasn't a student of Qinglong Academy and couldn't borrow books, he could only sigh helplessly. At that moment, Lilan said, If you want to borrow them, just go ahead. I'll cover it. Suxin hesitated for a moment, then nodded and excitedly pushed Lilan toward the bookshelf. But a few minutes later, Lilan, who was sleeping, suddenly felt the elements within his body growing restless. It felt as though something in the library was drawing them, making them eager to break free. Chapter 58, The Hall of Divine Powers, The Dog Dean, and Farewell to the Clown. What the hell are you doing in broad daylight? Lilan furrowed his brows, moved his thoughts, and punched them. The fire element paused for a moment before punching the lightning element. Thunder element, this is hilarious, it doesn't even hurt. Young master, what's wrong? Suxin noticed his young master's emotional fluctuation, put down the book he was holding, and asked in confusion. Lilan shook his head, nothing. He noticed that even after punching these elements, they remained extremely restless. It seemed as though something within the library was drawing them in. Even the usually aloof divine water element was no exception. What could be attracting the divine water elements? What secret was hidden within this library? Lilan thought about it, but he was too lazy to care. But just as he closed his eyes to take a nap, his psychic ability took control of his body, causing him to fly upward automatically. He flew toward the 2nd floor of the library. Then toward the 3rd floor. Finally, the 4th floor. It came to a stop at the end of the 4th floor corridor, in front of a door. The door was pushed open by telekinetic elements. Lilan saw that behind the door was another door. It was a massive ancient bronze door, carved with various strange and bizarre beasts. The most striking among them was a divine dragon, its body surrounded by thunderbolts, claws outstretched, and its face majestic and awe-inspiring. Lilan recognized the mythical beast at a glance. It was the totem of Qinglong Academy, the Azure Dragon. What could possibly be hidden behind this door? Lilan, as if possessed, decided to push the door open. But suddenly, everything went black before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a Shiba Inu was standing beside him. A dog? Lilan was startled and knelt down to pet it a few times. The Shiba Inu suddenly spoke. Young man, what are you doing here? Don't you want to know that this is the Academy's forbidden zone? Those who trespass into the forbidden area will be punished lightly, expelled if severely, and have their memories erased. The Shiba Inu's voice was hoarse and weathered, but it carried a strong sense of authority, as if it belonged to an elderly figure who had held a high position for many years. Looking at it, Lilan froze, his hand stiff in mid-air. No way? Another big shot? What's wrong with the seniors at Qinglong Academy? It's either a fox or a dog. Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't know this rule. Are you a freshman? Lilan nodded, then shook his head. Chaiquan furrowed his brows. Lilan hurriedly took out his master's token from his spatial ring. Anyway, he was already wanted, so there was nothing to hide. Upon seeing the token, the Shiba Inu paused, looking at Lilan with a suspicious expression. Is this from your elders? No, it's mine. The Fox Dean gave it to me. Fox? The Shiba Inu's eyes sparkled with gold as he stared deeply at Li Lan, then burst into laughter. A great sorcerer, interesting. Young man, why not abandon the dark path and join the light? Become my student? Let me introduce myself. I'm Chai Shang, one of the vice deans of Qinglong Academy. The king of all beasts, Chai Shang? Li Lan was stunned, unable to believe his eyes as he looked at the Shiba Inu. He never expected his identity to be so terrifying. This land deity was only slightly weaker than his grandfather. He possessed the ability to tame and breed animals. Under his command, there was a large number of tamed beasts, comparable to the realm of great sages. As soon as he finished speaking, a fox suddenly jumped out from nowhere and landed steadily on Li Lan's shoulder. Old dog, after all these years, you still want to poach my disciples? When we were kids, you stole my underwear and my drinks. As adults, you stole my first love and my teacher. Now that you're old, you're stealing my disciple. Now you want to steal him too, huh? Too bad, this kid isn't mine. He's the grandson of that old fool, the Flame Emperor. Is this really happening? Are you really telling these things in front of me, your junior? Unfortunately, I've never liked hearing gossip. So, bring it on. Li Lan stared intently at the fox and the dog. Yen Di? Damn it, how come all the descendants of that old fool are geniuses? This is infuriating. The Shiba Inu glared at Li Lan. Li Lan felt his vision go black again. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the hallway outside. The door he had just been standing in front of had vanished as well. What kind of ability was this? As Li Lan pondered, the supernatural abilities, unable to sense the source that had excited them earlier, also calmed down. Never mind. I'll just go back to sleep. Using his psychic ability, Li Lan swept a clean area on the ground and lay down, falling asleep. Soft snores could be heard. His arched eyebrows twitched slightly, and the surroundings fell silent. After Li Lan disappeared, Su Xian had been searching everywhere. He searched the second floor thoroughly but found nothing. He searched the third and fourth floors as well, but still found nothing. Just as he was wondering where the young master had gone, he saw a group of girls gathered in a corner, seeming to watch something. Su Xian walked over out of curiosity, and their whispers reached his ears. Who is that? Why is he sleeping here? I don't know, but I think I saw him somewhere before. Isn't he the handsome guy in the wheelchair downstairs earlier? How did he end up here? Where are his companions? Could this be some kind of wealthy family inheritance dispute? He's the eldest son, and that's the second son. The second son chose to kill the disabled eldest son to inherit the family fortune. Su Xian felt an uneasy premonition rise in his heart. Stepping forward, he saw that the person lying on the ground, being discussed by the crowd, was indeed Li Lan. Su Xian walked up expressionlessly, picked Li Lan up on his back, and carried him away under the curious stares of the crowd. He felt like he had been bringing shame upon himself ever since he started following the young master. Damn it! When Li Lan woke up, he found himself at the entrance of the Shintong Pavilion. The Divine Ability Hall, where the Qinglong Academy housed its divine ability models, was heavily guarded, with people on watch around the clock. Even entering required identity verification and registration. Young master, are you sure you're okay going in alone? What kind of question is that? I'm not a 3-year-old child. Li Lan looked at him in confusion. I'll wait for you at the entrance. No need. Wait for me at the reading area on the first floor. I don't know how long I'll be. Then don't sleep on the ground when you come out. All right. Su Xian looked at him skeptically, but he couldn't go inside, so he could only sigh helplessly. Hello, student. Please identify yourself. Li Lan had just stepped into the Divine Power Hall when he was stopped by an old man with white hair and a youthful face. Li Lan showed his teacher's token, and the old man paused for a moment. He took the token and scanned it on the scanner. Enforcement Court Teacher. He gave Li Lan a meaningful look and waved him through. Go in. Although the Divine Arts Hall was located on the third floor of the library, it was further divided into several separate floors. The first floor housed more common and easier to practice divine abilities, categorized into elemental, mental, and physical types, among others. Li Lan scanned the area and found nothing particularly valuable. He had originally released those elements to let them explore on their own, but when he saw that the lightning element hadn't appeared yet, he couldn't help but wear a look of disgust. What could he say? All the divine abilities present were trash. This thunder god has never bothered to learn such lowly things. Because his tone was too arrogant, he was soundly beaten by the fire element. Then, alone as an element, he hid in the corner, whimpering softly. It's heartbreaking to hear and tearful to witness. Referring to the water god element, wood element, and other elements and techniques laughing together beside him. Li Lan arrived on the second floor. The second floor had several small compartments, each containing different types of supernatural abilities. Unlike the first floor, the supernatural abilities in the second floor's compartments require payment to view and practice. There are a total of 13 compartments on the second floor, and each compartment's contents are listed on the door. It costs $15,000 to enter once. If you enter and don't select any supernatural abilities, the money is non-refundable. So please make your choice carefully. The guard responsible for watching over the second floor stared intently at Lilan. Lilan didn't hesitate, swiped his bank card, and entered one of the compartments. 15,000? Careful choice? Who do you think you're looking down on? Just a drop in the bucket. The attendant's face darkened. This young man. Because of the fee, the large compartment was completely empty. This is a compartment containing fire elemental abilities. All kinds of fire elemental techniques are available here. Attack type, defense type, support type. As Lilan entered, the fire elements rushed out eagerly. It looked around with curiosity, its little hands fidgeting restlessly as it selected the spells it desired. Just as its little hands reached toward a spell model, Lilan's expression changed, and he quickly pulled it back, fearing it might set the ability model on fire. The fire element was a small flame. At that moment, its tiny eyes looked at Lilan with great confusion. The lightning element laughed heartily. That's hilarious. You've made me laugh so hard. The fire element returned to its host's body and slapped the thunder element. The thunder element's smile vanished. Lilan thought for a moment and released his psychic ability as well. Once the telekinesis ability was activated, everything became much easier. The fire element was in charge of watching, while the telekinesis ability was in charge of taking. As for Lilan himself, he was in charge of sleeping. The fire element is learning the divine technique, Fire Snake Dance. Learning successful. Fire element is learning divine ability, Fire Shield. Learning successful. Fire element is learning the divine technique, Extreme Inferno. Learning successful. The fire element is attempting to fuse the divine ability. Fusion failed. The fire element is attempting a second fusion. Fusion failed. When Lilan woke up, the sky was already twilight. He was awakened by the guards. After waking up, he had intended to check the other compartments as well. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw Su Xian with a look of resentment on his face. Master, I thought you had died inside. Lilan covered his head and fell asleep. Watching Su Xian carry Lilan away, the guards in the hall all marveled at the scene. This young man. How lazy can he be? The next few days were spent idly. Lilan was either sleeping or on his way to sleep. After several days of effort, the fire element finally succeeded in fusing the divine ability. Fusing 5 or 6 divine abilities at once was no small challenge for it. After successfully merging them, it collapsed to the ground and fell asleep. The lightning element, unusually, didn't disturb it. The fire element is attempting to fuse the divine abilities. Fusion failed. The fire element is attempting to fuse its divine ability. Fusion failed. The fire element is attempting to fuse its divine abilities. Fusion successful. The fire element has successfully mastered the divine ability, Lava Paradise Half-Domain Divine Ability. It's a semi-domain divine ability. Lilan was slightly surprised. After advancing to the rank of Earth Immortal, great supernatural beings unlock their own domains. However, before that, they must first condense a half-domain divine ability. A semi-domain divine ability is typically only mastered by late-stage great divine ability users or peak-level psychics. Yet, unexpectedly, the fire elemental master had already mastered it at the mid-stage of a great master. The fire element is truly remarkable. Upon hearing Lilan's praise, the lightning element stared intently at the sleeping fire element, longing to take its place. There were only 2 days left until the martial artist tournament. Early in the morning, Lilan received a notice stating that the martial artist tournament would take place in a newly opened secret realm on the outskirts of Longjing. The secret realm was named Mist Island. According to the description, it was a massive island shrouded in mist, inhabited by numerous exotic beasts. These beasts were all deliberately released into the island. There are 12 king-level beasts, 500 leader-level beasts, and countless ordinary beasts. The secret realm is extremely vast, roughly equivalent to the size of 6 or 7 cities. Killing beasts earns points, and the competition results are ranked based on points. The bottom 60 participants in the rankings are eliminated. Those who qualify for the national martial arts competition are the elite from each base province. This single round eliminated the majority of participants, clearly demonstrating the brutal nature of the competition. Young master, would you like some milk? Having not eaten breakfast yet, Su Xian walked over holding 2 bottles of milk. Lilan nodded. Su Xian placed the milk bottle to his lips. After finishing his milk, Lilan, bored out of his mind, opened the underground black market website. He noticed that his bounty had increased again. Looking at the trending topics, the top 3 were all about the same person. And this person was someone Lilan knew slightly, a puppeteer. 1. Breaking news, the puppeteer of the Dark Moon Circus has turned the new leader into a puppet. 2. New update, Ghost Knight Blade Demon will replace the puppeteer as interim leader and become the new leader of the Dark Moon Circus. 3. The Dark Moon Circus is also about to defect. Let's see what the puppeteer has been up to lately. What a madman. Lilan turned off his phone and decided to go out for a walk to clear his head and enjoy the morning breeze. But as soon as he stepped out the door, he saw a puppet lying there. The puppet's appearance looked familiar to him. After a moment of confusion, Lilan quickly remembered. The puppet's appearance was identical to that of the former ringmaster clown from the Dark Moon Circus. Lilan, it's been a long time. The voice, identical to the clown's, came out of the puppet's mouth. Chapter 59, Two Souls in One, the grand competition is about to begin. The director of the Dark Moon Circus, the clown? Lilan furrowed his brows. Fire, lightning, and wood elements swirled around him, emanating a highly volatile elemental aura. This restlessness did not originate from Lilan himself, but from the three elements. They tightly enveloped Lilan, glaring menacingly at the clown puppet. It seemed that the moment it showed the slightest sign of threat, they would strike without hesitation, tearing it to pieces. Aren't you dead? Or are you the puppeteer? The clown moved his wooden body and spoke slowly. The leader is dead, but the clown still lives. What do you mean? What I mean is, I am no longer part of the psychic society. The clown laughed. You don't need to harbor such hostility toward me, because I pose no threat to you now. Lilan studied him closely and found that it was indeed as he had said. He was now a puppet, nothing more than a puppet. Aside from being able to speak, the puppet itself possessed no real power. Why did you come to find me? I need your help. I need you to take care of me for a while. That's all. Are you dreaming? Lilan looked down at it and said, as the leader of the Dark Moon Circus and the head of one of the 5 major branches of the Spirit Energy Association, you've committed countless evil deeds. Why should I help you? And why do you think I would? From the fact that the Dark Moon Circus could easily stir up a beast tide in Jiangnan province, it was clear that they were corrupt to the core. If it weren't for his curiosity about what it was up to, Lilan might have already killed it to satisfy his curiosity. Who is the leader of the Dark Moon Circus? I'm not familiar with him. The puppet clown said, I've already told you, my name is Clown, and that's all I go by. As for the leader of the Dark Moon Circus, he is already dead. He was completely devoured by a royal class beast, leaving not a single bone behind. You saw it with your own eyes, everyone saw it with their own eyes. Isn't that right? If you don't make yourself clear, I'll take action. Lilan looked at him with a meaningful expression. Hearing his words, could it be that the director of the Dark Moon Circus, the clown, was someone else? Hearing the threat in Lilan's words, the lightning element responded with a thunderous roar. It also arrogantly glanced at the fire element beside it. The fire element immediately slapped the thunder element. Was this a show of force, making the elements clash? The clown dared not continue his nonsense and instead turned to Lilan, asking seriously, do you know about the dual souls? One body, two souls? The clown nodded. You don't mean? That's right, I am one body, two souls. The clown explained simply, when I was young, I obtained a mysterious artifact called the soul-splitting pearl, which can split a person's soul into two. His words were lengthy, but the gist was as follows. When absorbing talent, spiritual energy uses the blood moon holy grail to control a person's soul and even their body. However, the young clown managed to escape with only half of his soul controlled by the blood moon holy grail, thanks to the soul-splitting pearl. However, due to the side effects of the soul-splitting pearl, his soul was severely damaged, causing him to fall into a deep sleep from time to time. During this time, the other half of the clown's soul, trained by the Spirit Energy Society, became murderous and brutal. When he awoke, he had intended to correct it, but it was already too late. He no longer obeyed the young clown and had become a completely new, dark persona. The young clown himself was imprisoned within his own body. The clown was also a genius in his youth, so as a genius, he naturally wouldn't back down. Over the years, he continuously attempted to reunite the souls and made some initial progress. However, due to the vastly different personalities of the clown and the young clown, the other members of the Dark Moon Circus soon noticed something was amiss. To avoid being exposed, the young clown had no choice but to halt the fusion process. He allowed the clown to retain control of the body. The young clown, meanwhile, hid in the shadows, plotting how to escape the control of the Spirit Energy Society. Later, the young clown formed a friendship with the puppeteer without alerting the clown. The puppeteer also wanted to leave the Spirit Energy Society, and the two immediately agreed to work together. Then, during Lilan's time in Jiangnan province, he witnessed the same scene along with others. The clown, along with his body, died in the giant mouth of the beast. The young clown, however, was reborn using the soul-nurturing puppet created by the puppeteer. The puppeteer helped the clown escape the Spirit Energy Society. In exchange, once the young clown had regained some of his strength, he must return to the secret realm where he had obtained the soul-shattering pearl and retrieve another one to hand over to the puppeteer. The puppeteer used the same method to leave the Spirit Energy sect. These words seemed reasonable, and Lilan also found them somewhat credible. However, while listening, Lilan noticed a flaw. He looked at the puppet clown and asked, does the puppet master also want to escape the Spirit Energy Society? The clown puppet nodded. He did tell me that, and he followed the plan. The Dark Moon Holy Grail controls a person's body and even their soul. Since the puppeteer has already been controlled, whether his soul is split into 2, 3, or any number of parts, all of those souls will still be under control. If that's the case, why does he need the soul-splitting pearl? Upon hearing this, the puppet master fell silent. After a moment, he spoke again. I've thought about what you just said before, but I don't know why he would do that either. However, I can assure you that everything I just said is true. Why should I believe you? The puppet fell silent again. A scroll appeared in his hand, and he said seriously, I can swear an oath. An oath scroll? Li Lan recognized it immediately. It was an item produced in a 5-star secret realm of the Lighthouse Nation. Though it was a top-tier exotic treasure, its price was only half that of a high-grade exotic treasure. There were 2 reasons for this. First, its quantity was simply too vast, with tens of thousands appearing each time. Second, it has only one use, to make oaths. If the oath taker speaks a lie, the scroll will immediately be destroyed. However, its restrictions are severe. To use the scroll, there must be a party A and a party B. For example, if Li Lan is party A and the Joker is party B needs to swear an oath. In this case, party A's strength must overwhelmingly surpass party B's, otherwise, the oath cannot be established. In most cases, if one party is far stronger than the other, there's no need for an oath, just let the fists do the talking. Li Lan looked at his scroll and nodded. Moments later, the scroll remained intact in Li Lan's hands, and the oath was established. This signifies that the clown's previous words were all true. Does the puppeteer have some kind of soul-purifying technique? Li Lan pondered the question. The clown puppet said, Li Lan, do you believe me now? Li Lan nodded. Then will you help me for a while? I need time to regain my strength. No, why should I help you? Li Lan looked at him and said, what reason do I have to believe you won't betray me once you've regained your strength? I'm willing to pay a certain price. Knowing exactly what Li Lan would say, the Joker smiled and said, as for the matter of regaining your strength and betraying me, you need not worry. I will hand over the core of the soul puppet to you shortly. If I make any suspicious moves, you can crush it immediately. While this won't kill me, it will leave me in a critically injured state. Aren't you already in that state? Li Lan asked, looking at him. Can't you speak properly? The clown maintained his smile. It would be even worse than this. After all, the puppet core contains most of my current soul. If it's damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. The clown tossed the puppet core to Li Lan. Li Lan held it in his hands and examined it carefully. Despite the core's fragile state, the clown remained unfazed. True to his reputation as a seasoned veteran, Li Lan put the core away and said, I agree. What can you give me in return? A half-saint relic. Do you think so little of me? 2 then? I still feel like you're looking down on me. 3? Are you joking? That one holy relic is all I can give. If that's the case, then goodbye. Li Lan was just about to throw the core back when the clown hurriedly reached out to stop him. That one holy relic, plus 2.5 semi-holy relics. The clown gritted his teeth and said, this is all I have left. Business is business, but friendship remains, my friend. Li Lan wore a smile on his face. Then, too. I really can't give any more. If you want more, I'll just leave. The clown stared at Li Lan for several minutes before finally extending 2 fingers with great difficulty. Clown, from today onward, you are my best friend. Li Lan stepped forward and enthusiastically lifted the puppet. The clown. By the way, why did you choose me? I don't know. You don't know? Li Lan looked at him in confusion. Are you crazy? You spent 2 sacred relics just to stay by my side? Am I that charming now? The clown nodded and said, the high priest sent me to find you. The high priest? The puppet master gave a self-deprecating laugh. He said it was the result of a prophecy he made using a half-divine relic. He said staying by your side is better than staying by his. But I feel like he's lying to me? 2 sacred relics. I'm really getting the short end of the stick. If I don't get any benefits from you, I'll definitely settle the score with him later. The high priest? Why is it always this little monster? He's really hard to figure out. What does he want? You really are a sucker. Li Lan looked at him and said, when do you plan to give it to me? Are you going to go back on your word? Li Lan pretended to throw him away. I'll give you one as a deposit. When I leave, I'll pay the rest. Otherwise, you can just throw it away. The clown hurriedly said. Li Lan thought about it and agreed. He nodded. The next moment, a green glass sphere appeared in his hand. Before he could ask what it was, the puppet clown transformed into a real puppet, losing its previous vitality. It must have fallen into a deep sleep. Li Lan looked at the sphere in his hand and focused his mind on it. He immediately understood the full purpose of the sphere. Healing Pearl, a would attributed auxiliary-type sacred artifact. When fully charged, the Healing Pearl can instantly restore the injuries of 3 powerful beings with a single thought. And these injuries are severe. Of course. Special injuries are excluded, such as curses or soul damage. A valuable item. Lilan was just about to stuff it into his pocket when he noticed a thin vine brushing against his face. It's wood element. Do you want it? The wood element shyly nodded. You weren't this shy when you were fighting the fire element. Lilan smiled and didn't think much of it, tossing it to it. After obtaining the healing pearl, the wood element swiftly devoured it. Ding, the wood element is devouring the wood attributed sacred relic, healing pearl. Wood element energy plus 800. Ding dong, the wood element is consuming the wood attribute sacred relic, healing pearl. Wood element energy plus 800. Ding dong, the wood element is devouring the wood attribute sacred relic, healing pearl. Wood element energy plus 800. The wood element's wood element energy has reached the critical threshold and is breaking through the constraints. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed. The wood element grits its teeth and attempts to break through again. Breakthrough successful. The wood element's cultivation level has been upgraded to mid-stage Great Sage. The wood element has obtained the divine ability, Heal the Forest. Another new divine ability. Healing type. Not bad. Lilan learned from the information provided by the wood element that this divine ability, when activated, can cause a small forest to grow in place. All life within the forest would receive healing blessings. Of course, if Lilan didn't want to heal a specific target, he could cancel it at any time. Upon hearing your praise, the wood element danced with joy and said, "This is all thanks to you, master." Little sycophant. Lilan teased it playfully, then gathered all the elements back into himself and returned to his residence with the puppet in tow. They lived in a place called Yingzhuan, which was one of the Li family's properties in Longjing. It served two purposes: first, to entertain guests. The second was to provide a place for the Li family's relatives to stay in Longjing. Although the Li family's main residence was also in Longjing. However, it was built in a remote mountainous area outside Longjing City, still quite a distance from the city proper. Young master, what are you holding in your hand? Upon returning, Xuexian looked at the puppet in Lilan's hand. A good thing. You're so ugly. Yes, you're the prettiest. Lilan smiled, by the way, don't lose it. Got it, old man. 2 days later, the weather was sunny. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was gentle. Xuexian dragged Lilan out of bed early in the morning and urged him to finish his morning routine. Then he pushed him to the martial arts competition venue. By then, the venue was already packed with people, with crowds everywhere. Lilan even spotted several familiar faces among the crowd. Some were from Jiangnan province, and others were from the Li family. Chapter 60, the competition begins, entering the secret realm, dangerous king-level monsters? The competition venue was a massive white circular fortress. The center was hollow, resembling a giant, irregular white donut. A massive secret realm teleportation gate was placed at the center, constantly emitting gray particles from within the circular door. Deep and mysterious. According to Lilan, this secret realm was obtained by a group of powerful land-dwelling immortals during their exploration of secret realms 100 years ago. At the time, they obtained the core of the secret realm, which was then repaired, refined, and modified to create the current competition arena. It is used for major competitions whenever they occur. It is also occasionally borrowed by the military for combat drills. The scenes inside the secret realm can be freely changed, though each alteration requires a significant amount of resources. The circular fortress is only accessible to participants, so the area outside is crowded with onlookers. They were buzzing with excitement, filled with curiosity about the upcoming National Martial Arts Tournament. How much longer until the competition starts? I've been standing here for half an hour. Why did you come so early? You're just as late as I am. How dare you say that to me? It should start in the afternoon. Some participants haven't arrived yet. Who do you think will make it into the top 5 this time? That's a no-brainer. It's definitely the 5 participants from the 5 great academies. That's not so certain. Don't forget about Feng Xinghuan. He has been making a name for himself lately, and many veteran masters have fallen to him. He has a very good chance of making it into the top 5. His master is the Wind Demon, that ancient monster who has been around for who knows how long. An old monster? How old? Older than the Flame Emperor, I suppose. Whoa! Enough talk. Xu Tianjiao from the Zhuke Academy is here. A middle-aged man pointed to the sky, where a private jet was flying. The private jet was adorned with a massive Zhuke emblem, clearly the symbol of Zhuke Academy. The plane descended slowly, and a girl with a flat chest but an imposing presence stepped out. Her eyes were fiery red, and she carried a 2-meter-long wolf's tooth club covered in sharp spikes on her shoulder, followed by several students from Zhuke Academy. They were all participants in the competition, having won in their respective home provinces and been accepted into the Zhuke Academy. As she looked around at the enthusiastic stares of those around her, Xu Tianjiao furrowed her brows, took the wolf's tooth club off her shoulder, and placed it on the ground. Bang! The ground immediately caved in, forming a large hole. Those who had been watching her were startled and quickly averted their gaze. Oh my goodness, that was terrifying. Chu Tianjiu is still as violent as ever. You're right. As a fire elemental master, her fire energy is off the charts. The Chu family is the second most powerful fire elemental clan in Dragon Nation. It's normal for them to have such intense fire energy. The Li family is also fire elemental, but I haven't seen them act this violent. The Li family isn't violent? A classmate of mine once teased a girl from the Li family, and the next day his clothes were burned to ashes, and he was hung from a traffic light. Oh my goodness, that's terrifying. They deserved it. Who told your classmate to tease her? Wait a minute, was that girl named Li Mimi? How do you know that? She used to be at my school too. Because of her, the traffic light outside our school is always full of people. Chu Tianjiu is pretty cute, isn't she? Don't look. If she catches you, she'll gouge your eyes out. Master, it's Chu Tianjiu. Chu Tianjiu? I thought she was a guy. Chu Tianjiu is notorious for being brutal and ruthless, like a more intense version of Li Mimi. You shouldn't talk about her like that. What if she hears you? Su Xin laughed. Do I need to be afraid of her? Li Lan looked at Su Xin and patted his chest. It seemed like he didn't need to. Su Xin recalled a scene from not long ago outside Qinglong Academy. I'll push you in. Uncle Li might already be inside. All right. Li Lan nodded slightly. The second uncle Su Xin referred to was another land deity from the Li family. However, his power was far inferior to that of the Flame Emperor, being on par with ordinary land deities. Su Xin pushed Li Lan into the arena. As someone in a wheelchair, he stood out greatly. As soon as they stepped through the entrance, they immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers. Just as everyone thought Li Lan couldn't enter, they were stunned by what happened next. After verifying his identity, Li Lan not only entered but was personally greeted by several staff members with extraordinary abilities. One of the Li family's powerful cultivators was particularly enthusiastic. Wait, who is that disabled person? Isn't the arena off limits to non-participants? I don't recognize him. Probably from some influential family or the descendant of an elder. Don't speculate. He's also a participant in this competition, so his entry is within the rules. The one pushing him is the one breaking the rules, but given their family background, it's not a big deal. Who are those two? You're talking about them so seriously. I'm asking you, how many powerful practitioners are there in this competition? 6, isn't that common knowledge? Wrong, it's 7. How is that possible? If there are 7, how could there be no news at all? You mean the one sitting in the wheelchair earlier? Exactly, he is the 7th one, the top-ranked participant from Jiangnan province, from the Li family. You didn't know about him because Jiangnan province was hit by a beast tide earlier, and the list of participants wasn't reported in time, so you didn't see it. I checked. His name is Li Lan, the young master of the Li family. Li Lan? Isn't he a good for nothing? Heavens, heavens. Li Lan, a quadruple elemental master. Master of wood elemental arts, fire elemental arts, and thunder elemental arts. Telekinesis unknown. Age? 17 years old. What? A 17-year-old master of divine abilities? Is he a monster? Terrifying. What's happening over there? Looking at the commotion at the entrance, Chu Tianjiu, who was carrying a wolf's tooth club, couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing the name Li Lan, a young man with a grim expression in her group suddenly realized. Senior sister, it must be Li Lan causing trouble. Who is Li Lan? He is the top student in Jiangnan province and also a member of the Li family. The young man explained briefly. If either Li Lan or Su Xin were outside, they could recognize him at a glance. This person was one of the more familiar faces in Jiangnan province, later joining the Zhuke Academy as the Poison Wolf, Wu Tianxi. The Li family? Oof. My Chu family has never been inferior to the Li family. In this martial arts tournament, I'll crush him. Let's go. Chu Tianjiu didn't ask for any specific information about Li Lan. She simply shouldered her wolf's tooth club and walked into the competition venue. Inside the venue, a middle-aged man sat down next to Li Lan. He droned on and on, eager to see how Li Lan would respond, but instead heard the faint snoring of Li Lan. Uncle Lu, the young master is asleep. Uncle Lu. So lazy, I wonder how he managed to attain such great supernatural powers. He sighed and was about to wake Li Lan up. But seeing Su Xian's expression, which seemed to say, just give a single call, and I'll immediately push the young master away, he could only give up helplessly. These young people nowadays are getting lazier and lazier. It's all because they're spoiled. He slapped his thigh and stood up to leave. He didn't know if he was talking about Su Xian or Li Lan's older brothers and sisters. Or perhaps he was referring to his own older brother. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Before long, everyone had gathered. Li Lan opened his eyes, and with a flick of his mind, a bottle of mineral water automatically appeared by his lips. Then it slowly returned to its original position. Seeing this, the contestants around him all had black lines appear on their foreheads. Is that how you use telekinesis? Master, Chu Tianjiu has arrived, Su Xian said beside him. Li Lan turned his gaze to the side and saw a woman with an intimidating aura walking toward them. Chu Tianjiu? What does she want? Why is she coming this way? Did any of you provoke her? Who dares to provoke her? Are you out of your mind? Get ready for some drama. He is heading toward that disabled person. That's a disabled person, he's a normal person. How do you know that? Of course it's supernatural abilities. If my dad hadn't forced me to join the martial arts tournament, I would become a doctor. That disabled person no, wait. Who is that person in the wheelchair? How did he get involved with Chu Tianjiu? That man is Li Lan, from the Li family. The Chu family and the Li family have been in constant conflict over the title of the first family of the fire element. You know why she came to find Li Lan. Chu Tianjiu approached Li Lan, and Su Xian quickly stepped in front of her. What do you want? Who are you? A fire elemental cultivator? Not bad. Chu Tianjiu laughed, don't be so scared. I won't eat Li Lan. Xiao Xian, step aside. Li Lan said, she won't dare to do anything here. He stood up from his wheelchair and extended a hand. Li family, Li Lan. Li Lan wasn't entirely sure if he dared to act, but he told Su Xian to step aside mainly because he didn't want Su Xian to get hurt. After all, Su Xian was only a cultivator, he couldn't possibly be a match for a powerful cultivator. Chu family, Chu Tianjiu. Chu Tianjiu took Li Lan's hand. Be careful in the competition. Don't end up facing me. You too. At your age, you're the only one who dares to speak to me like that. You too. You're pretty good, but you're still not as good as me. You too. Why only one sentence? Because I'm lazy. After shaking hands, Chu Tianjiu left. Although nothing happened between them, they still attracted a lot of attention. Who is that guy? He dares to speak to Chu Tianjiu like that. Li Lan, from the Li family, a master of wood elemental abilities and a fire elemental master, but judging by the fire energy emanating from him, he seems to be more than just a master. From the Li family? No wonder. The meeting of two oddballs, I wonder who will come out on top. In a corner of the venue. Yuan Gu, he seems to be from your Qinglong Academy. Shouldn't we go take a look? A carefree young man said to a cold-looking young man beside him. The composed young man waved his hand and looked toward the teleportation gate at the center of the room. No need. If fate brings us together, perhaps we'll meet later. If we're not meant to meet, even if we see each other now, it's just a waste of time. You're still so mysterious, the young man shook his head and smiled. A few minutes later, the announcement came over the loudspeaker. Alright, since all the participants have arrived, the competition is about to begin. I'll keep this brief. A rough male voice said. Once you enter the secret realm, you will find yourselves in the mist-shrouded realm, a vast island enveloped in mist, inhabited by all manner of strange beasts. Once you enter, your only task is to earn points. The competition will last for 1 month. The top 30 participants with the highest points after 1 month will advance to the final round. In addition to earning points by hunting strange beasts, you may also increase your points by stealing points from others. Participants with 0 points will not be eliminated immediately. One final point, and the most important one. All the beasts within the secret realm are real. If you encounter danger, you may crush your jade pendants. Once the jade pendant is broken, you can leave the secret realm immediately. However, leaving the secret realm prematurely means elimination. As for the jade pendants, they will be distributed to you by staff members when you enter the secret realm. Alright, the competition officially begins. Good luck to all of you. Please enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. After the broadcast faded out, everyone rushed toward the central teleportation gate. Master, be careful, Su Xian couldn't help but say. Li Lan nodded and smiled, don't worry. After receiving their jade pendants, everyone entered the teleportation gate. Once all the participants had entered the secret realm, the large screens inside the venue suddenly lit up. Several dozen images appeared before everyone's eyes. The National Martial Arts Tournament was of great importance, so it was being recorded live. At that moment, not only those in the venue could see it, but also all the citizens of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Many people eagerly turned on their televisions to watch the match. Su Xian hurriedly searched for Li Lan's location. When he saw that Li Lan was in the middle of a large lake, his expression darkened. A large lake is the natural habitat of water-type beasts. There were only a few lakes on Mist Island, and it was obvious that each one was teeming with beasts. Time for a nap. After glancing around the lake, Li Lan used wood elemental magic to weave a small boat and lay down inside it quietly. However, as soon as he lay down, he saw a massive creature in the water, motionless and staring intently at him. A royal-class strange beast. Sensing the aura emanating from him, Li Lan grew wary. He was about to act. But he quickly realized that the creature posed no threat. Li Lan stuck his head into the water and discovered it was a giant sea otter. It stared at Li Lan, making soft, chirping sounds, its large, jet black eyes fixed on him. It was like a puppy seeing its owner. Strange? What's going on? Why is it looking at me with the same expression as if it were looking at its mother? At that moment, many people outside were drawn to Lilan. Everyone was watching Lilan with bated breath. Who could have imagined that Lilan, this unlucky guy, would encounter a royal class beast right from the start? Will he be able to survive? If there's only one, the young master should be able to handle it. Su Xin frowned in thought. Chapter 61, The Clingy Sea Otter King, The Sinister Great Sage, and a Crisis? Hello, Lilan waved at the giant sea otter. The sea otter tilted its head in confusion, then gave a faint human-like smile and mimicked Lilan's gesture. However, both of its hands were waving, making it look like it was clapping. Just as Lilan was considering whether to invite the otter onto his small boat for a ride, so he could give it a good stroke, dozens of otters emerged from the water. They were equally massive, with strength ranging from leader level to advanced and intermediate. It seemed that the largest and the first one to appear was their leader. So many? Lilan's eyes lit up. He beckoned with his hand, and the group of otters swam over in a formation. As they approached, Lilan detected the aura of the sea god palace on their bodies. He finally understood why these beasts showed no hostility toward him. They must all be exotic beasts domesticated by the water god palace. But he didn't know why they had suddenly been brought into the secret realm. The scene was being broadcast live, and everything happening around Lilan was being watched by people across the country tuning into the live stream. Seeing the large number of beasts swarming toward Lilan, they couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Of course, there were also those who took pleasure in others' misfortune. At that moment, on the Shueyu platform, the National Martial Arts Tournament livestream. This is so brutal. He started off by facing a bunch of beasts, and one of them is even a king-tier beast, the kind that only true masters can handle. Yeah, water attribute king-class beasts from the water realm are even more terrifying than regular king-class beasts. It looks like the first person to be eliminated is about to be decided. Is he crazy? Why isn't he crushing the jade pendant? He doesn't care about his life. Does anyone know who this unlucky soul is? I don't know, I've never seen him before. +1. Just as everyone was writing off Lilan, a flood of comments suddenly took over the screen. These comments were all in unison, even bestowing the title of God upon Lilan. Lazy God, keep it up. You're the best. The people of Jiangnan province are standing behind you. Lazy God is the coolest. Lazy God, take them down quickly. Lazy God, keep it up. By the way, the guy above, you made a typo. Who are these people above? Are they paid commenters? Who is this Lazy God? Just as everyone was wondering who Li Lazy was, Li Lazy's identity was exposed, along with his previous deeds in Jiangnan province. Brothers, this guy is called Li Lazy. Who is Lilan? Is he a big deal? Just search it on Baidu, the first result is him. It seems he's here to stay. Plus, the top 5 now has another strong competitor. Who is he? He's so powerful. I'm too lazy to look it up. Can someone copy and paste it for me? Lilan, 17 years old, the fourth son of the Li family of the Yan Emperor, first place in the Jiangnan province selection competition, a master of divine abilities, and an outstanding hero in the Jiangnan province beast tide. Damn it, he is so powerful. What kind of monster is this? Has the world gone mad? A divine power user at such a young age? That's a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Fun fact, there was another teenage divine power user before, also from the Li family, but he ended up being disowned. Hey, if the Li family hears you say that, you're going to get beaten up. Even a divine master would find it challenging to take on so many beasts at once, right? Who said they couldn't handle it? They could just escape, right? Su Xin inside the venue also felt a chill for Lilan. Everyone assumed Lilan would flee immediately. But then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The beasts approached Lilan but did not attack, and Lilan did not flee either. The two sides coexisted in an unusually harmonious manner. Lilan even touched the head of the royal class beast, and the royal class beast even showed a hint of enjoyment and pleasure. What was going on? Is this really a royal class beast? Are all royal class beasts this docile nowadays? Brother, even though you look cute, you're a royal class beast. Where is your dignity as a royal class beast? Is your several meter tall height just for show? Shouldn't you be unleashing a bloodbath and battling Lilan for 300 rounds to demonstrate your ferocity as a royal beast? Everyone stared in disbelief at the giant sea otter. Su Xin was also deeply puzzled. The secrets he didn't know about the young master had increased once again. The sea otter approached Lilan, opened its large eyes, lowered its head, and rubbed against Lilan's body. Aya. Greetings, Palace Master. It seemed like it was trying to be cute. However, its strength was too great, causing Lilan's boat to sway violently, and water splashed into the boat. Lilan was surprised to discover that he could roughly understand what the sea otter was trying to say. However, the lower-ranked sea otters couldn't understand a word. I want a hug. The large sea otter spread its fluffy paws. Li Lan looked up at the several-meter-tall body and tugged at the corners of his mouth. You must weigh 7 or 8 tons, right? Are you trying to hug a ghost? Are you trying to crush me? Seeing that Li Lan didn't want to carry him, the sea otter puckered his lips. He crossed his arms and placed them across his chest. It seemed like he was in a bad mood. Just as Li Lan thought it had given up, the otter suddenly spread its arms and pressed down on him. Li Lan's expression changed slightly, and he quickly leaped backward, watching helplessly as his little boat was pressed into the water by the sea otter. Seeing the boat crushed, the sea otter panicked and frantically searched the water for Li Lan's figure. Only when it saw Li Lan behind it did it finally relax slightly. Then it crossed its arms and placed its hands over its chest. It wore an expression that said, "I'm angry again." Li Lan. With no other choice, he jumped onto the sea otter and hugged it. Seeing this scene, many people outside were wide-eyed. Oh my god, my worldview is shattered. Is this really a royal class beast? This thing is more obedient than my dog. How cute. It even knows how to get angry. I really want to get one, but it must be expensive since it's so big, right? Are you out of your mind? This isn't about money. This sea otter type royal class beast can be found by the sea. You can go look for one. Just hope you don't get smacked to death by it. Is Li Lan cheating? How could a royal class beast be so affectionate toward him? Cheating? Show me how you did it. Did he awaken a natural affinity ability? Even if he did, it couldn't be this extreme. This is a royal class beast, on par with a great sage. The male god is so powerful, the male god is so amazing. At that moment, in a large conference room within the venue, a group of people were seated inside. They looked serious, watching the screen showing Li Lan and the sea otter interacting, their brows slightly furrowed. From the faint aura emanating from them, it was clear that even the weakest among them were top-tier divine beings. The 4 seated at the main table were all land deities. No explanation, an elderly man at the head of the table said, taking a sip of the hot tea in his cup. The others remained silent. Finally, a man in military attire spoke up, "Old Xiao, I have no idea what's going on either. These beasts weren't captured by us." Upon hearing this, the old man turned to look at a middle-aged man in military attire sitting beside him. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know what's going on either. When I captured these beasts, they were all ferocious." At that moment, a powerful cultivator in the meeting room whispered, "Why don't we enter the secret realm and see what's going on?" As soon as he spoke, the 2 figures seated at the main table spoke simultaneously. No. One of them had crimson eyes and red hair, his face wrinkled, an elderly man leaning on a cane. He exuded an imposing aura, clearly someone who had held a high position for many years. The other was not human at all, a fox with glossy fur, a creature so formidable that no one present dared to ignore it. As the human and fox spoke, the powerful sorcerer quickly closed his mouth. Alright, since none of us know what is going on, let us continue watching. The old man who had spoken first said, "If we really can't figure it out, we can always check after the competition ends." He glanced at the man and the fox, needing no guesswork to know what they were up to. They were likely worried that Li Lan was using some kind of disposable prop to confuse the strange beast. If they rushed in, they might disrupt Li Lan's plan and affect his performance. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Seeing that none of the 4 on the main seat agreed with his plan, the powerful cultivator who had suggested entering the secret realm frowned. Damn it seems I'll have to find another way to enter the secret realm. He looked at Li Lan on the screen, revealing a greedy expression. And a hint of urgency. At that moment, chaos had erupted within the secret realm, with many people engaged in fierce battles against strange beasts. Others were fighting each other, attempting to seize the points on their opponents' bodies. Ultimate Great Gale. A young man flying mid-air summoned a green energy sphere in his hand and flung it forward with great force. Instantly, a massive tornado erupted from the light sphere. It swept across a vast expanse of forest, engulfing numerous beasts in its path, tearing them to pieces. Watching his points steadily increase, he smiled contentedly. Windstar Soul, 143 points, 3rd place. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that a new powerful practitioner had emerged in this competition. What was his name again? I think it's Li Lan? He hurriedly searched for Li Lan's name, but after looking through the list several times, he couldn't find Li Lan anywhere. He knew he had reached the end. Li Lan, 0 points, 90th place. Not only was he confused, but many others were equally baffled. The only ones who knew the truth were the other 4 who had come out of Jiangnan province with Li Lan. Within the White Tiger Academy camp, Duan Zitao let out a wry smile. Li Lan is still so lazy. I wonder if we'll encounter him in this competition. A great master of supernatural abilities, sigh, I might never catch up to him in this lifetime. Duan Zitao, what's wrong? A girl from his team asked him. He shook his head with a smile, nothing's wrong. Really? If you're fine, why do you look so down? When I went to Jiangnan province before, I saw you there. Back then, you were so full of energy. That's right. Before he met Li Lan, he was still full of brilliance. Even when they first met, he was like that. But once Li Lan's true strength was revealed, he realized that his so-called talents were nothing compared to hers. He had no right to be proud. I told you it's nothing. As long as you're okay. The girl couldn't bring herself to ask anymore and instead looked toward the team leader in front. Captain, what's wrong? He was Xiao Dong from the White Tiger Academy, one of the 7 great masters participating in this competition. Nothing much, just feeling a bit strange. Strange? Xiao Dong nodded and said, this Li Lan is quite interesting. Despite having the strength of a great master, his score is still 0 points. A 17-year-old great master, I really want to spar with him. Go head to head. I think I had that same thought back then. Duan Zitao suddenly thought to himself. The lake where Li Lan had been earlier. At that moment, a massive boat made of vines was floating on the water. If one looked closely, one could see numerous large furry balls on the ship. These large furry balls were huddled together sleeping, and on one of the largest furry balls, there was actually a person sleeping. It was Li Lan. He was hugging the Sea Otter King and sleeping soundly. The surface of the lake in the secret realm was very cold. But the Sea Otter King acts like a natural furnace, constantly emitting heat from its body. To keep Li Lan from getting wet, the Sea Otter King even used its energy to dry its fur while sleeping. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element was easily defeated by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The lightning element angrily shouts at the fire element, 30 years of prosperity in the east, 30 years of prosperity in the west, do not mock the young and poor. The wood element adds from the side, don't mock the middle-aged poor, don't mock the elderly, the dead are the greatest, and the tears of grave robbers. The lightning element. The control ability and mind power abilities stand by, watching the spectacle while cultivating their powers. Control energy plus 20, mind power plus 20. The divine water element is guiding the cultivation of water nourishes all things. After completing the water nourishes all things cultivation, he stood up and went home, with energy capacity plus 10. The dragon and tiger body forging technique stands alone in the water nourishes all things house, shouting, little water, I miss you so much. Water supports all things opens the door just in time to hear this, blushing and lowering his head. At that moment, by the lake, a group of people were drinking water. Due to the thick mist on the lake surface, they couldn't see the center of the lake clearly. At that moment, the mist on the lake's surface began to dissipate slightly. Brother, look. What's wrong? What is that? Goodness, it's a ship. How could there be a ship on the lake? Could it be a hidden level? Brother, should we go check it out? Bro, let's go check it out too. These people aren't powerful cultivators, they're just ordinary participants. Since they couldn't find their respective academy teams after entering the secret realm, they decided to band together. Huang Chang and Huang Zichao were among them. As a relatively powerful cultivator, Huang Chang holds a fairly high status among them. As Huang Chang's younger brother, Huang Zichao's status naturally rose as well. Chapter 62, Xu Tianjiao arrives. Will she face off against Li Lan? Huang Chang, what do you plan to do? A psychic with similar abilities to Huang Chang looked at him and asked. After pondering for a moment, Huang Chang said, why don't we take a boat over there? The supernatural being looked at the calm lake surface, furrowed his brows slightly, and said, there are no fish in the lake. Silence is dangerous. Then what do you suggest? I think we can gather wood attribute and ice attribute psychics to build a bridge across. That would be safer. But won't that take too much time? And do we even have that many wood and ice attributed psychics here? Huang Chang glanced at the people present, then at the distance between the shore and the boat. The boat was over 100 meters from the shore. If they followed his plan, it would likely waste a lot of time. This would severely delay his progress in earning points. Although this elimination round would eliminate 60 people at once, those who stood out among the 60 would still receive rewards. Moreover, with his abilities, making it into the top 30 was more than enough. He didn't want to waste the precious opportunity to make it into the top 30 by exploring a dungeon whose contents were unknown. No, this is still too risky. Why don't we build a boat first, tie a weaker beast to it, and push it into the lake to test it out? That's a good idea. The mystic smiled. Alright, Huang Chang, you're in charge of building the ship. I'll go with my brother to catch the beast. Huang Chang said. Wang Chang nodded and looked at the 4 subordinates beside him. The 4 subordinates exchanged glances and closed their eyes slightly. In an instant, a faint green glow appeared on their hands. Immediately, a sapling began to grow from the ground. The sapling grew into a small tree, which then grew into a large tree, gradually rising higher and higher. 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters. Until it reached 7 meters, it finally came to a slow stop. By this point, the 4 of them were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Clearly, the growth of this tree had drained a significant amount of their energy. Wang Chang examined the massive tree closely, then paused thoughtfully before asking. It's too thin. Can it grow thicker? He took out 4 medicine bottles and said, these are energy-restoring potions. The 4 men took the bottles, nodded firmly, and said, Brother Chang, leave it to us. They downed the potions and the bottles in one gulp, and their fatigue vanished instantly. A few minutes later, a tree that was twice as sturdy as before appeared before him. Wang Chang nodded satisfactorily, his eyes growing sharp, and his entire demeanor becoming increasingly fierce. A layer of sharp golden light appeared on his left hand. He raised his hand and struck the tree trunk with all his might. The tree's canopy was instantly severed, leaving only a thick trunk. Then flames erupted from his hands. A few minutes later, a small boat appeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Huang Chang returned, holding a monkey of low-tier strength in his hand. Not bad, Huang Chang laughed, tossing the monkey toward them. Wang Chang caught the monkey and tied it to the boat. He pushed the boat toward the center of the lake, and the small wooden boat slowly drifted toward the lake's center. Just as the boat was about 20 or 30 meters away, a 4 or 5 meter long giant crocodile suddenly emerged from the water and bit the wooden boat in half. The wooden boat was instantly shattered into pieces, and the monkey became the crocodile's meal. A top-tier commander-level beast. Wang Chang and Huang Chang exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of gravity in each other's eyes. What should we do? If we're in the water, even if the two of us team up, we won't stand a chance against this thing. Crocodiles are pack animals. There must be a crocodile pack in this lake. Are we just going to give up? Just as the two were talking, several more people emerged from the forest. It was a woman with crimson eyes, wielding a wolf's tooth club. Behind her were several young people, all wearing the uniform of the Zhuke Academy. Upon seeing them, Huang Chang and Wang Chang furrowed their brows. The people around them began to whisper among themselves. Who are they? That woman has such a powerful aura. They're from the Zhuke Academy. The one leading them is one of the top contenders for the championship in this competition, Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao, the legendary master? That's her. Great. If she comes, can we finally board that ship easily? Don't get your hopes up. She might not even want to take us with her. If she has the power of a great mystic, why would she share the benefits with us lowly nobodies? Miss Chu, it's been a long time. Wang Chang looked at Chu Tianjiao with a serious expression. Chu Tianjiao gave a mocking smile and said, Brother Chang, it's been years, and you still look the same. Sorry, I speak my mind. Don't take it too seriously. She looked toward the large ship in the center of the lake and wore an expression of surprise. What on earth is that thing? Wang Chang shook his head and said, I don't know. We were planning to go take a look, but we encountered some difficulties. He pointed at the crocodile on the lake's surface that was currently devouring a monkey. That's got you stumped? Chu Tianjia asked. She aimed at the crocodile and swung her wolf's tooth club. Boom! The wolf's tooth club burst into flames, and the crocodile's head was instantly crushed. Blood spattered everywhere. The wolf's tooth club automatically flew back into Chu Tianjiao's hand. Seeing this scene, Huang Chang and Wang Chang's men all widened their eyes and sucked in a cold breath. This power, it's simply terrifying. Since you're unable to explore the ship, I'll take everything on board, Chu Tianjiao laughed. She leaped into the air, landing on the lake's surface. Like a martial artist gliding across water, she leaped toward the large ship where Li Lan was located. Seeing Chu Tianjiao about to board the ship, many people outside the barrier revealed expressions of anticipation. Who is stronger between Li Lan and Chu Tianjiao? At that moment, the live stream was in complete chaos. Finally, Chu Tianjiao has made her move. This Li Lan is finished. I can't wait to see how he'll keep being lazy now. My lazy god will effortlessly defeat this worthless Chu Tianjiao. Instantly defeated? That's the funniest thing I've ever heard about a school beauty. School flower? What school flower? What has this Li Lazy given you the confidence to speak so boldly? Chu Tianjiao is the pride of Zhuke school. What is this Li Lazy? What qualifies you to talk about the lazy god? The lazy god is far superior to all of you in both family background and natural talent. Li Lan? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Li Lan's older brother is Li Qingyan, Li Lan's grandfather is the Yan Emperor. Li Lan is a great sage, and he is only 17 years old. What do you think Li Lan is? Even if Li Lan is as strong as he claims, he's only 17. How could he possibly be a match for Chu Tianjiao? What a joke. There's a bunch of blindly confident fools in the comments. That's because you don't understand the true power of the lazy god. Pfft, I bet we don't even need my lazy god to lift a finger against this Chu Tianjiao. Why? Look at the giant otter under lazy god. Isn't it waking up? Whoa, Chu Tianjiao is a fire attribute divine being. Once she gets in the water, she is in trouble. Pfft, hiding behind someone else's back isn't exactly a sign of strength. This Li Lazy is just a coward. You bunch of wise guys, why don't you try taming a royal class beast yourselves? If you can do it, I'll kneel down right here. I'll say it plainly, if Li Lazy and Chu Tianjiao fight one-on-one, Chu Tianjiao can take him down in 10 moves. As the verbal battle escalated, the moderator quickly stepped in to enable the mute function and restore order to the online platform. Inside the venue, a group of staff members also wore expressions of anticipation. However, they were much smarter than the netizens. Even if they didn't think much of Lilan, they didn't say it out loud. After all, Lilan's status, background, and talent were all far above theirs. Speech can be one's downfall. Su Xian narrowed his eyes, unfazed by this so-called Chu Tianzhou. In his view, as long as his young master was willing, it would be a piece of cake to bury her in this secret realm, even before she could crush the jade pendant. Young man, you seem to be following this Lilan, don't you? Do you think Chu Tianzhou would be stronger or weaker if she faced off against Lilan? At that moment, a staff member sat beside Su Xian and asked teasingly. Su Xian glanced at him and whispered. Lilan can defeat Chu Tianzhou in 3 moves. The staff member was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Indeed, young people are the most arrogant. Su Xian didn't bother to explain and continued watching the large screen intently. It wasn't just him, many others were also watching the screen intently. Li Qingyang, Li Qingye, Yan Di, General Xiang, the old director, the high priest, the puppet master. Inside a circus, a puppet master sat atop a corpse with a broad back and thick legs, staringly at his phone. He, Mu Ke, don't let me down. At that moment, Xinglong Academy. Mu Ke, the teacher in the middle of class, shivered. Who's thinking about me? Li Lan rubbed his eyes. When he woke up, he found that the large sea otter beneath him had disappeared. In its place were 7 or 8 smaller sea otters. He furrowed his brows in confusion. He then randomly picked one up and continued sleeping. While Li Lan was sleeping, the wood element escaped from his body. The lightning element also wanted to escape. But since the fire element wouldn't let it out, it could only stay put, glaring angrily. Dare to imprison this thunder god? Just wait until I get out. Outside the boat, dozens of meters away, Chu Tianzhou swung her wolf's tooth club several times, and the lake's surface was littered with the bloodied, mangled corpses of crocodiles. She stood on the small wooden boat that Wang Chang had carved earlier, glaring sharply at the large ship in the distance. Strange. This wooden boat has such strong wood elemental energy. Could this ship have been artificially constructed? Never mind, let's go check it out first. Hopefully we'll find something useful. Just as she was about to jump into the water, a giant sea otter burst out of the water, its sharp teeth bared, lunging toward her. She kicked it away with a single blow. Immediately afterward, a larger sea otter surfaced. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from it, Chu Tianzhou's heart sank. A royal-class beast. There was actually such a massive creature hiding here. The next moment, her eyes burned with intensity. What treasures could possibly be on this ship? To be guarded by a king-class beast? Could it be a top-tier artifact? Or perhaps a relic of a half-saint? Whatever it is, it's mine. The Sea Otter King let out a loud roar and charged toward Chu Tianzhou with its massive body, sending up waves tens of thousands of feet high. Perfect timing. Watch me crush you. Chu Tianzhou swung her wolf's tooth club, striking the Sea Otter King head-on. Bang! A dull sound echoed. However, the Sea Otter King's fur was far too thick, and it was surrounded by countless water elements piled up to form a defensive barrier. Not only did she fail to injure the Sea Otter King, but she was knocked back several meters by its impact. Just as she was about to launch a counterattack and charge at the Sea Otter King. Suddenly, at that very moment, countless vines erupted from the water's surface. They tightly surrounded her. Chu Tianzhou froze in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. A king-level wood attribute beast? No, this is the power of wood elements. Are there any powerful wood attribute practitioners nearby? Impossible. There can't be anyone else here besides me. It must be some kind of artifact. No matter what it is, watch me crush it. She snapped back to her senses, her eyes sharpening as the silhouette of a flaming bear appeared around her. Boom! The flaming bear swung its wooden club and smashed it into the ground. She also swung her wolf's tooth club and smashed it into the ground. Instantly, countless streams of lava erupted from the water's surface, releasing massive plumes of steam. The vines surrounding her began to burn fiercely. At that moment, the Sea Otter King suddenly appeared behind her and struck her heavily. It carried a towering wave as powerful as a divine spear. A ring appeared in Chu Tianzhou's hand. It transformed into a sturdy silver shield, blocking the Sea Otter King's attack. Bang! The Sea Otter King roared angrily and struck with both hands. Boom! A massive explosion echoed through the air. Chu Tianzhou was blown away by the blast. But she immediately charged back toward the Sea Otter King, wielding her shield and wolf teeth. Her shoes seemed to be props as well. Upon touching the water's surface, they caused the lake to freeze over with a layer of ice several meters thick, allowing her to walk on it. Without the water's assistance, the Sea Otter King could only use brute force to break through the thick ice layer. Fortunately, the vines provided it with significant assistance. Its powerful entangling ability caused the ice layers to hold out for less than a minute before being completely shredded into ice shards. A single person, a sea otter, and vines engaged in a fierce battle for dozens of rounds. During the fight, Chu Tianzhou pulled out several more items. Finally, she swallowed a potion that enhanced her strength. With all her might, she managed to knock the Sea Otter King flying. Crack! The Sea Otter King collided with the vine-made ship, smashing a massive hole in it. Water poured into the hull, causing the ship to sink slowly. The Sea Otter King let out a mournful cry, his face already a bloody mess, with fresh blood continuously seeping from his wounds. Upon hearing the sound, Lilan suddenly awoke. Feeling the ship he was on rapidly sinking, he furrowed his brows slightly. What was happening? As soon as he stepped outside the boat, he saw the Sea Otter King, covered in wounds, and not far away on the lake surface, Chu Tianjiu was wiping the wolf's tooth club. Upon seeing Lilan, the Sea Otter King immediately burst into tears. Woo woo! Aya, aya, aya! It clung tightly to Lilan, recounting the injuries it had just suffered and the grievances in its heart. Chapter 63, Crushing Chu Tianjiu, the Outside World Shock, and the Mysterious Tunnel. The Sea Otter King's strength was simply too great. Even though it had been extremely cautious, the force it had just exerted was enough to crush an ordinary supernatural being. Fortunately, thanks to the relentless practice of the dragon and tiger body forging technique, Lilan was able to handle the immense pressure with ease. Alright, I understand. Let me tend to your injuries first, Lilan said softly. Upon hearing Lilan's voice, the Sea Otter King's previously agitated voice immediately calmed down. It nodded slightly. Yeah. Thank you, Palace Master. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Lilan, Chu Tianjiu, who was not far from the sunken ship, revealed an expression of surprise. The group of people on the shore also murmured in surprise. Who is that? They seem pretty powerful. He is so handsome. No, he looks really strong. Strange, why isn't that strange beast attacking it? It's even showing a playful expression. I think I've seen this person somewhere before. Where have you seen him before? He's Lilan. The mysterious powerful individual who almost got into a fight with Chu Tianjiu at the venue earlier. He is Lilan? This is going to be interesting. Chu Tianjiu versus Lilan, I wonder who'll win. Chu Tianjiu, I suppose. After all, she's so much older. That is hard to say. Chu Tianjiu just expended a lot of energy, while Lilan is still full of energy. You guys think that when Lilan came out of the ship earlier, does that mean everything inside the ship was taken by him? Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their expressions eager for the show to begin. Huang Zichao frowned and looked at his older brother. Brother, why can't I stop seeing that kid everywhere? He's so annoying. Huang Chun quickly looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to them before sighing in relief. He then gave his brother a hard knock on the head. What do you mean, that kid? You should call him Lilan, the senior. Brother, aren't you overreacting? I'm already too scared to do anything to Lilan. Can't I even vent my frustration? Huang Zichao said stubbornly. If someone overheard you just now, even if Lilan doesn't bother with you, there'll be countless people who will take his side. What? Huang Gu, do you know Lilan? Someone suddenly asked Huang Chang. Huang Chang nodded quickly and smiled. Yes, we fought together in Jiangnan province. He is a pretty decent guy. Lilan gave her a casual glance, too lazy to speak to her. A pair of hands rested on the Sea Otter King. Heal the forest. In an instant, dozens of trees over 10 meters tall began to grow on the ice in the sunken ship. They gathered together, forming a massive barrier that emitted a faint green glow. With a thunderous roar, terrifying healing energy erupted forth. The wounds of the Sea Otter King and those of other sea otters began to heal rapidly. Is this Sea Otter King your pet? Did you also create this ship? Seeing this scene, Chu Tianjiu furrowed her brows and asked. Anyone who thought they had discovered a treasure only to find it was an empty shell would feel a bit uneasy. Lilan remained silent. A surge of anger welled up in Chu Tianjiu's heart. She raised her wolf's tooth club, leaped into the air, and smashed it fiercely toward the barrier Lilan had created. Sis, you're really loud. Lilan withdrew her hand, stood up, and stretched lazily. His gaze grew sharp. In an instant, countless vines emerged from the water, shooting upward. Mu Jin Tian. Vines controlled by someone were faster and more resilient than those left uncontrolled. Before Chu Tianjiu could even approach the barrier, she was already bound tightly. Outside the barrier, in the live stream, many people were discussing the situation. Who would have thought that Lilan actually has some skills? He managed to trap Chu Tianjiu. Could it be that Chu Tianjiu isn't a match for Lilan? That's impossible. Chu Tianjiu is a fire attribute master. This is just the beginning, she hasn't even shown her true abilities yet. Exactly, Chu Tianjiu is naturally superior to Lilan. What gives Lilan the right to win? Go, lazy god. Chu Tianjiu hasn't shown her true abilities yet, but Lilan has? The person above must be a brainless fan of Lilan. Everyone look, those vines are burning. Chu Tianjiu has definitely won. Conference hall. The staff looked at Su Xian and said, Kid, it looks like the battle is about to end. Your young master still lacks some experience. Su Xian smiled lightly, the battle is indeed coming to an end. I didn't expect you to have some skills after all. But it's a pity. I'm a master of fire magic, and I'm naturally your nemesis. Chu Tianjiao's mind stirred, and her pupils turned crimson. The vines around her quickly burst into flames. Li Lan smiled faintly, as if everything was within his expectations. The next moment, countless water elements began to behind him, forming a massive shadowy figure. Looking at this massive, unknown shadow, Chu Tianjiao felt a strong sense of apprehension rise within her. Strange, what's going on? What is that shadow? Despite being only at the divine ability realm, why does it seem to be suppressing me? Never mind, what is it? I am a supreme divine cultivator. Let me crush it mercilessly. Boom! Chu Tianjiao's body was enveloped in a layer of scorching purple flames. She grabbed her wolf's tooth club and swung it toward Li Lan. Facing this fierce attack, Li Lan remained unfazed. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly, watching his movements. Many onlookers paled in shock. Has he lost his mind? At such a critical moment, he's actually closing his eyes to fight. What gives him the confidence? Is it his talent for being promoted at 17, or is it sheer ignorance? Has he given up? Has he lost his mind? If he keeps this up, he'll either die or be seriously injured. What is that thing behind Li Lan? Who cares what it is? Could it possibly be stronger than a powerful master's full force attack? What is Lazy God doing? This is driving me crazy. Lazy God, hurry up and get strong. Lazy God, don't be foolish at a time like this. Just dodge this attack and you'll have plenty of chances to turn the tables later. Why do I feel like Li Lan has a chance to turn the tables right now? What is with the smile on Li Lan's face? It gives me a very confident vibe. Still calling him the Lazy God? Surely Lazy is going to be finished soon. Out of 90 people, the first one to be eliminated is a powerful master? What a joke! Just when everyone was writing Li Lan off, a terrifying scene unfolded. Behind Li Lan, a shadowy figure slowly opened its eyes, and a divine spear shimmering with blue light appeared in its hand. With a gentle swing, the spear shot out like lightning. The spear of the sea god. Feeling the surging, overwhelming water elemental divine power emanating from the spear, Chu Tianjiao's expression changed slightly. How terrifying is this water elemental energy? Even though this water elemental energy seems to be only at the level of a divine being, why is it so terrifying? She moved her mind, and the ring on her hand immediately transformed into a massive shield. It stood before her. The spear of the sea god collided violently with the shield. But she couldn't control the power of the sea god's spear, and the shield was knocked away. She, along with the shield, was sent flying backward. She crashed into the forest. Li Lan opened his eyes and looked at the sea otter king beside him. Seeing this, the sea otter king leaped into the air and dived into the forest. Moments later, it returned to Li Lan's side, carrying the severely injured Chu Tianjiao in its mouth. Yeah. Master of the palace, I'm back. What exactly did you use just now? Chu Tianjia gasped for breath, unable to believe what had happened, and asked Li Lan. Earlier, when she was struck by the spear of the sea god, she felt her soul trembling. As a great sorceress, she had faced countless dangers. She had even entered several 5-star secret realms. She had been severely injured countless times, and on several occasions had nearly died. But the fear she felt now was unlike anything she had ever experienced before. As she spoke, her expression suddenly turned terrified. Wait a moment, could this be the power of a deity? Before Li Lan could respond, she sighed dejectedly, as if she had already confirmed the answer. All my points are yours. After saying that, she emptied all her points, swallowed a bottle of potion, and returned to the shore. Watching his points suddenly surge from 0 to over 130, propelling him to 4th place, Li Lan's mood remained unchanged. He patted the sea otter king beside him and jumped onto its back. Take me to a quiet place. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Chu Tianjiao's defeat, many were left speechless. Huang Chang and the others sucked in their breath, staring at Li Lan with disbelief as he walked away. Huang Chang froze for a few seconds before patting his younger brother on the shoulder. You know what to do now, right? Huang Zichao nodded heavily and said, from now on, whenever I see Li Lan, I'll bow down to him. Huang Chang gave him a look that said, you're a quick learner. At that moment, many people outside were watching the failed footage of Chu Tianjiao on their phones, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is this Li Lan a monster? What kind of technique did Li Lan use just now to defeat Chu Tianjiao so quickly? That technique was clearly water elemental magic. Could Li Lan be a master of water elemental magic? This is way too over the top. Even if he's a master of water elemental magic, he couldn't have taken down Chu Tianjiao with just one move. Lazy God, I'm sorry. I underestimated you earlier. I actually thought the Lazy God was going to lose. I don't deserve to be his fan. You're not the only one thinking that. 2 moves to take down Chu Tianjiao? Li Lan's current strength must make him the top master of the 7 great elemental masters in the secret realm, right? It's hard to say. Yuan Chang and the others aren't weak either, and from what I saw earlier, Chu Tianjiao didn't even use her trump card? True. If it weren't a life or death battle, no one would dare to use their trump card. I can't wait to see what Li Lan does next. Inside the venue, Su Xian clenched his fists excitedly, his ears twitching. He knew Li Lan would win. But he never expected Li Lan to win so cleanly and decisively. The staff wiped their eyes and muttered to themselves. Damn, this young man. Are all young people this talented nowadays? Is he cheating? In the meeting room, Li Lan's great-uncle smiled with satisfaction. It really exceeded my expectations. I just wonder how his fire element cultivation is. Fire element? A 17-year-old master of great abilities, you old man should be satisfied. The fox-like Dean teased. Suddenly, he asked, by the way, do you know what that water element technique he just used was? It felt pretty powerful. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their gaze toward the second uncle. They were also curious. He shook his head slightly. The last time I saw Li Lan was last time. You shouldn't be asking me about this. Go ask my older brother, he might know. The fox-faced principal shook his head hurriedly. Never mind, my fur is quite valuable. The middle-aged man in military attire seated at the main position carefully recalled the water goddess spear that Li Lan had used earlier. He felt that this power was unusually familiar. It felt as though he had seen it somewhere before. At that moment, within a cave residence in the White Mountain heavenly pool of the Dragon Kingdom, a seductively dressed masked woman lay on an icy white jade bed, staring intently at a television hanging on the stone wall. A faint, enigmatic smile curved the corners of her lips. Interesting. The divine water element has finally reappeared. She turned to a maid beside her and asked, do you know his name? Reporting to Water Fairy, his name is Li Lan. According to records, he comes from the Li family and is the grandson of the Flame Emperor. The Li family, the family of that old man? It seems I'll have to meet him again. Li Lan's rapid rise in points and Chu Tianzhao's plummeting ranking caused a huge stir within the secret realm. No one could have imagined that the renowned Chu Tianzhao would lose to an unknown new master of divine abilities. This added a sense of pressure to the other five. In a swamp, two young men in Taoist robes sat together on a large tree. Beneath their feet lay a massive wooden array. Any strange beasts that enter it are swiftly torn apart by the immense wooden energy within the array. They would be turned into blood and flesh, attracting other beasts. Yuan Gu, do we really not need to go and meet this Li Lan? If we join forces, we could secure at least 2 spots in the top 5 for our Qinglong Academy. The carefree young man asked. Yuan Qing shook his head, closed his eyes, and performed a magical gesture. Opening his eyes, he looked toward the east. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Perhaps we'll meet soon. That was precisely the direction Li Lan was heading. Li Lan was carried by the Sea Otter King to a cave not far from the lakeshore. The cave floor was too damp. Li Lan wrapped himself in vines to make a sleeping bag and hung himself from a stone pillar to sleep. The Sea Otter King seemed afraid that Li Lan might fall, so he called a group of his subordinates to sleep beneath Li Lan's sleeping bag. They slept like this for several days. 4 days later, Li Lan suddenly heard a loud boom. He jolted awake. Opening his eyes, he saw a dark, narrow underground tunnel appearing on the ground not far from the cave entrance. What was that? The same scene appeared simultaneously in over 100 other locations within the secret realm. Upon seeing this, Xiao Lao, seated at the main position in the hall, let out a faint smile. Now I'll see how you can keep being so lazy. Chapter 64, The Mysterious Dungeon, instantly slaying a royal-class monster. A massive rumble echoed throughout the secret realm, and countless tunnels appeared before the numerous participants. Some participants didn't even have time to react before they fell into the tunnels, swallowed by endless darkness. Everyone was filled with terror. However, upon seeing their scores, they realized they hadn't died or been eliminated, and finally relaxed a bit. What's happening? What is this? There was no notice before the competition started. Could something have gone wrong in the secret realm? That's impossible. The Mist Island is a secret realm created by numerous land-based divine realm experts. It shouldn't have any issues. There's an incredibly powerful unknown elemental energy in this tunnel. Should we go check it out? No way, it looks dangerous in there. If you want to go, I will. Anyway, with my strength, I can't make it into the top 30. At worst, I'll just crush the jade pendant and be eliminated. Countless people murmured among themselves, gazing at the dark underground tunnel with expressions of apprehension. After hesitating for a few minutes, many people, either alone or in groups, began to walk toward the tunnel. The sudden scene also sparked intense discussion outside. In the live stream and on various forums, the screens were flooded with posts. Su Xian furrowed his brows in confusion. The staff member sitting beside him said, "Don't worry, this kind of thing happens every time there's a martial arts tournament. But this time, it seems a bit more intense." Su Xian nodded. In the meeting room, all the powerful experts turned their gaze toward Xiao Lao, who was seated at the head of the table. Xiao Lao's mind stirred, and an ancient yellow scroll unfolded in midair before everyone's eyes. On it were several paintings depicting cages holding groups of black monsters. Dungeons? Xiao Lao nodded. The Fox Dean spoke up beside him. In recent years, although we have gained control over most of this secret realm, there are still many of its functions that remain unknown to us. However, last year, we discovered a new function of this secret realm. It can consume energy to create a peculiar black shadow monster. These monsters can have various attributes, strengths, and forms. So we want to use this opportunity to test this new function. The red-haired uncle took a sip of tea and stared intently at Li Lan. A powerful practitioner asked with concern, could this be dangerous? Xiao Lao shook his head and said, no, the core of the secret realm is personally controlled by the Wood Emperor. He can always monitor what's happening inside at any time. But creating these shadow monsters must consume a lot of energy. Another powerful cultivator worried. Opening the secret realm was an energy-intensive task, and as a powerful cultivator from the Supernatural Resources Bureau, he was highly sensitive to such matters. Rest assured, once the monster is killed, the energy will return to the secret realm. There won't be any significant energy loss. At most, there will be a slight loss during the return process. The land deity in military attire said. Looking at the tunnel, Li Lan wore a puzzled expression. His consciousness entered the tunnel, intending to use mental perception to probe the information inside. However, he found himself seemingly blocked. No matter how he tried to use his divine abilities, all he encountered was blankness or pitch-black darkness. Strange? What on earth is in this tunnel? Never mind. Time for a nap. Li Lan closed his eyes again. Many people watching the live stream outside were expecting Li Lan to at least go down and take a look. But upon seeing this scene, at that moment, they couldn't help but twitch their eyes. One shouldn't be too lazy like Li Lan. Has he always been this lazy? A staff member at the martial arts arena curiously asked Su Xian. I must uphold the young master's reputation. Su Xian thought firmly. He nodded, yes. In the meeting room, the military official, known as the land god, frowned at Li Lan. He looked at the red-haired second uncle with dissatisfaction and said, what's going on with the Li family? You've turned a genius into such a lazy good-for-nothing? Once the competition ends, I think we must hand him over to the military for proper training. The second uncle shrugged indifferently, as long as you can catch him, you can do whatever you want with him. This troublemaker, even before he had any special abilities, could find all sorts of places to hide. He even went as far as sharing a blanket with the old ancestor. Now that he has special abilities and is even a powerful master, catching him is like searching for a needle at the bottom of a river. The middle-aged man in military attire looked at the fox-like principal. The fox-like headmaster nodded slightly. The lightning element is in a good mood today, dancing joyfully and singing aloud, I love you walking alone in the dark alley, I love you for not kneeling, I love you for facing despair head-on, refusing to shed a single tear. The fire element, who was in the midst of cultivation, angrily opened his eyes, stood up, and kicked the lightning element on the butt. Fire element's energy plus 10. The lightning elemental covered his little butt in distress, too angry to speak, silently muttering, you wicked fire elemental, dare to hit my butt. Once I become stronger, I will definitely. The fire element glared at the lightning element. The lightning element decisively left the fire element's sight. Controlling psychic abilities and telekinesis, he continued his cultivation while happily drinking an iced coffee, increasing his energy by plus 10 for both psychic and telekinetic abilities. The divine water element was meditating, divine water energy plus 52. Water nurtures all things, and dragon and tiger body cultivation technique are being cultivated together, increasing energy capacity by plus 10 and the host's physical constitution by plus 15. I don't know how much time has passed. Li Lan slowly opened his eyes, and a cool breeze blew in from outside the cave. He felt his spirits lift. The entrance to the tunnel was still there. Just as he was considering whether to go inside and take a look, suddenly, he noticed a dark shadow watching him from the side of the tunnel. It was a face, with monkey-like features and a smirking expression. What on earth was that? Just as Li Lan was puzzled, the dark figure leaped out. With a mouth wider than its face, it lunged toward Li Lan. Li Lan merely glanced at it. The black shadow burst into flames and turned to ash. That's it? I thought it was supposed to be stronger. Just then, another black shadow emerged. This time, Li Lan didn't move. As soon as the shadow approached Li Lan, the Sea Otter King flipped over. Then it disappeared. More and more black shadows began to emerge from the tunnel. The Sea Otter King stood up on its own and sat down on the tunnel wall. Put. It let out a fart. It suddenly became much quieter. Li Lan lay down again. But just a few minutes later, he suddenly heard the Sea Otter King's call. Li Lan opened his eyes and saw the Sea Otter King looking at him with a look of grievance. Ee-ya, ee-ya, ee-ya. It stuck out its butt, pointing toward the dark, long tunnel, then pointed at its own butt. It kept making various gestures with its hands. Li Lan noticed a clear tooth mark on its plump rear end. Even the fur had been bitten off. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing Li Lan's laughter, the Sea Otter King froze for a moment, then crossed his arms and glared angrily at Li Lan. It muttered incomprehensible words under its breath. From its expression, it wasn't hard to guess. It was probably something like, "How could you be such a palace master?" Li Lan laughed again. The Sea Otter King grew even angrier, pulling out a fish larger than Li Lan from somewhere and began to gnaw on it. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the tunnel. The Sea Otter King and Li Lan exchanged glances, then both turned their attention to the tunnel. Moments later, a black figure emerged from inside. Unlike the weak black shadow before, this time, the shadow possessed the strength of a commander-level being. Vines sprouted from the ground, and the black figure was instantly entangled and crushed. It dissipated into a wisp of black mist in the air. Points +5. This tunnel is strange, Li Lan said as he entered the tunnel. With a flick of his mind, a flame appeared ahead, illuminating the path before him. The Sea Otter King followed behind, but its body was simply too massive. No matter how it tried to squeeze in, only its head could fit through. Watching Li Lan grow increasingly distant, it called out anxiously. Just as Li Lan told it to stay put at the entrance, a small sea otter jumped onto his shoulder and rubbed its head against his face. Yeah. Master of the palace, I'm here. So you can shrink, then why were you squeezing earlier? Li Lan glanced at it. His feet left the ground, and he drifted toward the depths of the tunnel. Soon, he spotted several damaged cages. Those black shadows must have emerged from here. But why is there such a place inside the secret realm? Li Lan ventured further in, and the space gradually opened up. It resembled an underground world. The terrain was complex, with numerous black shadow monsters spawning and darting about. Are there people? Li Lan looked toward a tunnel in the distance, where two figures slowly emerged from within. They moved slowly, advancing at times and glancing around at others. Old Shah, do you see anyone up ahead? He's alone. Should we go and invite him to join our group? Are you crazy? A lone wolf like that is the most dangerous. Either he's strong enough to survive alone, or he's ruthless enough to kill all his own teammates. But there's no but about it. Let's go around him and head the other way. The two headed in the opposite direction of Li Lan. But after taking just a few steps, they stopped in their tracks. Because they saw a terrifying black monster staring at them from ahead. Over 3 meters tall, frog-like in appearance, with eyes as large as a baby's head and a tongue that moved like tentacles, it danced about flexibly. It was the aura of a royal-class beast. We're done for. The two of them felt a chill run down their spines. Just as they were about to crush the jade pendant, the frog suddenly exploded like a balloon. Watching the black mist dissipate, the two stood frozen in place. Their minds went blank. After a few seconds of confusion, they suddenly snapped back to reality. Turning to look at Li Lan, he was still standing in the same spot. The only difference was, at that moment, a small flame was burning at the tip of his finger. 30 points. Not bad. The two exchanged glances. Did he kill the monster just now? It should be. When the monster died, a powerful burst of fire elemental energy erupted from its body. Instantly killing a king-level beast? Who on earth is that? Should we go up and thank them? The person who had previously refused to team up with Li Lan hesitated for a moment before nodding heavily. The two approached Li Lan. At that moment, the outside world was in an uproar. Many staff members were staring wide-eyed, but Su Xian showed no reaction. A staff member said to Su Xian, "Li Lan, he's still." Before he could finish, Su Xian nodded slightly. The staff member sucked in a sharp breath. What a monster! A master of wood elemental magic is one thing, but a master of fire elemental magic as well? And he even possesses the mysterious and enigmatic power of water. These newcomers are getting more and more abnormal. I wonder who would be stronger between Yuan Chang and him. In the meeting room, many people turned their gaze toward the red-haired second uncle. Xiao Lao spoke first. The Li family really isn't very considerate. You keep everything hidden. Even though Li Lan wasn't exposed, you didn't tell us that he had hidden his true abilities after he was exposed. The middle-aged man in military attire nodded in agreement. The second uncle couldn't say a word. Seeing his expression, Xiao Lao couldn't help but ask curiously. You old fool, you didn't know he was a master of fire elemental magic either? How could I not know? The proud second uncle gently raised his head and pretended to speak casually. I just think telling you won't do any good. Anyway, you couldn't possibly produce such outstanding descendants. So I didn't mention it. The others? At that moment, Mr. Chi, who was in the middle of class, kept hearing his phone ringing non-stop. When he opened it, a bunch of messages cursing him appeared on the screen. You shameless old man. Next time I see you, I'll kill you. Thief, you're a thief. Shameful little man, despicable, despicable. Muke, I'm done with you. They were all admissions officers from various universities who had gone to Jiangnan province with him earlier. Why are you cursing me for no reason? Muke frowned, looking displeased. At that moment, a new message appeared on the screen. Principal, Muke, you're something else. You brought in such a big shot without even telling me. A big shot? Are you talking about Lilan? Didn't I already tell him about Lilan's message? Just as Muke was puzzled, a pop-up news alert appeared at the top of the screen. Latest news from the National Martial Arts Tournament. The great master Lilan is not only a master of the wood element but also a master of the fire element. Oh, a great master. What? A great master? Fire element? Muke couldn't believe his eyes and stared wide in disbelief. He burst into laughter. He hurriedly sent the carefully edited messages he had prepared to the group of people who had just insulted him. Sigh, Lilan insisted on joining our Qinglong Academy. I can't do anything about it. Watching the messages send, Muke couldn't help but smile. The students below the podium looked at him curiously. Mr. Mu, what's wrong? Nothing, students. Let's continue the lesson. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, now we're looking at page 107 of the textbook. Ha ha ha. Sorry, everyone, ha ha. Students. Chapter 65, One Force Overcomes All, Poor Acting Skills. The light underground was too dim, and it wasn't until the two approached that they could clearly see Lilan's slightly youthful face. They couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He's so handsome. Wait, he's so young? A fire elemental master. Is there such a person among the participants this time? Is he also a monster? At this thought, the two of them stiffened. Lilan looked at the two of them in confusion. The sea otter on his shoulder tilted its head and made a puzzled sound, iya iya iya. What's that thing on his shoulder? Aren't pets supposed to be prohibited inside the secret realm? Could he really not be human? The two exchanged nervous glances before the slightly more mature young man finally mustered the courage to speak. Thank you, senior, no, friend, for your help. My name is Shaju, and this is my brother, Yu Yang. He bowed slightly, ready to crush the jade pendant and flee at any moment. He didn't even dare to think about resisting. After all, the person standing before him was a ruthless individual capable of instantly killing a king-level monster. Stupid pig? Slaughter pig? What kind of ridiculous name is that? My name is Lilan. Lilan? The Lilan who won first place in the Jiangnan Province Selection Tournament? They had heard of Lilan's reputation at the venue. But they were seated on the opposite side of Lilan, so they hadn't seen him in person. Now that they heard the person in front of them was Lilan, they couldn't help but relax completely. As long as he's a normal person. That lazy genius, can we follow you? That way we can look out for each other. Shaju seemed afraid that Lilan would refuse, so he quickly added. All the points are yours, we'll just drink soup on the side. Lilan was about to refuse and turn to leave. The underground was dark and chilly, not a good place to sleep. But he suddenly noticed that the tunnel he had come through had disappeared without a trace. After a few seconds of thought, he nodded slightly. Shaju and Yu Yang smiled with surprise. They had thought Lilan would refuse to come, after all, they were so weak. They didn't care about the power of the supernatural beings. What should we do next, lazy god? Yu Yang asked. You guys figure it out, Lilan stretched lazily, floating into the air. Closing his eyes, he began to sleep soundly. Hearing Lilan's soft snores, the two of them stared in disbelief. Is that even possible? Old Shah, The exit has already been sealed off. We should find a way out first. What about lazy god? He should be following us, right? Whoosh! As the two were talking, several dark figures darted around them. Just as the two were looking for an opportunity to act. With a loud bang, the shadows exploded and the black mist dissipated into the air. Shaju smiled, let's begin. The two began to feel their way forward in the darkness, with Lilan floating behind them. Several times, they were startled out of their wits. But before long, they grew accustomed to it. During their exploration, they discovered that the three of them were in a peculiar underground cavern. The cavern was filled with many damaged dungeons. The cavern was completely sealed off, with numerous traps inside. Only by finding the correct trap could they open the correct passageway to other caverns. However, after searching for a while, they couldn't find any and ended up circling around the same cave. The powerful black shadow monsters were dealt with by Lilan, while the weaker ones were handled by the others. Even so, after 7 or 8 hours, beads of sweat as large as beans had formed on their foreheads. They looked at Lilan behind them with envy. Having telekinesis is really cool. Old Shah, have you found the mechanism yet? Shaju shook his head, looking troubled. No, but I think we're close. Listen, there's a sound coming from the other side of the wall. There should be another cave over there. Yu Yang pressed his ear against the wall and listened carefully, and sure enough, he heard sounds coming from the other side. There were both men and women. It seemed like there were quite a few people. The two continued their search. Outside, Su Xian watched Li Lanyan drift lazily in mid-air, wearing an expression of helplessness. He curiously looked at the other scenes. He noticed that most of them were trapped in the first cave like Li Lan and the others, unable to escape. Only a few had entered the second cave. The second cave seemed no different from the first, still pitch black. The only difference was that there seemed to be more monsters. More and more people were being eliminated one after another. As usual, many people in the live stream were sharing their opinions. This cave is way too dangerous. This setup is eliminating people right away. Yeah, my brother just entered the cave and was eliminated. That's so sad. Isn't this a points-based system? Why add a puzzle element? What's the point of that? Puzzle solving? That's just a minor detail. The main focus is still on combat. Exactly. Those few powerful players who entered the secret realm are like they've taken some kind of drug. Their points are skyrocketing. The only ones who completed the cave's puzzle game are probably the two people in Lilan's team. Isn't Lilan just bullying his teammates? He's taking all the points for himself. You idiot, without Lilan, those two would have been eliminated long ago. Speaking of which, Lilan is really strong. A powerful individual, how could they not be strong? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how he can sleep while floating. I've added a lot of psychic ability users, but the only one who uses his psychic abilities for this is him. Lilan, the shame of psychic ability users. It takes more people to solve puzzles faster. Lilan's team only has 2 people. This will take forever. Feng Xinghuan has also entered the next cave. Yuan Chang from Qinglong Academy has also entered. Out of the 7 great psychics, only Lilan is still stuck in the same spot. Everyone, look! Yuan Chang from Qinglong Academy is facing off against Xiao Dong from Baitu Academy. It seems that entering this second cave leads to a vast underground world where everyone will eventually meet. The real show has just begun. As everyone was chatting, many turned their attention to the scene where Lilan was, their eyes widening in astonishment. A question mark appeared in their minds. Is that even possible? A black shadow monster was smashed to death by Lilan with a single slap. He slowly descended from mid-air and opened his eyes. Lazy God, you're awake, Yu Yang hurriedly greeted him. Lilan glanced at Shaju, who was feeling around the wall, and asked, what is he doing? Looking for a mechanism. Yu Yang briefly explained to Lilan that they needed to find the mechanism to enter the next cave. Lilan nodded, felt the wall, and smiled, this is easy. Yu Yang was thrilled and asked, Lazy God, do you know where the mechanism is? Lilan shook his head. Yu Yang. Just enter the next cave, right? Lilan asked. Yu Yang nodded and said, that's true, but we have to find the mechanism first. No need to go through all that trouble, Lilan said. Go get that guy. Shaju, right? Bring him back. Although he didn't know why Lilan was doing this, Yu Yang did as he was told. Shaju, who had been called back, looked at Yu Yang with a puzzled expression. Step aside. The two stepped back several meters. Lilan ran his fingers along the stone wall. The next moment, a loud explosion echoed through the air. Flames erupted everywhere, and thunder rolled. Vines grew wildly on the ground, shredding the rocks. Dust swirled into the sky. When the dust settled, a massive hole appeared before the 3 of them. On the other side of the crater lay a dark, underground world. Various strange flowers and plants grew there. They could also see several other contestants, just like them, staring in horror at their side. Shaju and Yu Yang stared in disbelief. Is this even possible? After all their hard work, they couldn't even match Lilan's single move. Is this what they call one force overcomes all techniques? In the live stream. Is that even possible? A path I never imagined. I just saw lightning. Was that a hallucination? The person who said this was a puzzle game, come forward. You call this a puzzle game? Lazy God's way of thinking is truly different from ordinary people's. How did Lilan come up with this method? It's too amazing. Hey, the person above, is there a possibility that he just didn't feel like looking for the mechanism, so he came up with this method? That's actually possible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. In the meeting room, many powerful individuals looked at Xiao Lao with strange expressions. Is this what you meant by honing one's thinking skills in dangerous situations? This isn't dangerous, and there's no thinking involved. Old Master Qiao cleared his throat awkwardly. Why are you all staring at me? I didn't expect this kid to break the mold. The middle-aged man in military uniform said, Lilan's personality is perfectly suited for our military region. Fox, I suggest we just recruit Lilan into the military. Sending him to your Qinglong Academy is a complete waste of talent. Fox, the academy director, smiled indifferently. If the other 4 academies were trying to poach Lilan, he might have been a bit concerned. But if it's the military, why should he worry? Let's go. The 2 of them hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. They followed Lilan's footsteps. Across the cave, 3 men and 2 women watched Lilan and his group warily. You're Lilan? Lilan glanced at them indifferently, showing no interest in responding. Instead, he leaped into the air and landed on a stone pillar, overlooking the dark expanse below. Those dark monsters had the ability to block Lilan's mental perception, but the terrain here did not. With just a quick glance, Lilan had already gotten a general sense of the situation here. There are still quite a few people here. Except for those who didn't enter the tunnel, everyone else will be gathered here, right? He felt like he was being watched by something. Li Lan's eyes sharpened. He pointed his finger like a gun and fired at a spot. Boom! Suddenly, a massive flame erupted from his fingertips, spreading like a fire-breathing dragon, engulfing the area. Those below looked utterly bewildered. But the next moment, countless screams filled the air. The flames illuminated the surrounding area, and countless black wisps dissipated in the crimson flames. Several black shadows twisted in the flames, and moments later, only a pile of ash remained on the ground. Points plus 20. Li Lan remained expressionless. He jumped off the stone pillar and flew into the depths of the darkness. The 3 men and 2 women first marveled at how cool it was. But soon, a chill of fear swept over them, overtaking their initial awe. There were so many monsters lurking in the shadows, watching them. If it weren't for Li Lan. A man swallowed hard, his voice trembling with fear. What should we do now? What else can we do? This place is way too dangerous. We need to find more people, the safer. Another man said. The others nodded in agreement. All 5 of them looked at Sha Zhu and Yu Yang at the same time. There were simply too many monsters in this cursed place. So many that Li Lan couldn't find a single quiet spot to rest. He could only keep fighting. Before long, his ranking on the points list had steadily climbed to 6th place on the leaderboard. He was now trailing only the other 6 powerful beings. Chu Tianjiao's points were also rising rapidly. After Li Lan had taken all her previous points, she had now climbed back up to 4th place. The advantages of being powerful were fully evident at that moment. The Sea Otter King peered around from Li Lan's shoulder. Moments later, it suddenly let out a series of iya calls, pointing its plump little paws toward the direction ahead and to the left. Li Lan used his mental perception and discovered 2 people approaching from that direction. Someone? Li Lan looked ahead and saw a man and a woman approaching. The man was being supported by someone else, standing about 2 meters tall, severely injured, with bandages wrapped around his waist and blood continuously flowing from his mouth. The woman was dressed in ragged clothes, her delicate skin exposed, but her hair was neatly tied back, not a strand out of place. He looked at the 2 of them in puzzlement. Upon seeing Li Lan, the 2 seemed to have found their savior. They rushed over eagerly. Save us! Help us! Please, I beg you! The woman grabbed Li Lan's hand and rubbed it against her body. Li Lan furrowed his brows, pulled his hand away in disgust, wiped it on his clothes, and scrutinized the 2 of them. Both of them were at the late stage of the divine ability realm. In this secret realm, they were considered extremely powerful contestants. What do you want? Seeing Li Lan's disdain, the woman frowned but spoke in a pitiful tone. Friend, my teammate is injured. Could you please help him? The burly man looked at Li Lan and also pleaded for help. His face was pale, clearly indicating that he was seriously injured. Li Lan smiled lightly. Of course I can. The 2 were overjoyed. But the next moment, countless vines erupted from the ground, binding the 2 tightly. They were suspended in mid-air. A powerful sorcerer. The 2 looked terrified. What do you want? Brother, even if you don't want to save them, you don't have to do this. Let's talk this out. We can talk. Li Lan stared expressionlessly at the 2, stretching lazily. You 2, your acting is a bit lacking. Chapter 66, even a god can't stop me from sleeping. They've been discovered. The 2 men's minds went blank. Feeling the sharp aura emanating from Li Lan, the burly man trembled and said, What do you want? At that moment, the faint smile on Li Lan's face looked like the grin of a demon to them. Li Lan said nothing. He continued to stare at them with sleepy eyes. He asked an odd question. Do either of you know of a quiet place where no one will disturb us? Hearing this question, the 2 froze. What kind of question was that? Was this really the time to ask such a question? But they dared not refuse to answer. The woman trembled as she pointed westward, her voice shaking. There's a giant rock formation over there. The monsters are less common there, so it's much quieter than other places, but why is she only saying half of what she wants to say? Li Lan looked at her disapprovingly. The woman seemed to think she had upset Li Lan and quickly shut her mouth. Useless. The burly man glared at the woman and quickly said, But that area is occupied by the Xuanwu Academy. They don't allow others to go there. The powerful cultivator from the Xuanwu Academy seems to be named Ouyang Yufei? Li Lan recalled the information Su Xin had been constantly repeating like an old woman a few days ago. Ouyang Yufei, 24 years old, a metal-type, insect-type great cultivator. Cold-hearted and cruel. He doesn't seem like someone easy to get along with. No wonder he'd do something like that. Li Lan nodded slightly. The 2 men's faces lit up. The burly man hurriedly asked, May we leave now? Li Lan looked at the 2 with a strange expression. Do you think that's possible? Damn it! I never thought that one day I'd end up in such a predicament. A flash of anger flickered in the burly man's eyes. After a moment of silence, he turned to Li Lan and asked, What's your name, young man? Is he planning to seek revenge on me later? Li Lan gave a faint smile and didn't bother to tell him his name. A thought crossed his mind. The vines the two of them suddenly tightened. Realizing something was wrong, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly crushed the jade pendants. Their figures instantly turned into white particles and vanished into the secret realm. You sure got out of there fast. Li Lan leaped into the darkness, his figure darting toward the west. Because he was moving too fast. The Sea Otter King on his shoulder was making soft cries. If Li Lan hadn't known it was a royal-class beast, he might have thought it was scared. Fed up with its noise, Li Lan brushed it aside and tucked it into his embrace. The Sea Otter King rubbed against Li Lan a couple of times before settling down to sleep quietly. Li Lan. This guy is even lazier than me? In the center of the venue, two figures flew out from the secret realm gate. A man and a woman. Both were panting heavily, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. It took them a while to get back to their feet. Damn it, the burly man muttered under his breath. Noticing the stares of those around them, the woman quickly covered the man's mouth. Be careful, words can get you into trouble. The burly man closed his mouth. A staff member approached them enthusiastically and asked, "Are you okay? Do you need medical attention?" The burly man shook his head. The woman couldn't help but ask, "Who was the person who eliminated us just now?" She wasn't seeking revenge, she just wanted to know. After all, they had only been there for a few days and had already been eliminated. Even if they had a good attitude, they would still feel resentful. Upon hearing the woman's question, the staff member looked surprised and said, "You don't know him? Is he famous?" the burly man asked. The staff member looked confused, nodded briefly, then shook his head. "His name is Li Lan. He is from the Li family. You should know the Li family, right? The construction of this secret realm was personally overseen by the Fire Saint." The Fire Saint was referring to Li Lan's great-uncle. He was the strongest elder of the Li family, second only to the Flame Emperor. Upon hearing the words Li family, the two were instantly stunned. "They're actually from the Li family. You really didn't know?" the staff member asked. The woman smiled apologetically and said, "We've been in seclusion for the past 2 years, so we're not very informed about external matters." The staff member nodded in understanding, said a few more words, and then left. The woman shot the burly man a reproachful glance. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't suggested this plan in the first place, we wouldn't have been eliminated so early. You'll have to explain it to the master yourself." The burly man scratched his head awkwardly and muttered under his breath. "At first, you were the one enjoying the points the most. Now you're changing your tune so quickly. Women's hearts are truly as unpredictable as the depths of the sea. The young master is truly amazing." Su Xian smiled and continued to watch Li Lan excitedly. Li Lan continued westward. After about 10 minutes, he finally found a forest of giant rocks. The terrain here was steep and rugged, with boulders jutting out in all directions. Some of the boulders even seemed to have been piled up to form a castle, standing dozens of meters tall. No wonder there were few monsters here. With such chaos, even monsters would get lost here. Li Lan drifted into the stone forest and made his way to its depths. After dispatching a few annoying monsters, just as everyone thought he was about to show off his skills, Li Lan simply lay down where he was and began to sleep soundly. Seeing this, the live stream was filled with question marks. Su Xian had long since grown accustomed to this, but a few black lines appeared on his forehead. He sighed helplessly. In the meeting room, Hua Sheng cleared his throat awkwardly and closed his eyes. As if to say, "Don't look at me, I don't know him." Many people in Jiangnan province couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The fire element easily defeats the lightning element, who is soundly defeated. The lightning element refuses to accept defeat and continues to fight. The fire element once again easily defeats the lightning element. The lightning element and the fire element fought over 100 rounds, both covered in wounds, but it still glared angrily at the fire element and charged into battle. The fire element looks at it helplessly and lies down under the lightning element's lightning strikes. Seeing that it had defeated the fire element, the lightning element danced with excitement and laughed hysterically. "I'm back." Other supernatural abilities and techniques looked at the lightning element with disdain. The lightning elemental didn't care, dancing joyfully. The fire element lay on the ground, helplessly watching the lightning element. The lightning element excitedly helped the fire element to his feet and said arrogantly, "Little fire, from now on, the thunder god will protect you." The fire element smiled and nodded in agreement. The Sea Otter King grows back to its original size and is once again lying beneath Li Lan. After an unknown amount of time, Li Lan was awakened by a loud commotion. He slowly stood up, opened his eyes, and saw a large stone pillar in the distance. A group of supernatural beings were engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of black monsters. Attacks of various colors flew everywhere, causing the surrounding giant rocks to shake violently. Looking at the swaying boulders that could collapse at any moment, Li Lan furrowed his brows. His mind stirred. Instantly, a massive fire engulfed the sky, instantly consuming the black monsters. Silence fell. Li Lan smiled and continued to sleep soundly. Chapter 67, Xuanwu Academy, Ouyang Yufei. Points +6. Points +10. Points +8. Boom! A terrifying inferno engulfed everything, obliterating countless monsters in the endless flames. Like autumn leaves, they ignite upon contact with fire and turn to ash. Watching this unfold, the divine beings present stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered by what was happening. Wow, such powerful fire elemental power. What's going on? Could it be that Chu Tianzhou is nearby? It shouldn't be her. If it were her, she wouldn't help us at all. Instead, she'd smash us all out of the mist realm with a hammer. If it's not her, then who could it be? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. He seemed to still be immersed in the flames he had just experienced, his gaze vacant, unable to recover. Who else in the secret realm could have such powerful fire elemental strength besides her? Look at the scoreboard. At that moment, a cultivator wearing the uniform of the Xuanwu school shouted loudly. The others instinctively checked the secret realm's scoreboard. The board now displayed a striking change compared to before. First place, Ouyang Yufei, 286. Second place, Yuan Qing, points, 267. Third place, Li Lan, points, 244. Fourth place, Feng Xinghuan, points, 223. Fifth place, Xiao Don, points, 220. Li Lan, who was previously ranked outside the top 5, suddenly jumped up to third place. What's going on? Who is this Li Lan? Someone asked in confusion. Li Lan is the 7th ranked master of this competition, apparently from the Yan Emperor Li family, a master of the wood attribute. How did his points suddenly increase so much? I don't know, but such a sudden increase in points can only mean two things. The first is that he killed a bunch of demon beasts or black monsters in one go, and the second is that he robbed a large group of people. Robbery, that shouldn't be possible. I didn't see anyone's points drop suddenly on the rankings. The other divine cultivators discussed among themselves. Could it be? Just then, a divine ability user suddenly said, could the flames earlier have been caused by him? That would be the only way to explain how his points suddenly increased so much. That can't be right. He's a wood attribute divine cultivator, isn't he? Someone said doubtfully. Great psychics are the backbone of the human race. Ordinary psychics must spend at least 2 or 3 years, and possibly 4 or 5 decades, or even longer, to become a great psychic. Those who achieve this in just a decade are already considered geniuses. Li Lan, who had become a great master at not even 20 years old, was already a terrifying feat. But now someone was telling him that he wasn't just a great master, but a dual attribute, dual great master. This is absolutely shocking. He not only dares not believe it, but finds it even harder to accept. I think it's possible. After all, Li Lan is from the Li family of the Yan Emperor. Maybe they've been hiding their true strength all along and only revealed one element. How old is Li Lan? I think he's around 17 or 18. A dual element great master of supernatural abilities? Is the gap between people really that huge? I have a way to confirm if the person earlier was really Li Lan. What method? Of course, we find someone. Given the complexity of the underground world, he shouldn't have gone far. Let us chase after him and see. The crowd scattered like sand, radiating out in all directions. They wanted to see if the mysterious powerful figure from earlier was really Li Lan. But they had only taken a few steps when they heard the voice of one of their companions. Wait, don't go yet. Everyone turned to look at him. He said, I think we shouldn't go looking for him. Why? Many looked puzzled. He pointed to a corner of a large stone pillar nearby and said, if nothing goes wrong, that should be Li Lan. Everyone looked over and saw a young boy lying beside the stone pillar, seemingly unconscious, or perhaps asleep. But there's a person there, someone asked curiously. You mean he's Li Lan? Let's go check it out. What's wrong with him? Did he faint from exhaustion? I feel like he's just sleeping. Forget your feelings. Me? I feel like he has fainted. How could someone be sleeping in a place like this? Everyone spoke one after another as they slowly approached Li Lan. Upon getting closer, they realized he was indeed asleep. Almost everyone present was a psychic. Even from meters away, they could hear Li Lan's faint breathing. At the same time, they noticed something about the place where Li Lan was sleeping. It seemed different from the rest of the area. It was spotless. Even if dust or debris fell from the nearby stone pillars, it would be automatically repelled by the mysterious force emanating from his body. What should we do now? A student from the Xuanwu Academy looked around at his companions. Why don't we go take a look? Everyone nodded and approached Li Lan. Just as they were about to touch Li Lan to wake him up, they suddenly felt a powerful force restraining them. They panicked and looked down at their feet. They saw that, at some point, a vine as thick as an adult's finger had tightly wrapped around all of their ankles. Though the vine appeared fragile, it contained immense energy, rendering them completely immobile. Even attempting to channel the energy within their bodies to resist was futile. They could only submit to being bound by it. Any trace of energy that escaped their bodies was immediately absorbed by the vine, turning into nourishment. Damn it, when did this happen? Everyone exclaimed in shock. They looked toward Li Lan. But to their surprise, Li Lan had already vanished without a trace. Who are you? A clear voice echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see a massive vining two huge stone pillars, forming a vine-covered arch bridge. Li Lan, who had been sleeping in front of them just moments ago, was now sitting atop the arch bridge, looking down at them from above. Though he appeared lazy and indifferent to the world. However, not a single cultivator present dared to let their guard down. Because they knew. The young man before them could, at any moment, cast them out of the secret realm if he so desired. Brother, you've misunderstood. That's right, we're here to thank you. Thank you for helping us get rid of those black monsters earlier. The people from the Xuanwu Academy hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Li Lan furrowed his brows. Thank me? Black monsters? He vaguely recalled that in his dream just now, he had seemingly used a massive fire to burn some demon beasts to death. So this wasn't a dream. It really happened. But I helped you out, so why are you disturbing my sleep? Oh, is that so? Then leave quickly and don't disturb my rest. Li Lan, feeling annoyed, waved his hand dismissively, intending to throw them all out. As far as you can throw them. Buzz. A poisonous stinger shot out from the shadows toward him. A massive yellow bee appeared not far in front of him. It was as large as an elephant calf, with a hideous mouth filled with purple venom. The loud buzzing sound it made as it flapped its wings could be heard throughout the entire underground world. Li Lan merely glanced at it briefly before shifting his gaze downward, where he saw a young man with silver white hair and brown skin. If you don't want to be eliminated now, let go of my people from the Xuanwu Academy. Chapter 68, The Mysterious Zoo, Phoenix Blood. Upon seeing this man, many psychics watching the livestream outside couldn't help but feel their hearts race. Not because of anything else, but because this was Ouyang Yufei. The unparalleled genius newly recruited by the Xuanwu Academy this year. There was no one else like him. At just 24 years old, he had already become a great master of supernatural abilities. And he specializes in the extremely rare insect-type abilities. The poisonous insects at his command are countless. Even some seasoned masters of great supernatural abilities wouldn't dare to cross him. After all, every insect master is a master of poison. Provoking them means you won't even know how you died. Moreover, according to rumors, Ouyang Yufei is not only a master of the insect element but has also reached the master level in his golden element cultivation. His black metal inferno technique is enough to strike fear into anyone. Moreover, this man is vengeful and cold-hearted, making him an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. It's actually Ouyang Yufei. This is bad. I wonder if Li Lan can match him. Ouyang Yufei is one of the 7 great masters in this competition, and his strength is definitely among the top 3. I wonder how Li Lan will handle it. He probably won't keep slacking off, right? Probably not. Li Lan is in trouble. This is the perfect opportunity to see Li Lan's true strength. If he's still the same as before, he's in for a rough time. It's been a few months, but Ouyang Yufei seems to have gotten even stronger. The live streams were buzzing with discussion. Outside the secret realm, at the competition venue. Su Xian knew this man wasn't a match for his young master, but he still stared intently at the screen, not daring to miss a single detail. A staff member beside him smiled. What's wrong? Worried? Do I look worried to you? Then why are you so tense? I want to see how that person gets eliminated. The staff member immediately rolled his eyes and said, do you know who that guy is? He's Ouyang Yufei, the unparalleled genius of the Xuanwu Academy. Su Xian didn't even bother to look at him and retorted, does that mean my young master isn't a prodigy? The staff member hesitated, unsure how to respond. After stammering for a while, he finally said, how can you compare them? He is an experienced master with divine abilities who has actually been on the battlefield. Your young master probably hasn't even seen blood a few times. Su Xian ignored him, fixated on the large screen. The staff member, seeing that he was getting nowhere, didn't continue. He too stared intently at the screen, ready to prove Su Xian wrong. The once lifeless conference room gradually came to life with the arrival of Ouyang Yufei. The middle-aged military man smiled and said, Li Lan has finally met someone his age who stands out, so he should rein in that lazy attitude of his. Xiao Lao smiled and nodded, eagerly awaiting the performance of the 2 young men. The fire saint remained silent, observing closely. The only other being present, the fox with snow-white fur, smiled silently. Fox, what are you laughing at? Li Lan has already won this match. It hasn't even started yet. How do you know? The military officer asked in confusion. Why don't we bet on it? The fox director, who knew Li Lan's true strength, gave him a casual glance. Seeing how confident he was, the military man grinned. Let's bet then. What should we bet on? Let us bet whether Li Lan can resolve the match and secure victory within half an hour 1 hour. Haha, old fox, you're just giving it away. The military man said. Although he knew Li Lan was strong, Ouyang Yufei wasn't weak either. To resolve the battle and secure victory within an hour was highly unlikely. Moreover, Ouyang Yufei was a torturous type of psychic, hiding in the shadows and constantly releasing insects. Time would fly by in an instant. But he quickly changed his mind. If the fox was so confident, there must be something more to it. Before he could think further, the fox's voice rang out again. Whether it's a gift or not, we'll know once it's over. The fox director said, if I lose, I'll give you the old dog's zoo. How about that? Upon hearing the word zoo, nearly everyone present turned their gaze toward the fox-like director. Old fox, are you serious? The military man asked in disbelief, thinking the fox director was joking. The zoo, officially known as the Marvelous Zoo, was a semi-sacred relic-level treasure in the possession of the king of beasts, Chai Shang. Although it was only a semi-sacred relic, its value was already approaching that of a sacred relic. The function of this treasure was simple, taming. Whether human or beast, once they entered the zoo, they would almost inevitably be tamed by its mystical power. Thanks to this treasure, the young Chai Shang had tamed countless powerful beasts in the past. His title as the king of all beasts can be attributed, to a large extent, to this treasure. The mysterious zoo is truly a treasure of unparalleled depth and heritage. Of course it's real. Would I lie to you? This thing is in your hands now. It's not here. If it's not here, what are you talking about? I can help you take it back. The fox director said confidently, just say what you're betting on. You're good, you're the expert. The military man conceded, if that's the case, I'll bet. He thought carefully and said, what do you want? What do I want? The fox-like Dean scanned the man's body, his gaze landing on his chest, and he gave a mocking smile. The man's face turned pale. What are you thinking? If I win, how about you give me that piece of phoenix blood? The phoenix blood hanging around the man's neck was a red jade pendant, as pure as blood, true to its name. Though to those with great supernatural abilities, it seemed ordinary. However, the 4 landing mortals present could all tell that this jade was no ordinary object. It contained a vast, life-giving energy, as if it could truly allow one to rise like a phoenix. Rebirth from the ashes. So you were just admiring the jade. The man said, old fox, you really have a big appetite. This phoenix blood is my second life, you actually dare to ask for it. Just say whether you're willing to bet or not. This. Are you afraid of losing? The fox said, if you think it's a loss, I'll give you my moonlight tree as well. Deal. Witnessing this, a powerful sage couldn't help but whisper to Qiao Lao. Master Qiao, what is phoenix blood? Is it very valuable? Both the zoo and the moonlight tree are priceless treasures that could make countless people envious. The zoo aside, the moonlight tree can channel the power of the moon for cultivation. It's a true cultivation artifact. Phoenix blood can instantly restore a land deity from a critically injured state to peak condition. Do you think it has value? Xiao Lao asked casually. Everyone present gasped in shock. These two figures at the level of land deities were actually using such precious treasures as stakes. Recalling the origins of the event, everyone once again turned their gaze toward Li Lan and Ouyang Yufei. With 3 precious treasures staked on the 2 of them. Even these usually composed elders couldn't help but feel a bit tense. Who would emerge victorious? Chapter 69, Dragon and Tiger Struggle, Lava Paradise. Who is this person? He's so impolite. After being interrupted repeatedly, even Li Lan was starting to get annoyed. He scratched his messy hair, perked up slightly, and stared intently at Ouyang Yufei, his voice cold. What if I say no? Then let us fight. At those words, the few people bound by Li Lan felt their hearts sink. Wait. They looked at Ouyang Yufei, intending to shout for him to stop. Senior brother Ouyang, if you want to fight, go ahead, but we're still in their hands. If you lay a finger on him, we're as good as dead. If you're going to fight, at least wait until we leave first. But before they could finish speaking, the vines binding their feet suddenly burst into flames on their own. They emitted a crackling sound. The flames were unlike ordinary fire. While burning their flesh, they were also consuming the spiritual energy within their bodies. Ah, it hurts. What kind of fire is this? It's burning my spiritual energy. I can't take it anymore. My spiritual energy is burning up. If this continues, my meridians will be damaged. I'm leaving first. Take me with you. Take me too. Wah, don't leave me behind. In an instant, all the Xuanwu Academy cultivators who had been bound together shattered their jade pendants and fled the secret realm, unable to endure the excruciating pain. A bunch of useless fools. Ouyang Yufei snorted coldly, glaring at Li Lan and said, since that's the case, you can go with them too. As he spoke, over a dozen flying knives shot out from his body, heading straight for Li Lan. Whoosh! 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 The piercing sounds of the blades cutting through the air echoed, but Li Lan showed no sign of panic. He merely raised his hand slightly, and countless massive vines erupted from the ground, tightly enveloping the flying knives. A few seconds later, the vines dispersed, and the flying knives fell to the ground, lifeless. Li Lan waved his hand again, and more vines shot out of the ground, surrounding Ouyang Yufei. Ouyang Yufei didn't waste any time. Leaping into the air and landing on the giant yellow bee from earlier, evading the pursuing tendrils. He tapped the giant yellow bee's rear and shouted, "Shoot." Immediately, the yellow jacket's rear end turned toward Li Lan, and countless poisonous stingers erupted like a hail of arrows. Li Lan remained motionless, simply channeling the wood element within his body as he watched calmly. The vines beneath him began to move, effortlessly helping Li Lan dodge the attack. "You think that's all you've got?" Ouyang Yufei spoke again. Li Lan looked around and saw that from the shadows, more than a dozen hornets had appeared out of nowhere, silently closing in on him. Ouyang Yufei gave the order, and the poisonous stingers rained down like a torrential storm, leaving a trail of blood and chaos in their wake. "Now let's see how you dodge this." "Oh no!" Seeing this scene, countless supporters of Li Lan outside couldn't help but hold their breath in anxiety for him. As the star competitor of this tournament and the favorite to win, Ouyang Yufei was well known. They were well aware of his abilities and knew that the venom of those wasps was no ordinary toxin. If Li Lan were to be surrounded by these yellow bees, his strength would be reduced by nearly a third. Facing Ouyang Yufei next, he might not even have the strength to fight back. Li Lan is going to lose. Inside the arena, staff members murmured to themselves. Su Xin, who rarely spoke, heard this and said a word. "Don't worry, Li Lan will be fine." The staff glanced at him, wondering where he had the courage to say that. These yellow bees aren't particularly strong overall. But when they gather in such large numbers, even a late-stage powerhouse with great abilities would likely have a tough time. Moreover, there was still Ouyang Yufei, the insect master, lurking in the background. Who knows how many insects he has at his disposal? "You sure have a good attitude." The eliminated cultivators from the Xuanwu Academy were also seated within the arena. Apart from a few who were dissatisfied with Li Lan and were making snide remarks, most of them were still in good spirits. After a moment of frustration, they didn't react much, just quietly watching the big screen and studying the subtle maneuvers of the two divine cultivators in battle. But many of them were deeply upset. The reason was, this was simply impossible to learn. No, it wasn't that they couldn't learn it. It's that they couldn't find any points to learn from. Ouyang Yufei was a bit better. He would occasionally move his body, neither too much nor too little. But Li Lan is simply a devil. He stays completely still the entire time, sitting on that broken vine, moving only his hands. It's not like he's fighting, it's like he's playing a game. It's so annoying to watch. "This is driving me crazy," muttered a student from the Xuanwu Academy. Watching countless poisonous spines flying toward him, Li Lan remained calm and composed. He simply stretched lazily and said, "Let's end this." "I'm getting tired." "Are you surrendering?" asked Ouyang Yufei, sounding displeased. "No, not at all," Li Lan laughed. Ouyang Yufei was taken aback. Suddenly, Li Lan leaped down from the vines and landed on the ground. In an instant, the entire space of the giant rock forest trembled. Countless streams of lava surged from the ground, the earth cracked open, and the massive stone pillars collapsed like dominoes, plunging into the lava. The entire world turned fiery red in an instant. Half-domain divine ability, Lava Paradise. Feeling the scorching heat wave engulfing him, Ouyang Yufei could barely breathe. Looking at Li Lan, he couldn't help but feel like he was just a grasshopper in his palm. If the other party so much as moved a finger, he would be doomed. Strange, what's going on? How could I feel this way? This doesn't make sense. Ouyang Yufei calmed his mind and soon figured out the answer. He had entered the other person's domain. His teacher had once mentioned this. Under normal circumstances, when this feeling arises during combat, it must mean that the enemy's land deity has activated their domain technique, and he had been targeted by that domain. However, the person before him was only at the level of a great divine being, and there was no way he could be a land deity. Otherwise, he would have been dead already. If that's the case, there's only one possibility: the person before him is using a half-domain technique. Ouyang Yufei sucked in a cold breath. This person seems younger than him, yet he has already mastered a half-domain divine technique. It's utterly terrifying. After all, the half-domain divine ability is merely the embryonic stage of the domain divine ability. But those who have mastered it are all-powerful beings with profound cultivation. And yet he had mastered it. His name is Li Lan, isn't it? What a monster. Knowing that staying here would mean certain defeat, Ouyang Yufei immediately recalled all the yellow bees and rushed toward the exit of the stone forest. Half-domain divine ability is different from domain divine ability. Half-domain divine ability lacks the ability to seal off space. As long as one can fly out of the giant stone forest, there is still a sliver of hope. Seeing this, the audience, who had expected a fierce battle, was completely taken aback. They still didn't understand what had happened. Chapter 70, Half-Step Fusion Divine Ability, Emperor Yan's Doubts. Goodness, what's happening? How did the environment of the underground world change so drastically all of a sudden? What's happened to Ouyang Yufei? Why is he suddenly running so fast? Hurry up and fight back. Exactly. The sudden change in terrain may have affected him, but it also affected Li Lan. What's there to fear? Why is Ouyang Yufei being so timid today? He never used to be like this. I feel like this sudden change is Li Lan's doing. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Nonsense. How could he have done it? Such terrifying illusions? Do you think he's a land deity? He's not even a master of illusions. I think it's actually possible. If you observe carefully, you'll notice that while the terrain transformations are terrifying, most of them are just illusions. Among the two great illusionists present, only Li Lan is capable of casting this spell. Otherwise, Yan Yufei wouldn't be in such a mess. Illusion? I can't see any. Nonsense, you're just trash. I don't believe it. This is indeed an illusion, but Li Lan isn't an illusionist, let alone a master of illusion. If I'm not mistaken, this is the embryonic form of fusion magic. Besides illusions, only fusion magic can unleash such terrifying power. What do you mean by that? Are you saying Li Lan has mastered half-fusion divine ability? He's only 17, right? Who was the youngest person to master fusion abilities last time? It was Li Qingyang, right? He was 21 at the time. This, two prodigies in one family. The strongest genius of the human federation has been born. Terrifying indeed. This Li Lan is truly a prodigy. He's actually mastered half-fusion divine abilities. Li Lan is in danger. With such a sharp rise to prominence, he's bound to attract attention. I have a feeling that after the martial arts tournament ends, he'll be targeted by the other races. Foreign races? Don't forget who Li Lan's grandfather is. With the Flame Emperor protecting him, anyone who dares to challenge him will meet their end. Can the Yen Emperor protect him for a time? Can he protect him for a lifetime? Don't boost his morale and weaken our own. Though Li Lan is more handsome than me, which annoys me, as a member of the dragon nation and the human race, I truly hope he grows stronger. Lazy God is amazing. He's already grasped the rudiments of fusion divine technique. How far is the true fusion divine technique? Fusion divine technique is something only land immortals can master, and now our lazy God is already half a step away from being a land immortal. Your family? It's clearly my family. It's my family. My family. What? You're also from the Li family? With the fusion technique in his possession, as long as Li Lazy wants to compete, the first place position is practically guaranteed. If the other great technique users don't unite, there's almost no one who can match him. For the other 6 to unite is extremely difficult. Qinglong Academy, where Yuan Cheng is Li Lan's affiliated academy, so they naturally 1T join forces. It all depends on the other 5. Feng Xinghuan probably 1T either. He has always been at odds with the 5 great academies. This is getting more and more exciting. With Li Lan's half-fusion divine ability exposed, it was like a stone causing ripples across 3 layers of water. Almost all the psychics in the Dragon Kingdom were shaken to their core. The Fire Saint in the meeting room couldn't help but laugh heartily. The other 2 looked on with envy and jealousy. Another one laughing heartily was none other than the Fox Dean. He was utterly smitten with Li Lan. First, because of Li Lan's talent. Second, because of the jade pendant he held in his hand at that moment. You win, you lose, the Fox Dean chuckled. The military warrior beside him merely snorted coldly, then turned his excited gaze toward Li Lan on the large screen. Li's mansion. In an elegantly decorated study. Li Lan's elderly father frowned as the phone rang incessantly. Just as he was about to burn the noisy device, he felt the world go black and his entire body vanished into thin air. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a volcanic crater. The volcano was filled with boiling heat and billowing black smoke. Lava erupted continuously from the ground, bubbling like boiling water and forming crimson-red bubbles. A red-haired old man bathed in the lava, his golden runes flickering, resembling a war god from ancient times. Upon seeing the old man, Li Lan's elderly father approached him with respect. Father. There's no one else here. Call me old man. Yes, father. The Flame Emperor's crimson eyes fixed on him and said, Kai Tian, have you heard about Lazy's matter? Li Kai Tian nodded, I only found out just now. It seems he kept it well hidden. What should we do next? You decide how to proceed. Yan Di's gaze suddenly grew sharp. After the competition ends, bring that boy back to see me. I suspect. Li Kaitian felt a mix of complex emotions and tension. I understand, father. My uncle is at the competition site. Once Lazy comes out, I'll have him bring him to see you right away. He knew exactly what his father was suspecting. It was nothing more than suspicion whether the currently Lazy was still the same Lazy from before. After all, the abilities Li Lan had repeatedly demonstrated were simply too bizarre. Back then, when his abilities as a great sorcerer were exposed, it was still somewhat understandable. Our Li family has good genes, what's so wrong with producing a few prodigies or oddities? But now, a 17-year-old boy has actually mastered half-fusion divine abilities. This is simply unbelievable. Even he began to suspect that Li Lan might have been possessed by a powerful being from another race. A father knows his son best in his eyes. The Li Lan of the past was definitely not a genius. He was momentarily at a loss. If Li Lan really had been possessed, what should he do? With a mix of emotions, he dialed a number. A cold voice came from the other end. Father. Qingyan, have you heard about your younger brother? I heard about it. I never expected Xiaolan to have mastered half a domain-level divine ability. Although Li Qingyang's voice was calm, the excitement in his tone was impossible to hide. Li Kaitian smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right. He is years ahead of you. I have something to ask you." "What is it?" "When you last saw Xiaolan, did you notice anything unusual about him?" "Father, are you suspecting?" "It's not just me who's suspicious, your grandfather is too." "This is too strange." Li Qingyang thought carefully for a moment before saying, "When I last saw Xiaolan, I didn't notice anything unusual about him. However, he does seem more diligent than when he was a child. That is probably because he has been away for a long time." "Father, you should actually ask Su Xian about this. He has been by Xiaolan's side all along, and he used to help him get dressed. He should know more about Xiaolan than anyone else." Chapter 71, The Bishop of the Spiritual Energy Association, topping the ranking chart. Within the borders of Longhua, in the vast northwest, deep underground, 1,000 meters below the surface, a black temple stood majestically. Outside the temple, a few followers kneel on the ground, dressed in black robes, their expressions solemn as they mutter obscure prayers. Their gazes are unwavering, and an evil aura emanates from their bodies. Every single one of them is a powerful sorcerer. Suddenly, a violent wind erupted. The wind swirled violently around them. Everyone looked up in astonishment at the divine statue inside the hall, their devotion growing even stronger. The statue was utterly bizarre, with 3 heads and 6 arms, a green face with sharp fangs, and a large eye on its forehead. At that moment, the eye began to emit an eerie red glow. "Welcome, our divine master." Under the devotees' calls, a projection identical to the divine statue but dozens of times smaller appeared before the crowd of believers. Upon seeing the apparition, all the believers present became even more fervent. Excited tremors began to shake him. "The divine messenger has arrived at the northwest branch. May I ask what brings you here?" At that moment, a deep voice echoed from outside the hall. Bang! 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 Along with it were several loud thuds as massive feet hit the ground. The believers looked out and saw a giant standing over 3 meters tall, clad in crimson armor and wielding a blood-red axe. "Greetings, Crimson Bishop. Scarlet, it's been a long time." The shadowy figure looked at him. "You too," the Crimson Giant laughed. "It seems you've been doing well lately. You've even changed your appearance to resemble my master." When he said my master, he emphasized the words, and the shadowy figure clearly heard the mockery in his voice, but he didn't care. "I've been doing well. It proves that my choice back then was correct. Scarlet, we're already stuck in the mud. Struggling in the mud is useless, it will only drag us deeper until we die. You must learn to blend in with the swamp." The Crimson Giant impatiently said, "Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me why you're here." You're still the same as before." The shadowy figure didn't continue, instead changing the subject. "Do you know Lilan?" "Lilan? Who? I don't know him." "Alright, you can go now. Goodbye. Take your time. Don't come back." The Crimson Giant picked his nose, didn't even think about it, and blurted out a long speech. The ethereal figure furrowed his brows and said, "Scarlet, watch your tone. I am currently flattering my master's consciousness." Boom! The moment his words fell, the eye on his forehead opened, flickering with an eerie red light. Bang! As the red light hit the Crimson Giant, he immediately grimaced in pain. His expression turned ferocious as he growled and swung his axe into the ground, unleashing a suffocatingly powerful force. "I don't know who you are. Just tell me what you want. If you're not satisfied, kill me now." The shadowy figure coldly surveyed the surrounding followers. The followers immediately shuddered and hurried over to the Crimson Giant, briefly recounting what had happened to Lilan. "Bishop, it's like this. 17 years old, half-domain divine ability, fire element, wood element. Impressive. A 17-year-old with such powerful abilities, and he has even mastered half-domain abilities. Truly a prodigy." The Crimson Giant laughed heartily. "So, the Barbarian Spirit Clan wants me to eliminate this kid?" The illusory figure nodded, "Yes." The Great Northwest is 10,000 miles away from Longjing. "You want me to go kill him? Are you joking? Are the people on the sea eating? The few branches of the Spirit Energy Association you've established, are they eating?" The Crimson Giant growled angrily, "You son of a, are you deliberately provoking me? Damn it, I should have killed you when you were a kid. The branches at sea have recently encountered some issues. A mysterious force called the Water God Palace has emerged there, apparently with a land deity in command. They are investigating and suspect that other alien races have infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom." The ethereal figure patiently explained, "As for the branches of the Psychic Society, those under the jurisdiction of the Barbarian Spirit Tribe have been more or less corrupted by the Black Coffin. Until they're completely cleansed, I dare not entrust such an important task to them." "Alright, I understand." The Crimson Giant waved his hand. "That's all. Get out of here. I'll keep an eye on this matter for you." I don't need you to watch over me. The ethereal figure said solemnly. Then shall I handle it personally? I hope you mean what you say. The illusory figure vanished into thin air, and the temple fell silent once more. Bishop? The crowd of believers turned to the Crimson Giant, awaiting orders. The Crimson Giant barked, "What are you still staring at me for? You have 10 minutes to pack up. In 10 minutes, we'll head to Dragon City together. Remember to bring items that can block your aura. If you don't want to die the moment you step outside." He glanced at the other believers. "As for you, all of you stay behind in the temple." Yes. The mist-shrouded realm. Underground world. Giant rock forest. Everyone was focused on Ouyang Yufei, who was fleeing in disarray, and Li Lan, who looked so imposing. But no one noticed. At that very moment, there was a plump little sea otter clutching a large rock, trembling with fear. He looked at Li Lan in the distance, whimpering pitifully. He tried to extend his feet onto the ground but quickly pulled them back due to the heat. He could only continue to whimper pitifully. With its big, watery eyes, it stared intently at Li Lan, afraid he might suddenly leave. Under Li Lan's terrifying abilities, the black monsters in the giant rock forest were almost completely wiped out. The remaining contestants either were eliminated or fled. All the points were collected by Li Lan. Before long, Li Lan secured the top spot on the scoreboard with a terrifying lead of 832 points. This left countless participants within the secret realm speechless with astonishment. Everyone began to speculate wildly about what earth-shattering feat Li Lan had accomplished to cause his points to skyrocket so rapidly in such a short time. As the giant rock forest gradually became cleaner, Li Lan finally noticed the small sea otter trembling in fear. He quickly withdrew his abilities, embraced it, comforted it, and continued sleeping. Outside, Xuexian witnessed the scene and couldn't help but smile. To avoid being disturbed. This time, Li Lan simply wrapped himself in vines. Like a caterpillar in a cocoon, he hung from a large tree. As time passed, the participants inside the secret realm finally realized what had happened. They cast reverent glances toward the direction of the giant rock forest. A dark forest. Two young men in Taoist robes stood together. One wore a carefree expression, the other cold and aloof. "Yuan Gu, do you still have the patience to wait for him to come to us this time? You're the one who talks too much." He glanced at the group of Qinglong Academy students behind him. "Let's go." Yes. Upon hearing that they were about to meet the renowned Li Lan, everyone became excited. P.S. Thank you to the great author Ying Xing for the certification. Love you all. Chapter 72, The Black Hand of the Spirit Energy Association, the competition ends. The fire element is diligently training, fire element energy plus 40. The lightning element, seeing that the fire element was ignoring it, angrily ran up and poked the fire element's face. The fire elemental rolls its eyes at it and continues training, fire elemental energy plus 40. The lightning elemental feels bored and lies down next to the fire elemental to sleep. The fire element stops training and covers the lightning element with a small blanket woven from fire element energy. Fire element continues to train, fire element energy plus 20. The wood element seeks guidance from the divine water element. The wood element gains insight into the mysteries of fusion techniques during its discussion with the divine water element. The wood element and the divine water element are diligently cultivating. Wood element energy plus 40, divine water element energy plus 40. Control ability and telekinesis ability are drinking soda and watching TV. Control energy plus 0, telekinesis energy plus 10. Control ability discovers telekinesis ability secretly practicing, and flies into a rage. You think you can practice alone? I'll show you. The control ability threw away the soda, and one ability hid to practicely, control energy plus 40. The dragon and tiger body forging technique is discussing cultivation methods with the water nurtures all things. The dragon tiger body forging technique and the water carrying all things seem to have discussed some initial ideas. The dragon tiger body forging technique and the water carries all technique decide to temporarily name the new technique that has not yet been revealed as the water god body forging technique. Li Lan was sleeping soundly while holding the little sea otter. The elements and martial arts techniques within his body were working furiously. The vines enveloping Li Lan were now surrounded by a sea of people. As time passed, the chaotic situation in the giant rock forest finally came to an end. More and more people arrived, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Li Lan. However, upon learning that Li Lan had wrapped himself up and was sleeping while hanging from a tree, their first reaction was one of confusion. After all, in the secret realm, every participant was striving to accumulate points. Who would do such a thing? Everyone stood under the tree, looking at each other, unsure of what to do. Then someone suggested, "Why don't one of you go call him?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone gave him a strange look. "If you want to be eliminated, go ahead and call him." "What do you mean? Do you know how those people from the Xuanwu Academy were eliminated?" "Ha? Did they call him to go to sleep? That's impossible. If you think it's impossible, go try it yourself." The man stared at Li Lan's cocoon for a while but ultimately lacked the courage to act. But after a while, he walked toward Li Lan. Just as everyone thought he couldn't resist anymore. He made an odd gesture. He pulled out 3 incense sticks from somewhere, stuck them into the ground, clasped his hands together, and bowed 3 times toward Li Lan. He muttered softly, "Since I've come this far, I can't waste this opportunity. Lazy God, please protect me in this competition and help me earn more points. If I can advance, that would be even better. What on earth is he up to?" Many people had question marks floating above their heads. But many others thought he had a point. We're already here, we can't just waste our time. Besides, there were no demon beasts to kill here. We can't earn any points. Idling around is just wasting time, might as well pay our respects. Who knows, it might actually be useful. After all, Li Lan is a member of the Li family and a genius of demonic talent, destined to be the pillar of the human race in the future. He's the kind of person whose fortune is sky high. If we could just catch a glimpse of his good fortune, that would be the best outcome. Even if it doesn't, there's nothing to lose. With that thought in mind, more and more people began to bow before Li Lan. Of course, most of them were just idle busybodies. Soon, a long line began to form. Before long, the area around Li Lan was filled with the scent of incense. Those who didn't know better might have thought they had accidentally entered a Buddhist temple. Li Lan, who was sleeping, sensed that someone was paying homage to him. He thought he was dreaming and ignored it. "Yuan Gu, what should we do now?" In a certain part of the giant rock forest, a student from the Qinglong Academy watched Li Lan, who was receiving incense offerings, with a mix of laughter and tears. "This kid is really interesting. Should I go call him out?" "No need. Anyway, our Qinglong Academy has already secured first place in this competition. Let him sleep if he wants to." Yuan Cheng said, "We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet him at the academy. There's no rush. There's still plenty of time before the competition ends. Let's go hunt demon beasts and earn points first." "Yes." At the competition venue, a powerful cultivator left the meeting room. As soon as he stepped out the door, the miniature clown puppet in Su Xian's pocket jumped out on its own. Su Xian quickly stuffed it back in. "If you want to die, go ahead, but don't die here." The unspoken meaning was, don't cause trouble for Li Lan here. Li Lan had already informed Su Xian about the puppet, so Su Xian was well aware of its identity. As a member of the Spirit Energy Association's branch, the former leader of the renowned Dark Moon Circus, the clown was no ordinary figure. If anyone discovered that Li Lan was connected to him, it wouldn't be good for Li Lan. "Kid, I detected the aura of the Psychic Society." The Joker's hoarse voice echoed in Su Xian's mind, "Let me out. I'm in a very special state right now, no one will notice me." "What?" Su Xian furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, then carefully took the Joker's puppet out of his pocket. "You didn't sense it wrong, did you?" This was the competition site. As far as he knew, many powerful beings from Dragon Country were currently monitoring this location. There were even a few land deities present. If the Spirit Energy sect had infiltrated this place as well, wouldn't that be too terrifying? "You're not mistaken." The voice of the Joker puppet echoed in Su Xian's mind. He sensed the energy around him and immediately locked onto the powerful cultivator who had just emerged from the meeting room. "If my senses are correct, it must be him. This is someone from the Merchants Alliance," Su Xian said, looking at his attire with a meaningful expression. The Merchants Alliance is an organization in Dragon Country responsible for managing merchant guilds across the country. Its power was neither too great nor too small. Feeling Su Xian's gaze, the powerful cultivator turned to look at him. Su Xian felt a bit tense but managed to stay calm. After finding nothing unusual, the powerful cultivator quietly departed. He arrived at an uninhabited area. The operation is terminated. The ring on his finger glowed, and a message entered his mind. As time passed, the competition finally came to an end. Li Lan, despite having lain motionless for a long time, still secured first place. Compared to the terrifying point difference earlier, he was only slightly ahead of the second-place finisher, Zhang Shui from Qilin Academy. Countless people gathered at the entrance to the Secret Realm teleportation gate, waiting for the participants to emerge. Among them was Su Xian. Chapter 73, Happy Birthday Grand Finale. Inside the Secret Realm, everyone's bodies seemed frozen in place, enveloped by a dazzling golden light. Li Lan also awoke from his slumber. He rubbed his eyes, pulled out his phone, and checked the time. June 17, 23:55. Good, the time hasn't come yet, he muttered to himself as the vines wrapping around his body gradually dispersed. A handsome, lazy-looking figure appeared before everyone. There are still about 40 contestants remaining. The gazes of these 40-plus individuals all turned toward Li Lan, filled with awe. Is he Li Lan? He's so young. To achieve first place at such a young age with such a high score, it seems like it will be difficult for future participants to break the record. It looks like a fierce competition is about to begin. What do you mean? How old is Li Lan? He already possesses such terrifying strength. After this competition, he will undoubtedly become the bane of the Spirit Energy Association and the thorn in the side of numerous other races. After this competition, Li Lan will undoubtedly be etched into history. It must be said that the Li family has been producing talent in recent years. First there was Li Qingyang, then Li Qingya, followed by Li Qin, and now Li Lan. Each one is no slouch. The Li family must be full of monsters. Li Lan is a student at Qinglong Academy, ISNTE? Damn it, Qinglong Academy is so lucky. If only Li Lan were from our academy, I could boast about being his senior. How prestigious that would be. Many people were discussing it. The students of Qinglong Academy looked down on everyone else, their heads held high. The other 4 academies, however, looked down on the Qinglong Academy students with disdain. Look at you, acting so superior. Those who don't know might think you're the ones who came in first. Li Lan, my name is Feng Xinghuan. Would you like to introduce yourself? Feng Xinghuan approached Li Lan, intending to greet him. But the next moment, Li Lan had already left the secret realm. He appeared directly at the competition venue. Seeing Li Lan leave, the others followed closely behind. At that moment, the competition venue was already packed with people, filled with prominent figures from all walks of life in the Dragon Kingdom. An elderly man dressed in traditional Tang attire, exuding an imposing presence, stepped forward and addressed the crowd, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Congratulations to all of you. The top 30 participants in this competition will advance to the National Martial Arts Tournament Finals. The rewards will be distributed to all of you tomorrow afternoon as scheduled. After speaking, he glanced at Li Lan. He nodded approvingly. You are Li Lan, aren't you? You truly live up to being the grandson of the Flame Emperor. Your talent seems to surpass even your older brother, Li Qingyang. As the first place winner of this competition, do you have anything to say? A microphone automatically flew into Li Lan's hand. Everyone present looked at him with anticipation. All the divine beings and ordinary people watching the livestream also looked at him with anticipation. What would this young prodigy say to everyone? Countless people eagerly awaited his words. But upon hearing this, Li Lan merely smiled briefly. He then took out his phone. 23:59. He waited for a while. The clock struck midnight, and under the gaze of everyone present, he finally looked at Su Xian. Su Xian, happy birthday! Li Lan made a megaphone shape with both hands and shouted loudly. Instantly, countless people turned their gaze toward Su Xian on stage. The live stream staff instinctively aimed the camera at Su Xian. Meanwhile, Su Xian, who had been eagerly awaiting what Li Lan would say, froze in place. What the heck? Who am I? Where am I? Countless thoughts flooded his mind. Everyone's gaze seemed to pull him from an unnoticed corner and directly onto a large stage, into the spotlight. He hesitated, unprepared, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to curse, but seeing Li Lan's smiling face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. After holding it in for a long time, he finally blurted out, "Thank you. Since the competition is over, let's go home and find a place to eat later," Li Lan said, tossing the microphone aside and teleporting in front of him. The two were about to leave. Boom! A meteorite plummeted from the sky. It crashed into the ground. You lazy good-for-nothing. All you do is eat, drink, and play. You've brought shame upon the Li family. The meteorite's fiery glow faded, and an old man with red hair appeared before the crowd. Greetings, Fire Saint. Many people looked at him with reverence. Second uncle, why are you here? Li Lan asked in confusion. Of course I came to find you, the Fire Saint replied. Regarding his older brother's grandson, he truly felt helpless. He wanted to praise him lavishly to bring honor to the Li family. But he also wanted to give him a good beating. What kind of occasion is this? There are countless people from all over Longwell watching you, yet you didn't even acknowledge them. What do you want from me? Your grandfather is calling you home. No way? Li Lan's body trembled. Rarely seeing this kid in such a state, Huasheng smiled and said, since you know, let us go. Bring Su Xian along too. It'll be a nice birthday party for him. Alright, as you wish. Huasheng nodded and stroked his beard. A massive inferno erupted from nowhere, engulfing the three of them. When the flames died down, the three had vanished without a trace. Everyone present stared at each other in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. What the hell? Are you just leaving like that? In the corner of the competition arena, a man in a suit stood there, staring at the shattered floor, unable to hold back his tears. The floor. I just had it repaired last month. 40 million gone. Li's family. Li Lan and Su Xian appeared at the mouth of a fiery crater. The Flame Emperor was bathing in the lava of the volcano. Looking at the old man, Su Xian bowed respectfully. Su Xian greets the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor nodded and jumped out of the lava. Li Lan immediately ran over and acted spoiled. Grandfather, it's been so long, I missed you so much. Is that so? The Flame Emperor looked at Li Lan with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Li Lan remained unfazed, replying, of course. He hugged the Yen Emperor's hand and said, "By the way, Grandpa, I came in first this time. What reward are you going to give me? How about this?" A fiery red lotus appeared before Li Lan. A blazing red lotus. A relic of a half-saint. "Of course," Li Lan said decisively, putting it away. He then asked, "Today is Su Xin's birthday. What gift do you plan to give him, grandfather?" Upon hearing this, Su Xin was startled and hurriedly said, "Young master, this." But before he could finish speaking, another half-holy relic shimmering with fiery red light appeared before the three of them. Blazing flame fruit. "Thank you, grandfather." Li Lan looked at Su Xin and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take it. Opportunities like this don't come often." "But, since little Lazy told you to take it, just take it. Your talent isn't weak either. Becoming a great master is just a matter of time." "But this?" Su Xin was still hesitant. "No more buts. Consider it my birthday gift to you. If you're willing to accept it, you'll just have to work for me for another 30 years. Alright, you two go out first. I have something to discuss with Xiaolan." Yan Di said. Fire Saint looked at Su Xin with a smile and said, "Take it. Your mother is waiting outside." "Thank you, Emperor Yan, for your generosity." The two left the secret realm. About an hour or two later, Li Lan also left the secret realm. Fire Saint appeared beside Yan Di. "How was it?" "It was little Lazy." The Flame Emperor smiled. Many years later, the war between the 10,000 clans had entered its final stages. Facing the devastated battlefield, Li Lan, who had become a deity, might have recalled that distant and joyful night at the Li family estate. At that time, thousands of households were lit up, and everyone's faces were adorned with happy smiles. Those who had died in battle had not yet perished, and the heroes praised by thousands had not yet been stained with blood. The end.